Chapter 1. Awakening the Chaotic Body and Gaining the Chaos Devouring Tower. Father, Su Hao has sent word that Su Chen must be expelled from the family, otherwise the Su clan will enforce the family law and cleanse its ranks. Sigh. He has already crippled Su Chen's blood, must he also seek to extinguish him completely? Had it not been for the incident with the third brother, he would not dare to act so ruthlessly. Poor Su Chen has only just awakened his imperial bone, yet he was forcibly stripped of it by Su Hao. Su Hao is the foremost genius of the Su clan and has now reached the pinnacle of the true Dan realm. Does he intend to sacrifice the entire family for the sake of a waste? In the eastern wilderness, within the Pan Ding dynasty, in the city of Panyu, at the Su residence, an elderly man sat at the head of the grand hall, his weathered face etched with solemnity, his dark eyes resembling endless abysses that instilled a sense of dread. Father, Su Hao has promised that if the family expels Su Chen, Su Yang may then enter the clan to cultivate. Su Yang has awakened his blood wheel and successfully established his foundation. Silence. Seeing his father's genuine anger, Su Chen dared not speak further. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, and Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly. How could he not comprehend Su Hao's intentions? Yet he found himself entirely powerless. The Su family in Panyu was merely a minor branch of the Su clan. Should the clan choose to do so, they could easily annihilate the Su family with a mere gesture. When Su Hao publicly stripped Su Chen of his newly awakened imperial bone, not a single member of the Su family dared to intervene. For this, he had felt guilt for a full decade. In the Tianhuan continent, martial artists reign supreme. The martial arts realms are divided into postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul palace, and spirit concentration stages. At the age of 6, every individual awakens their bloodline within, enabling them to draw upon the world's spiritual energy and break through to the innate realm. As for martial artists aspiring to establish their foundations, they must develop a blood wheel from their bloodlines. It can be stated that those unable to cultivate a blood wheel will never succeed in establishing a foundation. Su Chen awakened his bloodline at the age of 6, further awakening the accompanying imperial bone, causing a phenomenon that stretched for miles and startled the world. A natural-born imperial bone guarantees ascension to the emperor realm. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Hao happened upon this phenomenon and seized the opportunity to deprive Su Chen of his imperial bone. As long as the imperial bone had not been integrated, it could be forcibly stripped away. Despite losing his imperial bone, Su Chen did not succumb to despair or defeat. Instead, he worked harder than anyone else, eventually cultivating a blood wheel through his bloodline and successfully establishing his foundation, becoming the first among the younger generation of the Su family to do so. 3 days prior, Su Chen had ventured into the heavenly punishment forest to seek the heavenly soul grass to heal his father, Su Zhan, only to encounter Su Hao. Su Hao deliberately shattered Su Chen's blood wheel, choosing not to kill him, but rather to let him live and be looked down upon from a position of superiority. Were it not for the integration of his imperial bone, could Su Hao have achieved his current stature? Unable to accept this harsh reality, Su Chen felt the anguish within him. The blood wheel is the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. Even without the imperial bone, one could still cultivate, provided their talent was sufficient and they worked hard. But without the blood wheel, a martial artist would spend their life without hope of establishing a foundation. As he sensed his cultivation level plummeting from foundation establishment to innate, Su Chen could no longer contain his resentment, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! A resounding ancient bell echoed in his mind, and a small black tower slowly emerged from his forehead, floating before him. The black tower? Gazing at the hovering black tower, Su Chen felt an undeniable familiarity. Previously, while searching for the heavenly soul grass in the heavenly punishment forest, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a cave where a black tower pattern appeared on the stone wall. He had not touched it, yet the image had suddenly vanished, unbeknownst to him that it had been concealed within him all along. That moment, a powerful force emanated from the black tower, and he vanished from his location. Inside the tower's space lay an endless desolation, with turbulent air currents swirling around him. Su Chen, forcibly drawn into this realm, gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. "Welcome, Master, to the Chaos Devouring Tower." A phantom figure gradually materialized before Su Chen, its features indistinguishable, with a voice that bore a mechanical quality. "Who are you?" "Master, I'm the spirit of the Chaos Devouring Tower." "The spirit? Can you tell me what has transpired?" The ethereal figure nodded and spoke slowly. This Chaos Devouring Tower is a treasure born from the void of chaos. Only those possessing a chaos body are worthy of becoming its master. Your chaos body was covered by the imperial bone. Once stripped, it resonated with the Chaos Devouring Tower, granting you access to it. Listening to the spirit's words, Su Chen felt that losing his imperial bone was not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous event. With a wry smile, he realized that the chaos body must surely surpass the imperial bone, and that the Chaos Devouring Tower was indeed a heavenly treasure. With a sigh, Su Chen expressed, "My blood will has been shattered even with the chaos body. I cannot continue my cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I can help you reforge your blood wheel, and with the tower's devouring power, assist you in cultivating a new blood wheel." Dual blood wheel. In the Tianhuang continent, those who successfully establish their foundations invariably awaken a blood wheel, typically a singular one. Only exceptional martial artists can possess a dual blood wheel. Without exception, those with a dual blood wheel are destined to become unparalleled powerhouses. Su Chen never anticipated that the stripping of his imperial bone and the shattering of his blood wheel would transform a misfortune into a blessing, granting him a dual blood. "Will, please take a seat. Master, I shall impart the Chaos Devouring technique on behalf of the Chaos Devouring Tower." Without hesitation, Su Chen settled into a meditative position and closed his eyes. Instantly, waves of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, the very Chaos Devouring technique that the spirit had just mentioned. Chapter 2. The Hatred of Bone Theft and the Grudge of the Crippled Wheel. The Chaos Devouring technique can only be cultivated in conjunction with a chaos-bodied. A resounding, ethereal voice resonated within his mind. The path of chaos seizes the very essence of creation, mastering the cycles of time. Only by peering into the path of chaos can one achieve immortality. The Chaos Devouring technique devours all within chaos, step by step defying the heavens, ascending the path of chaos. Buzz. The bell reverberated throughout his mind. Su Chen's body trembled violently, and pain reemerged on his face, yet he gritted his teeth to endure. The once shattered blood wheel began to coalesce anew above his head, forming a circular shape, entirely crimson. Among the Su clan, every individual bearing the Su bloodline awakens a blood wheel that resembles a sword. Su Chen was no exception, as the blood wheel materialized above him. Fragments of shattered sword pieces floated within it. As it reformed, Su Chen could not suppress the killing intent within him, channeling his endless desire for vengeance against Su Hao into the blood wheel, utilizing slaughter as a medium to reconstruct his sword blood wheel that he would never forget. Su Hao. 10 years ago, he was stripped of his imperial bone, and 10 years later, he was rendered powerless, all due to this individual. The sword, forged through the medium of slaughter, erupted with a more terrifying killing intent within the blood wheel, akin to vengeful spirits emerging from an endless abyss, ravenously consuming the vast clouds above. The blood wheel reformed. Su Chen began to re-establish his foundation, the chaotic essence within him already surfacing. Waves of vast chaotic energy enveloped Su Chen's entire being, and a towering silhouette formed behind him, radiating a gray-black luminescence that spread throughout the space. Within the tower, blood wheel converge, foundation solidify, boom. The rolling tides of chaotic energy, now shrouded beneath the towering chaotic form, rapidly restored his fallen cultivation as the blood wheel devoured spiritual power without any hindrance. His consciousness merged with the Chaos Devouring technique. Su Chen would not let this rare opportunity slip away. He immediately began to operate the technique, his body transforming into a vortex, voraciously consuming the surrounding energy. The devouring energy from all directions was drawn into Su Chen's vortex, continuously flowing into him and forming an incessant circular whirlpool in his dantian. As the speed of absorption accelerated, a circular blood wheel began to coalesce above his head, where the previously formed killing sword blood wheel resided, revealing a swirling black mist within a devouring blood wheel spoken of by the tower spirit. The black mist vortex within the devouring blood wheel gradually shaped into a black hole, exuding a terrifying aura of consumption, clearly surpassing that of the killing sword blood wheel. The dual blood wheels, one being the killing sword blood wheel and the other the devouring blood wheel, caught Su Chen by surprise. He never anticipated that one day he would possess two blood wheels. Just as Su Chen contemplated surrendering, he suddenly sensed cracks forming within his bloodline. What was happening? Could it be that some mysterious force had sealed his bloodline? Such a notion seemed improbable. Who would seal their own bloodline without reason? Yet, as he felt the bloodline within him, there indeed existed a force restraining it, now beginning to fracture under the operation of the Chaos Devouring technique. As the first crack appeared, a second, third, and countless fissures spread throughout the bloodline, resembling a vast spider's web. The overwhelmingly powerful Chaos Devouring technique surged through his body, and the seal could no longer withstand the force, shattering entirely. The sealed bloodline broke free like a wild horse, galloping freely across the battlefield. The dragon's roar echoed. An elephant's trumpet sounded. Simultaneously, both erupted from the bloodline. The dragon's roar and the elephant's trumpet. His bloodline boiled like water reaching its boiling point, erupting with fervor. With a sudden awakening, he beheld his uncontrollable bloodline, manifesting 9 ethereal dragon apparitions and 9 colossal elephant phantoms that roared toward the heavens. Above, congratulations, Master, for possessing the dragon-elephant bloodline, allowing you to condense a third blood wheel. Even though Su Chen had already sensed something amiss, he could not help but be astonished upon hearing the Tower Spirit's words. 3 life blood wheels? This was undoubtedly unprecedented and likely would remain so. Across the vast expanse of the Tianhuan continent, who could lay claim to 3 blood wheels simultaneously? Even Su Chen found himself momentarily dazed, unable to fathom who had sealed his bloodline and prevented him from forming the dragon-elephant blood wheel. No longer suppressing the bloodline, the dragon's roars and elephant's trumpets reverberated as the bloodline surged wildly, coalescing into a third blood wheel above Su Chen's head. The blood wheel revealed the apparitions of dragons and elephants, with the 3 blood wheels neatly stacked, emanating a powerful aura that enveloped his entire being. Previously, Su Chen had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, but following the shattering of his blood wheel, his cultivation had plummeted to the innate realm. Now, with the blood wheels reformed and stacked, he began to rapidly ascend in cultivation. 1st level of foundation establishment, 2nd level of foundation establishment, 3rd level of foundation establishment, 4th level of foundation establishment, 5th level of foundation establishment, 6th level of foundation establishment, 7th level of foundation establishment. He had surpassed his previous cultivation by 4 tiers, and Su Chen could not suppress his exhilaration at this unexpected fortune. Congratulations, Master, for possessing 3 blood wheels. Rising to his feet, Su Chen felt his injuries fully healed. The sensation of wielding 3 blood wheels was exhilarating. The absolute dominance of the blood wheels instilled him with complete confidence, enabling him to sweep through the foundation establishment realm, even standing firm against lower ear virtual Dan cultivators. The Golden Dan realm is further divided into 3 stages: Virtual Dan, Solid Dan, and Golden Dan. Su Hao stood at the pinnacle of the Solid Dan realm. Master, I have a gift for you. The Tower Spirit produced a brush and handed it over. Receiving the brush, Su Chen noticed the 2 characters Burial Calamity inscribed on the handle. Before he could speak, the Tower Spirit continued. Master, this brush, known as the Burial Calamity brush, can create a calamity barrier within a specific spatial range when wielded. Are there any restrictions? The realms cannot differ too greatly, and each use of the Burial Calamity brush imposes a significant toll on the soul. Understood. The Tower Spirit elaborated. Within the Chaos Devouring Tower, there exists a wealth of martial arts and treasures. If the Master wishes to acquire them, continuous growth is essential to obtain what you desire. Very well. Turning around, with clenched fists and deep-set eyes filled with hatred, a wave of murderous intent surged from Su Chen, reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts roaring at the heavens, intent on consuming the entire sky. Su Hao, I shall seek you out in the Su clan. The vengeance for the bone and the grudge of the shattered wheel will be repaid in full. The Su clan stood among the peak forces of the eastern wilderness, and even the Pan Ding dynasty appeared as mere ants before them. What he needed most now was time. Given his current situation, his cultivation speed would be several times faster than before. He believed that the day of vengeance would not be far off. Chapter 3. A dog is a dog, and will never become a human. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the once heavy wooden door was violently kicked open. Dozens of men entered from outside, each exuding an intimidating aura, clearly here to cause trouble. Young Master, Su Chen has yet to awaken. If we barge in like this, will the family head blame us? Slap. The young man delivered a resounding slap. His face darkened with a hint of malice as he coldly retorted, "What a waste. Su Chen is about to be expelled from the family. Do I need to care about that?" Su Chen is obviously feigning unconsciousness to escape reality. Such a trivial act will not fool me. Su Yang, the son of Su Chen, the head of the Su family, had successfully formed his blood wheel 3 days prior and became the second individual among the younger generation to establish a foundation. The first to establish a foundation was Su Chen. Even after Su Chen's imperial bone was stripped, his talent and power still overshadowed the entire Su family. Su Yang, like a sycophant, had trailed behind Su Chen, groveling for respect. Thus, witnessing Su Chen's blood wheel being shattered and his cultivation plummeting to the innate realm brought him immense satisfaction. The reversal of their standings would also transform their identities. He no longer wished to be the obsequious follower now. He could look down upon Su Chen and reclaim all the dignity he had lost. In Su Yang's view, regardless of whether Su Chen's coma was genuine or not, he would take the opportunity to humiliate him before his expulsion from the family. Get in there and drag Su Chen out. I want to see how long he can keep up this charade. That understood, and one dare to defy him. The Su family's current situation was evidently different. The once proud Su Chen, now diminished in status following the shattering of his blood wheel and the Su clan's intimidation, faced imminent expulsion from the family. When Su Chen was at his peak, Su Yang was undoubtedly the most sycophantic individual. However, now, the once obsequious demeanor has transformed into a venomous disdain, a necessary shift to quell the tumult of anger and dignity within. In contrast, Su Yang has successfully established his foundation and will soon proceed to the Su clan at that juncture. Not only the onlookers, but even the clan leader will show him the utmost deference. Before the crowd could enter the room, the door creaked open, and Su Chen emerged, his expression icy and his voice laced with a chilling disdain as he commanded, "All of you, get out." Having lost his bloodline and fallen to the innate realm, how dare he still act arrogantly here? Su Yang scoffed derisively, his face a mask of scorn. "Su Chen, do not be so audacious. Grandfather has decided to expel you from the family. You are now nothing but a homeless dog. If you were to kneel before me and plead, I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." His demeanor was that of a small man reveling in his newfound power. The more he belittled Su Chen, the more exhilarated Su Yang felt. He was determined to trample Su Chen beneath his feet, to humiliate this once promising genius of the Su family. The thought of his past, following this man like a dog, ignited a fiery rage within him. Only through humiliation could he reclaim his lost dignity and derive satisfaction. Behind Su Yang, dozens of onlookers were eager to pounce, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on Su Chen. To belittle the former family prodigy was an exhilarating prospect for them. Their goal was simple: to ingratiate themselves with Su Yang for maximum gain and advantage. By trampling Su Chen, they could earn Su Yang's favor. Su Yang, you were a dog before, and you remain one now. As for your barking, you ought to consider whether your fangs are sharp enough, Su Chen retorted deridingly. Enraged, Su Yang's voice turned cold. "Su Chen, do you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you truly believe you are still the family's top genius? Today, I shall make you a dog, kneeling before me in supplication." "Cripple him," he commanded. "Understood," came the reply. In a frenzied rush, the crowd surged forward, heedless of the consequences, confident that Su Yang would shield them. In the current Su family, Su Yang was undoubtedly the most influential figure. Who would dare to provoke him? Even the clan leader would seek to appease him. Once Su Yang embarked on his training in the Su clan, he would surely become a formidable force, commanding respect in the Panyu city, at which point the family would rely on him. Su Chen's gaze remained icy even among cousins. In the face of this harsh reality, none were formidable. Who would have dared to challenge him in the past? Now, seeing his weakness, they bared their fangs, eager to inflict humiliation, to kick him while he was down. In a flash, Su Chen vanished from sight. With a finger as his sword, a domineering and fierce sword aura manifested in the twilight, exuding an eerie chill. Before the throng could close in, anguished cries erupted, the sword aura slicing through the air, enveloping them completely. The chilling wails resonated through the void. As his phantom flickered, Su Chen's form materialized, but the once vibrant group had been reduced to lifeless corpses, the stench of blood pervading the air, causing Su Yang to stagger back in horror. Su Chen remained as formidable as ever. Battling against his shock and dread, Su Yang repeatedly reminded himself that Su Chen's bloodline had shattered, his cultivation fallen to the innate realm. He had successfully established his foundation, suppressing Su Chen should pose no challenge that he would no longer be a dog. He desired to look down upon Su Chen. Su Chen, I shall now demonstrate to you the vast chasm that lies between us. With a hum, blood surged within him, coalescing above his head into a blood wheel, a pale yellow sword shadow materializing within, radiating a sharp sword intent. You shall be the first to taste the power since I awakened my blood wheel, that a blood wheel. Su Chen scoffed, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he summoned his own bloodline aura. A sword blood wheel forming above him, its might far surpassing Su Yang's. The pressure from the blood wheel made Su Yang's expression shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he shouted, "Impossible! Wasn't your blood will shattered by Su Hao? How can it be reformed?" His incredulous tone hinted at a deep-seated fear the entire continent was aware that for any warrior, once their blood wheel shattered, it was impossible to restore. How had Su Chen achieved this? The family could not have spread false information. He himself had witnessed the battered Su Chen just yesterday, his blood wheel indeed broken. A dog is a dog, it can never become a man. Fear was etched on Su Yang's face, genuine terror gripping him as he exclaimed, "Su Chen, I have received an invitation from the Su clan and will soon head there to train. If you dare to lay a finger on me, forget the family, even the wrath of the Su clan will be beyond your endurance." Attempting to threaten him with the Su clan? In an instant, Su Chen's figure appeared before Su Yang like a specter, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This incident had revealed the true nature of many around him. Chapter 4. While you are in first year, I can ascend to 15. The harsh reality revealed to him that survival in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, demands an absence of compassion, even towards one's own kin. Had he not acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower and reunited the blood wheel, he would undoubtedly have faced severe humiliation at the hands of Su Yang. One must ponder, would Su Yang ever exhibit a heart of mercy? Who would extend a helping hand? No one would, for that is the cruel truth. Su Chen, you have been expelled from the family. Should you dare to strike at me, grandfather will not spare you, nor will the Su clan. With a violent kick to the abdomen, Su Chen felt a wave of pain radiate throughout his body. The suppression of the blood wheel, coupled with Su Yang's overwhelming fear, rendered him incapable of retaliation. With icy eyes fixed upon Su Yang, Su Chen and Appo's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell. I shall let you taste the bitterness of a shattered blood wheel, and see if the Su clan will still desire you in your weakened state. At these words, Su Yang's heart quaked with terror, his complexion paling as he shouted in a frenzied rage, "Su Chen, how dare you? Whether I dare or not is not for you to decide." The blood will surged into his right hand, and he swung his sword towards Su Yang with unwavering resolve, devoid of any trace of pity, as if observing a dying wild boar in its final throes. He had never imagined that the once sycophantic Su Yang, who trailed behind him seeking favor, would now stand before him, not to offer consolation or concern, but to humiliate him, seeking to trample him down to elevate himself within the Su clan. While you're in first year, I can ascend to 15. In an instant, a wretched scream pierced the air as the blood wheel above Su Yang was pierced by the oppressive sword aura. With a resounding crash, the entire blood wheel shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Su Chen directed his gaze towards the main hall. He had learned from Su Yang that he was about to be expelled from the family. It seemed grandfather had chosen to abandon him for the sake of the clan. Was there hatred? Unless one were a saint, how could one not harbor resentment towards the family that bore him, now choosing to forsake him? Ignoring the unconscious Su Yang, Su Chen exited the courtyard and made his way towards the hall. En route, he had already sent word to grandfather, insisting on an immediate resolution to this matter. Inside the hall, the notified Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Chen would send someone to inform him, indicating that Chun'er was aware of his impending expulsion. Overwhelmed with guilt, yet powerless to act, as the head of the Su family, he could not risk the entire clan's demise for the sake of a single individual. To preserve the family, he must forsake Su Chen. Upon hearing footsteps, Su Yuan looked up to see the young man entering slowly, his handsome face betraying no emotion, his indifference striking a chord of sorrow. With a sigh, Su Yuan gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. If there were but a sliver of hope, he would never wish to banish his own grandson. He had already lost his most outstanding son. Now he faced the prospect of losing his most exceptional grandson. He could easily envision the consequences of Chen leaving the family. Without a bow, Su Chen stood there, his face a mask of indifference as he regarded his grandfather seated at the head of the table. Su Yuan broke the silence first. Chen, how is your injury? Does grandfather still concern himself with my injuries? Hearing the resentment in his grandson's tone, Su Yuan sighed deeply, feeling a pang of guilt. As the head of the Su family, he must prioritize the clan's welfare. There was no need for excessive explanation. The meaning was clear. Family comes first. He could not forsake the entire clan for one individual. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from outside the hall. Where's that beast Su Chen? Today, I shall see him torn to shreds. Furious, Su Chen entered along with Su Hong and others. And upon seeing the young man standing in the center of the hall, he bellowed, "Beast, look at the chaos you have wrought. Enough, father." Su Chen has crippled Su Yang's blood wheel. What? Staring at his own grandson, Su Yuan seemed incredulous. After all, Su Chen's blood wheel had shattered, and his cultivation had plummeted to the innate realm. How could he possibly have crippled Su Yang's blood wheel? Especially when Su Yang had awakened his blood wheel and successfully laid the foundation. Is this true? Father, Su Yang's blood wheel is shattered, and he now lies unconscious. His anger mounting, Su Chen continued. Su Yang successfully laid his foundation. Soon he will advance in the Su clan and oppose as training. As the saying goes, a father's worth is measured by his son's achievements, and he could bask in the glow of his son as success. But now, with Su Yang's blood wheel shattered, all is lost. The Su clan will not retain a worthless cripple. Who did you just call a beast? I called you a beast. You are a cancer to the family, wishing to drag the clan into your misfortunes. With garbage like you, the family is doomed. Were it not for fear of his own father, Su Chen would have relished tearing Su Chen to pieces. With a sudden chill in his gaze, Su Chen vanished from his location, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Then came the sound of sword cries reverberating through the hall, as an overpowering sword aura surged forth, enveloping Su Chen in a cold, killing intent, causing him to shiver in fear. His face contorted with disbelief, even before he could react. He was struck by the sword aura, suffering multiple bloody holes to appear upon his body. The agony radiating from within twisted Su Chen's face, blood staining the ground beneath him, the acrid scent of blood gradually permeating the air. Silence. In the hushed hall, all present, including Su Yuan, stared in shock at the scene before them, gasping in disbelief. No one could fathom that a man whose blood wheel had shattered could defeat Su Chen, an 8th-level foundational cultivator, in a single blow. Am I seeing things? Coldly regarding Su Chen, Su Chen smirked. You think you can tread upon me to rise? You and your father are not worthy. Apologize now, or the sword aura shall pierce every inch of your body. Struggling against the pain coursing through him, Su Chen's face was a portrait of horror and fury. He would never have envisioned that a crippled individual could defeat him in one strike. Su Chen, he is still your elder. Before Su Hong could finish, Su Chen let out a disdainful snort. Second uncle, does kinship hold any weight in the face of reality? Su Hong wished to say more, but upon meeting his nephew's icy gaze, he sighed deeply, swallowing back his words. Turning to his father, Su Chen weakly implored, Father, will you truly watch as Su Chen humiliates me? Feeling deep remorse, Su Yuan realized there was little he could do for his grandson. What? Stumbling backward, Su Chen's face was a mask of rage and disbelief. If even his father would not support him, did he truly have to apologize to Su Chen? Apologize? Never. Su Chen laughed, relishing his predicament. Su Chen, do not think you have won. By provoking Su Hao, you have lost your place. You two will soon be expelled from the family. Ha ha! Show mercy. Ignoring his grandfather, Su Chen executed his sword technique, merging the blood wheel within it, and the fierce, domineering sword aura pierced Su Chen's mind, brutally penetrating his blood wheel. Chapter 5. I fulfill your demands, a piercing scream echoed as Su Chen's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Sharing the same fate as Su Yang, his blood wheel was pierced by a blade of energy. Silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to utter a sound. all staring in stunned disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. None could have anticipated that Su Chen would dare to destroy the blood wheel of his elder. It is crucial to understand that the blood wheel is as vital to a warrior as life itself. Losing it means remaining forever stagnant in the innate realm, with no hope of establishing a foundation. You may not be human, but I, Su Chen, possess my own principles. Su Chen had always been his uncle. He was not a heartless beast capable of slaughtering his kin. However, he would shatter both Su Yang's and Su Xian's blood wheels. And that was the price for provoking him. The onlookers were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by Su Chen's formidable strength. Even the 8th level Foundation Elder could not withstand Su Chen's strike. The sheer terror was palpable. Most importantly, the family head did not intervene. Grandfather, the grievances between Su Hao and me will not implicate the family. From this moment on, I, Su Chen, shall sever ties with the family and no longer be a disciple of the Su clan. I will depart shortly, and my father is not involved in this matter. Please treat him kindly. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was visibly moved. None expected Su Chen to choose to sever his ties with the family. A chorus of sighs arose. Those wishing to protect the clan found themselves powerless against the overwhelming might of the Su family. As he observed the retreating figure, Su Yuan painfully closed his eyes. The imperial bone that rightfully belonged to Su Chen had not only been stripped away by Su Hao, but under the threat of the Su family. He was forced to watch his grandson leave the clan, a burden too heavy for a grandfather to bear. Take Su Chen away and care for him properly. Father, are we truly allowing Su Chen to sever ties and leave? This matter ends here. Issue a command. No one is permitted to discuss this further. Those who defy this order will face death. Understood. Inside the ice chamber, massive blocks of ice surrounded the space, perpetually encased in frost. At its center lay a colossal ice coffin, entirely azure. Inside rested a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Chen, lying still like a living corpse. Su Chen's figure materialized in the chamber, and upon seeing the ice coffin, particularly the man within, he slowly knelt. Father, your unfilial son has, due to certain circumstances, severed ties with the family and will soon depart. One day, I shall assist you in awakening. Su Zhan, once the mightiest warrior of the East Wilderness, a figure who instilled fear across clans and sects, now lay dormant in the ice coffin, a living dead. The Su family had tried countless methods to awaken him, all in vain. Suddenly, the dragon elephant bloodline within Su Chen surged, forcing a drop of dragon elephant essence blood out of his body, which swiftly merged with the ice coffin. In the next moment, a powerful dragon elephant fluctuation erupted from within, flooding Su Chen's mind like a raging tide. After half an hour of integration, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes. 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmised that the sealed dragon elephant bloodline and the technique he had just acquired from the ice coffin held untold secrets. Unfortunately, his father, now a living corpse, could not divulge them. Footsteps echoed as Su Yuan entered, gazing at his kneeling grandson with a heavy heart. Chenya, I have already contacted the president of the East Wilderness Academy. Because your father once aided the academy, you may train there. The Su family would not dare offend the academy. As Su Yuan handed over the jade token inscribed with the words East Wilderness Academy, Su Chen did not refuse. He understood his grandfather and Appo's intent. Only by seeking powerful protection could he carve out time to cultivate and gain the strength to avenge himself against the Su family. This is the marriage contract. Your news has reached the royal family, and the Ji family seeks to annul the engagement. Upon receiving the jade token and the marriage document, Su Chen's expression turned icy. The Pan Ding royal family had, witnessing his father dominate the East Wilderness, attempted multiple times to forge a union. Now, with his imperial bones stripped away and under the threat of the Su family, the royal Ji family could no longer remain passive and chose to break the engagement. Wishing to annul the engagement, Su Chen stood, casting the jade token and marriage document into his spatial ring. If there was to be a dissolution of the engagement, it would be at his own volition, not that of the Ji family. Observing his grandson prepare to leave, Su Yuan and Appo's face paled, and though he wished to speak, the words caught in his throat. He did not know what to say, burdened by guilt toward Chener. Without lingering, he departed the family. Su Chen resolved to head directly to the East Wilderness Academy, needing to secure time for his cultivation. As the foremost academy in the East Wilderness, Its influence was such that even the Su family would not dare to confront it directly. He believed the Su family would not provoke the academy over Su Hao. The bustling streets were filled with shouts and calls. Yet, Su Chen had no interest in the vibrant scene around him. "Oh, is that not the illustrious Su genius from Panyu City?" A mocking voice rang out as dozens of youths approached, their faces twisted in disdain, casting unfriendly glances at Su Chen. "Get lost." Su Chen recognized them all too well. They were disciples from various prominent families in Panyu City, once his sycophants, who now reveled in his downfall. Huh? The Su genius has lost his blood wheel and still dares to be arrogant? Do you believe I won't crush you beneath my foot? Your Su family won't lift a finger. Kneel and beg for mercy, and if you entertain us, you might just escape unscathed. Otherwise, be prepared to go home looking like a pig. Not intimidated by Su Chen's icy demeanor, the crowd pressed on, relishing the opportunity to humiliate the once great talent. "Su genius, do you not dare to retaliate? Very well, I'll stand right here. If you have the guts, strike me." One youth stepped directly before Su Chen, thrusting his face towards Su Chen's clenched fist and taunting him, fully confident that Su Chen would not dare retaliate. The onlookers were aghast. Everyone could predict that the once greatest talent of Panyu City, Su Chen of the Su family, had fallen to such depths, unable to voice his humiliation. This was the stark truth of reality. "I fulfill your demands." With a thunderous roar, the sound of a sword sang from within Su Chen, as a blood wheel formed above him, startling everyone present. Before they could react, Su Chen unleashed his sword technique, merging with the blood wheel. A torrent of domineering sword energy surged forth, striking all in its path, leaving no one capable of countering it. The pungent scent of blood made it clear to all that the scene before them was all too real. With a single stroke, the raucous crowd was annihilated, a display of sheer dominance. Chapter 6. Should you hesitate, I shall strike you down without mercy in the harsh embrace of reality. Su Chen gradually comprehended a vital truth. One must never extend a modicum of mercy or compassion toward an adversary. Without lingering, he turned away. The forest of heavenly punishment, situated in the northeastern expanse of Panyu City, was the most expedient route to East Wilderness Academy. This realm was inhabited by ferocious beasts, and it was rumored that at its deepest recesses, formidable spirit beasts resided. The dense foliage obscured the sun, and as dusk descended, towering trees were shrouded in shadows. An unsettling desolation enveloped the forest, evoking discomfort. When Su Chen arrived at the forest of heavenly punishment, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the oppressive gloom was suffocating. Under the cloak of night, the forest echoed with the roars of wild beasts, punctuated by the anguished cries of warriors, undoubtedly fallen prey to the beasts. Many martial artists ventured into the forest for training or to hunt and sell beasts. Gazing into the inky blackness of the forest, Su Chen's demeanor turned icy. Just days prior, he had suffered the loss of his blood wheel in this very place. With resolve, he took his first step into the foreboding woods. As he crossed the threshold, powerful vibrations reached his ears, signaling an anomaly. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the source of the disturbance. A towering black bear, standing over 4 meters high, was locked in a fierce struggle with a man, both of them at the Void Pill realm. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Su Chen refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe from a distance, waiting for the moment when both combatants would be too weakened to continue, allowing him to claim the spoils. He had begun to cultivate the Chaos Devouring technique, a martial art of unparalleled ferocity that enabled him to absorb any form of power for his own use, free from backlash or aftereffects. The battle between man and bear escalated, the ground beneath them cracking under the weight of their overwhelming auras, resembling an enormous spider's web. Blood stained the earth as both opponents fought fiercely, knowing that their relentless struggle would likely lead to mutual destruction, yet neither dared to relent. With a thunderous crash, both combatants collapsed to the ground, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the still night air. Elated, Su Chen wasted no time. He darted forward. As he approached the injured black bear, its wounds rendered it incapable of rising to defend itself. With a swift motion, he transformed his finger into a sword, infusing the sword and Appo's energy with his blood wheel. The lethal sword energy, imbued with a chilling aura of death, pierced the bear and Appo's skull. rapidly channeling the Chaos Devouring technique. He enveloped the bear's soul with insatiable energy, commencing its relentless erosion. The Chaos Devouring technique had the capacity to absorb all forms of power, including the very souls of beasts and martial artists. Su Chen understood that to expedite his cultivation, he must rely on this technique. Otherwise, his progress would be hindered. As for the question of cruelty, he chose to disregard it. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the path of the warrior is everything. As the soul of the black bear was absorbed into Su Chen's body, he began the arduous task of refining it through the Chaos Devouring technique. The extent of pure power he could extract remained uncertain. Within mere moments, he had forcibly consumed the bear's essence. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall repay you 100-fold in the future." The man, witnessing the demise of the black bear, felt a flicker of fear, yet maintained his composure. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed a Foundation establishment warrior, but the current situation was markedly different. After sustaining severe injuries in combat with the bear, he was no match for even an ordinary person. "I do not assist you. There is no need for gratitude," Su Chen replied, feeling the man's dread intensify as the air thickened with his palpable killing intent. "If you cease your resistance, I am willing to reveal a secret regarding the forest of heavenly punishment." "What say you? Speak," Su Chen commanded. Before the man could finish his sentence, a blade of sword energy cleaved through the air, severing his left arm with a sickening crunch, blood gushing forth like a geyser. Pale as a ghost, he was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth in agony, utterly unprepared for such a swift and brutal response. "Should you hesitate further, I will strike you down again. I wonder how many blows you can endure." His initial intent to barter his life for a secret was now rendered futile. He had encountered a madman who offered no chance for negotiation. This fragment of a map was acquired by chance. It leads to great fortunes within the depths of the forest of heavenly punishment. Taking the fragment from the man's trembling hand, Su Chen unleashed a fierce sword energy that pierced the man's brow. As he fell, the bewildered man could not fathom why he had been slain after surrendering the map. Once again activating the Chaos Devouring technique, Su Chen began to devour the man's soul. With both the bear and the man being of the void pill realm, he chose to meditate, merging the energies of their souls. The refined power coursed through every fiber of his being, and under the layering of 3 blood wheels, the energy coalesced within his sword blood wheel. To ascend to the Foundation establishment realm, one must continuously infuse power into the blood wheel. With the energies of 2 void pill souls flooding in, Su Chen let out a triumphant roar, breaking through his previous limitations and ascending from the 7th to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Indeed, devouring offers the swiftest path to advancement. Satisfaction washed over him at the effectiveness of the absorption. In his view, to rapidly enhance one's strength, one must cast aside moral quandaries. Slaughter was merely a stepping stone in the journey of martial cultivation, an inevitability for all. After acquiring the man's spatial ring, Su Chen scrutinized a fragment of the map. It marked a location deep within the forest, which should not pose a significant challenge to locate. However, the area depicted was fraught with peril. Should he encounter spirit beasts of the true pill realm or higher, including those of the nascent soul or spirit gathering realms, how would he fare? To venture forth or to retreat? Su Chen gazed into the depths of the forest, tightly gripping the map. In the face of opportunity, if fear of death led him to abandon his quest, he might as well hide away and forsake his desires for vengeance and ascension to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Opportunities are fleeting and must be seized when they arise. His resolve solidifying, Su Chen ultimately decided to delve deeper into the forest in pursuit of the fortunes inscribed upon the fragment. Chapter 7. Bloodthirsty phantom bat. The forest beneath the cloak of night appeared especially desolate. Su Chen, fully alert, understood that the deeper he ventured, the higher the level of the demonic beasts he might encounter, potentially even those of legendary status in the spirit condensation realm. With his foundation-building strength, he could perhaps contend with beasts of the void pill realm, but if faced with those of the true pill or golden pill realms, retreat would be his only option. While searching for opportunities based on a fragmentary map, he hunted demonic beasts to devour their souls. To swiftly elevate his cultivation, consuming power was the most expedient method. A first-tier void pill beast, the blood moon wolf, fixed its icy gaze upon him. Instantly, Su Chen recognized the creature's rank. Rather than feeling fear, he was invigorated, choosing to strike first. Even before his presence was felt, the sword energy surged forth. In the martial hall of his family, Su Chen had acquired a fragmented sword technique, known as the Nine Calamities sword technique. Though incomplete and exceedingly difficult to cultivate, it had been neglected in the martial hall. Yet, Su Chen was fond of this technique. Having merely scratched its surface, he found that with the reconstitution of his blood wheel and the birth of the Three Lives blood wheel, he awakened the chaos body, allowing him to comprehend the Nine Calamities sword technique silently and gradually. The blood wheel merged with the sword technique, imbued with the thunderous essence of ruthless killing sword energy, which instantly tore through the void and crashed toward the blood moon wolf. The dense killing sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, sealing off all four directions. With a roar directed toward the heavens, the enraged blood moon wolf seemed taken aback by the audacity of this foundation-building human warrior to initiate an attack. Perceiving it as a provocation, it chose to confront the assault head-on, showing no sign of evasion. In the eyes of the blood moon wolf, as a dignified void-pill beast facing merely a foundation-building opponent, a mere paw swipe would suffice to obliterate him. However, at the moment of impact, the wolf's paw collided with the sword energy, and it abruptly sensed something amiss. The sword energy, suffused with the essence of thunderous slaughter, fiercely corroded and pierced through its paw. With a cry of agony, the unfortunate blood moon wolf scarcely comprehended what had transpired before being pierced through by dozens of sharp sword energies, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen immediately activated the Chaos Devouring technique, beginning to consume the soul power within the blood moon wolf's mind. He was unyielding in his pursuit of power. Even when encountering solitary warriors, he would show no mercy, directly devouring them. He continued this relentless consumption throughout the night. In a secluded spot, Su Chen sat cross-legged, channeling the Chaos Devouring technique to rapidly refine the immense soul power he had absorbed, which surged into the sword blood wheel. He possessed 3 blood wheels: the Slaughter Sword blood wheel, the Dragon Elephant blood wheel, and the Devouring blood wheel. He chose to channel his power into the Slaughter Sword blood wheel, as it was his foundation. Sweat poured from his brow as he formed seals with his hands, the refined power continuously flooding into the blood wheel. The intensity and speed of this process were daunting, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. As dawn approached, Su Chen finally stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of foundation building, just a push away from breaking into the 9th level. He meticulously skinned and cleaned the blood moon wolf, igniting a fire to roast the meat, the aroma wafting through the air as he devoured it eagerly. After satisfying his hunger, he resumed his hunt for demonic beasts, seeking to consume their souls. Su Chen, wasn't your blood wheel destroyed? How do you appear in the trial forest? A group of curious individuals approached, one chubby girl among them speaking with intrigue. They were disciples of the Wang family from Panyu City, led by Wang Quan, a 6th-level foundation-building warrior who had entered the trial forest for training. Word had spread throughout Panyu City that Su Chen, the Su clan's top talent, had his blood wheel destroyed by Su Hao of the Su clan, causing his cultivation to plummet to the innate level. Without his blood wheel, Su Chen was effectively half a cripple, yet here he was in the trial forest. Wang Yuan, who had long harbored a secret affection for Su Chen, felt a pang of regret upon seeing his downfall, but her feelings had since faded. What did looks matter? In this world, strength was paramount. For warriors, the blood wheel was fundamental. Choosing to ignore him, Su Chen prepared to depart, thinking how rude it was for them to speak such things, as if he deserved to be discarded. Fortunately, she had never pursued Su Chen. Otherwise, she would have had no chance to regret it now. What was that sound? Hiss! Hiss! It was the bloodthirsty phantom bat. Oh heavens, there are so many of them. As panic spread, enormous crimson bats surged forth from all directions, their chilling eyes emanating a terrifying glare, and a nauseating stench enveloped the area, inducing revulsion. The bloodthirsty phantom bats were a gregarious breed, known for devouring demonic beasts and warriors alike, reeking of foulness and possessing deadly toxins. Encountering such a horde, even golden pill warriors would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Fear and despair etched the faces of Wang's group. They could hardly fathom their misfortune in encountering such a dreadful beast horde. They huddled together, backs pressed against one another, Wang Quan's face turned ashen. The individuals he had brought were all core elites of the family, and losing them would be an irreparable blow. They had to find a way to escape, saving whoever they could. Let's fight our way out. In mere moments, a disciple from the Wang family let out a wretched scream, having been isolated and devoured by the overwhelming swarm of bloodthirsty phantom bats, leaving no trace behind, not even a drop of blood. The pungent scent dissipating amidst the foul odor. Kill. Witnessing their kin devoured, Wang Yuan and the others fought back against their sorrow, frantically attacking in terror. Su Chen's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated encountering such repulsive beasts here. The dense swarm of bloodthirsty phantom bats encircled them, blocking all routes of escape, forcing them to carve a bloody path through sheer force. Crimson mist shrouded the void. With no means of evasion, they could only confront the threat head-on. Under the relentless assault of the bats, the Wang family members began to diminish, one after another vanishing without a trace, entirely consumed. In less than 2 minutes, half of the Wang family was gone. Chapter 8. The 8 Parts of the Celestial Dragon. The ancient sacrificial altar, countless bloodthirsty, phantasmic bats surged violently towards Su Chen, their intent to devour palpable. The stench was unbearable, a foul odor permeating the air. With a grimace of disgust, Su Chen surveyed the oncoming horde of bloodthirsty bats, while a blood wheel materialized above him, within which the phantoms of dragons and elephants roared and charged. The blood wheel. Wang Quan and Wang Yuan, along with others, were left utterly astounded at the sight of Su Chen manifesting the blood wheel once more, despite having previously been stripped of its power. What kind of blood wheel is this? Everyone in the Pan Yu city knew that the Su family's awakened blood wheel was a sword, a fact consistent among all core disciples, including Su Chen himself. But now, staring at the blood wheel hovering above Su Chen, they were engulfed in confusion and shock. With a resounding dragon's roar and elephant's trumpet, 9 ethereal dragon figures and 9 phantom elephants erupted from the blood wheel. As Su Chen unleashed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, launching ferocious strikes at the surrounding bats. Even as he slaughtered the bloodthirsty phantoms, he refused to consume them. The stench was simply intolerable, compelling him to forego any thoughts of devouring. The dragon and elephant blood wheel enveloped Su Chen. Boom, boom. Wave after wave of bloodthirsty phantasmic bats crashed against the dragon and elephant blood wheel, the relentless assault causing blood to seep from the corners of Su Chen's mouth. His expression grew increasingly grave. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble for him. The Zong Jie pen appeared in his hand. This treasured artifact, gifted to him by the Tower Spirit, came with considerable restrictions. Not only were there limitations based on his realm, but utilizing the Zong Jie pen also drained his soul. In the forest of heavenly punishment, should his soul be severely depleted, he would be in grave danger. Concentrating, he funneled his soul into the Zong Jie pen, beginning to swing it in elaborate strokes. In an instant, thunderous roars erupted, as a formidable lightning calamity rapidly coalesced beneath the Zong Jie pen, forming a powerful, forbidden heavenly tribulation that suppressed the area. Bang! Bang! The bloodthirsty, phantasmic bats that entered the range of the Zong Jie pen were instantly obliterated, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. Even so, the bats continued their frenzied assault, drawn to him like moths to a flame from all directions. The slaughter of the bloodthirsty phantasmic bats intensified, creating rivers of blood. Witnessing Su Chen withstand the onslaught, Wang Quan and Wang Yuan's expressions brightened, and they swiftly made their way towards him. The ground was soaked in blood, exuding a nauseating stench that Su Chen could no longer tolerate. He pushed forward, using the Zong Jie pen with force. He continuously drained his soul. Once his soul's power was exhausted, he would not need the bloodthirsty phantasmic bats to seal his fate. He would perish on his own. Harnessing the Zong Jie pen, Su Chen quickened his pace, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Su Chen, you cannot abandon us. Brother Su, please take us with you. Wang Yuan and the others were left dumbfounded as they watched Su Chen forge ahead alone, choosing to disregard their pleas. The pervasive blood and the acrid stench rendered their faces pale, not only from fear of death, but from the dread of being devoured by the bloodthirsty phantoms, leaving no trace behind. Ignored. As they watched Su Chen's figure disappear, Despair etched itself across their faces. Wang Yuan stood momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by the overwhelming tide of bloodthirsty phantoms. After a full minute of slaughter, Su Chen finally broke free. Without a moment's pause, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him and quickly made his escape. The fates of the Wang family were of no concern to him. To be a good person? That would only cost him his life. He was no saint, incapable of saving those who were irrelevant to him. The Zhangjiapen's overwhelming power astonished Su Chen, yet the toll on his soul was immense. Should he encounter other demonic beasts, he would find himself in peril. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Chen shook his head in resignation. The sheer number of bloodthirsty phantoms was staggering. Thankfully, he had the Zhangjiapen. Otherwise, escape would have been nearly impossible. 2 days later, guided by the remnants of the map, he had roughly pinpointed his location, surrounded by towering trees. He held the Zhangjiapen at the ready, prepared for any impending crisis. He had ventured deep into the forest of heavenly punishment, where encounters with Soul Palace realm beasts or even Spirit Concentration realm beasts were highly probable. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Suddenly, he sensed a presence. Su Chen's figure vanished in an instant. In a small valley blanketed by dense trees, it would have been a challenge to locate without any disturbances. At the valley's center stood hundreds of martial artists, each exuding a formidable aura, all fixated on the ancient sacrificial altar before them. Throwing aside the remnants of his map, he realized that he was not the only one who had discovered this place. He had arrived just moments too late, now surrounded by such a multitude of powerful beings. The valley exuded an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, littered with corpses, particularly around the central ancient altar, which emanated layers of black mist, resembling a funeral bell, its mournful echoes resonating from within. Surrounding the ancient altar were 8 statues, each depicting a unique Buddha, standing upon lotus flowers with hands clasped in prayer, seemingly chanting an incantation. Behind them, a faint yellow glow emanated, creating a web-like seal that enveloped the entire altar. The sound was utterly nauseating. Prolonged exposure felt as if it would shatter his heart. It was said that these 8 statues were the combined efforts of 8 supreme Buddha masters who had set up the 8 parts of the celestial dragon formation to suppress the altar. What lay sealed within remained a mystery. Who had disseminated the remnants of the map, gathering such a number of martial artists? From the ancient altar echoed the chilling sound of a funeral bell. Once, twice, thrice. Its relentless tolling continued. As the hundreds of martial artists listened to the tolling echoing within their minds, their expressions turned grave, fully aware that the 8 parts of the celestial dragon formation likely sealed some malevolent treasure or power, yet they remained unwilling to leave. The nature of the power, whether righteous or wicked, was of little consequence to these warriors. All that mattered was the acquisition of formidable strength. Fists represented everything. Half an hour passed. Impatience grew among them, and they began to strike fiercely at the 8 surrounding statues. However, beneath the Buddha's radiance, their assaults proved futile. The tolling of the funeral bell from within the ancient altar intensified. Boom! Boom! At that moment, turbulent air currents erupted from the ancient altar, violently battering the surrounding statues, causing cracks to appear, spreading like a spider's web across the altar. In the astonished gazes of all present, the ancient altar finally collapsed. Chapter 9. The God-slaying bone bow. The chaotic black mist suddenly. The ancient sacrificial altar collapsed, unleashing torrents of terrifying black mist that surged forth with a furious roar. A resonant hum echoed as the serene chants of the Buddha emerged from the mouths of 8 stone statues, their lotus feet weaving an immense web that enveloped the surroundings, imprisoning the black mist within. Yet, despite this formidable barrier, tendrils of black mist still penetrated the aura of serenity, invading the bodies and minds of the warriors. A cry of despair shattered the stillness. My soul, what is happening? We must flee. Warriors of lesser realms found themselves powerless against the encroaching darkness. Their eyes glazed with madness as they turned violently upon their comrades. With a sickening thud, some warriors were ambushed from behind before they could react. Their bodies cleaved in two, blood spraying forth, only to be devoured by the insatiable black mist. The altar, under the suppression of the 8 statues, became a cauldron of rolling darkness, its malevolent intent howling towards the heavens. crashing against the protective aura with a chilling ferocity. The ominous tolling of death knells grew ever louder, consuming the warriors in its frenzied grasp. We must enter the altar, for survival lies within it. Including Su Chen. Many warriors found themselves equally ensnared by the black mist. Retreat was no longer an option. Only by entering the altar could they hope to harness the Buddha's essence to subdue the darkness. With a decisive step, Su Chen vanished from sight. One by one, the warriors rushed into the altar, disregarding the horrific black mist, driven by the desperate hope of finding opportunity within. Remaining outside meant certain death. In a frenzied push, the last warrior entered the altar, leaving behind a chilling scene where only half of the warriors remained, the air thick with the stench of blood that pervaded the valley. Within the subterranean chamber of the altar, a dim and eerie atmosphere enveloped the space, where the relentless tolling of death knells echoed. The black mist coiled around them like a tangible entity, akin to a multitude of ferocious eyes fixated on their prey. "Ah, it hurts. Who are you? Who are you really?" As the warriors entered the chamber, they were instantly engulfed by the black mist, succumbing to delirium, their eyes turning a deep crimson, their bodies reflecting the same hue. "I will kill you." They began to turn on one another, their blood-red eyes radiating a terrifying chill as they struck without mercy. Devoid of compassion, lost in a frenzy of violence. Amidst the chaos, Su Chen felt a heavy weight settle upon him. Despite knowing the peril that lay ahead, he had chosen to enter, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover what lay beneath the suppression of the 8 Buddha statues. The tolling of death knells echoed in his mind, and even with his preparations, he found it impossible to resist the creeping influence of the black mist. His complexion paled. He understood all too well the dire consequences of succumbing to the mist. He refused to become a machine of slaughter. 3 blood wheels coalesced above him, the devouring blood wheel, the slaughter sword blood wheel, and the dragon elephant blood wheel. His body surged with the chaotic devouring technique, and behind him, a golden body of chaos materialized. The encroaching black mist trembled in response. Su Chen perceived that the subterranean chamber was now entirely shrouded in black mist. Anyone ensnared by it would undoubtedly transform into a mindless killing machine. At that moment, 4 warriors charged towards him like wild beasts, their blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling malice. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed the 9 Calamities sword, channeling the power of the 3 blood wheels. In a matter of moments, the 4 warriors were slain before they could even close the distance. Those consumed by the black mist fought like common folk, utterly inept in the use of martial techniques. As the resounding chants of the Buddha filled the chamber, ethereal figures of the Buddha began to materialize, hands pressed together, continuously reciting scriptures. The immense aura of the Buddha coalesced into a series of symbols, radiating light as they descended upon the fray, subduing the warriors transformed into instruments of slaughter. One by one, the afflicted fell silent, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, as the 8 Buddha figures manifested, a long bow and 9 arrows appeared out of thin air, exuding an overwhelming aura that directly challenged the Buddha's essence, causing the symbols to crumble. This bow and arrows were undeniably treasures of immense power. Su Chen, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the extraordinary nature of these weapons. Their ability to withstand the might of the 8 Buddha figures spoke volumes. In the next heartbeat, the 8 figures joined forces to subdue the long bow, their combined aura rapidly coalescing into a towering that descended upon the weapon with great force. The black bow was drawn back, and with a swift release, a formidable black arrow shot forth, colliding with the and scattering it, striking one of the Buddha figures. Astonishment filled Su Chen. If he could lay claim to such a treasure, it would be of immense benefit. Yet, desire and reality were 2 different matters. He was acutely aware of the bow's overwhelming power, and attempting to seize it with his current strength was nearly impossible. "Please, benefactor, assist us in subduing the god-slaying bone bow. With your aid, we can cleanse its malevolent energy, transforming it into your treasure," the Buddha figures urged in a fervent chorus. Frustration welled within him. As a mere foundational warrior, the thought of aiding the Buddha figures in subduing the bow seemed a fool's errand. Was he to risk his life for this endeavor? Such a notion was far from appealing. "I'm not of the Buddhist order. The mantra of who would enter hell if I do not, holds no sway over me, he thought. You need only allow us to borrow your divine body, they implored. Borrowing his chaotic body? Su Chen understood the gravity of this action. If he became the medium, the outcome would be beyond his control. To forfeit this opportunity felt unbearable, yet the overwhelming might of the god-slaying bone bow compelled him. Ultimately, Su Chen chose to lend his assistance to the 8 Buddha figures. Chapter 10. The Purple Fox and the 3,000 Paths of Alchemy Buzz. 100 Zhang chaotic golden body rapidly coalesced behind. The aura of chaos enveloped the subterranean space. The 8 Buddha's ethereal forms chanted scriptures once more. Waves of profound Buddhist energy surged into the chaotic golden body, reforming 100 Zhang, which advanced to suppress the god-slaying bone bow. Puff! A mouthful of blood erupted, and Su Chen's complexion instantly paled. His cultivation level was insufficient to suppress the god-slaying bone bow. He merely sought to restrain it, hoping to contend for this supreme treasure. Alone, he dared not act, fully aware of the overwhelming power of the bow. Swiftly circulating the chaotic devouring technique within, he drew in the surrounding dark mist, merging it into the chaotic golden body, temporarily quelling the turmoil within. The 8 Buddhas, their forms resplendent, unleashed immense Buddhist breath akin to countless thundering roars, penetrating the void as they infused the chaotic golden body, forcefully subduing the god-slaying bone bow. Boom! The 100 Zhang spun rapidly, emanating waves of vast Buddhist energy infused with chaotic essence, seemingly capable of suppressing the endless abyss. The clash between the god-slaying bone bow and the 100 Zhang unleashed tsunami-like ripples that spread wildly, harboring a chilling power. Standing upon the ethereal lotus, hands joined in prayer, the 8 Buddhas employed the pinnacle techniques of Buddhism, weaving a net of Buddhist energy that sealed off the surroundings to prevent the god-slaying bone bow from fleeing. If I do not enter hell, who will? I, the Buddha, shall subdue demons. In this realm, there shall be no evil. The 8-fold dragon shall suppress the wicked of the world. The 8 Buddhas, their expressions solemn, gazed into the distance as if holy monks descended to save all beings, purging the world of malevolent forces. A more formidable 100 Zhang materialized, descending to suppress the god-slaying bone bow directly within the chaotic golden body. At this moment, it was not merely a suppression in the subterranean space, but an entrapment within the chaotic golden body itself. Finally, the 8 Buddhas had not deceived him. As long as his chaotic golden body could restrain the god-slaying bone bow, he would be able to wield this treasure freely in the future. With endless roars of fury and reluctance, the god-slaying bone bow was forcibly subdued within the chaotic golden body. Subsequently, the chaotic golden body vanished from sight. We thank you, benefactor, for your assistance. It is through your aid that we 8 monks could successfully subdue the god-slaying bone bow. From this moment forth, we shall reside within your golden body, assisting you in suppressing the god-slaying bone bow. Please remember, benefactor, to refrain from using this bow, if at all possible. Should you be corrupted by it, we would be unable to assist you. We shall now impart to you the 8 pinnacle techniques of Buddhism, hoping you will diligently cultivate to jointly suppress the god-slaying bone bow. The 8 Buddhas, indeed, were commendable, whether for aiding him or for the complete suppression of the god-slaying bone bow. Their impartation of the 8 pinnacle techniques was immensely beneficial. Thank you, esteemed masters. The Buddhas shared their Dharma names, and one by one, the techniques flowed into his mind. Soon after, their ethereal forms dissipated, seamlessly entering the chaotic golden body to aid Su Chen in suppressing the god-slaying bone bow and its 9 arrows. At this moment, the 8 Buddhas remained unaware that Su Chen's golden body was a chaotic embodiment. Across the continent, few could recognize it. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with corpses, Su Chen felt little compassion. Death for the sake of opportunity was a foreseeable fate. Opportunity and crisis coexisted. Had he not possessed the chaotic golden body, survival would have been uncertain. The 8 Buddhas sought to leverage his chaotic golden body to thoroughly subdue the god-slaying bone bow. Otherwise, they might not have intervened. Just as Su Chen prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed an ancient altar at the center, almost identical to the one outside. It seemed this altar was the true site of the god-slaying bone bow suppression. That the 8 Buddhas could employ the eightfold dragon formation to forcibly subdue it here already attested to the treasure's unmatched prowess. Approaching the altar, he was taken aback to find a tiny purple fox resting within, its body no larger than a palm, exuding a faint aura, its violet fur strikingly beautiful. The presence of a mystical beast within the ancient altar piqued Su Chen's curiosity. Gently lifting the purple fox from the altar, he marveled at its soft, plush form, reminiscent of a small pig. "You and I are fated. I shall save your life." With the purple fox cradled in his embrace, Su Chen did not linger further. The events here would remain undisclosed, for all who knew had perished. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he tucked the purple fox into his bosom, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness, yet due to a peculiar reason. It could not muster any power from within and had to close its eyes once more. Exiting the subterranean space, with the god-slaying bone bow thoroughly subdued within the chaotic body, the valley was devoid of any dark mist, and the 8 stone statues had completely collapsed. As he departed, Su Chen obliterated the ancient altar. Under the blazing sun, Su Chen wasted no time. Beyond practicing the chaotic devouring technique, he also honed the 9 tribulations sword technique, the 8-fold Buddhist secret arts, and the 9 dragons, 9 elephants technique. The martial arts he practiced within his family paled in comparison. He understood that the 8 Buddhist teachings of the 8 pinnacle Buddhist techniques were undoubtedly the most elite martial arts, and he could not afford to squander them. The foundation lay in the chaotic devouring technique, which comprised 9 levels. At present, he had merely grazed the surface of the first level, yet to reach its pinnacle. At that moment, Su Chen sensed a powerful pull emanating from the chaotic devouring tower, realizing the tower spirit was summoning him. Without a hint of resistance, his body was instantly drawn into the chaotic devouring tower. Currently, he could not enter the tower at will. Only through the spirit's summons could he be welcomed inside. One day, when he could enter and exit the chaotic devouring tower at will, the world within would become his greatest support. Should he encounter a formidable opponent he could not withstand, he would simply retreat into the tower's realm, confident that no one could harm him there. Within the tower, the ethereal figure of the tower spirit appeared. To this day, Su Chen remained unaware of the tower spirit's gender. "Spirit of the tower, do you seek my presence for something?" The tower spirit nodded, smiling as it spoke. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the god-slaying bone bow and its 9 arrows. In light of your complete fusion of the 3 blood wheels, I, the tower spirit, have made an exception to reward you with the 3,000 paths of alchemy." Alchemy? Indeed, the 3,000 paths of alchemy encompass the essence of alchemical mastery. Should you fully comprehend the path of alchemy, you will attain the ability to concoct the finest elixirs in existence. Here, you'll find the Qian Kuan furnace, an additional reward for you. A small furnace appeared in his hand. Su Chen was no stranger to alchemists. In the eastern wilderness, certain individuals held positions far superior to warriors. First were the formation masters, second the alchemists, third the weaponsmiths, and fourth the talisman masters. However, to become one of these 4, one required talents that far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. Not everyone could achieve this. Among them, the alchemist's demands for talent were particularly rigorous. Su Chen remained uncertain whether he possessed the aptitude for alchemy, but since the tower spirit had bestowed upon him the 3,000 paths of alchemy, he resolved to seize this opportunity. "Master, the art of alchemy requires the rare and extraordinary flames known as. There exist countless varieties of such flames in the world, and it is incumbent upon you, Master, to seek them out. As for the ordinary flames, one merely needs to grasp the rudiments of the 3,000 paths of alchemy to begin condensing fire and embarking on the alchemical journey." Having understood this, upon exiting the tower's realm, Su Chen found the methods of the 3,000 paths of alchemy already blossoming in his mind. Suppressing his excitement, he began to delve into the intricate teachings. The foremost task at hand was to cultivate the 3,000 paths of alchemy and condense the flames. Otherwise, the endeavor of alchemy would remain but empty words. As dusk fell, Su Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Rising, he stretched languidly before seizing a wild beast, roasting it over an open flame for sustenance. While savoring the roasted meat, his gaze fell upon the purple fox cradled in his palm, and with each glance his affection for it deepened. Thus, he resolved to adopt the creature. However, the purple fox exuded an alarmingly faint aura. Under such circumstances, one could only wonder how long it might endure. Perhaps it would succumb by dawn. With your entire body adorned in purple fur, from this moment forth, I shall bestow upon you a name. Su Chen mused before declaring, You shall be called Xiaozi. As the lethargic eyelids of the purple fox fluttered open, it cast a feeble glare, clearly displaying its frailty. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me. I will first seek out some spiritual herbs or procure a few medicinal pills for you. At this moment, he had yet to condense any flames and was therefore unable to practice alchemy. Thus, purchasing was his only recourse. Chapter 11. If you wish, I can take responsibility. As Su Chen departed from Panyu City, the various prominent families within the city were driven to madness, for he had slain their core disciples, including the sons of several family heads. In a united front, the families marched towards the Su residence to seek justice, only to be informed that Su Chen had been expelled from the Su family, no longer regarded as one of their own. There was no doubt about this. The intimidation from the Su clan was already a well-known fact throughout Panyu City. Surrender was not an option. The families promptly dispatched their most elite warriors to search for Su Chen in a sweeping manner. Deep within the forest of divine punishment, Su Chen grew increasingly vigilant, for its depths were home to formidable beasts. A chance encounter with one could lead to dire consequences. He believed that if he could traverse the forest, he would soon reach the Eastern Wasteland Academy. Nightfall enveloped the forest, casting an eerie and terrifying silence. In order to save time, he intentionally took a perilous route through the forest. Encountering danger was to be expected. If he were afraid of death, he might as well find a place to hide. His expression grew grave as he had yet to encounter any beasts, nor did he hear any roars. An unsettling tranquility prevailed. The darkened forest exuded a chilling desolation, causing even Su Chen to shudder involuntarily. He pressed on, calculating that with just one more day's journey, he could successfully cross the forest, ideally without the threat of beasts. However, he soon stumbled upon the remains of numerous beast carcasses scattered across the ground, their rotting corpses emitting a nauseating stench. It was no wonder he had not seen a single beast or heard any sounds. All had been mercilessly slaughtered. Who could have committed such an atrocity? His gaze sharpened. Su Chen advanced with utmost caution. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying, murderous intent surged towards him from all directions, gnawing at his mind and causing his eyes to glaze over. Within the depths of his consciousness, a nightmarish purgatory formed, a mountain of corpses creating a sea of death, with a suffocating miasma swirling in the air. Pain contorted his features as he clenched his fists tightly, feeling the blood-red essence manifesting on his skin, overwhelmed by the purgatory that loomed over him. In an instant, a resonant chant echoed through his mind, as if 8 bodhisattvas were reciting mantras simultaneously. The purgatory dissipated, and Su Chen regained his clarity. Beads of sweat dotted his brow. The illusory realm of murderous intent had been terrifying. Had it not been for the aid of the 8 Buddhas within his chaotic body, he might have succumbed to that murderous will, becoming a mere killing machine, or worse, utterly consumed by it. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed onward. This time, he activated his Buddhist powers, enveloped by an invisible aura of serenity. Should he encounter a similar situation again, he would at least be mentally prepared. After roughly half an hour, he arrived before a stone wall where a towering stele was inscribed with intricate patterns resembling tiny tadpoles, forming a bizarre design. The ground was littered with beast carcasses, the blood pooling like a river. A figure stood before the stone wall, captivating Su Chen's attention utterly. Even from behind, he could surmise the extraordinary beauty of the woman, tall and flawless, her long black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, standing utterly still as if in deep meditation. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen approached, sensing the stone wall exuded an enigmatic aura. He could perceive that it was indeed a treasure, particularly with the strange patterns and designs that beckoned his attention. As he stood beside her, he glanced over. Her skin was as fair as jade, her brows like wisps of smoke, and her eyes sparkled with vibrant light. Beneath her high nose lay a delicate cherry blossom mouth, a visage of unparalleled beauty that left Su Chen in awe. He had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly exquisite. Only 4 words could encapsulate her essence: stunning and unparalleled. His intrigue deepened as he noticed that the woman remained fixated on the stone wall. He then turned his gaze back to the steel. To ensure his safety, Su Chen immediately activated his Buddhist powers and the chaotic devouring technique, a faint golden silhouette of his chaotic body emerging behind him. While others may not comprehend, under the protection of this form, he gradually discerned the intricate patterns on the stone wall, which harbored a powerful martial art. The ancient god-demon technique? Elation surged within him. Wasting no time, he activated the chaotic devouring technique, allowing waves of devouring force to flow into the stone wall, particularly the engraved patterns. This martial art must be immensely powerful, for only through his consuming energy could he grasp the essence of the ancient god-demon technique inscribed upon the wall. As he absorbed the patterns, a series of tadpole-like designs flooded his mind, revealing the cultivation method for the ancient god-demon technique. Overwhelmed with joy, he hastened the pace of his devouring technique, the speed of absorption escalating rapidly. Half an hour later, Su Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had finally completed the absorption. "What are you doing?" The woman suddenly turned to face him, her dark eyes fixated upon him like a predator locking onto its prey. To Su Chen's astonishment, she began to remove her clothing. A flush of crimson spread across her stunning face as she lunged toward him. The intensity of her presence was so formidable that it immobilized Su Chen, rendering him incapable of movement or even of activating the chaotic devouring technique, including retrieving his treasure pen. He had never envisioned encountering such a situation, feeling his strength forcibly suppressed as the woman overwhelmed him. "I'm still a virgin. Please, no." His cries fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the corpses of beasts surrounding them. However, as their bodies collapsed, the ground's remains were swept aside by a gust of energy, enveloping them in a cocoon-like barrier. In the somber night, Su Chen lost his innocence, and under such circumstances, no less, as the desolate atmosphere lingered around them. Approximately 6 hours later, the cocoon began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface until it burst apart with a resounding crash. The woman's gaze turned icy. She had not anticipated being consumed by the stone wall, nor had she foreseen engaging in such an act. She had come to comprehend the martial art inscribed upon the wall, but ended up losing her own purity in the process. A mere foundation establishment youth struggled to contain the murderous intent surging within him. Yet for a woman, the significance of her first man was incomparable. Had circumstances been different, she would have acted long ago. "What is that expression on your face?" She glared at the seemingly innocent young man, anger bubbling within her, wishing to strike him. "What expression could I possibly have? You wield your strength to act as you please, leaving me with no chance to resist. Utterly shameless. Truly, you are the epitome of shamelessness." She had never encountered someone so brazen, reaping the benefits while feigning innocence, as if he were the one aggrieved. The furious woman radiated an icy, murderous intent, her gaze frigid. Yet, Su Chen showed no signs of fear. In his eyes, he was indeed the victim. In his view, situations like these rendered both men and women equally significant. Whoever was passive was the true victim. "Endure." The woman coldly regarded the young man before her, inquiring, "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Su Chen, a rogue cultivator. He had distanced himself from the Su family, no longer considered one of them. Thus he deemed himself a rogue cultivator. With a deep sigh, Su Chen, who had already risen to his feet, said helplessly, "Very well, I am a man. I shall not dwell on this matter. If you're willing, I can take responsibility." Chapter 12. Zufeng Palace, Luo Tianfei. In Su Chen's eyes, a man should possess a degree of magnanimity, even in situations where he finds himself in a passive role. Fortunately, he did not emerge entirely at a loss. The woman before him possessed an astonishing beauty. Were she an unattractive creature, it would have been a truly regrettable affair. Responsible? The woman chuckled at his words. A mere cultivator at the foundation establishment stage dared to speak of responsibility. What could he possibly mean? Her expression turned frosty, and Su Chen could see the profound disdain in her eyes. He understood her implication. It was simply a reflection of his inferior cultivation level. He decided to regard today's incident as an unforeseen event that she could easily forget. However, Su Chen smiled and replied, "While you may consider it an accident, Su Chen, am not someone to be trifled with. Although I lack the qualifications to take responsibility now, I shall proclaim to the world that you are my woman." The woman did not believe him at all. Nodding, she smiled and said, "Then I look forward to that day." To her, it was a common boast. Achieving such a declaration was another matter entirely. A foundation establishment cultivator claiming responsibility was, in itself, a joke. As she turned to leave, Su Chen inquired, "What is your name?" "Zufeng Palace, Luo Tianfei." Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen's gaze was filled with determination. Even now, he felt somewhat bewildered, having never anticipated that his first experience would be lost in such a manner, and with a stranger to boot. Zufeng Palace? He had never heard of such a sect. It seemed there existed an abundance of sects in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. It was entirely normal that he was unaware of Zufeng Palace among the countless sects and dynasties that populated the region. After a night of turmoil, Su Chen chose not to linger any longer and departed with utmost haste. Due to Luo Tianfei's massacre, the beasts deep within the heavenly punishment forest had been nearly exterminated, allowing Su Chen to traverse the forest without encountering any obstacles. For a foundation establishment warrior, the heavenly punishment forest was indeed a perilous place. One misstep could lead to demise. Hey, wait! Just as Su Chen exited the heavenly punishment forest, he was intercepted by two men, both at the void dance stage. One of them was particularly short, standing at barely 1.40 meters, with a face full of insidious cunning. "Is there something you need? You managed to survive the heavenly punishment forest, so you must possess quite a few valuable items. We have no intention of killing you. Simply hand over your spatial ring." Robbing and killing was a common occurrence. They regarded the young man with utter disdain. As void dance stage warriors, either of them could easily annihilate him. Even without teaming up, without further ado, they sought to seize his spatial ring, oblivious to whether they possessed the requisite ability. Rolling Stone Fist, one of the techniques harbored within the Su family martial pavilion. Su Chen unleashed it, akin to a colossal boulder crashing down from a cliff, unleashing a barrage of punches, each infused with fierce momentum, hurtling toward the two assailants with ferocity. Seeking death. Seeing the youth strike first ignited their fury. Their faces contorted with rage as they bellowed in outrage. How dare a mere foundation establishment act so audaciously in their presence? The two men unleashed their powerful palm strikes from either side. Their fists and palm strikes collided violently, sending shock waves rippling outward, causing the ground to crack, resembling a massive spiderweb under the strain. The most rudimentary of martial techniques, when executed by Su Chen, exuded an overwhelming might. After the initial clash, the expressions of the two men shifted drastically. They never imagined that a mere foundation establishment warrior could wield such strength. No longer daring to underestimate him, they immediately unleashed their respective blood wheels. One a wolf blood wheel, the other a tiger blood wheel. A wolf's howl and a tiger's roar resonated, shaking the vicinity. Above Su Chen's head, a blood wheel materialized, within which floated a sword of slaughter, its cold gaze fixed upon the approaching wolf and tiger. "My form is like a sword, slicing through the heavens." With a blood wheel imbued with the essence of slaughter, its level far surpassed the previous one. The chilling sword intent resembled an endless purgatory. The domineering sword energy pierced through layers of space, forcefully cleaving into the two blood wheels. The sword energy violently pierced through the tiger and wolf blood wheels, accompanied by their anguished cries echoing through the void. The blood wheels above their heads shattered instantaneously, and their bodies were sent hurtling backward as if severed from their strings. With a thud, both men crashed to the ground, blood staining their entire bodies. Before they could react, Su Chen had already appeared before them. With a single strike, he had grievously injured the two Void Dan warriors. Unable to accept this reality, even if they were merely second-level Void Dan warriors, they knew that they were not meant to withstand a Foundation Establishment cultivator's might. The chasm between the Foundation Establishment and Void Dan stages was akin to an insurmountable divide, one that was exceedingly difficult to cross. Yet now, whether they believed it or not, the truth lay stark before them, leaving them no room for disbelief. They were utterly dazed. The earlier arrogance had evaporated completely. Consumed by fear, they hastily pleaded, "Please spare our lives, Great One. We are willing to be your dogs. If you send us west, we would never dare to venture east. We beg you, spare us." In the face of life and death, their so-called dignity faded into insignificance. All that mattered was the preservation of their lives. Su Chen's gaze was icy, devoid of any further dialogue. He was acutely aware of the brutal reality. Without sufficient strength, one could only be slaughtered if their fists lacked the necessary power. Channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him, he struck one palm at a time, commencing the frenzied consumption of their souls. Tiangu City. At this moment, the city was bustling with warriors entering and exiting in droves. The streets thrived with life, filled with shouts and the clamor of activity. Some warriors even rode magical beasts along the thoroughfares. Tiangu City upheld strict regulations. To ride magical beasts, one must obtain permission from the city guards, register their beasts, and pay a fee in gold coins. This was crucial, for if a beast were to injure someone or cause a death, the owner could be held accountable. As those mounted on magical beasts passed by, pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, uncertain of whether the creatures might go berserk. No one wished to gamble their lives. Upon entering Tiangu City, Su Chen intended to procure a few medicinal pills for the purple fox, whose injuries were severe. If this continued, he feared the purple fox would not endure much longer. In the future, he vowed to subdue a dragon as a steed. That would certainly carry weight. With a resigned smile, Su Chen understood the challenges of taming a divine dragon. As one of the apex beings in the world of magical beasts, the dragon clan reigned supreme across the continent. As he strolled along the streets, he scanned the shops on either side, searching for an alchemy pavilion or apothecary. A young girl clad in a pink dress rode toward him on a white fox. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her exquisite features adorned with captivating features. Her skin as fair as snow, and a jade pendant hanging around her neck. Chapter 13. Unworthy at a distance of 5 meters. The white fox lowered its head and let out a fierce howl, charging directly towards Su Chen. "White fox, what are you doing? Stop!" The white fox, a creature of the foundational realm, possessed strength that surpassed Xiao Lian's, and its sudden frenzy caught her completely off guard. With her balance disrupted, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, landing painfully and grimacing in pain. To everyone's astonishment, the white fox reached Su Chen and knelt before him. "Is that not Xiao Lian of the Xiao family?" Someone remarked. "Of course. How could you not recognize the jewel of the Xiao family?" In Tiangu City, one may not know the city guards, but one certainly knows Xiao Lian. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Lian's steed, the white fox, had inexplicably knelt before this stranger, and the spectators were eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Just look at Xiao Lian's expression," someone commented, rising to her feet and brushing off the dust. Xiao Lian was taken aback by the sight of her kneeling white fox. Even she was unaware of why her steed had suddenly bowed to this man. At that moment, Su Chen himself was rendered speechless by the sight of the white fox before him. "What is happening? Who are you that my white fox kneels before you?" As Xiao Lian approached, she gently stroked the kneeling white fox with her delicate hand, seemingly attempting to soothe it. A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. For Xiao Lian was renowned in Tiangu City, and they were eager to discover why her steed would kneel to an unknown individual. With an innocent expression, Su Chen felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, "Perhaps my charm is so great that even your steed cannot resist." The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had seen audacity before, but this was a new level of shamelessness. The bond between beasts and humans was fundamentally different, and while the young man was undeniably handsome, the notion that he could compel a beast to kneel was utterly ludicrous. Rolling her eyes, Xiao Lian disdainfully retorted, "You insult my intelligence. Do you truly believe I would accept your ridiculous claim? Xiao Mei, what is happening? Who has angered you?" At that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd, holding a fan and strutting with an air of arrogance, his white robes billowing and his face adorned with makeup. It was Dong Zhang from the Dong family. Approaching Xiao Lian, he coldly commanded, "Kneel and apologize to Xiao Mei. If she does not forgive you, I shall hand you over to the city guards." And you can imagine the consequences. This was a blatant threat, and the onlookers understood the weight of Dong Zhang's words. The Dong family wielded considerable power in Tiangu City. Apologize? Bow down? For what offense? Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet he would not cower before unjust humiliation. If someone dared to insult him without reason, he would not acquiesce. By now, Su Chen had surmised the reason behind the white fox's bowing. Strictly speaking, the white fox was not kneeling to him, but rather to the purple fox he cradled, indicating the latter's high status. He felt no obligation to explain. Had he wished to clarify, he would have done so. It was impossible for someone to leverage their influence to force him into submission. Seeing the young man disregard him, Dong Zhang assumed he had intimidated him into silence. Relishing the moment, yet he was determined to present himself favorably in front of Xia Lian, for he had long pursued her, and such a rare opportunity to impress could not be squandered. You, boy, kneel and apologize. I shall offer you the chance to become my loyal dog. Nodding, Su Chen stepped forward and replied, You are unworthy. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Chen moved, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages. With a swift strike, he unleashed the rolling stone fist, enveloping Dong Zhang in a tempest of force. Dong Zhang, merely at the third level of foundation establishment, was vastly outmatched by Su Chen, who stood 5 ranks above him. With each powerful blow, accompanied by agonized cries, Dong Zhang was sent crashing to the ground, and Su Chen planted his foot upon Dong Zhang's left ankle. Boy, I hail from the Dong family. You dare to lay a hand on me? You will regret this. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. The young man's audacity and dominance were shocking. After all, Dong Zhang's status was well known. And who would dare provoke the Dong family in Tiangu City? Are you threatening me? Su Chen asked. Whether it's a threat, you know in your heart. I advise you not to make a grave mistake. Sweat beaded on Dong Zhang's pale face as he endured the pain coursing through him. He believed himself safe in Tiangu City, the Dong family's territory, and thought that even if his opponent was stronger, he would not dare continue the assault. Look, the city guards are coming. Dozens of armored city guards approached, and regardless of the truth, they would undoubtedly side with the Dong family. How could they choose between an unknown youth and an established family? Tiangu City forbids fighting. They would surely take both individuals back to the Lord's residence. This was merely for show. Once Dong Zhang was taken to the Lord's residence, he would likely emerge unscathed, while the youth would not be so fortunate. In Tiangu City, the city guards held all the power. If they declared you right, you were right. If they declared you wrong, you were wrong. Crack! To the astonishment of everyone present, Dong Zhang's ankle was brutally crushed underfoot. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. No one had anticipated that the city guards would arrive and the young man would dare to act so defiantly, breaking Dong Zhang's leg in outright provocation. You are audacious. How dare you act so recklessly? Seize him. Su Chen could see that these so-called city guards would clearly favor Dong Zhang. If he accompanied them to the Lord's residence, he would surely find himself in a dire situation. Given the circumstances, he was left with no retreat. Offending one family was no different from offending the Lord's residence itself. Surrendering would mean certain death. If he fought back, there might still be a chance to escape. Su Chen understood the gravity of his situation, but felt no regret. As a man, he could die, but would never endure humiliation. Quickly, notify my family. Have them come to my rescue. He urged. Hurry. Chapter 14. The next one, the terrified scream of Dong Zhang spoke volumes about his utter fear. He never anticipated that this individual would disregard even the city guards. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, he realized that even if his family sought vengeance later, it would be of no consequence. He would still be dead. There was no need to search further. In Tiangu City, the Dong family, having received word, along with the city lord's mansion, rushed to the scene. Each member gazed at Dong Zhang, now trampled underfoot, their faces etched with fury. Dong Shi, the head of the Dong family, suppressed his inner rage and said darkly, Release Dong Zhang, and we can discuss this matter at length. Father, help me kill him. Summer Li Yin stood nearby, momentarily stunned. She had not expected events to escalate to this extent. Glancing at her father, who had just arrived, she found herself at a loss for what to do. What is happening? Unable to conceal any details, Summer Li Yin recounted the entire incident to her father. Summer sighed deeply, recognizing that this conflict originated with Li Yin. It was imperative to provide an explanation to the Dong family. Otherwise, the rift between the Dong and Summer families would be irreparable. Offending the Dong family over a mere foundation establishment warrior was undoubtedly a foolhardy decision. Nodding, Su Chen, still standing over Dong Zhang, expressed no fear, calmly stating, As long as you swear never to harm me, I will release him. To negotiate terms with him? Dong Shi's fury reached its zenith. Had it not been for his son's life hanging in the balance, he would have acted without hesitation. Before Dongxi could respond, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Dong Zhang's other leg had been brutally crushed, the bone visibly shattered, evoking a visceral reaction from all present. The city lord's mansion and the Dong family had amassed hundreds of warriors, surrounding Su Chen completely. The expression on City Lord Qishang's face was equally dark. Someone dared to create chaos in Tiangu City, clearly disrespecting the authority of the city lord's mansion. This audacious individual had to be subdued, a warning to others. You dare! Stepping forward, Dongxi unleashed a wave of murderous intent that surged like a tsunami, yet it failed to intimidate Su Chen. Without further ado, Su Chen recognized that the current situation was highly disadvantageous for him, and he needed to vacate Tiangu City, simply relying on sheer numbers. The blatant disdain and derision were palpable, for everyone understood that the youth was merely at the foundation establishment level. How could he possibly contend against the Summer family, the Dong family, and the city lord's mansion? Dongxi sneered. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Therefore, I shall offer you a chance. My family possesses 6 warriors at the Void Pill realm. The others will not intervene. If you can defeat all 6, I shall let today's incident go unpunished. Agreed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the youth would genuinely accept the challenge, to fight 6, and all from the Dong family at the Void Pill realm. The disparity between their strengths was simply insurmountable. With a swift kick, Su Chen sent Dong Zhang flying. His goal was to secure his escape, not to indulge in fleeting satisfaction. Killing this man would only serve to infuriate the opposition further, leading to an overwhelming swarm of warriors that would undoubtedly complicate matters. Kill him. The cold glare from Dong, she was filled with murderous intent, harboring unwavering confidence. 6 Void Pill realm warriors working in unison could not possibly fail to subdue a mere foundation establishment warrior. Disregarding the tenets of martial arts? Was that even feasible? Fool! Today, I alone could tear you to shreds. A burly man resembling a black bear surged forward from behind Dongxi, his hefty frame surprisingly agile. His fists, like iron balls, aimed viciously at Su Chen, who refrained from utilizing his bloodline technique. In his view, eliminating a foundation establishment warrior required no such tactic, as it would only diminish his reputation. Dragon Elephant Seal, derived from a 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique, was being unleashed by Su Chen for the first time. With rapid hand seals, he summoned the domineering imprint of the dragon's roar and the elephant's bellow, layering it with defiance and unleashing it fiercely. Boom! The 2 forces collided midair, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that enveloped the area. To the onlookers, it seemed that even a first-level Void Pill warrior should have no trouble defeating a Foundation Establishment warrior. Yet what transpired? The punch was consumed instantaneously by the Dragon Elephant Seal. The cold and overwhelming roar of the dragon and elephant enveloped the burly man, concentrating power into a single point that struck him squarely between the brows. Bang! The rugged man was unable to withstand the blow, instantaneously falling lifeless. The pungent scent of blood enveloping the area, causing many to recoil in shock and horror. No one had anticipated that a dignified Void Pill warrior would be dispatched in a single strike. How formidable! Next, such a declaration exuded authority. Silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the young man before them. It was no wonder he exuded such arrogance. He had the strength to back it up. However, the man was merely a first-level Void Pill warrior, and 5 others from the Dong family had yet to make their move. Staring at the headless corpse on the ground, Dongxi's expression darkened considerably. How had this individual managed it, without even releasing his bloodline? The ability to eliminate a Void Pill warrior in one blow was truly monstrous. Indeed, formidable, but Dongxi still had 5 other Void Pill warriors, one of whom was at the peak of the realm. It would be far from simple for this individual to escape Tiangu City. Dong Zhang had also reached the end of his rope. Having relied on the Dong family as a shield, he had grown accustomed to his tyrannical behavior within the city. Now, facing a formidable opponent, he had brought this upon himself. Shill, do you not value your life? If the Dong family hears that, you will be in grave trouble. Almost forgetting, Su Chen recognized that his ability to swiftly dispatch this opponent stemmed from the latter's overconfidence. It was unlikely anyone else would have believed they could eliminate a Void Pill warrior so effortlessly. All of you, attack together. rather than approaching one by one. Su Chen's decisive victory had instilled fear in the Dong family. Overwhelmed by anger and shock, Dongshi cast aside any pretense of dignity and commanded the 5 Void Pill warriors to unite, determined to eliminate this threat regardless of the cost. Ultimately, history is written by the victors, and it would soon be forgotten that the Dong family was a prominent clan in Tiangu City. The 5 Void Pill warriors stepped forward from behind Dongshi, their eyes coldly fixated on their prey. Provoking the Dong family and subjecting them to humiliation was an affront they could not tolerate. "Kid, you are strong, but before our Dong family, you shall not leave alive. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps you might save your own life." Such needless chatter. Seeking death, the 5, thoroughly enraged, no longer had any intention of exchanging words. In front of so many witnesses, they had to restore the Dong family's honor. Having already lost 1 Void Pill warrior, it was imperative that they ensure absolute dominance. Chapter 15. Are you threatening me? A menacing visage was etched with murderous intent as 5 warriors of the virtual Dan realm surged forward like ferocious leopards, racing towards their prey. Even before their arrival, the air was thick with dread. They initiated the blood wheel, disregarding all notions of dignity, their sole objective being the swift execution of their target. Above their heads, each released a blood wheel, intertwining terrifying energies into a web of destruction. With the roar of a dragon and the bellow of an elephant, the dragon-elephant blood wheel coalesced above them. Su Chen, exhibiting no hint of complacency, knew he must act decisively. There could be no room for hesitation. His speed soared to its zenith, leaving only afterimages in his wake as the phantoms of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants howled wildly, their colossal forms lunging towards the 4 adversaries. What a domineering blood wheel! The city lord, Qi Shang, regarded the scene with a chilling glare, declaring, "This man must be slain." The 5 did not scatter, but instead focused their efforts, aiming to suppress Su Chen through the cumulative might of their 5 blood wheels. In the split second of contact, another blood wheel emerged within the dragon-elephant wheel. This was the devouring blood wheel, concealed beneath the vast presence of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants, unnoticed by anyone. Su Chen was determined to keep his possession of the devouring blood wheel a secret. A tendril of black mist swiftly ensnared one of the warriors, wrapping tightly around him, the frigid aura of the devouring energy gnawing at his essence. What is this? The man felt a shiver run down his spine as an icy presence invaded his mind, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could react, the black mist forcefully penetrated his consciousness, obliterating his soul in an instant. As the virtual Dan realm warrior collapsed lifelessly, all, including the city lord and Dongshi, were left utterly dumbfounded. What has transpired? How did he accomplish this? The Dong clan warriors were slaughtered without warning, and had it not been witnessed firsthand, few would have believed the unfolding horror. The sheer shock of Su Chen's dominance left everyone in awe. Was this the power expected of a foundational realm warrior? Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining 4 were paralyzed with fear. They had combined their strength, casting aside any concerns for pride, yet they could not withstand this man. To claim they were unafraid would be a blatant lie. In the next heartbeat, all 4 sensed a chilling presence invade their minds. It became clear that their fallen comrade had succumbed to this sinister energy. Realizing this, they dared not underestimate the threat. They channeled all their strength into their blood wheels, desperately countering the encroaching devouring aura. The opportunity had arrived. The dragon-elephant blood wheel suppressed, the devouring blood wheel intruded, and Su Chen's 3rd blood wheel began to coalesce beneath the shadow of the dragon-elephant wheel. He unleashed the 9 calamities sword technique, a tempest of icy, domineering sword energy unleashed upon the 4, each strike more ferocious than the last. Were the 4 truly being subdued? Dongshi could scarcely accept this reality. Regardless of his belief, the scene before him indicated that even the combined might of the remaining 4 virtual Dan warriors might not suffice to vanquish this man. As they fought to expel the invading force from their minds, the 4 warriors roared with murderous intent, launching their respective martial arts from 4 cardinal directions in a ferocious assault, their icy and overwhelming offensive engulfing Su Chen. A torrent of sword energy targeted one of them, systematically dismantling their defenses. Su Chen remained composed, realizing that to engage four opponents simultaneously would require far too much time. The souls of his adversaries were firmly suppressed by the devouring blood wheel, and the relentless sword energy, infused with power, pierced through the body of a Dong clan warrior, staining the ground with crimson. Another one fell. The remaining three displayed expressions of unrestrained horror, yet they had no choice but to press on, gritting their teeth as they continued their onslaught. The ground quaked with each clash, fracturing beneath the sheer force of their confrontation, causing the onlookers to retreat in trepidation, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Chen's unrelenting ferocity shook everyone to their core. They observed that he attacked without regard for defense, and under such circumstances, the three could barely withstand his might. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. To face 6 opponents without sustaining injuries would have been a fabrication. Yet, these minor wounds were inconsequential to him. His assaults grew ever more intense and frenzied, akin to a rabid tiger, so that the three were left completely unable to retaliate. This was the power of the 3 blood wheels in concert. At this moment, no one had yet realized that the young man wielded 3 blood wheels. With a decisive thrust, the 3 could resist no longer, immobilized by Su Chen's overwhelming force. Panting heavily, he acknowledged that despite being merely a foundational realm warrior, his ability to dominate 6 virtual Dan warriors stemmed entirely from the 3 formidable blood wheels and the extraordinary sword technique he employed. Release them. Brat, do you dare? The Dong clan had suffered grievously, having lost 3 virtual Dan warriors. They could afford no further losses among their ranks. If you dare harm them in the slightest, the Dong clan will ensure you are utterly annihilated. Are you threatening me? With not a trace of fear on his countenance, before Dong, she could utter another word. Su Chen crushed the skulls of the 3 Dong clan warriors, blood splattering across the ground. The act of murdering 3 was no different from killing 6. The situation had escalated beyond reason, and the Dong clan would certainly not let this rest. Su Chen understood that whether or not he killed those 3, the Dong clan would pursue him relentlessly. Rather than retreating, he would eliminate more adversaries. Watching in horror as 6 virtual Dan warriors were slaughtered, the enraged Dong, she found impossible to accept such a reality. If the assailant had been a virtual Dan warrior, it would be one thing. However, this man was merely a foundational realm warrior. The sight before them left all in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at the young man who had decimated 6 of the Dong clan's fighters. Such prowess was beyond comprehension. The Dong clan had suffered catastrophic losses. Dongshi had just vowed that should this man defeat the 6 virtual Dan warriors, the matter would be resolved. Yet, this individual was astonishingly formidable, evoking a deep respect. However, the situation was far from simple. This was Tiangu City, and even if the Dong clan were compelled to let him go, they were aware that the city lord's residence loomed nearby. What might the city lord do? Su Chen's expression was laced with cold mockery. Although he had sustained minor injuries while slaughtering 6 foes, he had emerged relatively unscathed, and according to his agreement with the Dong clan, this matter was settled. He could depart Tiangu City without further incident. Without a word, Su Chen turned to leave Tiangu City. There was no need for him to linger any longer. Chapter 16. The God-slaying bone. 3 arrows restrain the celestial bone. Who permitted your departure? A chilling voice abruptly echoed as the city lord, Qi Shang, concluded his statement. In an instant, 2 formidable practitioners of the Reality Dan realm obstructed Su Chen's path. The onlookers, comprising martial artists, displayed no astonishment. After all, this individual had brazenly executed 6 members of the Dong family in public, and given that they were in the Celestial Bone City, it was inconceivable for the city lord to allow his exit. The practitioners of the Reality Dan realm were leagues above those of the Virtual Dan realm. Not only the city lord's residence, but even the Xia family had dispatched 2 Reality Dan warriors. 4 Reality Dan practitioners encircled Su Chen at the center. Dongshi scoffed. Boy, I Dongshi always uphold my word. Our grievances end here. As for your audacity in Celestial Bone City, that is a matter for the city lord's office. Unashamed. Utterly shameless. Su Chen retorted with a smile. What are you laughing at? Dongshi inquired. I laugh at your audacity, unblushing in the face of your actions. If Celestial Bone City wishes to detain me, they must first demonstrate their capability, Su Chen declared, his words brimming with arrogance and dominance. Xia Quan, wearing a broad smile, remarked, You possess extraordinary prowess, having vanquished the virtual Dan realm. Yet, here in Celestial Bone City, you must provide an explanation to the city lord for your public slaughter. Suddenly, the silhouette of the white fox appeared before Su Chen, its icy gaze fixed upon the crowd. White fox, return, Su Chen commanded, choosing to disregard Xia Lian. The white fox hesitated, then ultimately obeyed Su Chen's instruction, swiftly vanishing from sight. Observing the 4 Reality Dan warriors surrounding him, Su Chen surmised that the city lord of Celestial Bone City, along with the other 2 family heads, were likely of the Golden Dan realm. While he could slay those of the virtual Dan realm, contending with Reality Dan, let alone the Golden Dan realm, was a daunting challenge. To surrender was not an option. All of you stand aside. Those who impede my path shall perish, he proclaimed, determined to escape Celestial Bone City. Upon hearing this, the city lord Qi Shang chuckled, and it was evident to all that his laughter was laced with unabashed mockery and disdain. The ability to kill 6 of the virtual Dan realm did not equate to the power to defeat practitioners of the Reality Dan realm, much less contend with the Golden Dan realm city lord. Kill, Qi Shang commanded, devoid of any pity. To him, as the city lord, it was imperative to uphold his dignity, and no one, especially a Foundation establishment practitioner, was permitted to infringe upon it. The 4 Reality Dan warriors surged towards Su Chen. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Su Chen swiftly conjured a black longbow, the god-slaying bone bow, acquired previously in the Forest of Heavenly Punishment. An arrow of unparalleled lethality materialized upon the bowstring. The bow, now suppressed within his chaotic body, had the assistance of 8 Buddhas. Due to concerns of backlash, he had refrained from employing it without dire necessity. However, circumstances had drastically shifted. Faced with 4 Reality Dan warriors, along with the Golden Dan realm city lord, it was nearly impossible for him to survive without resorting to the god-slaying bone bow. He drew the bowstring taut. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted forth from the god-slaying bone bow, causing the expressions of all present, including the 4 Reality Dan warriors, to shift drastically, sending shivers down their spines. Without further delay, Su Chen released the arrow, which tore through the air, carrying a chilling aura. Evade! Came the frantic cries, but it was too late. The 4 Reality Dan warriors were ensnared by the arrow's trajectory, deprived of even the chance to dodge. In the midst of the shocked gazes, the black arrow pierced through the bodies of the 4 Reality Dan practitioners, effortlessly slaying them. Blood mist exploded forth, the acrid scent of blood permeating the surroundings. Stumbling slightly, Su Chen recognized the difficulty of wielding the god-slaying bone bow with his current cultivation level. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Prolonging it would only be detrimental to him. He was uncertain of how many arrows he could unleash. Having already released the first arrow, he swiftly prepared the second. The second god-slaying bone arrow appeared on the bow, and he drew back the string, suppressing the weakness coursing through his mind as his gaze turned ever colder. The targets of the second arrow were Dong, Shi, and Xia Quan. Realizing the imminent danger, Dong, Shi, and Xia Quan instinctively turned to flee. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the arrows. It sliced through space like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward them. As the arrow vanished from a bow, Su Chen too disappeared from sight. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the void. Dong Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom why. Despite the arrival of his father and the city lord, he still faced death. Was this individual truly just a Foundation establishment practitioner? With a single arrow, Dong Zhang was slain. Su Chen's form flickered as he reappeared, seizing this opportunity to eliminate the 2 principal offenders, Dong Shi and Xia Quan, both second-tier Golden Dan practitioners, were among the most formidable figures in Celestial Bone City, having led their families in strength for many years. Regrettably, they had underestimated the prowess of a Foundation establishment practitioner, failing to anticipate the sheer dominance of Su Chen's god-slaying bone bow. As they fled in opposite directions, hoping for a stroke of luck, they were unprepared for Su Chen's third arrow, which simultaneously targeted both Dong, Shi, and Xia Quan. With unwavering confidence, he believed that his 2 arrows could indeed fell the 2 Golden Dan practitioners. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Su Chen's complexion turned ashen. Having unleashed 3 arrows, he was now incapable of firing a 4th. His sole objective was to escape swiftly. Yet, before departing, he needed to address one final matter. Like a specter, he materialized before Xia Lian, his gaze as frigid as a ghost's. Bullying others with power incurs a cost. Please, I understand my mistake. She pleaded. Understand your mistake? It is too late. Regrets held no currency in this world. Mistakes were irrevocable, and some transgressions were beyond forgiveness. Xia Lian could never have envisioned that her capriciousness, her unreasonable arrogance, would lead to her demise. Accustomed to being the jewel of the Xia family, she had faced no obstacles in Celestial Bone City, doing as she pleased. This time, however, she had gambled and lost, her recklessness and bullying leading to the forfeiture of her life. Chapter 17. The rebirth of the ancestor phoenix. With a sudden burst, blood gushed forth, and Su Chen's body began to sway precariously. He found himself unable to draw the fourth arrow. Had he attempted it, he would have inevitably unleashed it to eliminate the so-called city lord. The necessary foes were already vanquished, yet perfection remained elusive. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, he did not falter, for Su Chen understood that even at the cost of his own life, he would still be unable to wield the god-slaying bone bow again. The bow vanished from his grasp in an instant. His head spun, and he gritted his teeth to endure. Having just used the god-slaying bone bow to fire 3 arrows, an insidious aura had stealthily invaded his mind. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Onlookers were left in utter disbelief, never having anticipated that a mere foundation establishment warrior could, with the aid of a bow and 3 arrows, slay 4 nascent soul cultivators, including Dong Zhang and Xia Lian. Qishang's eyes glimmered with avarice as he fixated on the now-vanished bow and arrows. As for the Xia and Dong families, their complete demise bore no consequence to him. For Tiangu City harbored numerous clans. The loss of 2 families only meant the opportunity to elevate others in their stead. However, the bow and arrows wielded by this individual were evidently treasures capable of bridging the chasm of power. Qishang discerned that the youth was at his limit, unable to unleash a 4th arrow. Yet, should even the slightest opportunity arise, he believed the youth would unhesitatingly fire again. A flicker of fear pricked Qishang's heart. Fortunate it was that the youth had not aimed at him first, for the consequences would have been dire. The moment had arrived. Observing the staggering youth on the brink of collapse, Qishang wasted no time in hastening towards him, his face a mask of greed. Among the watching martial artists, many shared his covetousness, but dared not act unless they could overpower Qishang. Just a step away from the city gate, Su Chen could no longer hold on. An overwhelming weakness surged through his mind, and he succumbed to the ground. Nevertheless, admiration shone in the eyes of all, for to achieve such feats as a foundation establishment warrior was nothing short of remarkable. As Su Chen fell, Qishang's eyes sparkled with delight. Just as he closed in on the youth, preparing to strike and seize the bow and arrows, a stunning figure materialized before him, her ethereal beauty leaving all breathless. Before Qishang could react, an icy, domineering force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. With a resounding crash, Qishang's body exploded into a mist of blood, shocking the onlookers. None could have anticipated that even the formidable Golden Core City Lord, Qishang, was powerless against a single strike. Gone? All eyes turned to the vanishing woman and the unconscious youth, as if caught in a dream. The tides in Tiangu City were about to shift. It was evident that with the city lord's fall and the devastation of the Xia and Dong families, other clans would seize this opportunity. Should we stay or leave? Of course, we stay, hoping for a chance to gain something. In the dim light of dusk, within a shadowy cave, Luo Tianfei gazed at the unconscious youth. Her brow furrowed. She had intended to depart, but was plagued by indecision, ultimately choosing to return and check on him. Never had she regarded any man with significance. This encounter was entirely unforeseen. She had sought the divine martial arts inscribed upon the stone wall, only to find it so overpowering that even her exceptional prowess could not withstand its encroachment. Although Su Chen had benefited, it was evident he remained in a passive position. As the ancestor phoenix rebirth technique coursed through him, waves of phoenix-like energy flooded Su Chen's body, and a yellow-red elixir appeared in her hand, which she gently placed in his mouth. She grappled with her emotions. Her first time had been given to Su Chen, and to claim nothing had transpired would be disingenuous. Yet accepting the current state of affairs was simply impossible. An hour later, Luo Tianfei approached the cave entrance, forming a seal with her hands as she set up a concealed formation. With a sigh, she chose not to linger any longer and truly resolved to leave. Time passed. After an indeterminate duration, Su Chen gradually opened his heavy eyelids, waves of pain and weakness coursing through him, as if his very organs had been displaced, particularly his soul, which felt as if it were being torn apart. Struggling to rise, he sensed a formidable power surging throughout him, along with remnants of the elixir. Luo Tianfei? In the fleeting moment before his unconsciousness, he had glimpsed a shadow coalescing before him, an instinctual understanding telling him that she was the one who had rescued him from Tiangu City. He shook his head in resignation. At this juncture, he realized he lacked the standing to pursue Luo Tianfei, fully aware of her extraordinary identity. He would not relent. Luo Tianfei was his first woman, and he vowed to seek her out in the Ancestor Phoenix Palace, proclaiming to the world that she was his. The legacy of the Ancestor Phoenix rebirth technique she left him was remarkable, enabling an unending cycle of strength and the potential for rebirth. Immediately, he settled into a meditative posture, aligning his internal energy with the flow of the Ancestor Phoenix rebirth technique. The events that transpired in Tiangu City were entirely unforeseen. He had not instigated trouble, merely witnessing a white fox kneeling before him, when a foolish interloper attempted to belittle him in pursuit of the woman he cherished. Others might cower and accept humiliation, yet he would rather perish than submit. If given another chance, he would choose to fight, never retreating a single step. What he had not anticipated was the overwhelming dominance of the god-slaying bone bow, which, despite him having loosed only 3 arrows, had nearly inflicted catastrophic backlash upon his soul. Had Luo Tianfei not intervened in time, his fate would have been a grim mystery. Nevertheless, fortune had smiled upon him. He had survived. Clearly, he would need to refrain from using the god-slaying bone bow until his cultivation reached a certain level, lest he tempt fate again. After a full night of recuperative meditation, with the dawn's light illuminating the world, Su Chen finally stabilized his injuries and regained the ability to move. Luo Tianfei had not returned, indicating she had departed. Approaching the cave entrance, he felt an invisible barrier. He understood it to be a formation concealing the cave, ensuring he remained undetected. Chapter 18. It seems he has entered through the back door again. The Su clan, a paramount force in the eastern wilderness, is situated in the southwestern region, governing an expansive territory and commanding hundreds of dynasties and sects, with the Panyu City Su family being one of its branches. On a secluded mountain peak, a strikingly handsome young man sits cross-legged upon a colossal rock, his hands continuously forming seals as he diligently practices the 7-kill sword technique. Su Hao, who once stripped Su Chen of his imperial bone, possesses extraordinary talent and is hailed as the clan's foremost genius, having awakened the blood wheel of 7 kills. The ability to propagate his own martial arts through this blood will speaks volumes about his prowess. During his recent venture into the forest of heavenly punishment, he encountered fortuitous opportunities that allowed him to successfully break through to the intermediate golden core realm. The power within him surged like a tumultuous sea, while a blood wheel formed above his head, within which resided a crimson-black sword, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. 7 kills, return, break. The golden core he had condensed within himself became increasingly solid, instantly surpassing his limits and progressing from the intermediate golden core realm to the advanced golden core realm. At that moment, a shadow suddenly coalesced, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Young master, news from Panyu City indicates that Su Chen has been expelled from the family." Nodding in satisfaction, Su Hao regarded Su Chen as nothing more than an insignificant insect. With his status and strength, he could effortlessly crush Su Chen with a mere flick of his finger, leaving no room for doubt. However, he refrained from taking action in the forest of heavenly punishment, relishing the feeling of looking down upon Su Chen, letting him experience a fate worse than death. Send someone to humiliate him, but remember, do not kill him. Understood. The shadow vanished without a trace. Having just broken through to the advanced golden core realm, Su Hao wasted no time and slowly closed his eyes, beginning his pursuit of the pinnacle golden core realm. After 5 days of relentless travel, Su Chen finally entered the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. An immense valley lay before him, shrouded in a faint white mist, resembling a seed upon the peak of a cloud. At the valley's entrance hung a plaque bearing the 4 characters Eastern Wilderness Academy, a prestigious institution renowned throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The academy possesses formidable strength and profound heritage, primarily due to the numerous warriors it has cultivated who have become powerful figures in the Eastern Wilderness, some even departing for the mainland. No force dares to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. In the past, Su Chen was revered as the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness and had rendered favors to the Academy's dean. Thus, Su Yuan sought the Academy's assistance, allowing Su Chen to train there as a means of evading the Su clan. This student, please present your identity Jade tablet. Hello, teacher. My name is Su Chen, and I'm a new student reporting today. The middle-aged man seated at the entrance nodded and replied, the enrollment period has already passed. I was delayed due to matters on the way. The man retrieved a ledger and began his meticulous search, taking a full half-hour before finally putting it away and saying, Su Chen, here is your identity Jade tablet. You have been assigned to Class 22. Thank you. Receiving the Jade tablet, which bore the inscription Su Chen, he felt a sense of belonging. All students in the beginner classes are currently participating in the Dragon Selection Battle. If you wish to take part, you may head directly to the Eastern Wilderness Forest. Dragon Selection Battle? Before Su Chen could respond, the man proceeded to explain the Academy structure and the nature of the Dragon Selection Battle. The Eastern Wilderness Academy is divided into 5 tiers of classes: beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, and royal classes. Foundation Realm Warriors enter the beginner class for training. Void Core Realm Warriors proceed to the intermediate class, while True Core Realm Warriors advance to the advanced class. Golden Core Realm Warriors are allocated to the elite class. To enter the royal class, one must break through to the nascent soul realm and become a key focus of the Academy's cultivation efforts. Granted free access to any training area and the Academy's utmost support and resources. Within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there exist 2 rankings: the Dragon Selection List and the 100 Battles List. Each year, battles are held for these rankings, and students may challenge those listed at any time. The Dragon Selection Battle requires participation from both beginner and intermediate class students, with the former essentially serving to complement the latter. Given the vast disparity in strength between the Foundation and Void Core realms, it is nearly impossible for beginner class students to secure a position on the list. However, there are exceptions. Exceptionally gifted students at the top of the beginner class may defeat Void Core Realm Warriors to contend for a place on the Dragon Selection List. The Academy's intention is clear: to provide ample opportunities for beginner class students to hone their skills. With a total of 22 beginner classes, Su Chen found himself assigned to Class 22, which comprises approximately 4,000 to 5,000 students altogether. Behind a valley lies a dense forest, from which all top-tier beasts have been expelled, leaving only those that are not a match for the students. The forest is divided into 2 sections, where the Dragon Selection Battle and the 100 Battles are conducted simultaneously. Regardless of class, students have the autonomy to choose their participation, as the Academy does not compel involvement in the battles. The man inquired whether Su Chen wished to participate, allowing him to decide for himself. The battles will last for 10 days in total, with today marking the 3rd day. Moreover, the battles are not solely about ranking participants and earn points, which are crucial for students, as points are required for accessing training areas or exchanging for items. It can thus be said that regardless of how much gold one possesses, it holds no value within the Academy. Only points matter. Without points, progress is nearly impossible. Teacher, I wish to participate in the Dragon Selection Battle. How do I proceed? The Dragon Selection Battle has already commenced. I will have a flying beast of the Academy escort you. Thank you, teacher. The Golden-Winged Eagle, one of the Academy's flying beasts, swiftly transported Su Chen to the forest entrance within half an hour. There, dozens of teachers stood guard, prepared to intervene should any issues arise. Level 8 Foundation Realm. Very well, you may enter. After verifying his identity Jade tablet, Su Chen faced no hindrance and promptly entered the forest. Xiao Wang, Level 8 Foundation Realm. Why were you placed in Class 22? Teacher Wang shook his head, expressing his perplexity. I do not know. It baffles me. Logically, a Level 8 Foundation Realm student should qualify for the top 5 classes, yet this was a direct order from the dean. Upon hearing that the dean had personally intervened, all the teachers were astonished, as typically, the dean does not involve himself in class assignments. It seems he has entered through the back door again. Indeed, the dean detests students who gain entry through favoritism, even if they possess exceptional talent. They are relegated to lower-tier classes unless they rise through their own potential and merit. Let's focus on the battle. Chapter 19. It seems to be a case of backdoor access in the dense forest. Towering trees obscure the sky, and the dim clouds create a rather oppressive atmosphere. The Eastern Wilderness Forest is a forbidden zone of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. No outsiders are permitted to trespass, regardless of their status. According to the instructors, all top-tier beasts have been expelled from this forest, leaving only those that the students should be able to manage, although unforeseen incidents may occur. Each student possesses a unique identity, token imbued with special powers. By merging their soul with this power, they can summon assistance from their instructors to safely exit the forest. Perhaps due to a stroke of bad luck, shortly after entering the forest, I found myself targeted by a beast within less than half an hour. The foundation building stage beast posed no challenge to Su Chen. With a mere flick of his hand, he annihilated it effortlessly. It seemed he had attracted unwanted attention. During the dragon subjugation competition, each student's identity token carries a specific score, solely for the purpose of ranking on the dragon list. The more points one accumulates, the higher their standing. Here, there are no classmates to rely on, only the competition for points. Even students from lower-level classes are reluctant to yield, as even a brief moment on the dragon list can yield substantial rewards. Being targeted was hardly surprising. Su Chen clapped his hands and addressed the presence before him. "Since you've locked onto me, why hide in the shadows? Come forth." Impressively perceptive, a young man emerged from behind a tree. He stood at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, with a round face and small eyes. Smiling as he inquired, "You look unfamiliar. Which class are you from?" "Class 22. "Oh, so you're from the infamous Class 22. "Infamous?" Noticing the flicker of surprise on the young man's face, Yin Kai seemed to understand something, chuckling. "It appears you just entered the academy and haven't yet reported. How tragic. Do you know what Class 22 represents at Eastern Wilderness Academy?" Before Su Chen could respond, Yin Kai continued with a mocking smile. "There are 22 beginner classes, and yours is deemed the worst of them all. With 9 members per class, including you, that makes 10. Understanding dawned on Su Chen as he perceived the deep disdain in Yin Kai's eyes. It was evident that his class was far from prestigious. However, it mattered little to him. His purpose for attending the Eastern Wilderness Academy was to create leverage against the Su clan. "Hand over the points on your token, and I won't harm you," Yin Kai demanded. The rules of the dragon subjugation competition strictly forbade any fatal incidents. Anyone who violated these rules would face expulsion or worse. While injuries could occur during the competition for points, the academy would typically overlook such occurrences. Without further ado, Su Chen vanished from sight in an instant. "What?" The word barely escaped Yin Kai's lips when Su Chen reappeared right in front of him, causing Yin Kai to shudder in shock. Level 8 foundation building, he thought, realizing that he himself was only at level 6. He could scarcely comprehend how someone from Class 22 could possess such formidable power. According to Academy regulations, a level 8 foundation building student could easily qualify for one of the top 5 classes. Why then was he relegated to the last place? Before Yin Kai could process this, Su Chen delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. He didn't even need to activate his bloodline. The difference in their levels rendered the outcome inevitable. "Points," Su Chen stated, observing Yin Kai's pallid expression as the latter retrieved his identity token. The moment their tokens touched, points were instantaneously transferred to Su Chen's token. "Seems like a case of backdoor access," Yin Kai muttered to himself, realizing that Su Chen, with his level 8 foundation building prowess, had somehow landed in Class 22. Now, possessing 2 points, Su Chen was ready to take the initiative. His instructor had made it clear points held paramount importance within the academy. Whether seeking to enter specific training grounds or exchange for items, points are the currency of value. Gold had no standing here. To ascend the dragon list and earn points, the only viable method was to actively hunt for them. Each student's token contained unique points, and Su Chen remained unaware of the exact number required to secure a place on the dragon list. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, Chu Yang, and Bai Li formed a small team, diligently searching for their quarry. All 3 were at the level 2 void pill stage, hailing from Class 18. Just like the beginner classes, there were 22 intermediate classes, with higher-ranked classes receiving greater training resources. In the midst of the dragon subjugation competition, Some students formed temporary teams, significantly increasing their chances of scoring points. Senior Yi, Senior Chu, it's been 3 days since the competition began, and we haven't secured a single point. If this continues, climbing the dragon list may prove impossible. Bailey lamented. None of the students were willing to concede. All aspired to ascend the dragon list, not only for the prestige it conferred, but also for the tangible rewards, with points being the most immediate. Yi Fei sighed deeply, expressing his frustration. The competition is too fierce. If we can retain the points we possess, it would already be commendable. Other students are vying for the points of beginner class members. While we sit idly by, let it go. We were once beginner students, and we faced the same plight when intermediate class students seized our points. Surely, you remember that sense of helplessness, Bai Li responded. Just then, a young man appeared before them, catching the trio off guard. Greetings, I am Su Chen, from a beginner class. I am quite interested in the points within your identity tokens. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could gift them to me? What? The three were momentarily taken aback. If an intermediate class student attempted to seize their points, it would be understandable. Yet here was a mere beginner class member, likely at the foundation building stage, audaciously requesting their points. It was laughable. In prior competitions, it was exceedingly rare for beginner students to attempt to claim points from intermediate students, given the vast disparity in their levels. Yet, there were always exceptional talents capable of suppressing those in the void pill stage, even from the beginner ranks. Even the most patient of individuals have their limits. And they had consciously avoided targeting beginner students, opting not to bully the weak. Yet, they had not anticipated such arrogance from this newcomer. Chapter 20. This individual is worthy of deep friendship. Enraged, his icy gaze fixated on the young man before him. It was utterly infuriating to be confronted by a student from the junior class attempting to seize points. Chu Yang chuckled. You seem a bit too audacious. Do you truly believe you can take on 3 opponents alone? Quite the bravado. Yet, both he and Yi Fei understood that a student from the junior class would not dare to act recklessly without firm confidence. For attempting to rob points from a student of the intermediate class could lead to a disastrous outcome. Surrendering one's points was out of the question. Points were the very essence of the dragon contest, and if one could not protect their own, how could they hope to claim another's? Moreover, there was the matter of pride. If the 3 of them would be bested by a junior student, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the academy. Su Chen smiled. Gentlemen, I do not wish to resort to violence. I hope you will willingly hand over your points. Bai Li was thoroughly incensed, exclaiming, Do not be so arrogant. I shall see how you can defeat all 3 of us combined. This battle was one they could not afford to lose. All 3 unleashed their respective blood circles, radiating formidable energy, their expressions grim. They charged forward like a trio of leopards, intent on overpowering this individual and seizing his points, demonstrating the consequences of arrogance. Even before they reached him, the overwhelming pressure of their blood circles bore down, akin to a falcon descending upon a rabbit, shrouded in seething fury. They sensed the confidence emanating from him. Such self-assurance could only arise from absolute certainty. As the blood circles coalesced, a spectral sword embodying slaughter floated ominously within, its chilling hum accompanied by a dominating sword intent. Suddenly, Su Chen disappeared, leaving behind mere afterimages as the trio's fierce assault met with nothing but air. However, they quickly regained their wits, locking onto the direction of the flickering shadows and launching another ferocious onslaught. Such speed, a swift resolution, they thought, astonished that Su Chen possessed such remarkable swiftness. Leaving behind traces of his presence, like a specter, he materialized behind Bai Li. Beware, Bai. But it was too late. Su Chen's voice was frigid as he pointed his finger, unleashing a chilling sword intent that hovered perilously close to Bai Li's neck. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, adhering to the Academy's strict prohibition against fatalities during the dragon contest. He would not challenge the Academy's boundaries. Please spare her. We are willing to surrender our points, they implored, realizing they could not stand idly by while Bai Li was endangered. Should anything happen to her, no mere points could compensate for the loss. Bai Li, drenched in cold sweat, turned slowly, feeling the menacing sword intent mere inches from her. As a formidable practitioner of the 2nd level of the Void Pill realm, she found it utterly inconceivable that she and her companions could not even withstand a single strike. Su Jr., we deeply admire your strength. I believe that once the dragon contest concludes, you will certainly earn your place on the dragon rankings, Yifei remarked sincerely, not exaggerating. After their brief encounter, they recognized Su Chen's formidable prowess. To face 3 opponents and subdue Bai Li with a single attack was a reality they could not deny. Should they continue the fight, defeat was all but assured. As they each produced their identity tokens, Su Chen accepted them without hesitation, transferring the 3 points into his own token. He clasped his hands in gratitude and asked, "Seniors, could you inform me where I might find herbs that can heal the soul within the East Wilderness Forest?" Unable to purchase medicinal pills at present, Su Chen was distressed by the deteriorating condition of the purple fox, whose soul was on the verge of collapse. Having chosen to take it in, he felt compelled to stabilize its injuries. "Is your soul injured, Su Jr.?" Su Chen did not conceal the truth, stating, "I have adopted a beast whose soul has suffered grave harm and urgently requires healing herbs or medicinal pills. Even within the academy, obtaining pills necessitated points, and he feared the purple fox might not survive until then. In this vast domain of the East Wilderness Academy, he could not believe there were no herbs capable of healing the soul." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yang retrieved a low-grade pill from his spatial ring, saying, "Take this pill for now. I also possess a purple soul pill of considerable quality," another offered. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted both pills, and as he produced his identity token, the points were promptly returned to their respective tokens. "Su Jr., what do you mean by this? We offer you these pills without seeking to reclaim our points," they protested. Su Chen shook his head, replying, "I am willing to befriend all 3 of you." These individuals were indeed commendable. Having faced considerable setbacks in Panyu City, where even his cousin and uncle had belittled him, he found their willingness to offer pills remarkable, especially since it was evident they did not seek points in return. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. "In that case, we shall not be polite. Allow me to introduce us. We are all from the 18th intermediate class. I am Chu Yang. This is Yi Fei and Bai Li. Regarding the herbs, I know of a location, but it is guarded by fierce beasts and may harbor formidable seniors." "Where is it?" Su Chen inquired eagerly. Yi Fei, after a moment's hesitation, divulged the location, leaving Su Chen to decide whether to pursue it. "Thank you, seniors. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care." As he turned to depart, Yi Fei remarked with admiration, "His talent and potential are extraordinary. To defeat us 3 united is no small feat. I believe Su Jr. will soon shine brightly within the academy." "This individual is indeed worthy of deep friendship," Chu Yang concurred. "It appears we 3 shall have no place on the dragon rankings, but let this serve as a valuable experience as we strive for breakthroughs to ascend to higher classes." Agreed. Chapter 21. Life and Death Battle. Each accepting their fate on a pitch-black night adorned with countless stars, the entire eastern wilderness forest lay enveloped in a shroud of solitude. A solitary crescent moon hung in the void, imparting a sense of desolation. Beneath the somber canopy of the forest, the occasional roar of demonic beasts echoed, making the night far more perilous than the day. Before the flickering campfire, Su Chen gently stroked the fur of the purple fox, observing as it stabilized its breath after consuming 2 elixirs. Yet, its injuries remained precarious, threatening to flare up at any moment. It was imperative to journey to the location indicated by Yi Fei to procure suitable spiritual herbs for the purple fox to consume. The company of 9 weighed heavily on Su Chen's mind. Recalling the earlier conversation with Chu Yang and the others about their class being the most inferior, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Among the 22 beginner classes, his own, the 22nd, was labeled the worst, comprising merely 10 students. Gently cradling the purple fox in his embrace, Su Chen settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the circulation of the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique and the ancient divine demon art within him, focusing his mind and solidifying his essence. He began to gather divine and demonic energies, following the cultivation trajectory of the ancient divine demon art, as his hands formed intricate seals. A vast and formidable aura of divine and demonic energies rapidly coalesced before him, shaping into an imposing seal, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The chilling pressure of the divine and demonic forces enveloped Su Chen, who suddenly opened his eyes and struck out at the empty space before him. The air quaked as the potent waves radiated outward, imbued with a palpable sense of death that sent shivers down one's spine. The divine demon death seal? This was the first manifestation of the divine demon death seal he had comprehended from the ancient divine demon art. It seemed undeniably formidable, and one could only imagine the power of a second, third, or fourth seal if he would grasp them. Xing Yingshue's expression darkened as she glared at the hefty figure before her, exclaiming in anger, "I have already stated countless times that I do not harbor feelings for you. This is merely a matter of points. Take them if you wish." Tang Hao, a burly young man with a rugged scar across his resolute face and hair that stood on end like sharp spines, fixed his penetrating gaze on the beautiful woman before him. "Sister Yingxue, I have pursued you for an entire year. What is it about me that you find unworthy? Tell me, and I shall change." Perplexed, he could not fathom what made him inadequate. With a good family background, commendable character, and being heralded as the top talent of the beginner class at the peak foundation establishment realm, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Void Dan realm and possessed the Qilin Hammer bloodline. If not for Xing Yingxue, he would not have deigned to attend the Eastern Wilderness Academy, hoping to win her affection through proximity. Yet, after a year of relentless attempts, he remained unmoved by her indifference. "I've said it countless times, I do not like you. Why do you persist in this torment? Sister Yingxue, I can promise that if you agree to marry me, my Tang family will do everything in their power to help you regain your family's recognition. What say you?" Silence. "I am who I am. They are who they are. Their affairs have nothing to do with me." Mentioning her family seemed to strike a nerve, igniting her fury. Tang Hao sighed deeply, exasperated. "I will accompany you across the Eastern Wilderness, seeking a way to alter your bloodline. Tang Hao, I can tell you right now that I do not like you. Please do not pursue me any further." Having faced repeated rejection, Tang Hao's anger boiled over. He had sacrificed much for Xing Yingxue, yet she continued to spurn him. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. "Oof. Xing Yingxue, I, Tang Hao, possess patience, but if you continue to refuse my advances, I shall take matters into my own hands. Once I have had my way, let us see if you will still reject me." At this, Xing Yingshue's expression shifted dramatically. "You dare? Why would I not dare?" Tang Hao seemed transformed. Having previously masked his true self while courting her, he now revealed his true nature. Coming from the Tang clan, he had stooped to pursue her, but had only met with rejection. "My Tang clan and your Xing clan are evenly matched in power, and let it be known, within your clan, your existence is inconsequential. The proud Golden Sparrow bloodline has manifested as a mere partridge bloodline in you. Even if I were to use force, your clan would not offend mine for your sake. Are you not afraid of the academy?" "Not in the least," Tang Hao replied with a smile. "In the end, it is the victors who will write the narrative. When the time comes, I shall tell the academy that you sought to attach yourself to my Tang clan, enticing me on purpose. Do you think the academy will believe you or me? You are shameless. Indifference is key," he retorted. If he could not win her over, then he would force the issue. Tang Hao was unwilling to wait any longer. He had afforded her ample time and courtesy, but she had spurned his kindness. As Tang Hao advanced towards her, despair etched across Xing Yingshue's face, her fists clenched tightly. She prepared herself for self-termination, resolved not to allow Tang Hao to defile her. How fortunate that she had not acquiesced. "Xing Yingxue, do not presume that your lineage grants you any special treatment within the Eastern Wilderness Academy. You are but a cultivation failure. Otherwise, you would not remain in the worst beginner class. You hail from class 22? A voice of surprise erupted. "Who? Show yourself." Su Chen emerged slowly, having merely passed by. He had not intended to intervene, as the matter was of no concern to him. His only goal was to compete for points. He had planned to wait until they resolved their personal affairs before stepping in to claim points. To his astonishment, this so-called Xing Yingxue was from the same class as him, the Academy's most inferior beginner class. "Yes, I am from class 22. My name is Xing Yingxue." Approaching her, he disregarded Tang Hao entirely. "I recently entered the Eastern Wilderness Academy and am also a student of class 22. Do you require assistance, senior?" "Of course I do," she responded, glancing at Tang Hao, unsure of how to voice her needs. Tang Hao's formidable strength loomed over her. At the peak foundation establishment realm, with the Qilin Hammer bloodline, no one from class 22 stood a chance against him. To be ignored by someone from the same class, the most notorious of all, was an affront. It was common knowledge that students from the worst beginner class were deemed failures, discarded by the academy. Angry, Tang Hao coldly retorted, "Kid, I do not care who you are. Get out of my sight. Were this not the Eastern Wilderness Academy, I would take your life." Suppressing his boundless fury, Tang Hao, despite his lineage, dared not act recklessly, for they were within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the strongest faction in the region, where no one, regardless of race or sect, dared to provoke. The Dragons contest had strict regulations prohibiting death at any time. Should the Academy execute him, even the Tang clan would likely remain silent. Observing Xing Ingxue, Su Chen understood her apprehensions. She feared Tang Hao might harm her. Nodding, he stated, "You may bully others as you wish, no matter how shameless or disgusting you are. I shall not intervene. But as for the people from Class 22, I, Su Chen, shall protect them. Just you?" Tang Hao found it utterly laughable that a mere waste from the worst beginner class would dare to act so brazenly before him. He could not comprehend what had emboldened this individual. A failure, indeed. "Today, I shall see how you intend to be a hero. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall allow you to take her away. Be cautious, Junior Su." He hails from Class 1. At the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, wielding a Qilin hammer blood wheel. The distinction of being at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm holds little significance for Su Chen, as he is capable of vanquishing even those at the Void Dan realm, let alone the Foundation establishment. His surprise stems from Tang Hao's blood wheel, for he had previously heard tales of some elite families in the Eastern Wilderness while at the Su residence. For instance, the Su clan possesses the sword blood wheel. Among the numerous prestigious families, the Tang clan seems to possess the formidable Qilin hammer blood wheel, known for its overwhelming power. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the Tang clan at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. His eyes gleamed with interest. Su Chen was eager to witness the sheer might of the Eastern Wilderness's top blood wheels. The Qilin hammer blood wheel I must put to the test. As soon as he uttered these words, a blood wheel materialized above him, housing an ethereal sword shadow, accompanied by a fierce sword chant. The sharp and domineering sword energy roared forth from the blood wheel. "8th level of Foundation establishment," exclaimed Xing Ingxue, her voice filled with astonishment. Even Tang Hao was taken aback, for an 8th level Foundation establishment warrior could not possibly find themselves in the most basic of beginner classes. With a disdainful smile, Tang Hao remarked, "You think you can provoke me with your 8th level Foundation establishment? You are not worthy. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us." Another blood wheel coalesced above him, featuring a hammer adorned with a Qilin motif. Deep, resonant roars erupted from the blood wheel. The sword and hammer energies clashed violently in mid-air, neither party willing to yield an inch, as if intent on obliterating one another. "Are you brave enough to sign a life-and-death pact and engage in a battle to the death?" "Junior Su, you must not," Xing Ingxue interjected anxiously. She understood Tang Hao's intent. The potential dragon contention battle forbade any fatalities, though exceptions did exist. This exception was the life-and-death pact. Whether within the academy or during the dragon contention, conflicts between students could inevitably lead to irreconcilable enmities. If the academy could not intervene, they might resort to signing a life-and-death pact to engage in a so-called battle to the death. In such a battle, fate would dictate survival. Regardless of who lived or died, the Academy would remain indifferent, true life and death. Chapter 22. Your attack has concluded. Now it is my turn. Xing Ingxue was filled with anxiety and concern, fearing that Su Shuidi might agree to Tang Hao's life and death battle. Once they signed a death contract, even if Tang Hao were to kill Su Chen, it was unlikely the Academy would intervene, as this was the established rule. For this reason, it was believed that no one would willingly sign a death contract unless they were embroiled in a profound enmity. Su Chen nodded and smiled, expressing his willingness to engage. As soon as he spoke, both parties drew a drop of their blood, which fused in midair, manifesting as an extraordinary power, the life and death contract. The moment the contract was signed, a formidable and domineering aura erupted from both of them, their respective blood wheels roaring towards the heavens. With cold eyes harboring a chilling intent to kill, Tang Hao completely disregarded Su Chen, believing that even though Su Chen was at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage, the 2-level difference between them was insurmountable, especially since he wielded the Qilin hammer blood wheel. Both figures moved simultaneously, piercing through layers of space and colliding fiercely. Su Chen did not underestimate his opponent. He understood that his ability to defeat those in the Void Dan realm did not guarantee he could suppress every Foundation establishment practitioner. Some exceptionally gifted Foundation establishment warriors might possess strength equal to or even surpassing his own. Here in the Dongwang Academy, the fact that he possessed 3 blood wheels would undoubtedly remain a secret. The Qilin hammer appeared in his hands, transforming into a massive form and crashing down towards Su Chen with great force. The Qilin hammer blood wheel was inherently power-oriented, delivering the most direct of strikes. Su Chen, be careful. Integrating the 9 Tribulations sword technique with his sword blood wheel, he unleashed a black-red sword shadow towards Tang Hao. The hammer and sword collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground beneath them to fracture. Both fighters retreated simultaneously. Su Chen only took a single step back, while Tang Hao was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps. His astonished eyes reflected disbelief, as he had never anticipated that Su Chen could withstand the blow. Confident in his own abilities, he believed he could sweep through opponents of the same level and even defeat those of a higher tier. Empowered by the Qilin hammer blood wheel, capable of overpowering even the 4th level of the Void Dan realm. Yet now he had been forced back, marking his first true loss, though he refused to concede. Let me show you the might of my Tang clan's Qilin hammer technique. Like a wraith, he vanished from sight, once again swinging the Qilin hammer with ferocity, delivering blow after blow in an unrelenting barrage. I'm like a sword. Su Chen stood firm, his sword executing a technique that enveloped him in a dense shield of domineering sword energy. Bang! Bang! The relentless strikes of the hammer crashed against the sword shield, the speed of the assault escalating rapidly. With clenched fists and a face etched with worry, Xing Yingxue could not tear her gaze away from the unfolding scene. Su Chen must not come to harm. Otherwise, she would never find peace in her life, burdened by guilt forever. Yet she was powerless to intervene. As her strength was insufficient to contend with Tang Hao, all she could do was hope for Su Shuidi's victory. Boy, I am eager to see how many blows you can withstand. The hammer strikes rained down like a sandstorm, shrouding the sword shield, rendering Su Chen invisible amidst the chaotic flurry of the Qilin hammer. The violent collisions created a tempest of force that nearly swept Xing Yingxue off her feet. Coughing up blood, her pale face betrayed her agony. Her cultivation was far too low to withstand such terrifying shockwaves. As the battle escalated, Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared coldly at Su Chen, obscured by the shadows of his hammer strikes. The Qilin hammer technique reached its zenith, unleashing a total of 81 strikes. Each one delivered with gritted teeth, relentless and unyielding. As he approached the 81st strike, the sword shield began to emit a resonant hum. The longer the battle dragged on, the more anxious Tang Hao became, for time was not on his side. It was difficult for him to accept this reality. His talent was unmatched among his peers. And with the Donghuang's premier blood wheel, the Qilin hammer blood wheel, he should have been able to crush even those of the Void Dan realm without difficulty. Yet now, he was struggling to obliterate a mere waste from the Academy's lowest junior class. This was nothing short of a disgrace, enduring the waves of weakness coursing through him. Xing Yingxue held her breath, her face a mask of concern as she watched the life-and-death battle unfold. Clearly, Su Chen was at a disadvantage. If this continued, it could lead to significant trouble. What should she do? A trickle of blood seeped from Tang Hao's lips, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The forced application of the Qilin hammer's 81 strikes was taking a tremendous toll on him. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Otherwise, before he could extinguish his opponent, he might succumb to his own backlash. 81 strikes, hammering heaven and earth. Break for me. All the hammer shadows converged, forming an enormous hammer shadow that came crashing down upon the sword shield. Boom! The shield cracked, resembling a vast spider's web spreading outward. However, at the moment the shield shattered, Tang Hao also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body being hurled backward to collide violently with a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Su Chen also began to bleed from his mouth. The force of the Qilin hammer blood wheel was overwhelmingly potent, especially when combined with the Qilin hammer technique, resulting in a layered amplification of power. Even he bore the wounds of this clash. Your Qilin hammer blood wheel is impressive, but your assault has concluded. Now it is my turn. Tang Hao's face darkened, reflecting his inability to accept the reality of the situation. Su Chen's defense had shaken him to his core. The consecutive application of 81 strikes had failed to eliminate his opponent. Could he withstand Su Chen's sword blood wheel? Had this been before, he would have been utterly confident in his ability to endure it. But now, the circumstances had changed drastically, and he felt no assurance. Having signed a life-and-death contract, even if he were to perish here, the Dongwang Academy would not hold Su Chen accountable. As for the Tang clan avenging him in the future, what would that matter if he were already dead? Death was irreversible. With fear gripping him, Tang Hao dared not linger any longer. He turned to flee, believing that if he could escape the academy alive, the signed contract would provide him protection from Su Chen. However, Su Chen was faster, appearing before Tang Hao in an instant. "You have yet to receive my sword. I hail from the Tang clan. And what of that?" As Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim, he clutched an identity jade tablet tightly, ready to summon special powers. If he activated it, the Academy's instructors would arrive in an instant. Chapter 23, Life and Death Duel. Why must I cease in this moment? Tang Hao was engulfed by a profound fear. He could not perish here. Had it not been for the life and death pact, he believed this individual would never dare to strike him down. For the Academy's rules were steadfast. Unless one sought death willingly, who would dare to contravene them? However, the circumstances had now transformed entirely. Feeling the icy aura of murderous intent emanating from Su Chen, Tang Hao's countenance shifted dramatically as his soul surged into the identity jade pendant, coming into contact with the unique power within the jade tablet. Su Chen, even with the life and death pact signed, this remains a contest for the potential dragon. If you slay me, the Academy will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Enough with the futile words. Su Chen displayed no hesitation. He and Tang Hao had already entered into a life-and-death agreement. Even if the Academy were to learn of this, what could be done? In the face of a life-and-death duel, not even the Academy would intervene. With a single step forward, Su Chen wielded his finger like a sword, executing the 9 Tribulations sword technique. The domineering blood wheel merged into the sword technique, and a relentless barrage of cold, piercing sword chi surged forth. "You dare!" The threat meant nothing to Su Chen. As he watched the sword chi approach, Tang Hao, with no recourse, could only brandish the Qilin hammer, determined to fight to the last breath. If he could merely endure until his teacher arrived, he would consider himself safe. "Cease!" A voice rang out urgently from a distance. Accompanied by an overwhelming and formidable presence, the instructor from Dongwang Academy had arrived. A surge of relief washed over Tang Hao's heart, and he coldly laughed. "Su Chen, if you wish to kill me, you shall have to wait until your next life." Bang! Before Tang Hao could finish his utterance, a dense barrage of domineering sword chi relentlessly struck the Qilin hammer's blood wheel. This time, Su Chen showed no mercy. The ferocity of the sword chi rendered Tang Hao utterly defenseless. Even the Qilin hammer's blood wheel shattered instantaneously. With a cry akin to that of a slaughtered beast, Tang Hao's body was violently propelled into the air before crashing to the ground, his chest stained crimson with blood. The Qilin hammer's blood wheel that had coalesced above him shattered like glass. In an instant, a figure materialized, a man standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a square jaw and small eyes, swiftly administering a medicinal pill into Tang Hao's mouth. Teacher Tung Long, an instructor from the junior class of Dongwang Academy. A formidable Yuan-Ing realm practitioner, was known for his strict and upright demeanor. Responding to Tang Hao's call for help, he had rushed over, albeit a moment too late. His expression darkened as Tung Long could scarcely fathom that Tang Hao's blood wheel would be shattered. This posed a significant problem, given Tang Hao's unique status. "I just said to stop. Did you not hear me?" "I heard you. Then why did you strike?" Though death had not occurred, Academy regulations dictated that students generally did not engage in such ruthless combat. Since the commencement of the potential dragon contest, this was the first instance of such an event. "Why should I cease in a life-and-death duel?" Tung Long gazed at Xing Yingxue, and upon seeing her nod, he finally grasped why this individual dared to act so audaciously, brazenly disregarding his command. Having signed a life-and-death pact, Tang Hao was fortunate to retain his life. After all, once such a pact was established, even the Academy's president would not intervene. "What is your name? Which class do you belong to?" "Su Chen, from class 22. Tung Long was taken aback. The lowest tier of the junior class had produced such a prodigy. capable of defeating even the top talent, Tang Hao. Without further ado, he hefted the unconscious Tang Hao and vanished from their sight with the swiftness of a leopard. Staring blankly at the youth before her, Shang Yingxue was still in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Su Chen's strength was so overwhelming that he could severely injure Tang Hao. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine." Supporting Shang Yingxue as she sat on the ground, Su Chen remarked, "You should have left with Teacher Tung just now." Su Chen understood that students like Shang Yingxue participated in the potential dragon contest merely to gain experience. The notion of contending for a position on the potential dragon list was nothing short of a delusion. Not only Shang Yingxue, but even Tang Hao was merely a sparring partner. The potential dragon list was a contest strictly for the intermediate class, with little relevance to the junior class. With a resigned expression, Shang Yingxue said, "Su Chen, I fear I have brought you trouble." The Tang clan wields immense influence in Dongwang, and even with Dongwang Academy's deterrent. Once you leave the academy, it may become. She hesitated, but the implication was unmistakable. Anyone could discern her meaning. Yet Su Chen was unfazed. One Su clan, or an additional Tang clan, they are of no consequence. "You hail from the Xing clan?" Having overheard their conversation, Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the Xing clan, for like the Tang clan and the Su clan, it was among the top-tier powers of Dongwang. The Xing clan was renowned for its golden sparrow blood wheel. Nodding, Shang Yingxue's face fell with sorrow. "Indeed, I come from the Xing clan, but I'm one who has been cast aside by them. You must have heard that the pride of my clan is the golden sparrow blood wheel. Yet I awakened the partridge blood wheel, a source of shame for the Xing clan." "Golden sparrow blood wheel? Partridge blood wheel?" Su Chen empathized with Shang Yingxue's plight. In this world where martial prowess dictated worth, strength represented everything. Even familial bonds could be shattered. He himself was a testament to that. Under the Su clan's pressure, his cousins and uncles sought to eliminate him, and even his beloved grandfather ultimately cast him out of the family. For a martial artist, the blood wheel was fundamental, and for top-tier clans, it represented honor. The illustrious Xing clan, one of Donghuang's elite powers, could hardly accept the emergence of a partridge blood wheel. Su Chen could surmise that Shang Yingxue's status within the Xing clan was undoubtedly complex. "Su Chen, may I ask a favor of you?" "Speak." "I wish to accompany you for a few days of training." With her cultivation at the second level of foundation establishment, such a level was indeed too low for Dongwang Academy. Otherwise, she would not find herself at the bottom, relegated to the lowest junior class. For Su Chen, this was of little consequence. His current objective was to seek spiritual herbs while competing for points to ascend the potential dragon list. While the Hunter Battles list was beyond his reach, he must secure a place on the potential dragon list, something that others in the junior class could not achieve. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shang Yingxue expressed her gratitude profusely. "Let us rest for 2 hours, and once your injuries are healed, we shall depart." All right. Shang Yingxue's injuries were not severe. She had merely been caught in the crossfire of their life-and-death duel. She believed 2 hours would suffice for recovery. As she observed the youth seated nearby, meditating and commencing his cultivation, a blush crept onto Shang Yingxue's cheeks. Chapter 24. If a dog bites you, would you bite back? 2 hours later, Shang Yingxue's injuries had nearly healed, and without further delay, the two decided to depart. Su Chen's decision to assist Shang Yingxue stemmed not only from their shared class, but also from a sense of empathy. Both were abandoned by their families, united in their plight. A terrifying roar reverberated through the void as hundreds of armored rhinoceroses surrounded them, their cold eyes fixated on their prey. Summoning the blood wheel, Su Chen grasped the illusory sword shadow, shielding Shang Yingxue behind him as he unleashed the 9 calamities sword technique. The fierce and domineering sword energy surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Confronted by the onslaught of hundreds of armored rhinoceroses, Su Chen felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated, reveling in the slaughter and the power he absorbed. With sufficient strength absorbed, combined with the Chaos Devouring technique and the enhancement of his chaos body, he believed he would soon surpass his limits and successfully advance to the 9th level of foundation establishment. After several tens of minutes, Su Chen and Shang Yingxue sat cross-legged, instructing each other to focus and consolidate their essence, cautioning her not to resist the influx of his power, but merely to absorb it. His intention was simple: using his body as a conduit to absorb the strength of the armored rhinoceroses, refining it through the Chaos Devouring technique before transferring it to her. Confident there would be no backlash, gratitude welled within her, having been forsaken by her family and relegated to the lowest class in the academy. The fact that Su Chen chose to assist her stirred a deep admiration. She gazed at him with a hint of awe as his image grew ever larger in her heart. Focus on your cultivation. Do not entertain distracting thoughts, she admonished herself, feeling the warmth of Su Chen's hand tightly clasping hers. Above them, the blood will began to coalesce, revealing the faint silhouette of a bird. Xing Yingshua's awakened partridge blood wheel. With Su Chen's unwavering support, her cultivation broke through to the third level of foundation establishment. Su, what's wrong? Su Chen, still holding Xing Yingshua's hand, observed the peculiarities of her blood wheel with surprise. Your blood wheel seems unusual. If you trust me, I can assist you. Please, Su. She had complete faith in him. At this moment, she found it impossible to trust anyone from her family, but felt a profound trust in Su Chen. As the chaos body manifested, the sword-shaped blood wheel above them enveloped the dark, devouring blood wheel, and Su Chen began to channel the Chaos Devouring technique. Waves of devouring energy surged into Xing Yingshua's body, enveloping the blood wheel. Sweat poured down her face as she gritted her teeth in pain. The devouring force relentlessly consumed her partridge blood wheel, and had she not chosen to trust Su Chen, she might have feared he intended her harm. Xing, hold on. Yes. The agony intensified, her body feeling as though it were being gnawed upon by thousands of ants, eroding her flesh and bones, pushing her to the brink of despair. Half an hour later, just as Xing Yingxue was on the verge of collapse, the blood wheel above her shattered, and a brand new silhouette emerged from the broken partridge. A pure white lark adorned with countless black patterns, its icy eyes gleaming with fierce brilliance, let out a long, piercing cry. The mutated blood wheel, the celestial lark. Su Chen understood the significance of this transformation. The sword-shaped blood wheel he had reassembled was indeed a mutated blood wheel, special and immensely powerful. While assisting Xing Yingxue in her cultivation, he had sensed something was amiss with her partridge blood wheel, as if it was sealing something. It now appeared that the mutated blood wheel had not truly awakened until he ignited its potential. Originally, he had intended to absorb the strength of the hundreds of armored rhinoceroses to push towards the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, witnessing Xing Yingxue awaken her mutated blood wheel, he realized she required an influx of strength to maximize her benefits. Su Chen, not one to be stingy, immediately chose to forego his own absorption, dedicating himself to assisting Xing Yingxue in harnessing this newfound power. Streams of refined energy flowed continuously into her body. An hour later, the pain vanished, and her previous injuries healed completely. The celestial lark blood wheel above her radiated immense strength. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt the surge of power within her, having ascended 3 ranks. Her excitement was palpable. With Su Chen's assistance, she had risen 4 levels, advancing from the 2nd to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Thank you, Su. No need for gratitude. Su Chen shared in her joy, knowing that her previous status as a pariah due to her inferior blood wheel would drastically change with the awakening of the top-tier celestial lark blood wheel. Yet, it was crucial to note that the rank of the celestial lark surpassed even that of the golden lark. Still holding her hand, Xing Yingxue felt her cheeks flush, resembling a ripe red apple. Xing Yingxue, how shameless of you to engage in such intimacy here. How could you disregard Senior Tang, Hao's affections for you? Unbeknownst to the students of the East Wilderness Forest, the incident concerning Tang, Hao's blood wheel was unknown. A pair approached, observing the hand-holding youth and Xing Yingxue, indignantly defending their friend, as the entire junior class was aware that Tang Hao had persistently pursued her, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. Mo Lin, do not speak nonsense here. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, both from the same class, were essentially Tang Hao's followers, knowing well that they could not remain in the East Wilderness Academy indefinitely. Once they left, they would need Tang Hao's backing. Speak nonsense? Look at you two. Had we arrived a moment later, would you not have begun your tryst right here? How could Tang Hao possibly fancy someone like you? Mu Shuang added with disdain, it's truly disgusting, Xing Yingxue. Today, we shall teach you a lesson on the price of betraying Senior Tang Hao. With a calm demeanor betraying no hint of anger, Su Chen stood up, still holding Xing Yingshue's hand, and smiled. Do not take offense. Consider them as mere dogs. If a dog bites you, would you retaliate against the dog? A laugh escaped Xing Yingxue, utterly taken aback by Su Chen's words, unable to suppress her amusement. Chapter 25. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, how audacious! Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were seething with rage. Both hail from the elite class and were at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Foundation establishment. They believed that apart from their classmates, no one from the other junior classes could rival them. To dare insult them so brazenly was nothing short of provocation. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Tang Hao. What a sycophant! Seeking death. With a single step, Mo Lin lunged at Su Chen, unleashing a powerful palm strike imbued with a chilling intent to kill. He aimed to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. Yet, Su Chen did not activate the blood wheel. Instead, he began forming seals with his hands to cast the divine demon death seal. Having successfully conjured the first death seal, he was eager to unleash it again and discern the terrifying might contained within this technique derived from the ancient divine demon scriptures. A surge of death energy coalesced in his hands, and as Mo Lin approached within a meter, he unleashed the seal. Both were at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, and at the moment of collision, Mo Lin suddenly sensed the overwhelming seal, which effortlessly shattered his assault, akin to a tsunami sweeping into a creek. He had no chance to activate his blood wheel before being struck by the seal. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body was violently propelled backward, crashing into a massive tree, which splintered upon impact. Mo Lin's form was stained crimson, and had it not been for the Academy's strict prohibition against killing, he would surely have met his demise. You dare! Slap! Mu Shuang was utterly bewildered. In an instant, she saw only flickering shadows, and before she could react, Su Chen unleashed a relentless barrage of slaps upon her, showing no mercy, delivering over 100 strikes in mere moments. The once delicate visage of Mu Shuang transformed into that of a pig's head, her eyes swirling with stars, only to be sent flying by a swift kick, landing beside Mo Lin. There was no surprise in Xing Yingshue's eyes. She recognized that Su Chen had defeated even Tang Hao, let alone the other students. Approaching the two, Su Chen wore a cold smile. What do you intend to do? This is the Eastern Wilderness Forest, and the Academy has clear regulations against death. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity is nothing but nonsense. Fearful that he might go mad and kill them both, they reluctantly presented their identity tokens, transferring their points to Su Chen. Despicable. With these two words, Su Chen departed swiftly alongside Xing Yingxue, following the location indicated by Yi Fei. After several hours of frantic travel, they finally arrived before a towering peak. Surrounding it were majestic trees that enveloped the giant peak, creating a cradle-like formation. This is the place. Senior Xing, why not wait for me here? Su Chen understood that within the towering peak surely resided powerful beasts. Acquiring the spiritual herbs would not be a simple task. Although Xing Yingxue had awakened her mutated blood wheel, she was still merely at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Should she encounter a formidable beast, she would be unable to assist him. Be careful, Senior. Don't worry. Without further ado, Su Chen quickly approached the towering peak. The injuries of the purple fox had stabilized somewhat, but to ensure its complete recovery, he needed to find suitable spiritual herbs as soon as possible. Inside the peak, a tempest raged, dust swirling around. Could spiritual herbs truly grow in such a chaotic environment? Su Chen conjured a sword shield around him and pressed onward. Soon, he encountered a lush forest brimming with immense spiritual energy. Boom! Boom! Following the sounds of chaos, he discovered two ewes working in tandem to besiege a blood-red tiger. A beast of the virtual core realm, the blood demon tiger. Su Chen could sense that both students were at the 9th level of the virtual core realm, and despite their combined efforts, subduing the blood demon tiger would not be easy. It seemed that the tiger was at least at the 9th level of the virtual core realm, perhaps even at its peak. Though the two appeared to have the upper hand, the outcome remained uncertain. Not far from the fierce struggle, a patch of blood-red spiritual mushrooms caught his eye, their vines twisting like a divine dragon, exuding an eerie aura. The blood-draining mushroom. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with greed as he fixated on the abundant crop of blood-draining mushrooms, over 100 in total. He recalled having read about them in the Su family's library, which detailed various spiritual beasts and herbs, and they were also available for purchase in the marketplace. These mushrooms were said to possess miraculous effects on the soul and could be used in elixirs to create the blood-draining pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded everything else. His purpose for this perilous venture was to seek out spiritual herbs. It would be foolish to let such an opportunity slip away. "Kid, how dare you? Don't touch the blood-draining mushrooms." Xiao Ming and Su Chen were desperately entangled with the blood demon tiger. The tiger, being at the peak of the virtual core realm, had sustained injuries, and they had only dared to strike together because of this advantage. If they ceased their assault, they would undoubtedly fall victim to the tiger as counterattack, resulting in a disastrous outcome. They had not anticipated that someone would take advantage of their struggle, igniting their fury. Ignoring them completely, Su Chen swiftly approached the patch of blood-draining mushrooms, greedily eyeing the bountiful harvest. In mere moments, he began to collect them without reservation, swiftly filling his spatial ring with the mushrooms. Within 2 short minutes, every last one had been harvested, leaving not a single mushroom behind. "Kid, you're courting death," Xiao Ming roared in outrage. They were from the intermediate class, both at the 9th level of the virtual core realm. Having finally subdued the blood demon tiger, they had anticipated returning to the academy with a bounty of mushrooms to exchange for points and acquire their desired items. And now, the mantis caught the cicada, while the yellow bird lay in wait. Most infuriatingly, this yellow bird was merely at the foundation establishment realm, clearly a student from a junior class. How audacious for a junior class student to dare seize what belonged to those in the intermediate class. It was a first to hear of such a thing. If word of this reached the academy, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Furious, Xiao Ming and Su Chen intensified their assault, but even injured, the blood demon tiger managed to withstand their combined attacks. What a remarkable place! Su Chen noted the ground beneath the blood-draining mushrooms, saturated with immense spiritual energy. Indeed, a splendid location for cultivation. Chapter 26. I need 2 to lend a hand without a moment's hesitation. Su Chen promptly seated himself in a meditative posture. He initiated the operation of the chaotic devouring technique within his body, allowing the vast energies from the ground to be absorbed seamlessly. An incessant flow of power surged into every fiber of his being, akin to basking in the warmth of the sun, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort. However, the rapid absorption led to some discomfort, as the excessive strain on his body from the swift assimilation posed considerable challenges. Yet, Su Chen paid little heed to these concerns. He understood that he must consume the remaining energies before they dissipated in order to successfully ascend to the 9th level of foundation establishment. The formidable power flooded into him, akin to a torrent wreaking havoc within his body, converging within his blood wheel. He retrieved a blood-refining spirit mushroom, unable to wait for the concoction of blood-refining pills. He urgently needed to consume the mushroom to elevate his soul's level. The mushroom melted upon entering his mouth, swiftly coursing down his throat and into his system. Fortunately, with the chaotic devouring technique at his disposal, he was able to absorb such immense power without fear. Others would have been too daunted to attempt such a reckless consumption, for failure could yield catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the slumbering purple fox gradually absorbing the energies surrounding it. He carefully extracted 3 blood-refining spirit mushrooms from his spatial ring and fed them to the purple fox. Utilizing the chaotic devouring technique, he continuously channeled the refined energies into the purple fox, believing that this dual approach would stabilize its injuries effectively. Undeniably, the chaotic devouring technique was formidable. Under its high-speed operation, only 1/3 of the ground's energy had dissipated, while the remaining 2/3 were entirely consumed. With the power absorbed, Su Chen not only broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, but also reached the pinnacle of that realm, now only a step away from the void pill realm. At that moment, Su Chen and Xiao Ming successfully slew the blood demon tiger amidst peril. Yet both bore severe injuries, panting heavily as they gazed at the now vanished blood-refining spirit mushrooms. It was truly ruthless. Not a single mushroom had been left for them, while Su Chen remained seated, absorbing the residual energies. Before either could speak, Su Chen's figure appeared before the blood demon tiger, his eyes glinting with greed. The soul of a pinnacle void pill realm beast was indeed a precious tonic. The speed of his previous absorption had been too rapid, leaving his realm unstable. He desperately needed to consume the soul of the beast to stabilize his level completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the chaotic devouring technique, placing his palm upon the beast's head. Under the influence of the technique, the energies within the blood demon tiger began to flow into Su Chen's palm, surging into his body. What is he doing? The two thought, incredulous. We risked our lives to slay the blood demon tiger, and yet here he is, taking advantage of the situation. It seems rather unreasonable. Hand over all the blood-refining spirit mushrooms. You may keep one. Disregarding them entirely, Su Chen remained unfazed by their threats. As the disparity between the junior and intermediate classes was glaringly evident, even the weakest among the intermediate class could easily defeat the strongest of a junior class. They could not eliminate him outright, as they had to adhere to the Academy's rules. Breaking them would bring misfortune upon themselves. Having successfully absorbed the soul's power from the blood demon tiger, Su Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief and shook his head. The blood-refining spirit mushrooms are mine. Why should I give them to you? Moreover, I require your assistance. Before they could respond, he continued, given your strength, I trust you possess a considerable amount of points. Hand them over. What? Hand over our points? The two found his request laughable. They had not anticipated that he would demand their points. How could they possibly assist him in that regard? They were both ranked on the potential dragon list, one at the 14th position and the other at 13th. With full confidence, they believed they could ascend even higher in the upcoming rankings. Surrendering their points would mean losing their standings. And even if they could later challenge others on the list, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. The most absurd part was that this individual was merely a foundation establishment student from the junior class, attempting to seize their points. It was utterly ludicrous. Xiaoming, with a face full of disdain, mocked, in my 2 years at Dongwang Academy, you are the most arrogant student I have ever encountered. Even the seniors on the 100 battles list are not as audacious as you. Do you think that because we're injured from defeating the blood demon tiger, you can flaunt your power before us? I can assure you that even in our current state, defeating you would be child's play. Enough of this nonsense. Let us resolve this matter swiftly. We must contend for our rankings on the potential dragon list. Before they could act, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. Even before he arrived, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped them. The two, severely injured, realized that, even combined, they were no match for Su Chen. Even at their peak, they would have found it difficult to defeat him, let alone in their current state. Seeking death. The two were enraged as they witnessed the youth take the initiative to attack. They suppressed their pain and released their blood wheels, preparing for a quick resolution. After all, their injuries were significant, and they wished to avoid any further complications. Su Chen unleashed the 9 calamities sword technique, merging it with the sword blood wheel, creating a fierce and domineering sword aura that began to relentlessly assault them. How is this possible? In mere moments, the two understood the terrifying might of his offensive. This was not the strength one would expect from a Foundation establishment warrior. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed it to be true. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen granted them no respite, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword energy, each strike imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Retreat. As seasoned fighters, they quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. The sheer dominance displayed by Su Chen left them shaken. Whether they wished to accept it or not, the reality was undeniable. If they continued to fight, they risked being annihilated here. The Academy had strict rules against student fatalities, yet if one were to kill secretly without the Academy's knowledge, who would hold them accountable? Had they been at their peak, they would have scoffed at the thought of fearing him. However, their current state left them feeling apprehensive. Chapter 27. The life and death battle with the beast filled with myriad emotions of helplessness. They could only choose to retreat. After all, their combined effort to suppress the blood demon tiger had left them severely injured. Even united, they were no match for this individual. Remaining in the fray served no purpose. The air crackled with sword energy, accompanied by the piercing cries of the sword. A dense barrage of fierce and domineering sword chi enveloped all avenues of escape for the two. You are being overly tyrannical. You merely take advantage of our misfortune. Su Chen, weary of engaging in a war of words, thought to himself that were it not for the Academy's regulations prohibiting fatalities, the two of them would likely be lifeless corpses by now, rather than standing there spouting nonsense. The sword chi sliced through the air, ruthlessly targeting the two. It mercilessly tore into them, leaving gaping wounds all over their bodies. If this continued, even if they managed to survive, their injuries would only worsen. And encountering beasts in the eastern wilderness would likely lead to their demise. Stop! Gazing at the sword chi that enveloped them, Xiao Ming and Su Chen sighed deeply. They withdrew their identity, jade, tokens, and transferred all their points to Su Chen and his companion. Victory belongs to the victor, while the defeated are left to be scorned. Regardless of whether their adversaries hailed from the foundational class, defeating them was an undeniable fact. Both were acutely aware that under the current circumstances, even at their peak, they might not stand a chance against this individual. It was truly hard to believe that such a formidable character had emerged from the foundational class. Even Tang Hao, revered as the strongest in the foundational class, could only barely contend with those of the 5th-level virtual Dan realm, and would treat them with the utmost respect. Feeling the surge of 610 points suddenly added to his identity jade token, combined with the original 7 points within, Su Chen now possessed a total of 617 points. Given the accumulation of all students in both the foundational and intermediate classes, there were likely over 10,000 students in total. Excluding those who did not participate in the dragon contest, there should still be fewer than 7,000 remaining. Based on Su Chen's estimations, to ascend the dragon ranking and secure a high position, one would need at least several hundred points. If all went as anticipated, he should be able to comfortably secure a place on the dragon ranking. However, what rank he would achieve remained uncertain. Not dwelling on this matter, he was determined to ascend the dragon ranking, for that would allow him to earn points and exchange them for desired items at the Academy. Deep within the valley, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Su Chen inhaled deeply, resolute not to miss this opportunity, and promptly made his way deeper into the valley. Senior Xiao, should we stop him from entering? Stop? What does it matter to us if he meets his demise? Let us go. Having been defeated by a student from the foundational class, Xiao Ming found it impossible to accept this humiliation and was in no mood to offer any warnings. The depths of the valley were lush and verdant, with an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy that was several times denser than that outside. Su Chen could surmise that there must be something amiss here. Otherwise, such an extraordinary location would surely attract numerous students. Thus, he remained on high alert, vigilant of his surroundings. Channeling the ancient god and demon technique within him, he was prepared at any moment to unleash the death seal of the god and demon. The purple fox, having devoured the blood spirit ginseng and absorbed its power, had stabilized its aura and was now recovering on its own. At this rate, it would likely heal completely within a few months. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen noted the eerie silence of the valley. There was not a single sound, as if even the wind had ceased to exist. The stillness was unnervingly unnatural. Heightening his vigilance, he advanced cautiously. Is that purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit? Spotting 2 exquisite spiritual herbs and fruits nearby, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He could hardly believe his fortune in encountering such top-tier spiritual herbs here. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace and arrived before the spiritual herbs. Just as he was about to pluck them, a terrifying force struck him suddenly, like a hammer crashing against his body, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth and staining the void. He arced gracefully before crashing down onto the ground. With a swift roll, Su Chen sprang back to his feet, his expression grave as he felt the pain coursing through him and fixed his gaze on the beast that had appeared before him. A real Dan realm beast, the 2-headed golden wolf. The martial arts realms are divided into innate realm, foundation establishment realm, golden Dan realm, Yuan Ying realm, soul palace realm, and concentration realm. With the golden Dan realm further subdivided into virtual Dan realm, real Dan realm, and golden Dan realm. Su Chen was acutely aware of his own strength and felt confident that he could dispatch any virtual Dan realm martial artist or beast without much difficulty. Even facing a peak virtual Dan realm opponent would be manageable. However, confronting a real Dan realm beast, the absolute disparity in realms posed a formidable challenge. In a life-and-death struggle, he had less than a 50% chance of survival, especially against a 7th-level real Dan realm beast like the 2-headed golden wolf. The wolf, situated not far from Su Chen, was entirely golden in hue, possessing two golden heads, each with cold, piercing eyes that radiated a chilling, murderous intent as they fixated on the human martial artist before them. Once a beast reaches the real Dan realm, the beast core within it can consolidate its full power, making it viable for sale or for concocting elixirs. In contrast, a virtual Dan realm beast can only store 1/3 of its power within its beast core, and the core dissipates rapidly when hunted for power. A low, rumbling growl emanated from the wolf, laden with an insatiable, murderous intent, as if to convey to Su Chen that daring to trespass upon its territory would invoke its wrath. At that moment, Su Chen did not flee, for he was already locked onto by the two-headed golden wolf. Even if he chose to abandon his pursuit of the purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit, he was certain the wolf would not let him escape. He had no choice but to fight. He had no desire to perish here. Before Su Chen could make a move, the enraged, two-headed golden wolf charged at him, its cold, murderous intent already secured. Its ferocious roars echoed throughout the valley, waves of sound erupting from its dual mouths, crashing violently towards Su Chen. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Su Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying power possessed by the 7th-level real Dan realm beast, the two-headed golden wolf. The gap between them was vast, and there could be no room for error. Otherwise, his demise would be inevitable. Su Chen was unwilling to meet his end here. Even if he could not defeat the two-headed golden wolf, he must survive and escape. If he could manage to carry away the two spiritual herbs, it would be the pinnacle of fortune. In an instant, he formed seals with both hands to unleash the death seal of the god and demon. Waves of dark energy coalesced as the ancient god and demon technique coursed through him, culminating in an overwhelmingly powerful death seal that he launched forth. Boom! The clash of one man and one wolf reverberated in midair, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground to fracture and splinter beneath them like a massive spider's web. The ground trembled, and Su Chen's expression changed drastically. He had underestimated the strength of the two-headed golden wolf. Without hesitation, he activated the blood wheel. The dragon-elephant blood wheel and sword blood wheel coalesced simultaneously, exuding a chilling sword cry as the formidable sword chi began to form a protective barrier around Su Chen. With a resounding dragon roar and elephant trumpet, the illusions of 9 dragons and 9 elephants surged forth as he simultaneously unleashed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen surmised that this 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique was a legacy from his mother, especially since the twin blood wheels had been sealed, indicating that his blood wheel had inherited the powers of both parents. The two-headed golden wolf exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, it appeared increasingly exhilarated, as its 2 massive golden heads began to expel golden mist. However, before the golden mist could close in, Su Chen's 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique had already absorbed the golden mist, leaving no trace behind. It seems a bit careless. The furious two-headed wolverine emitted a series of roars, its speed suddenly surging like a flash of yellow lightning, constantly seeking an opportunity. As a formidable 7th-level demon beast, it found it utterly humiliating and unacceptable that it could not instantly annihilate a foundation-level human warrior. Roaring, the angry howls echoed relentlessly, yet they failed to sway Su Chen, who remained steadfast amidst the chaos, his sword aura layered with the might of the dragon and elephant, continuously honing in on the two-headed wolverine's position. Due to the incredible swiftness of the two-headed wolverine, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Such an astute beast, clearly possessing a significantly higher realm, chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, but instead opted for a psychological battle. At that moment, the two-headed wolverine appeared to discover a breakthrough. Leaping high into the air to launch a fierce attack against Su Chen, both heads simultaneously unleashing yellow orbs of light. Its sharp claws struck fiercely against the sword barrier, producing a piercing sound of collision that was excruciating to the ears. Buzz! Su Chen recited a Buddhist scripture, an immense Buddhist energy, infused with the might of the dragon and elephant, surged forth, conjuring a vast, illusory Buddha behind him. A form from the condensed dragon and elephant Buddhist energy shot violently towards the two-headed wolverine. The 8 Buddhas, having entered the chaotic body to suppress the god-slaying bone bow, imparted all their divine abilities to Su Chen, intending that in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could utilize these powers to subdue the god-slaying bone bow. Regardless of the circumstances, the chaotic body belonged to Su Chen, and only he could manage its suppression. The 8 Buddhas served merely as assistants, incapable of achieving true subjugation. Su Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying backlash the god-slaying bone Bao could inflict. Back in Tiangu City, after firing 3 arrows, had it not been for Luo Tianfei's support, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the Bao's devastating recoil, either perishing or becoming a mindless killing machine. The mere thought of it now sent chills down his spine. For this reason, Su Chen would never casually wield the god-slaying bone Bao unless absolutely necessary, reserving it for life-and-death situations. He had no desire to be ensnared by the Bao, whether facing demise or being consumed by its backlash, transforming into a relentless instrument of slaughter, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Chapter 28. The Burial Calamity's Confinement. The soul's self-detonation, empowered by the formidable might of the Buddhist techniques, combined with the overwhelming force of sword energy, Su Chen had succumbed to a state of utter frenzy. It was a battle of life and death. He understood all too well the perilous nature of confronting a 7th-level corporeal Dan beast, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless collisions reverberated through Su Chen's body, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the 7th-level beast. If this continued, he feared he might not survive to see another day. In his hand appeared the Burial Calamity Pen. Employing this pen would significantly deplete his soul energy, akin to the god-slaying bone Bao, albeit with a slightly lesser backlash. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable, and whether he wished to or not, he had to wield the Burial Calamity Pen. With unwavering resolve, he grasped the pen and began to swiftly inscribe intricate patterns in the air before him. Thunder roared as it formed an impenetrable barrier of calamity around him. The 2-headed golden wolf, poised to strike, suddenly felt the weight of the calamity locking onto it, causing its body to tremble in fear. Calamity? How could a mere human martial artist invoke such a phenomenon? It was inconceivable, and even if one were to witness it firsthand, they would struggle to accept its veracity. The Burial Calamity Pen, a top-tier treasure, was the first bestowed upon him by the spirit of the tower. Once his cultivation reached a certain zenith, he would wield it to summon calamity on a grand scale, potentially enveloping the entire eastern wilderness. As the calamity confined the surrounding space, Su Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, particularly affecting his soul. Without hesitation, he retrieved a blood-spiraling spirit mushroom from his spatial ring and consumed it. Seizing the opportunity, he was determined not to let the 2-headed golden wolf escape. Aware that his time using the Burial Calamity Pen was limited, concentrating, he manifested the demonic death seal, unleashing it with overwhelming force towards the already locked beast. The 2-headed golden wolf was utterly taken aback. As a 7th-level corporeal Dan beast, it never imagined being subdued by a mere foundational-level human martial artist, a profound humiliation it could not accept. Recognizing the dire straits it was in, the 2-headed golden wolf, resolute in its fate, opted for a self-destructive detonation of its soul. Boom! As the wolf's soul shattered, the cataclysmic force surged towards Su Chen, who was completely unprepared for such an eventuality. The impact of the soul's explosion sent him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth, his body drenched in crimson. Though he had not perished, it was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Looking around, Su Chen slowly rose, choosing not to exit the valley immediately, but rather to find a secluded spot to recuperate. Settling into a meditative position, he consumed another blood-spiraling spirit mushroom and began to circulate the ancient demon god art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique within him. The ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a supreme martial art imparted to him by Luo Tianfei, initiated a cycle of rebirth within him, significantly aiding in his recovery. Waves of energy circulated continuously within his body. After a day and night, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, a sense of terror lingering within him. Had it not been for the calamity summoned by the Burial Calamity Pen, he was certain he would have met his demise. The more he pondered, the more he was filled with dread. He had initially contemplated using the Burial Calamity Pen and the demonic death seal to vanquish the 2-headed golden wolf and claim its beast core, even consuming its soul. Yet, what transpired was almost a trap that had nearly cost him his life. With his injuries healed to 90%, he was no longer in grave danger. Time was of the essence, and with less than 5 days remaining until the conclusion of the Hidden Dragon competition, he needed to gather points swiftly and ascend the rankings. It was evident that the higher one ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, the more benefits one would reap. The most direct reward was points, which could be exchanged for gold coins within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, allowing one to acquire anything they desired. Surveying the vastness of the Silent Valley, Su Chen sensed that there were undoubtedly other spiritual herbs within. Abandoning the search would leave him with an undeniable sense of regret. Yet he understood the risks of lingering in such a place. The previous encounter with the two-headed golden wolf's soul detonation had highlighted the perils he faced. He was afraid of death. Indeed, Su Chen considered himself exceedingly fearful of death. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately resolved to remain and see if he could discover other spiritual herbs. However, before embarking on that quest, he decided to refine some elixirs. Having acquired extensive knowledge of alchemy, he understood that without practical application, it could be an eternity before he truly mastered the craft. Summoning a palm-sized Chinquan furnace, it expanded to a height of over 2 men. He retrieved the blood-spiraling spirit mushroom and cast it directly into the furnace. Forming hand seals, he conjured a flame the thickness of a finger. An hour later, the alchemical endeavor ended in failure. Su Chen felt neither surprise nor disappointment. After all, failure was often the precursor to success. Merely comprehending the flames derived from his extensive study of alchemy was far from sufficient. If he could acquire a technique specifically for cultivating flames, it would be most advantageous. As for the exotic flames, they were a matter of fortune. Although there were myriad types of exotic flames in the world, it was no simple task for a martial artist to obtain even one. It was purely reliant on luck. If one's fortune was lacking, they might find themselves unable to acquire even if an exotic flame lay before them. The most daunting aspect was the terrifying potency of the exotic flames. Even if one encountered them, mastering them was an arduous endeavor. For alchemists, exotic flames were of paramount importance. It could be said that possessing exotic flames as opposed to ordinary flames placed alchemists on entirely different tiers, resulting in a significant disparity in the quality of the elixirs they could produce. Many alchemists spent their entire lives in pursuit of exotic flames, aiming to master them as their ultimate goal. Retrieving the Chinquan furnace, Su Chen lamented, "I must find an opportunity to acquire a more spacious spatial ring." Chapter 29. The condensation of the illusory Dan and the pleasing texture, a single failure in alchemy, is hardly significant. Once the competition for the Hidden Dragon concludes, he intends to visit the Eastern Wilderness Academy to seek out methods for cultivating flames in exchange for a technique. He remains within the depths of the valley, hoping to continue his luck and discover other exceptional spiritual herbs. As he ventures deeper, a thin layer of crimson mist envelopes the innermost part of the valley, appearing extraordinarily eerie. Could the unusual phenomena here to be the reason for the valley's silence? Su Chen could only speculate. At that moment, the purple fox sprang from Su Chen's embrace, nodding towards the crimson mist before them. "Do you wish to enter?" Su Chen inquired. The purple fox's injuries had stabilized, yet full recovery would likely take months, if not years. He could faintly surmise that the purple fox possessed a high rank. Otherwise, the white fox would not have bowed before it in Tiangu City. "Then go ahead," he encouraged. The purple fox shook its head, chattering insistently. "You want me to accompany you?" Seeing the purple fox nod, Su Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, could not refuse. Cradling the purple fox, he strode towards the crimson mist. As he entered the mist, he experienced no obstruction, but was immediately assaulted by its essence, which relentlessly invaded his mind and fiercely eroded his soul. Alarmed, Su Chen swiftly activated the Chaos Devouring technique, forming a protective aura around himself to fend off the crimson mist's encroachment. Pressing forward, he stumbled upon the remains of a colossal beast. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. A corpse capable of rendering this valley so hushed must have been formidable in life. The purple fox darted forward, beginning to devour the carcass. With a resigned shrug, Su Chen refrained from intervening, confident that the purple fox could handle the consumption. Seated cross-legged, Su Chen sensed that while the crimson mist threatened to erode his soul, it might not be entirely detrimental. With the Chaos Devouring technique, he could absorb the mist's essence and transform it into his own strength for cultivation. Having successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he was merely a step away from the illusory Dan realm, hoping to leverage the energies here for a seamless advancement. As he meditated, the Chaos Devouring technique erupted within him, radiating an aura of absorption that enveloped his entire being. The purple fox, amidst its consumption of the corpse, paused to observe Su Chen's cultivation, its beautiful eyes swirling in contemplation. Ultimately, the purple fox chose to assist Su Chen, channeling the power from the carcass towards him. "Thank you," Su Chen acknowledged, nodding gratefully. The transition from foundation establishment to illusory Dan involves condensing energy within the dantian into a Dan form. Su Chen's absorbed power began to coalesce, shattering and reforming in an endless cycle. After an indeterminate number of iterations, Su Chen let out a long howl, and the power within his dantian finally took shape, appearing ethereal and indistinct. "I've reached the illusory Dan realm," Su Chen exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that merely participating in a hidden dragon competition would facilitate such a breakthrough. Now he felt assured that he could contend against any illusory Dan cultivator, even holding his own against lower-tier solid Dan warriors and beasts. With the purple fox's assistance, Su Chen stabilized at the second level of the illusory Dan realm, feeling satisfied. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and even a single rank advancement can be arduous. His cultivation pace had been remarkably swift. If he maintained this momentum, he was confident that within 1 to 2 years, he would possess the strength to defeat Su Hao. As Su Chen celebrated his successful breakthrough, the purple fox finished its meal, appearing content. Upon returning to his embrace, Su Chen sensed a notable change in the purple fox. Its injuries had significantly improved. Its fur had grown increasingly resplendent. Gently stroking the fox's fur and playfully patting its rear, he remarked, "The texture is delightful." The purple fox protested with squeaks, and had it not been for its serious injuries, it would likely have retaliated. "Ha ha ha." Su Chen laughed heartily, finding the purple fox endearingly charming. Not wishing to tease it further, he cradled the fox and turned to leave. Outside the towering peak, Xing Yingshu anxiously awaited, her mind far from focused on cultivation. She remained uncertain about the circumstances within and hesitated to intrude, not wanting to become a burden to Su Chen. Her worry mounting, Xing Yingshu realized that she had undeniably fallen for Su Chen at first sight, yet dared not confess her feelings, fearing rejection and the loss of their friendship. Just then, she spotted a figure rushing toward her, and her expression brightened instantly. When Su Chen arrived before her, she could hardly contain her eagerness, asking, "Su Chen, are you all right?" Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with a smile, "I'm fine." He was oblivious to Xing Yingshu's affections. "Su Chen, not long ago, I saw Senior Xiaoming and Senior Su Chen from Class Intermediate 1 emerge severely injured from within. Did you encounter them?" This was the root of her concern. For both Xiaoming and Su Chen were prominent figures in the Hidden Dragon rankings and well-known within the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Unbeknownst to her, both had been gravely injured by Su Chen. "Let us depart," he suggested, reluctant to dwell on the matter of the two seniors. To him, regardless of who he encountered, they were merely obstacles in his path. His primary purpose in coming to the Eastern Wilderness Academy was to evade the Su clan, with the utmost priority being cultivation, hoping to catch up to Su Hao in the shortest time possible. Su Hao, possessing unparalleled talent even within the Su clan, had once stripped his imperial bone and fused it into himself. It was believed that Su Hao's abilities ranked among the finest in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Now, at the pinnacle of the Solid Dan realm, Su Hao was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Dan realm. As he advanced, Su Hao's pace would likely match Su Chen's. Thus, Su Chen resolved to exert himself even more diligently, allowing no distractions and committing fully to his path. Chapter 30. The Pinnacle of the Dragon Ranking, renowned throughout the Academy with a successful breakthrough to the second-tier Virtual Dan realm. Su Chen has attained absolute invincibility among his peers. Even when confronting those at the pinnacle of the Virtual Dan realm, he remains capable of vanquishing them. "Senior Xing, since you have successfully awakened your mutated bloodline, we shall part ways here." "Part ways?" A profound sigh escaped Xing Yingshu's lips. She had long anticipated this moment, but had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Unable to refuse, she grappled with her emotions. As a girl, how could she openly confess her affection, expressing a desire to accompany him? Her pride forbade such overtures. A girl who is too proactive risks being looked down upon. Junior Su, take care. We shall meet again at the academy. Xing Xue had resolved not to continue competing for the dragon ranking and wished to return to the academy immediately. Having awakened the mutated bloodline of the celestial lark, she believed her cultivation speed would dramatically increase. You take care as well. Su Chen did not linger, swiftly turning away. As he departed, Xing Xue sighed deeply, watching his diminishing figure. After leaving, Su Chen began to methodically target various students. The vast Dongwang forest was divided into eastern and western sections. This locale served as the battleground for the dragon ranking competition, where typically students from advanced and elite classes would not venture lightly. With Su Chen's current strength, he could effortlessly sweep aside any students from the junior and intermediate classes. He relentlessly swept through, fervently seizing points. By the conclusion of the 10th day of the dragon ranking competition, Su Chen discovered that his identity Jade token displayed an impressive total of 3,333 points. His fervor had instilled fear among all students from the junior and intermediate classes, earning him the moniker Madman Su Chen. Gazing at the Jade token, Su Chen was uncertain of his precise ranking on the dragon board, but was certain that he had indeed secured a position. It was noteworthy that there were over 10,000 students in the Dongwang Academy's junior and intermediate classes, with approximately 70% participating in the force competition. Securing 3,333 points meant he had claimed nearly half of the total points available. As the dragon ranking competition concluded, all students were required to exit the forest and return to the academy. Within the Dongwang Academy, a vast square housed 2 stone tablets, one on the left and one on the right, both entirely black. The tablets were inscribed from top to bottom with a multitude of names, classes, and awakened bloodlines. These 2 tablets represented the Academy's most significant rankings, the Dragon ranking and the 100 Battles ranking. The Dragon ranking was contested by students from the junior and intermediate classes, while the 100 Battles ranking was the domain of advanced and elite class students. As for the elite class, those fortunate enough to enter enjoyed privileges akin to those of the teachers and received comprehensive nurturing from the Academy, exempting them from any competition for rankings. Each year, both rankings would be reassessed, allowing students to directly challenge those listed on the tablets to reclaim their positions. Presently, countless students gathered before the dragon ranking, pointing and discussing animatedly. To their astonishment, the name occupying the highest position on the dragon ranking was inscribed in red, Su Chen, alongside the title Sword Bloodline. The significance of a name and bloodline was trivial. What truly astonished everyone was the inscription beneath it, Class Junior 22. This revelation left all in shock, for many had not ventured into the Dongwang Forest to partake in the so-called dragon ranking competition. Typically, the contest for the dragon ranking was a matter reserved for intermediate class students, with junior class students having no relevance in the contest. It was utterly impossible for foundational realm students to contend for points against those of the virtual Dan realm. Conversely, it was exceedingly easy for virtual Dan students to seize points from foundational realm students. This disparity explained why few students from the junior classes ever ascended the dragon ranking, and those who did were exceedingly rare. In this current cohort of junior students, only one individual, Tang Hao, had managed to reach the top of the junior class, earning the 100th spot on the dragon ranking, a mere footnote. This illustrates the formidable challenge faced by junior class students aspiring to ascend the dragon ranking. Yet now, the top position was boldly claimed by Su Chen from the most derided junior class. It was common knowledge that this least favored junior class consisted of 9 students, each possessing abysmal talents and awakening bloodlines deemed worthless. Who exactly was this Su Chen? I have some familiarity with the 9 students of the least favored class, and there seems to be no one by the name of Su Chen among them. Perhaps he is only just enrolled in the academy. If he were of the virtual Dan realm, he would have been placed directly into the intermediate class, making it impossible for him to be among the junior class. This implies that he is merely at the foundational realm, which is quite remarkable. Competing for the dragon ranking and standing at the top could only be described as extraordinary. It is worth investigating further. We need only inquire with the students of the junior class. Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qing, and Yi Xianxian were present. Let's approach them and ask. The least favored junior class comprises 9 students, 5 males and 4 females, with the 4 females being Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qing, Yi Xianxian, and Xing Yingxue. The 3 girls had not participated in the dragon ranking competition, remaining concerned for Xing Yingxue, as she was the only one from their group who had ventured into the Dongwang forest to compete. Upon gazing at the dragon ranking before them, the name at the top belonging to the most derided junior class left the 3 girls astounded. Where on earth did this Su Chen come from? It's been nearly a year, and we have never heard of such an impressive figure in our class. I don't know. Perhaps he registered but never attended, and only recently arrived. It is indeed remarkable. No student from the foundational realm has ever reached the first position on the dragon ranking in the history of Dongwang Academy. This time, our least favored junior class has truly made a name for itself. The 3 girls were utterly astonished, for the least favored junior class had always been perceived as the laughingstock of the academy. Hold on, I have something to ask you 3. What is it? The 3 girls instinctively felt inferior in the presence of students from other junior classes. After all, strength dictated status. What is the background of this Su Chen? Shi Xiaoman shook her head, expressing her helplessness. We too wish to know who this Su Chen is. We have never seen him and have not even heard of him. They were genuinely perplexed. The fact that even the students of the least favored junior class were unaware of this individual only heightened the mystery surrounding Su Chen. Chapter 31. His treatment must be equivalent to that of advanced class students. Su Chen ascended to the pinnacle of the Qianlong list, utterly astonishing the Dongwang Academy. Curiosity abounded as everyone sought to discern the identity of Su Chen, a foundational realm student hailing from the lowest junior class, who had somehow achieved such a remarkable feat in the Qianlong contest. As all participating students returned to the academy, a plethora of information regarding Su Chen swiftly circulated. Su Chen possessed the Bloodsword Wheel and had reached the virtual core realm, exhibiting a frenzied determination to seize points from all competitors, rendering him unparalleled. The virtual core realm? A mere entry into the junior class, and the worst one at that? For an entire day, rumors about Su Chen permeated every corner of the Dongwang Academy. Even before his arrival, the infamous madman Su Chen had already gained notoriety throughout the institution. In the northwest corner of the academy lay the most secluded area, where a series of solitary bungalows stood neatly aligned, serving as dormitories for the lowest junior class. These accommodations, while termed dormitories, were essentially simple structures that paled in comparison to those of other classes. Upon returning to the academy, Su Chen first completed his enrollment procedures, receiving the point reward for topping the Qianlong list, an impressive 30,000 points, in addition to the 3,333 points he had earned, bringing his total to 33,333 points. Are you Su Chen? Before Su Chen could locate his dormitory among the array of buildings, he heard someone call his name. He turned to see 5 individuals approaching and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I am Su Chen." "Haha, indeed it is you. I am Xiao Hong, and these 4 are Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, Huang Qi, and Fang Zhu. We all hail from junior class 22, though the other 4 have yet to arrive." "Who says we haven't arrived?" A melodious voice chimed in as Xing Yingxue and her 3 companions approached. "Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Xing Yingxue, Fang Qing, Shi Xiaoman, and Yi Xianxian. Including you, we now have 10 members in our junior class 22, making it the smallest class in the entire Dongwang Academy. The lowest junior class was derisively referred to as the waste class by the academy, as every student in this class was considered to be of the lowest caliber, possessing poor talent and inferior blood wheels. Those who failed the assessments faced expulsion from the academy. "You are Suga?" Fang Qing stepped forward, extending her right hand with a cheerful smile, her delicate features accentuated by charming dimples. Su Chen reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Hello, Senior Fang. Please don't call me Senior. Although you have just entered the academy, you now rank first on the Qianlong list and have garnered quite a reputation. If others hear you calling me Senior, I would be utterly embarrassed." Yet Su Chen insisted, "I don't care about others. In junior class 22, you are all my seniors." The group noticed that Su Chen was rather reserved, yet possessed a commendable character, far from the arrogance they had anticipated. In no time, they gathered around him, engaging in lively conversation. Before long, camaraderie blossomed amongst them, and Su Chen felt quite content in what was deemed the worst junior class. Good day, Vice Dean. Inside the enrollment hall, two instructors were organizing student records when a plump elder entered, his rotund belly protruding, his disheveled hair suggesting it had been ages since his last wash, and a chicken leg in hand. Nodding, Qin Zhu approached the two instructors and said, I have heard that a madman has emerged from junior class 22, amassing over 3,000 points in the Qianlong contest and claiming the top spot. I came to review his records. Vice Dean, please take a look. They handed him a data card detailing Su Chen's profile. Su Chen, from the Su family of Panyu City, possessed the blood sword wheel. Before entering the academy, he was a foundational realm student, but after participating in the Qianlong contest, he had advanced to the virtual core realm, dominating the competition to secure the first position on the Qianlong list. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhu expressed his dissatisfaction. This was acceptable before, but now that he has broken through into the virtual core realm and claimed the top spot, why is he still in the junior class, particularly the lowest one? Vice Dean, we have already made arrangements, but Su Chen is unwilling to advance to the intermediate class, insisting on remaining in the junior class. What? Qin Zhu was taken aback. The two instructors bore expressions of helplessness and confusion, as this was entirely illogical. Typically, any student entering the academy aimed to ascend, for it is said that people strive for heights while water flows downward. Who would wish to linger in the junior class when they could move to the intermediate class, where the resources for cultivation were vastly superior? Su Chen, however, was an anomaly. Why would he choose to remain in the junior class? Vice Dean, he did not elaborate. Should we consider enforcing his transition? Before the instructor could finish, Qin Zhu waved his hand, smiling as he said, Do not concern yourselves. Since he wishes to remain in the junior class, let him be. However, remember, his treatment must be equivalent to that of the advanced class students. The two instructors were increasingly astonished, but refrained from further queries, recognizing the Vice Dean's authority within the academy far surpassed their own. Qin Zhu was esteemed as the premier Vice Dean of Dongwang Academy, a pinnacle figure in the realm of concentration. In the dormitory, the shabby independent quarters had been tidied up by Shi Xiaoman and the others in just half an hour, all the weeds removed, presenting a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere under the blazing sun. Su Chen relished this serene environment, appreciating the tranquility that shielded him from disturbances. His ascent to the top of the Qianlong list had been an unintended consequence. Who could have anticipated that over 3,000 points would suffice to claim the title? Initially, he had intended to participate in the 100 Wars contest, not out of desire to vie for the 100 Wars list, but rather to engage in sparring with students at the solid core realm. Alas, both the Qianlong contest and the 100 Wars contest could only be sustained for 10 days. Su, the courtyard has been cleaned. Allow me to share more about the academy. Very well. The group settled around the stone table, the fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air. Su Chen raised his cup and drank deeply. Wan Nian smiled, saying, Our Dongwang Academy is among the foremost powers in all of Dongwang. The academy boasts numerous locations suitable for our cultivation, and we can exchange points at the Martial Pavilion and Artifact Pavilion for anything we desire. Su, if you seek a place for cultivation, your first destination should be the Beast Tower. It is said that the Beast Tower has been established over countless years by various deans and vice deans, including our esteemed instructors, who have suppressed numerous beast spirits and souls, forming a sanctuary for cultivation atop a prime spiritual vein. It is immensely beneficial for student training, but the points required for entry into the Beast Tower are exorbitantly high. How many points are needed? Shi Xiaoman chuckled helplessly, replying, 100 points for a day of training, and entering the Beast Tower requires one to seize their own position. 100 points may seem trivial for students from other junior or even intermediate classes, but for those in the lowest junior class, it was indeed a substantial sum. Within the academy, there were myriad ways to amass points, hunting beasts to exchange for beast cores or engaging in wagers with others. However, the academy strictly forbade intermediate class students from forcibly extracting points from those in the junior class. Violations would lead to immediate expulsion. Upon hearing this, Su Chen discerned that Shi Xiaoman and her companions were eager to enter the Beast Tower for cultivation, yet their financial constraints rendered such aspirations unattainable. I possess some points. If you are willing, we can head to the Beast Tower for training now. However, before we proceed, I would like to see each of your blood wheels. Chapter 32. the mutated blood wheel, and the blood oath. Aside from Xing Yingxue, the other 8 individuals each manifested their respective blood wheels. To Su Chen's discerning eye, the blood wheels of these 8 were undeniably of low rank, and indeed, they could be deemed as ineffective. It was no wonder they found themselves in the most inferior of beginner classes. "Xing, what your blood wheel?" Shi Xiaoman inquired with a playful grin. "I bring you splendid news. Our sister Xing has awakened the mutated blood wheel, the sky-covering lark. It is a premier blood wheel of the eastern wilderness, and I dare say, few in the entire academy can rival its power." Upon hearing the mention of the sky-covering lark, the faces of everyone, save Su Chen's, turned ashen, for they understood all too well the implications of a mutated blood wheel, particularly one of such high caliber as the sky-covering lark from the eastern wilderness. One by one, they began to congratulate Xing Yingxue, for in a class of merely 10, witnessing a peer awaken a mutated blood wheel was indeed a moment of great joy. It is all thanks to Su Xiudi's assistance. Without his help, I would not have been able to awaken the mutated blood wheel anew. With this admission, it became evident to the others that, during the contest for the Hidden Dragon, Su Chen had facilitated Xing's awakening. The Academy is still unaware of Sister Xing's awakening. If they were to find out, they would undoubtedly expel her from the class. "I shall not leave," Su Chen interjected. "Huang Xiuzhang, your blood will appears rather peculiar as well. Allow me to assist you in examining it." At this, Huang Qi's heart skipped a beat, for he understood the weight of Su Chen's words. He had awakened the blood wheel of stone, a most inconspicuous variety, often regarded as the most ineffectual among blood wheels. "Are you suggesting that my blood wheel might also be a mutated one?" Huang Qi asked, his excitement palpable as he saw Su Chen nod in affirmation. Regardless of its previous ineffectiveness, a mutated blood wheel bore the potential of being a top-tier one. "What must I do?" "Follow me," Su Chen beckoned. As the two entered the chamber, the remaining onlookers, excluding Xing Yingxue, gazed upon them with envy. A mutated blood wheel was the pinnacle of potential. An awakening one signified a promising future in martial arts. Who could have anticipated that in a class deemed the worst, with merely 10 students, 2 individuals would emerge with mutated blood wheels, one of whom held the first position on the Hidden Dragon list? Su Xiudi's prowess was truly remarkable. Such talent would surely draw the attention of the Academy's higher-ups, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon depart from their beginner class. That might not be the case. Logically, since Su Xiudi has already claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list, the Academy would not allow him to remain in the beginner class. His continued presence suggests he prefers to stay. A half-hour passed, and the door to the chamber creaked open. As the two emerged, Fang Zhu could barely contain his excitement. "What transpired?" Su Chen smiled warmly. "Indeed, Huang Xiuzhang has awakened the mutated blood wheel of petrification." "Petrification? Still a stone blood wheel?" Huang Qi seemed to grasp the crowd and Appo's unspoken thoughts. With a mischievous smile, he activated his blood wheel, manifesting a pale yellow stone and Appo's silhouette above him. Petrification. In the astonished gazes of all present, a wine cup upon the stone table before Huang Qi was instantaneously transformed into solid stone. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Such a blood wheel was nothing short of tyrannical. Huang Qi, overwhelmed by emotion, knelt before Su Chen, who promptly assisted him to his feet. However, Huang Qi insisted on remaining on one knee, stating, "Since I, Huang Qi, departed from my family to enter the Academy by chance, I believe I shall soon be expelled due to my lack of talent. I owe you my gratitude for this opportunity." The others sighed deeply. For Huang Qi spoke a bitter truth. The students of the worst beginner class would face evaluations in a couple of months, and failure to pass would result in their expulsion. In this ruthless reality of survival of the fittest, no one would consider one and Appo's efforts or experiences. Only talent and strength mattered. Yet now, Huang Qi had awakened the blood wheel of petrification, one of the finest in the eastern wilderness. All of this was a gift from Su Chen, whom he regarded as his benefactor. "I, Huang Qi, hereby vow that from this moment forth, Su Chen is my master. In this lifetime, I shall follow him unwaveringly. Should I betray this oath, I shall face divine retribution and meet a wretched end." Before anyone could interject, Huang Qi forced a drop of his blood from his body, sealing his vow in a potent blood oath, the most formidable of pledges. Once established, a blood oath could never be broken. The onlookers were taken aback by Huang Qi's solemn vow, though they soon came to understand. For Su Chen had indeed granted Huang Qi a second chance at life. The distinction between an ineffective blood wheel and a top-tier, mutated blood wheel was profound. With this reawakening, Huang Qi's path would diverge entirely from his previous one. No matter where he ventured, he would no longer be labeled as a waste. Any faction he wished to join would undoubtedly nurture his talents. The former Huang Qi, burdened by an ineffective blood wheel, had vanished. Observing Huang Qi kneeling before him, bound by his blood oath, Su Chen sighed inwardly. It was too late to intervene. As he helped Huang Qi to his feet, he remarked, "There is no need for such formality. You should know that being associated with me may lead to peril." The implications were clear to all present, including Huang Qi. "Rest assured, master." "Stop. Remember, do not call me master. If you wish to follow me, simply refer to me as young master." "Understood." With Huang Qi having pledged his loyalty through the blood oath, his emotions momentarily outweighed his reason. After all, it was Su Chen who had granted him a second chance, allowing him to awaken the mutated blood wheel. Little did Huang Qi know that this decision would lead him to become a formidable presence, reverberating across the continent. Among the 9, aside from Xing, Yingxue, and Huang Qi, the remaining individuals possessed ineffective blood wheels. Su Chen could perceive the deep envy in the eyes of the other 7, for none wished to be burdened with an ineffective blood wheel. To carry an ineffective blood wheel meant to forever remain beneath others, standing at the lowest rung of society. I wish to convey a singular message to all of you. In this world, there exists no such thing as an ineffective blood wheel, only the indolent. As long as you are unwilling to give up, I, Su Chen, shall find a way to assist you. "Thank you," they chorused. Expressions of gratitude were offered, yet skepticism lingered in their hearts. An ineffective blood will remain just that. Without the chance to reawaken a mutated blood wheel, their lives would be irrevocably doomed. Let us proceed to the Tower of Beasts for training. I shall treat you all. Chapter 33. Seizing position, the Beast Tower, located in the northeast of the Academy. Tower's several hundred meters high. Its exterior is a somber gray-black, adorned with intricate patterns and various monstrous beast motifs. To enter the Beast Tower for training, one must exchange 100 points for a day's worth of cultivation. Upon entering, students must claim their spots, as proximity to the center significantly enhances the benefits of their training. Su Chen arrived at the Beast Tower with 9 companions and promptly paid 3,000 points, granting each person 3 days of training. Aren't and Oppos, they just the most useless students of the lowest class? How generous of them! 3 days each. What a waste of points for such worthless individuals. Sneered a bald youth as he approached. Many onlookers remained silent, fearing to provoke any further comments. Under normal circumstances, jeers would have erupted, but today felt different. The bald youth furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tension, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. After all, they were merely a group of students from the lowest class. "What's wrong, Fangju? Are you feeling indignant? You and your sister truly are 2 peas in a pod. If one is worthless, so is the other." Fangju and Fangqing were siblings. "Huang Qi, what should we do if a dog comes barking?" "Beat it." "Will the Academy intervene?" "The Academy won't care." It was the dog that started the commotion. Huang Qi's words ignited the bald youth's fury. He couldn't believe Huang Qi dared to provoke him so brazenly, completely disregarding his authority. Before the bald youth could retaliate, Su Chen vanished from sight. As a level 2 virtual Dan cultivator, it was far too easy for Su Chen to handle students from the junior class. In an instant, the air filled with the sounds of agonizing screams. Su Chen showed no mercy. If one chose to provoke, they must pay the price. To avoid being challenged, one must establish dominance within the Academy. After all, brute strength is the ultimate truth. Without delivering a slap, Su Chen resorted to kicks, never needing to employ blood techniques or martial skills. After delivering over 100 kicks, the bald youth and Oppos' figure swelled, his original features obscured, the screams gradually fading into weakness. The Academy has strict rules, unless a life-and-death contract is signed for a duel. No fatalities are permitted. "What are you doing?" Huang Qi stepped forward, stating, "Teacher Zhao, he purposely humiliated us and called us worthless. We were merely defending ourselves." Many were not surprised, for Su Chen ranked first on the potential dragon list, a virtual dance student. Although it was unclear why he remained in the junior class, it was evident that a Foundation Realm student attempting to insult a virtual Dan cultivator was an act of self-harm. Teacher Zhao nodded and gestured towards a youth lying on the ground, possibly unconscious, saying, "Carry him away." "You are Su Chen?" "Indeed. All is well. You may enter." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Huang Qi approached Su Chen and whispered, "Boss, I can't help but notice that Teacher Zhao treats you differently. Let's go." Whether it matters or not is irrelevant. Inside the Beast Tower, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The interior was vast, seemingly endless, with spiritual energy far denser than outside. The prime locations in the center had all been claimed, leaving only the less desirable corners available. The better the position, the fiercer the competition. They were primarily occupied by students from the advanced or elite classes. "Boss, there's no one over there." Shaking his head, Su Chen understood that the disparity between good and poor positions was substantial. Training for 3 days in a subpar location equated to just 1 day in a prime spot. His points were not to be squandered. Having chosen to train in the Beast Tower, he aimed for the best position. In martial arts, one must strive. Without striving, how could one ascend to the pinnacle of the martial realm? "Follow me." "Huh? What does Junior Su intend to do?" Huang Qi was resolute, now firmly following Su Chen's lead. Wherever Su Chen directed, he would follow without question. Sure, Xiaoman and the others echoed this sentiment, ready to share in any misfortune. United by their shared class and the undeniable prowess of Su Chen, the first on the potential dragon list. Arriving at the position occupied by the intermediate class 1, Su Chen pointed at the 20 or so students before him, coolly declaring, "All of you, vacate this space. My junior class 22 will train here." Xiao Ming and Shi Chen's expressions darkened immediately, their faces reflecting their displeasure. Had it been anyone else, they would have unleashed a slap, yet before this lunatic, they held back. Crazy Su Chen, renowned in the eastern wilderness forest, had made a name for himself by fiercely claiming over 3,000 points and ascending to the top of the potential dragon list. "Su Chen, don't push your luck," Xiao Ming growled, his face seething with anger. "And what if I do? You may stay or leave, but if you wish to battle, I will gladly oblige." In the Beast Tower, position disputes fell under the Academy's indifference, provided no deaths occurred. Thus, the law of the fist prevailed here. Strength would secure the best positions. Without it, one was relegated to the corners. A battle? Do you dare? He certainly did not. Previously, in the Forest Valley, the two of them together at level 9 Virtual Dan could not withstand Su Chen. Now, with so many witnesses, leaving without a fight would be a humiliating defeat. A soft huff pierced the air as a stunning woman in purple stood up, her delicate features framed by elegantly arched brows and expressive, beautiful eyes that seemed to speak. She exuded an icy aura, resembling a frozen mountain. When did the lowest junior class become so audacious? Today, I shall witness how you intend to drive us, the elite class, away. Shun Bingyue, previously ranked second on the potential dragon list, was a peak level 9 virtual Dan cultivator, just a step away from true mastery. This time, she had refrained from participating in the potential dragon competition, aiming instead to break through her limits within the Beast Tower and ascend to the real Dan realm, thus advancing to the elite class, ready to contend for the 100 battles list rather than waste time on the potential dragon list. Her objective was personal advancement. The positions here represented the utmost limit for intermediate students, as none dared provoke the elite class, let alone usurp their spots. Who would have imagined that individuals from the most inferior junior class would dare challenge them? Such an unprecedented act led her to wonder if the 10 students from the junior class had lost their senses. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a base endeavor. As she observed Shi Chen and Xiao Ming's furious expressions without intervening, Shun Bingyue could no longer contain her rage. "Sister Shun, be careful." Careful of what? Shun Bingyue thought bitterly, cursing her companions as fools. Must one truly exercise caution against the most useless of the junior class? Such a notion would only bring disgrace. If word of this spread, the elite class's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. What could possibly be going through their minds to fear the most inferior junior class? It was utterly laughable. Boss, that Shun Bingyue, the second of the intermediate class, Blood Wheel Ice Snow, a peak level 9 virtual Dan. Her strength is second only to Tang Hao, and she previously ranked second on the potential dragon list, but chose not to participate this time. Listening to Huang Qi's explanation of the individual, Su Chen expressed his impatience, stating that there was an excess of unnecessary chatter, further wasting 10 minutes. Since you are unwilling to concede your positions, I shall take action. Wait, we are willing to relinquish our spots. Su Chen and Xiao Ming rose, accepting reality regardless of their inner reluctance. They had no desire to provoke Su Chen, let alone engage in battle with such a madman, as it offered no benefit. Sister Shun, let us yield our positions to them. Useless. If you wish to leave, then depart. My intermediate class, one cannot afford to lose this person. Take care, sister. They refrained from saying more, for Shen Bingyue was not inclined to listen to their lengthy justifications. Would they publicly admit that they had been defeated by Su Chen in the valley, and that it had occurred even while they were working together? Such confessions would never be uttered voluntarily. As she observed the departing group, Shen Bingyue found only 4 individuals remaining behind her, and her anger surged. The more she contemplated, the more furious she became. Who would have thought that the esteemed members of Intermediate Class 1 would be intimidated by the lowest-ranked students of the beginner class? It was utterly humiliating. Gazing at the handsome young man before her, Shen Bingyue coldly declared, I am curious to see what abilities you possess that allow you to act so brazenly in my presence. Before Shen Bingyue could finish her statement, Su Chen struck her with a powerful slap, seemingly ordinary yet infused with an overwhelming force. The 9 Calamities sword technique merged with his palm strike. Containing layers of accumulated power, Su Chen was now at the 2nd level of the Void Pill realm, no longer the foundational warrior he once was. This slap nearly provoked Shen Bingyue to a breaking point. It was an immense humiliation that she could scarcely endure. Boom! The opponent did not unleash their blood wheel, and she certainly would not either. If they wished to contest palm strength, let them experience the true prowess of a peak 9th level Void Pill realm fighter. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the simple collision shattered Shen Bingyue's palm attack in an instant, resulting in a resounding slap that echoed throughout the crowd. Indeed, Shen Bingyue had been publicly slapped, even while she exerted her full strength. Although she was somewhat caught off guard, her status and power made it clear just how formidable this student from the beginner class truly was. They were certainly no ordinary contender. Impressive, remarked some of the students from the advanced class in agreement. Chapter 34. The Grand Phoenix's gaze completely taken aback. Shen Bingyue could hardly fathom that as a formidable 9th level Void Dam practitioner, she had failed to withstand even a single strike from her opponent. An egregious humiliation indeed. Fury surged within her, her eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. Such disgrace was unprecedented. Without hesitation, she launched an assault towards Su Chen, unleashing her bloodline technique. The ice and snow. The tempest of icy flurries enveloped the surroundings, exuding an unbearable chill as she invoked her martial art, Ice Freeze. Determined to freeze her adversary to death, unperturbed by the potential repercussions from the academy. Be careful, boss. However, Su Chen regarded her with disdain. The bloodline technique swirled and coalesced in his hands, manifesting the shadows of his killing sword as he executed the 9 Calamities sword technique. The resounding echoes of his sword song reverberated throughout the area, as a torrent of domineering and fierce sword energy began to engulf the space, shattering the icy onslaught. 2nd level Void Dan? How could a practitioner of the Void Dan realm possibly remain in the most inferior beginner class? There must be a mistake from the academy. Perhaps they just entered the academy. That should not be the case, they mused, for the academy had strict placement rules, assigning Void Dan practitioners directly to intermediate classes, with no allowance for remaining in beginner classes. Boom. Boom, boom. Unlike Shen Bingyue, Su Chen refrained from using lethal force. His purpose for visiting the Eastern Wilderness Academy was to buy time for himself and to intimidate the Su clan. He could not afford to act recklessly. Wasting no time, Su Chen swiftly defeated Shen Bingyue, sending her flying with a kick, landing her beside Xiao Ming and the others. The onlookers, including Fong Zhu and his companions, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, none expecting Su Chen to be so unyielding, especially considering Shen Bingyue's reputation as one of the academy's renowned beauties. The advanced class students chose not to intervene, opting instead to find their own spots to cultivate. Su Chen paid no heed to the others and sat down. Having recognized that the beast tower was indeed an excellent place for cultivation, he could not afford to squander time. It was not merely a matter of points, but rather, he needed to seize every moment to catch up to Su Hao. Surrounded by the still-dazed Huang Qi and others, they formed a circle around Su Chen, who spoke with a voice resonant in their minds. Focus your minds and maintain your essence. Follow the techniques I impart to you and cultivate alongside me. Remember to synchronize your cultivation frequency with mine as closely as possible. Determined to assist his classmates while he still remained in the beginner class, Su Chen was particularly concerned for those besides Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi, as the others had only a few months left before they could potentially fail their assessments and be expelled from the academy. He was unwilling to witness such a scenario and thus sought to aid them, even if Feng Zhu and the others could not progress further in the future. At the very least, they could continue their cultivation within the academy. From the ancient divine demon technique, he derived a martial art and taught it to 9 individuals, hoping that through this practice, along with his chaos devouring technique, they could refine their energies and bolster their cultivation. As time passed, Su Chen split the devoured energy in half, retaining one portion for himself and distributing the other to the 9. It was evident that Xing Yingxue and Huang Qi, with their awakened, mutated bloodlines, cultivated at a pace surpassing that of the other 7. By the next day, apart from Huang Qi and Xing Yingxue, all 7 others had successfully broken through, astonishing everyone. Given their usual cultivation speeds, such rapid advancement was nearly impossible. Now, they felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. In assisting others, Su Chen himself also advanced a level, from 2nd level Void Dan to 3rd level Void Dan, which he considered quite commendable. Continuing to operate the ancient divine demon technique, once the others had achieved their breakthroughs, he simultaneously invoked the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, a formidable martial art transmitted by Luo Tianfei, which rivaled the ancient divine demon technique in its dominance. As Su Chen activated the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, a wave of nirvana energy enveloped him. Suddenly, he perceived a cacophony of roars emanating from within the beast tower, a chorus of myriad beasts, a phenomenon he had never anticipated. The ancestral phoenix and ancestral dragon were apex beings within the realm of beasts, standing atop the martial arts pyramid as superlative entities. The secret art of the ancestral phoenix palace, the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, was derived from the ancestral phoenix lineage, and once Su Chen activated it, it triggered a resonance among the myriad beasts within the tower. Where is Su Shuedi? The 9 practitioners, engrossed in their training, suddenly opened their eyes in shock at the inexplicable disappearance of Su Chen, their faces etched with bewilderment, utterly unaware of what had transpired. In the illusory space, countless beast corpses littered the ground, the sound of crunching bones beneath their feet piercingly jarring, sending chills down their spines. Observing the myriad beast remains, Su Chen gradually came to a realization. He had entered the illusory space of the beast tower. As for how he had gained entry, it was likely linked to the activation of the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique. As the technique continued to operate within him, Su Chen was uncertain whether this entry into the illusory space was a boon or a bane. A unique force enveloped the entire illusory realm, seemingly guiding the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique within him. A resounding cry of a phoenix erupted from Su Chen, and to his astonishment, a colossal phoenix began to materialize behind him, its overwhelming presence instantly enveloping the illusory space, suppressing any beastly aura within. The beast tower, inherently powerful, had been the site of relentless hunting of beasts by the Academy's faculty since its establishment, with countless beast souls and essences sealed within over the years. The ancestral phoenix? This was truly the ancestral phoenix? Su Chen was astounded, not anticipating that within the beast tower, he would fortuitously cultivate the essence of the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique. He believed that even Luo Tianfei might struggle to achieve such a manifestation. Feeling the majestic aura of the phoenix radiating dominance over all, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. This martial art was perfectly suited to him. Chapter 35. Life Unjust. I shall defy fate. The towering silhouette of the ancestral phoenix gazed disdainfully upon the world, causing all beastly phantoms to bow in submission, their massive forms trembling in utter fear. a testament to the suppression of bloodlines. The ancestral phoenix is the most formidable beast in existence. Originally, Su Chen intended to harness the power of the ancestral phoenix's illusion to devour the essence and souls of the beasts within the beast tower, believing this would elevate him several ranks. However, before he could commence his consumption, the majestic ancestral phoenix vanished, and Su Chen found himself departing the illusory realm of the beast tower, returning to the interior. Upon witnessing Su Chen's sudden reappearance, the faces of Feng Zhu and others were etched with astonishment. Just how had Su Chen accomplished this? Without further inquiry, they observed a vast plaza where a young girl clad in pale yellow stood before the hidden dragon list, fixated on the name occupying the top position. Su Chen, Bloodwheel of the Sword. Her long, raven-black hair danced in the wind, framing a face with phoenix-like brows and fox-like eyes. A refined nose complemented her cherry lips, and her skin was as flawless as snow. Tall and slender, she could be described in but a single phrase. A glance could captivate a city. Another glance could enthrall a nation. This girl was none other than Princess Jiyoshi of the Pandang dynasty. The blood wheel was that of the seven-colored soul devouring python. A pinnacle blood wheel. A decade prior, she had been sent to the Eastern Wilderness Academy, where she became a disciple of the vice principal. After 10 years of cultivation, she had now attained the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, training in the elite class. Only days ago, news from the royal family had reached her. Her fiancé, Su Chen, had been stripped of his blood wheel by Su Hao of the Su clan and expelled from the Su family. A twinge of sadness tugged at her heart. They had crossed paths a few times in their childhood, and Su Chen had proven to be a commendable individual. Such a pity. The royal family had informed her that the engagement was on the verge of dissolution, granting her the autonomy to decide her marital fate. Jiyoshi understood well that her extraordinary talent, coupled with her top-tier blood wheel, rendered the royal family heavily reliant on her. Moreover, she had a formidable master. Once she ascended to the nascent soul realm, she could elevate to the elite class, becoming one of the Academy's most pivotal students, destined for significant cultivation support. Within the entirety of Eastern Wilderness Academy, only 5 elite classes existed. Upon seeing the familiar name, which also bore the blood wheel of the sword, she momentarily thought it might be her fiancé. Yet, upon reflection, such a notion was implausible. Su Chen had been rendered incapable of wielding his blood wheel. Even an imperial-level powerhouse could not reforge a blood wheel, let alone Su Chen. With a resigned shake of her head, she prepared to enter a special training ground within the academy. Meanwhile, in a secluded area on the mountainside, Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes, releasing a long howl to the heavens. The golden core within him began to shatter and reform into the ethereal image of an infant, his nascent soul. The golden core realm is divided into 10 tiers, with levels 1 to 3 considered low level, 4 to 6 as intermediate, 7 to 9 as advanced, and the pinnacle representing the utmost mastery. With the shattering of the golden core, the nascent soul was successfully formed. Su Hao had smoothly advanced to the nascent soul realm. Observing the figure of the man drifting within him, Su Hao immediately knelt, saying, "Master, many years ago, I severed Su Chen's imperial bone and awakened the 7-killing sword blood wheel. Why have I only now broken through to the nascent soul realm?" His feelings were a mix of frustration and unwillingness. His innate talent was already remarkable. Even without the integration of the imperial bone, he believed he could have reached the nascent soul realm relying solely on the 7-killing sword blood wheel. The imperial bone seemed more a burden than an asset, a fact he had not disclosed to anyone, including his father. The ethereal figure chuckled, "Do not fret, my disciple. For the past decade, I have been suppressing both your imperial bone and your cultivation. Do you understand why?" "I do not," replied Su Hao, perplexed. "You see, your imperial bone did not awaken from within you. Rather, it was forcibly stripped from another and integrated into your being. While this temporary fusion might aid in rapid advancement, as your cultivation grows, the imperial bone will not serve as your foundation. Instead, it will turn against you, potentially consuming you entirely." "What?" Su Hao was taken aback by his master's revelation, his body trembling in fear. If what his master said was true, the implications were daunting. "I have suppressed your imperial bone for a full decade. Even with my strength, it will take another decade for the imperial bone to fully integrate with you. It is exceedingly powerful. Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul realm, The integration of the imperial bone within you is complete. Henceforth, your cultivation speed will increase tenfold, and within a year, you shall reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, paving the way for a challenge to the soul palace realm. His face illuminated with excitement and joy. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. You are my most exceptional disciple. Regardless of the origin of your imperial bone, possessing such a treasure ensures that you will become one of the world's most formidable beings in the future. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Let us commence. Yes. Meanwhile, Su Chen, devoid of the imperial bone, possessed 3 overlapping blood wheels and had acquired the Chaos Devouring Tower, alongside training in the ancient divine demon technique and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. His opportunities vastly surpassed those of Su Hao. The outcome of their fateful battle remains uncertain. 3 days later, 10 individuals returned from the Beast Tower to their dormitory. However, as soon as Su Chen arrived, he received word from the academy, summoning him to the principal's office without delay. Without hesitation, Su Chen departed his quarters and made his way to the principal and Appo's office. At the deepest part of the academy stood a modest white structure, unassuming yet elegant, its exterior adorned with peculiar marble patterns. Upon reaching the principal's office, Su Chen knocked on the door. Enter. He pushed the door open to find a middle-aged man seated behind a desk, his demeanor refined and dignified. With 2 pronounced brows and piercing eyes, he was engrossed in a book. Student Su Chen greets the principal. Setting aside his reading, Lanshang regarded Su Chen with evident satisfaction. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. The mention of his father cast a shadow of melancholy over Su Chen. After all, his father lay in a state akin to death, trapped in an icy coffin, unresponsive for years. Sensing Su Chen's sorrow, Lanshang continued. I do not favor those who rely on nepotism. Your circumstances have been conveyed to me by your grandfather. Within this academy, you shall not receive any special treatment. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. Do you understand? I understand. Excellent. As for the Su clan and the Tang clan, I will handle those matters. As long as you remain within the academy, they will not dare to lay a finger on you. Coming to the Eastern Wilderness Academy was intended as a means to leverage its influence against the Su clan, affording him more time to cultivate. Regarding the Tang clan, it seemed they were aware of his actions against Tang Hao. You truly know how to stir trouble. You've barely entered the academy and already incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel. Su Chen chose silence, not delving further into the matter. Lanshang remarked, years ago, Su Hao stripped you of your imperial bone. Given his talent, he should have reached the Soul Palace realm by now. However, based on the information I have received, he has only just broken through to the Advanced Golden Core realm. The Advanced Golden Core realm encompasses levels 7 to 9. Even Lanshang found this situation peculiar, as merging with the imperial bone should confer significant benefits to one's cultivation. Su Chen harbored reservations as well. Upon encountering Su Hao again in the Heavenly Punishment Forest, he sensed that Su Hao's cultivation progress was not as rapid as he had anticipated. Although Dongwang Academy unites all the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness, Su Hao and Appo's innate talent is commendable, and with the fusion of his imperial bone, he should excel among his peers. Yet, what is the outcome? I shall assist you in investigating this matter, but you must understand that Su Hao, having integrated the imperial bone, will not be easily dealt with. If revenge is your desire, focus on your cultivation rather than inciting trouble. Do you comprehend? Understood. You may go. Indeed. As Su Chen turned to leave, the dean's voice echoed once more. I am Lanshang. Your father once saved me. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek me out here. Nodding slightly, Su Chen did not glance back, but opened the door and stepped outside. Watching the vanishing figure, Lanshang sighed deeply. His stern demeanor was intended to spur Su Chen to devote himself to his training without delay. Su Hao, who has fused with the imperial bone, and a discarded waste of the blood wheel, represent the pinnacle of their respective clans, the Su and the Tang, within the Eastern Wilderness. Even if Dongwang Academy can intimidate both clans, once Su Chen departs from the academy, it is certain that they will act against him. Could he truly protect Su Chen indefinitely? Not even he, nor anyone else, could achieve such a feat. Su Chen must rely on himself, not others. I hope you surpass your father. Losing the imperial bone is indeed lamentable. Possessing the imperial bone guarantees ascension to the imperial realm, yet it is a pity. Throughout the history of the Eastern wilderness, spanning over a millennium, there's been no record of anyone awakening the imperial bone. Su Chen is the first. Yet due to the weakness of the Su family, he was unable to fuse with the imperial bone in time, allowing Su Hao to seize the advantage and assimilated himself. Such is fate. Outside the office, seemingly echoing the dean and Appo's words, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, "My fate is in my hands. If destiny is unjust, I shall defy it and alter my course. Whoever dares obstruct me, I shall slay. Even if it be the heavens themselves, I shall tread upon the sky. Su Hao, wait for me. I, Su Chen, shall eventually confront you within the Su clan to avenge the theft of the imperial bone and the destruction of the blood wheel." Chapter 36. The incomplete demon mirror and soul nurturing the artifact pavilion, the repository of all treasures within the academy, allows students to exchange items freely, provided they possess sufficient points. Su Chen held 30,000 points in his possession and wished to explore both the artifact pavilion and the martial pavilion to see if there was anything of interest to him. The building, pristine white in color, comprised 2 floors. Students from the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes were permitted to exchange goods and martial arts only on the first floor of the artifact pavilion. Access to the second floor was reserved for those in the elite class. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Su Chen presented his identity token for registration before stepping inside. How vast! The first floor of the pavilion was immense, akin to the size of a football field, with clusters of icy blue orbs meticulously arranged, countless in number. In front of each orb was a description of the treasure and the points required for exchange. Initially, Su Chen believed that with his 30,000 points, he could acquire many items. However, it quickly became evident that he could scarcely obtain anything at all. The Langia sword required 400 points for exchange. Reading the description of a sword, Su Chen recognized its true worth. It was indeed a valuable item that would fetch a high price outside. Gold coins? Utterly ineffective for purchase. The Tiangu sword requires 888 points for exchange. The Flying Spirit artifact requires 190,000 points for exchange. Upon seeing the words Flying Spirit artifact, a glimmer of greed flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He understood the significance of a Flying Spirit artifact. It was a temptation that few could resist. Yet, to acquire such an artifact, one would need a staggering 190,000 points, far beyond his current 30,000. It was disheartening. He could only gaze longingly at the treasures and not claim them as his own. The Tiangang hammer requires 120,000 points for exchange. The Yinshao boots require 177,899 points for exchange. He refrained from continuing his search, having realized that with his mere 30,000 points, obtaining any spirit artifacts within the pavilion was naught but a jest. Anything within that range would surely be of inferior quality. Just as Su Chen prepared to leave, the ancient demon's secret art within him suddenly began to resonate. He turned abruptly, surveying the expansive first floor of the pavilion. It was clear that something here was extraordinary enough to invoke the ancient technique. Following the pull of the demonic aura within him, he walked towards a seemingly inconspicuous orb on the left, covered in dust, indicating it had been neglected for quite some time. An incomplete treasure required only 10,000 points. It was no wonder it had been overlooked. The very phrase incomplete treasure would deter most, as 10,000 points was not a trivial sum, and few would willingly incur a loss. Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, he placed his identity token before the orb. In an instant, 10,000 points were deducted, leaving him with over 20,000. The orb vanished, revealing a mirror in his hands, both sides shattered. Now, Su Chen understood why this item was deemed incomplete. The handle bore the inscription Demon and God, leading him to believe it was indeed the fabled demon mirror. Can this treasure be repaired? This was the question that weighed heavily on Su Chen's mind, for if the demon mirror could not be restored, his 10,000 points would have been squandered. Uncertain of his own ability to mend it, he decided to consult the tower spirit. Soon, the tower spirit's voice echoed in his mind. To repair the demon mirror, the only method is through soul nurturing. However, you must remember, nurturing the demon mirror with your soul will forge a unique bond between you and the mirror. Should the mirror shatter, your soul will also be at risk of fragmentation. Moreover, this process demands immense soul energy and considerable time. Listening to the Tower Spirit's explanation, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. The implication was clear. The sole means to repair the demon mirror was through the perilous process of soul nurturing, which bore significant risks. Fixing the mirror would require time and could jeopardize his very soul. With unwavering focus, he gazed at the demon mirror in his hands. Ultimately, Su Chen resolved to proceed with soul nurturing and sought guidance from the Tower Spirit on how to initiate the process. It entailed continuously feeding his soul to the mirror, which would invariably affect his martial cultivation, as the advancement of one's martial arts was intimately linked to the state of one's soul. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Chen made his decision to nurture the demon mirror with his soul. You are Su Chen from the beginner class, ranked first on the potential dragon list. Hearing someone speak from behind, Su Chen's demon mirror vanished instantly as he turned to face Shen Bingyue, the woman he had nearly killed, who dared to approach him again. Su Chen remained silent, his expression marked by unabashed disdain and mockery. The more indifferent he appeared, the angrier Shen Bingyue became. My sister, Shen Bingyue, wishes to see you. Shen Bingyue, the sister of Shen Bingyue, hailed from the elite class at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, wielding the blood wheel of ice and snow. Regardless of her feelings, Shen Bingyue was acutely aware that she could not contend with Su Chen, a newcomer who had claimed the top rank in the potential dragon competition. A feat that spoke volumes. She was left with no choice but to seek help from her sister, though she felt it was an undignified act that would invite ridicule. Shen Bingyue was past caring. If she did not reclaim her standing, she would become the subject of mockery within the academy. Choosing to ignore Shen Bingyue's demands, Su Chen thought of his need for a larger spatial ring. The one on his finger was far too small and would soon prove inadequate. Don't be reckless, sister. At that moment, a woman entered, bearing a striking resemblance to Shen Bingyue, but radiating an even colder aura. Clad in pristine white, she perfectly showcased her figure, Shen Bingyue of the elite class. Upon seeing Shen Bingyue, many male students' eyes gleamed. She was undeniably more beautiful than her sister and was renowned throughout the academy, attracting numerous admirers. Approaching Shen Bingyue, she coldly addressed the arrogant young man before her. Is it truly commendable to bully women by relying on some petty skills, Junior? I am most impressed, which is why I made a special trip today to see what kind of person you are. Her words, laced with sharpness yet devoid of vulgarity, pierced through the air. Shen Bingyue's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the young man. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have perished countless times by now. Chapter 37. Utterly shameless with not a trace of anger on his face, Su Chen seemed to disregard the situation entirely. Shaking his head in resignation, he coldly scoffed. What a den of snakes and rats you are. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you remember this moment for all eternity. Such arrogance. The onlookers, students from various levels, silently applauded him. A student from the junior class, though capable of ranking on the Qianlong list, could never hope to contend with the elite class. The elite class boasted individuals who were all at the Golden Core stage. With Shen Bingyue herself hailing from the 2nd elite class, at the 5th level of Golden Core, having awakened the blood wheel of ice and snow, there was no chance for a virtual core practitioner to oppose one at the Golden Core level. Su Chen, do not overestimate yourself before my sister. Your arrogance will not be tolerated. Shen Bingyue, suppressing her sister's fury, was curious about the source of Su Chen's audacity. Was it merely because he ranked first on the Qianlong list? The Dongwang Academy featured 2 lists, the Qianlong list and the Baijian list. It could be stated that even the last-ranked individual on the Baijian list could easily defeat the first on the Qianlong list. This was the disparity between the 2 lists, reflective of their differing realms, a gap that could not be bridged by any means. She is your sister, not mine. Why should I restrain myself? Su Chen retorted. You are simply seeking humiliation, and I lack the time to entertain you. Leave my sight. Offering them no dignity whatsoever, he entirely disregarded both Shen Bingyue and Shen Bingyue. Their beauty held no value in his eyes. The surrounding crowd murmured in disbelief. Such a person was truly a rarity. Shen Bingyue nodded with a smile. Though it was evident to all that her anger had reached its peak, merely restrained by her composure. After all, she was from the elite class. If she were to act recklessly against someone from the junior class, especially one at the bottom of that class, she would not only face potential punishment from the academy, but also suffer a loss of face. It was precisely for this reason that Shun Bingxue stifled her fury and coldly declared, Su Chen, I formally challenge you. I will accept any form of challenge, including a life-and-death duel. Do you dare to accept a life-and-death duel? Su Chen had previously engaged in such a battle with Tang Hao, utterly crippling his blood wheel. To this day, neither the Academy nor the Tang clan had made a move, suggesting the Academy had suppressed the news. No one in the Academy knew of Tang Hao's downfall. They only knew he had participated in the Qianlong competition and had not returned from the Dongwang forest. Su Chen laughed, his expression filled with mockery and disdain. How utterly shameless. A student from the esteemed elite class challenging a mere junior class student, newly admitted to the Academy. Might I inquire if you are at the bottom of your class and seeking validation here? The crowd buzzed with disbelief. After all, it was unprecedented for an elite class student to challenge one from the junior class, especially the lowest ranked among them. Such a spectacle was a first in history. You are shameless. Shameless? The truly shameless ones are your sisters, particularly your elder sister. If you wish for a life-and-death duel, wait until I am in the elite class. Then I will show you the disparity between us. Shun Bingxue replied with a cold smile. You think you can enter the elite class? Whether it takes 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, by the time you enter the elite class, I'll have already reached the royal class. She looked down upon Su Chen, convinced of her own brilliance. Even if she could not dominate the academy, she was undoubtedly formidable and confident in her ability to ascend to the royal class. Whether or not you can enter is not for you to worry about. Su Chen was genuinely repulsed by such women. As for accepting the challenge, he was no fool. Why would he accept? Though confident in his abilities, he recognized that he was not yet capable of defeating a golden core practitioner. Patience is a virtue. If you cannot endure, it is you who will ultimately suffer humiliation. Even if I refuse, no one will mock me. Rather, it will be you who becomes the laughingstock for an elite class student challenging the weakest of the junior class. Not falling for a provocation, Shun Bingxue's expression hardened. She had anticipated that if Su Chen accepted the challenge, she would teach him a lesson. However, at this moment, she could not act. Maintaining her dignity was paramount, and she did not wish to become the Academy's joke. You are quite impressive. Sister, let us depart. As she turned to leave with her sister, Shun Bingxue could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, He is truly not a man. Whether I am a man or not, we will only know if we share a bed. You are shameless. As the two departed, many students cast admiring glances at Su Chen. After all, who among the junior class would dare speak so boldly? Even Tang Hao, hailed as the #1 in the junior class, would not have dared. Not dwelling on the matter further, Su Chen shifted his focus and began to search. In the corner of the first floor, he discovered a collection of space rings. Lacking any light or aura, they were displayed within a glass case, varying in quality, from those redeemable for 3,000 points to others requiring over 1,000,000 points. Su Chen surmised that the rings redeemable for over 1,000,000 points likely contained vast spaces, but at present, he could only gaze upon them. He withdrew 10,000 points to exchange for a ring of modest quality. His visit to the artifact pavilion had yielded satisfactory results, acquiring both the Shattered Divine Demon Mirror and a space ring. Initially intending to visit the Martial Pavilion, the array of treasures on display in the artifact pavilion quickly dissuaded him. He believed that with only 10,000 points remaining, he would gain little of value at the Martial Pavilion. Thus, he chose not to waste his time. As Su Chen exited the artifact pavilion, he spotted Yi Fei and Chu Yang waiting outside, seemingly for him. Smiling, he inquired, What brings you two here? Having clashed previously in the Dongwang forest, where Su Chen had seized points from them only to return them, they had inadvertently formed a bond. Chu Yang hesitated, while Yi Fei appeared anxious. Are you looking for me? Yi Fei nodded, saying, Su, something has happened to Bai Li. What is it? Bai Li had been ambushed by a beast in the Dongwang forest and sustained severe injuries. Her life force was rapidly dwindling, and only the Academy's Longyan pill could save her. Then you must hurry to the Academy and seek their assistance. Shaking his head, Chu Yang replied, The Academy has rules. If one is injured, they must resolve the matter themselves. To obtain medicinal pills, one must exchange points at the pill pavilion. A single Longyin pill requires over 100,000 points. He did not elaborate further, but the resignation in his voice was unmistakable. Indeed, the Academy's indifference was disheartening. However, Su Chen understood the Academy's regulations. After all, it was not a charitable institution that could assist everyone in trouble. If the Academy were to distribute Longyin pills freely, it would set a precedent detrimental to its operations. Once the Academy provided a Longyin pill, it would not bode well for its future. Having found Su Chen, he recognized that he could not stand idly by. He could be ruthless towards enemies, eradicating threats, but he must assist friends. Although his acquaintance with Bai Li was limited and had even involved minor friction, he admired their character. They were kind-hearted. Since he considered them friends, he could not ignore their plight. Return and take good care of senior sister Bai Li. I will find a way regarding the Longyin pill. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yang and Yi Fei felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Their visit to Su Chen was motivated by his esteemed position as the #1 on the Hidden Dragon list. Perhaps the Academy would, in deference to Su Chen, provide them with a Dragon Yindan. They clasped their fists in salute to Su Chen, conveying their gratitude without uttering a word. As they departed, Su Chen grasped the identity jade tablet in his hand, realizing that the mere 10,000 points he possessed would not suffice to exchange for a Dragon Yindan. The Academy would not set a precedent for him, and he humbly acknowledged that he lacked the requisite strength and status. Faced with the dilemma of not being able to stand idly by, Su Chen resolved to visit the dean's office. Before the white edifice, Su Chen sighed deeply, never having anticipated that he would take the initiative to seek help so soon, driven by the value he placed on friendship. With a firm knock, he entered the room, where the dean sat behind the desk, sipping tea. Su Chen, what brings you here? Dean Lan Shang inquired, somewhat surprised. Dean Lan, I require a Dragon Yindan. But my current points are insufficient for an exchange, and I must request one from you directly, Su Chen stated forthrightly, eschewing any preamble. Shaking his head, Lan Shang replied with a smile, I cannot grant your request. You must understand the Academy's regulations. Any elixir requires points for exchange. Your points are inadequate, and that is not the Academy's concern. You must earn them yourself. The refusal was unequivocal. If I were to make an exception for you, every student would come seeking favors from me or the Academy. How would the Academy manage such a situation? Since its inception, there has never been a precedent for this, and I shall not be the one to set it. With a heavy heart, Su Chen had anticipated this outcome. Without the Dragon Yindan, Bai Li would not survive. Unwilling to concede defeat, he bowed respectfully to Lan Shang, saying, Dean Lan, aside from exchanging points, what must I do to obtain the Dragon Yindan? I must acquire it. The emphasis on must underscored Su Chen's determination. Lan Shang regarded the young man before him and eventually nodded. There is a way to obtain the Dragon Yindan without using points, and you would have unrestricted access to the Martial Pavilion, the Artifact Pavilion, and the Alchemy Pavilion, allowing you to select any item that catches your fancy. Please, Dean Lan, elaborate, Su Chen urged, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The opportunity to acquire the Dragon Yindan and choose an item that will certainly came with its own complexities. Chapter 38. The Valley of Heavenly Tribulations. The roar of heavenly catastrophe. Lan Shuang smiled and remarked, to the northeast of the Academy lies a place known as the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations. Its unique environment gives rise to celestial calamities, allowing any warrior to exchange points for entry to cultivate within. This was the first time Su Chen had heard of the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations. The valley is fraught with peril. Even the elite students, along with the esteemed teachers, are only permitted to cultivate at its periphery, unable to venture into the central area. At the very heart of the valley stands the Heavenly Tribulation Ladder, rumored to have 99 steps, each imbued with the terrifying might of heavenly tribulations. If one can ascend to the 99th step, I shall make an exception and grant you a Dragon Serpent Pill, along with the privilege to select one item each from the Martial Pavilion, the Pill Pavilion, and the Artifact Pavilion. I understand, Su Chen responded, turning to leave. He could discern from Lan Shuang's words the tremendous difficulty of reaching the pinnacle of the Heavenly Tribulation Ladder. Yet, he had no other choice. He could not stand idly by while his friend faced potential doom. He simply cannot allow that. I must tell you, since the establishment of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, the first president discovered the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations, and the first person to ascend the Heavenly Tribulation Ladder was he. In all these millennia, no one has ever reached its summit. As Su Chen's figure faded from view, the smile on Lan Shuang's face gradually waned. I hope you can ascend to the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder to reclaim the lost opportunity for the Emperor's bone. That is all I can do for you. Brother Su, your son is exceptionally talented. I will keep a watchful eye on him. A sigh echoed softly. Exiting the president's office, Su Chen made his way directly toward the northeast of the academy. Having decided to assist Bai Li, he was determined to explore every possible avenue. The Valley of Heavenly Tribulations lies deep in the northeastern corner of the academy, classified as one of its forbidden zones. Only academy students and teachers, including the vice president, are granted access. Each entry requires 1,000 points, allowing unlimited stay within the valley. Whether it leads to life or death, the academy bears no responsibility. The valley is perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to demise beneath the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, while the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations is one of the Academy's sacred cultivation sites, few students dare to enter. Even those who do typically confine themselves to the outskirts. By the time Su Chen arrived, only a handful of individuals were present, exchanging points for entry. Student, do you wish to enter the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations as well? He was asked, but chose to ignore the inquiry. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency. Bai Li could fall at any moment, and he could not afford to waste a second. He rushed to the entrance, presenting his identity token to the supervising teacher. The teacher furrowed their brow, but said nothing further, processing Su Chen's entry into the valley. As he stepped into the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations, an overwhelming aura of thunderous tribulation surged toward him. Su Chen gazed in astonishment at the so-called heavenly tribulation sweeping through. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire valley, and countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, tearing apart every inch of space. The thunder roared, causing his eardrums to tremble. The winds howled and lightning raged. This was the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations, while not a true descent of heavenly tribulation. The unique calamities that had gathered here over millennia were formidable. As he felt the terrifying electric force seep into him, Su Chen understood that the periphery of the valley indeed served as a sacred ground for cultivation, where danger and opportunity coexisted, offering unforeseen benefits. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen ventured deeper into the valley, for according to the president's words, the heavenly tribulation ladder was concealed at its very center. As he prepared to delve further, a voice called out, "Junior, beyond here lies the depths of the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations, where the tribulations can instantly consume a yuanying realm warrior." Turning toward the speaker, he beheld a striking young woman with hair as dark as ink, elegant brows resembling the moon, a high nose, and cherry lips, her skin as flawless as fresh snow. Truly, she was breathtaking. Jiyoshi? Su Chen recognized her silhouette. It was his fiancée, Princess Jiyoshi of the Pan-Ding dynasty. In their youth, their families had been intertwined due to Su Chen's father being hailed as the strongest in the eastern wilderness. The royal family had sought an alliance through marriage. Yet, times had changed. After Su Chen was crippled by Su Hao, rendering him powerless, the royal family sought to annul the engagement. Holding the marriage certificate, Su Chen believed that if the engagement were to be dissolved, it would be he who ended it, not Jiyoshi. "You are Princess Jiyoshi of the Pan-Ding dynasty?" She nodded, not thinking much of it, as many at the Eastern Wilderness Academy recognized her. Yet she did not know them. Having entered the academy 10 years prior and studied under the vice president, her status, talent, and beauty placed her among the top 3 in the institution, attracting countless suitors. Indeed, it was she. Su Chen merely speculated, for the resemblance was striking. Yet he had not anticipated it to be Jiyoshi in reality. With no regard for her, he resolved to settle their engagement once he dealt with Su Hao. Seeing the indifferent youth before her, Jiyoshi frowned, seemingly taken aback by his blatant disregard. She had only meant to offer a kind warning. "If you die, it serves you right." With that, she closed her eyes once more, focusing on breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, upon seeing her juniors, she could not help but caution them, fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead. The periphery of the Valley of Heavenly Tribulations was already formidable. Even she had to tread carefully, fearing that a misstep could lead to her demise. Should one venture into the depths of the valley, even the Academy's teachers might not escape unscathed. Thus, few students dared to enter the depths of the valley of heavenly tribulations, even among the elite class. This youth was clearly neither from the elite nor the top class. His arrogance and confidence would come at a price. Boom! Within the depths of the valley, torrents of serpentine lightning rampaged, colliding fiercely with the space around them, unleashing an endless tsunami of destruction. The thunder grew ever louder, crashing towards Su Chen, causing the very air around him to quiver. Even he dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated the ancient divine demon technique and the chaotic devouring technique, enveloping himself in a shield of divine energy. To ensure absolute safety, he utilized the chaotic devouring technique to absorb the heavenly tribulations might surrounding him. You wish to annihilate me? I shall consume you instead. Su Chen harbored a bold notion to devour the heavenly tribulation and transcend his limits. This was undoubtedly a risky endeavor. Would others dare to even contemplate such an act? They would likely not even consider it. Yet he felt compelled to do so. The horrifying, surging lightning continued to pour in relentlessly, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure that left Su Chen struggling to breathe. His face reflected the gravity of the situation. He could not afford any miscalculations. He had to commit fully, for failure would not only prevent him from rescuing Bai Li, but could also cost him his own life. In his hand appeared the Calamity Pin, a treasure capable of invoking heavenly tribulation. Yet at present, he lacked the strength to harness its full power. Swiftly, he began to draw around him, forming a massive vortex, positioning himself at its center to avoid the onslaught of lightning. Step by step, he advanced towards the heavenly tribulation ladder, utilizing the chaotic devouring technique to continuously absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation, rapidly generating a vortex within himself that enveloped the void pill, allowing him to swiftly break through his limits. Elevating from the third level of the void pill realm to the fourth level, stabilizing at the pinnacle of the fourth level. Amidst the thunderous roar and the tumult of heavenly tribulations, Su Chen, wielding the funeral calamity pin, advanced step by arduous step. Each stride proved immensely challenging, yet his countenance radiated with astonishment and anticipation. The pressure and engulfing forces of this trial provided an unparalleled opportunity for personal growth and breakthrough. After traversing several hundred steps, a staircase of deep purple and black gradually emerged within his sight. This was the Heavenly Calamity Stair, consisting of 99 steps. According to Dean Lon, throughout the millennia, only the first dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ascended to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Calamity Stair. No other soul had ever set foot upon it. The sky was rent with the ferocious howls of lightning, ruthlessly ravaging each step, the relentless barrage of electricity causing all onlookers to hesitate in trepidation. Chapter 39. Perhaps you should seek someone else with the burial calamity brush in hand. He continued to sketch the surroundings. The ancient divine demonic art and the chaotic devouring technique surged within him, layering upon his entire being. The Heavenly Calamity Stairs comprised 99 steps, each obscured by a veil of lightning, rendering the next step invisible from the first. From a distance, one could only discern the initial step, with the subsequent ones shrouded in mystery. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li, gravely injured, understood the urgency to ascend the Heavenly Calamity Stairs and obtain the Dragon Lizard Pill. As he stepped onto the first stair, a torrent of overwhelming lightning energy assaulted him, akin to a barrage of razor-sharp blades, threatening to force him back. Enveloped in lightning, his body was brutally torn apart. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen persevered, fully aware that the initial steps of the Heavenly Calamity Stairs were likely the least daunting. With the burial calamity brush, he swiftly conjured a vortex of power. Like a cheetah, he leapt towards the second step, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. Su Chen knew he could not continue to devour the surrounding calamity indefinitely. His body could not bear it. He had to proceed gradually, using the burial calamity brush to divert the encroaching thunder. In just 2 hours, Su Chen ascended 33 steps, most of which was attributed to the power of the burial calamity brush. Without it, he doubted he could have even conquered 10 steps. For the pressure of the Heavenly Calamity Stairs was terrifying, likely insurmountable even for those of the Soul Palace realm. There's someone. He spotted a woman nearby, lying on the ground, drenched in blood and barely conscious. Su Chen could not ignore her plight. Anyone who had made it this far undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, likely beyond that of students, perhaps a teacher from the academy. As he stepped forward, just as the lightning was about to consume the woman, Su Chen wielded the burial calamity brush, conjuring swirling power that diverted the lightning, sparing her life. Gazing at her pale face, Su Chen's attention sharpened. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Among all the women he had encountered, only Luo Tianfei could rival her. Her flawless visage was captivating, particularly her eyes, which held an enchanting allure that could mesmerize anyone. "Thank you for your assistance. Are you a teacher from the academy?" Yin Mei Yao's expression shifted in surprise, clearly not expecting him to be unaware of her identity. Nodding slightly, she replied, "I am Yin Mei Yao, a teacher of the academy's elite and royal classes." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Chen replied, "I must continue ascending the steps." "What about you?" He could surmise that with Yin Mei Yao's injuries, her ability to progress further was uncertain, let alone safely exit the heavenly calamity stairs. He could not bear to watch her perish before his eyes. "If you stay by my side for an hour, I can recover most of my injuries." "Very well." Without wasting any time, Su Chen seated himself and began to harness the chaotic devouring technique to absorb the surrounding calamity, transforming it into his own strength. With the protective aura conjured by the burial calamity brush, the calamity could not approach him, which served as his greatest source of confidence. Yin Mei Yao, momentarily dazed, had not anticipated that this student would be so indifferent, disregarding her beauty. She shook her head in resignation, realizing not every man was driven by lust. Time was of the essence. She had only an hour to recover her injuries to leave the stairs safely. Her venture to the heavenly calamity valley had proven fruitful, as she had finally broken through to the peak heavenly soul realm, just a step away from the spirit concentration realm. The soul palace realm comprises the human soul, earth soul, and heavenly soul realms. Yin Mei Yao stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm, seeking to break through and test how many steps she could ascend. 33 steps had been her limit, and had this person not appeared in time, she would have likely been consumed by the calamity, a thought that sent shivers down her spine. After an hour of absorption and refinement, Su Chen advanced to the 4th level of the void pill realm, successfully consolidating his progress to the 5th level. Although somewhat bewildered, he comprehended the formidable nature of the chaotic devouring technique, especially augmented by the Zufeng Nirvana technique and the ancient divine demonic art, granting him unparalleled advantages. Suddenly, Yin Mei Yao coughed up blood, and the blood wheel above her head began to show signs of cracking, a fox-like phantom appearing in distress. The blood wheel charm fox. Su Chen was astonished at Yin Mei Yao's blood wheel. It was a deceptive type, capable of disorienting enemies to the point of self-destruction at higher levels. Though not the top-tier blood wheel, it was notably unique. The calamity proved to be its nemesis, leaving Su Chen speechless. Had Yin Mei Yao not unleashed the blood wheel, he believed with the aid of his burial calamity brush, she could have recovered and departed safely. Now, the scenario had drastically altered. The surging calamity relentlessly battered Yin Mei Yao, and even with the burial calamity brush, the cracks on her blood wheel multiplied. If this continued, she would not only fail to leave, but might also perish on the spot. Su Chen noticed the alluring glimmer in Yin Mei Yao's eyes, an irresistible charm that no man could withstand, likely stemming from her blood wheel charm fox. Another wave? After his encounter with Luo Tianfei, he had lost his virginity and did not wish to experience a second instance. "Could you assist me with a favor?" "Speak." "My blood wheel charm fox is under the pressure of the calamity and has begun to crack. The charm fox cannot suppress it and needs its other half to merge. We must share a room to preserve the integrity of my blood wheel." Had Yin Mei Yao possessed even a sliver of alternative, she would not have made such a request. Renowned as the Academy's most beautiful woman, at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm, and merely a step away from the spirit concentration realm, she had maintained her pristine form. She would not willingly resort to such measures unless faced with life and death. With no other options available, and only this young man before her, she had to choose him. Fortunately, he was quite handsome and, by all appearances, not lecherous. Furrowing his brows, Su Chen felt exasperated. Why did he keep encountering such situations? Having already been forced by Luo Tianfei, now it was Yin Mei Yao's turn. Ascending the heavenly calamity stairs had turned into a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Ridiculous. If I could find someone else. Why need to seek you out? I, Yanmei Yao, am the first beauty of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Do I not deserve your attention? With the burial calamity brush in hand, he continued to sketch the surroundings, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Should Yanmei Yao truly resort to force, he would be utterly defenseless. Her cultivation level was already considerably higher than his, and given the unique circumstances, he found himself in a dire predicament, facing another forced encounter. I, Yanmei Yao, promise that once this ordeal concludes, I will provide you with the utmost reward. As he observed the increasingly alarming intensity in Yanmei Yao's gaze, Su Chen ultimately chose to relent. After all, saving a life was worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. He could not simply stand by and watch her blood wheel shatter, leaving him to ignore her plight. The burial calamity brush, enveloped in demonic energy, began to move of its own accord as Su Chen approached Yanmei Yao. At that moment, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe red apple. Chapter 40. Just half a step away, the blood wheel exhibited cracks, urgently requiring a fusion to resolve the predicament. Yanmei Huan's blood wheel was remarkably unique. When the blood wheel of the enchanting fox faced heavenly tribulations, a union between male and female was essential to alleviate the fox's crisis. This battle persisted for a full 3 hours. A resounding cry of the fox and the song of the phoenix reverberated throughout the heavenly tribulation steps. As Su Chen sensed the cultivation within him, he unexpectedly ascended 3 tiers, advancing from the 5th level of the virtual Dan realm to the 8th level. He was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that. Immediately after merging with Yanmei Huan, the ancestral phoenix's nirvana technique would autonomously operate, seamlessly integrating with the secret arts practiced by Yanmei Huan's enchanting fox. Not only Su Chen, but even Yanmei Huan's cultivation surged by 3 tiers, jumping directly from the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm to the 3rd level of the form and spirit realm. The form and spirit realm comprises the form spirit realm, the spirit refinement realm, and the concentration realm. It was truly unbelievable. With a helpless smile, she realized that both she and her companion had simultaneously ascended 3 tiers. Moments ago, she had perceived a phoenix's cry emanating from within her body. I still do not know your name, she remarked. Su Chen, from the junior class 22. The worst junior class? Upon learning that Su Chen hailed from the least prestigious junior class, Yanmei Huan appeared quite taken aback. After some contemplation, she said, if you wish to join the elite class, I can arrange it. No need. I'm quite content in the junior class. Are you planning to continue? Yes. I have matters to attend to. You return first. I shall seek you out upon my return to the academy. All right. Yanmei Huan's injuries had nearly healed, and she chose not to linger any longer. Their circumstances had unfolded rather abruptly, and she still found it somewhat difficult to confront them. To alleviate the awkwardness, she opted to depart, intending to discuss everything once they returned to the academy. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen acknowledged that what had just transpired was indeed unexpected. However, he resolved not to evade it. It was quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Fortunately, both Luo Tianfei and Yanmei Huan were stunning beauties, unrivaled in the Eastern Wilderness. A slight flaw lingered in the fact that neither of his 2 partners had evolved their relationship gradually. Both had resorted to forceful means from the outset. The rampant thunder and lightning wreaked havoc upon every step, accompanied by the booming roars of thunder. Su Chen refrained from lingering further, wielding the calamity pen as he advanced towards the 34th step, 34th step, 35th step, 36th step, 48th step. When Su Chen reached the 88th step, drenched in sweat and feeling as if his body might collapse, he knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand. The calamity pen floated above him, continuously sketching around him, forming an absolute protective barrier that repelled any might of the heavenly tribulation. Even so, each additional step felt as arduous as ascending to the heavens. The pressure of the heavenly tribulation intensified, and the chaotic body within Su Chen began to boil, manifesting a chaotic golden body behind him, gasping for air. The final 11 steps proved to be the ultimate test. His cultivation had stabilized, and he had never anticipated such a significant elevation during his visit to the heavenly tribulation valley. He felt compelled to muster the strength to ascend several more steps, genuinely concerned about his ability to endure. Were it anyone else, even the professors and vice dean might not have managed to reach the 88 steps. After all, Su Chen standing here was primarily due to the calamity pin hovering above him. Continue. The thunder roared ferociously, carrying a terrifying momentum that seemed intent on tearing Su Chen apart. This time, he did not pause for even a moment. Under the calamity pin's shield, he accelerated towards the 89th step. The higher he ascended, the more rapid and furious the thunder's onslaught became, relentlessly attempting to subdue him. Fortunately, the calamity pin was capable of withstanding 90% of the heavenly tribulation's force. Otherwise, Su Chen could not have progressed this far. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, refusing to concede. Sweat soaked through his clothing, and each step felt as if he were traversing vast distances. He clenched his fist tightly, now on the 96th step with only 3 remaining. The last 3 steps were hundreds of times more challenging than the preceding 96 combined. When Su Chen stood on the 97th step, despite the assistance of the calamity pin, he could not suppress the tearing sensation within him, letting out a long howl towards the heavens. 100-foot chaotic golden body materialized, and 3 blood wheels manifested simultaneously, overlapping one another. Blood seeped from his body, yet he chose to persist, refusing to give up. The thunder boomed wildly, as if the heavenly tribulation had been thoroughly provoked, and the steps of the heavenly tribulation manifested monstrous beasts that lunged fiercely at Su Chen. Waves of terrifying heavenly tribulation piled upon him, and drenched in sweat. Su Chen gritted his teeth, paying no heed to the genuine pain assailing him. With only 2 steps remaining, he had to endure at all costs. The chaotic golden body behind him trembled, the oppressive force rendering him nearly immobile. His gaze remained resolute, unwavering amidst the terrifying pressure of the heavenly tribulation. To achieve this was nothing short of superhuman. When Su Chen set foot on the 98th step, the pressure of the heavenly tribulation unexpectedly eased. The power within him contracted and expanded, allowing him to break through his limits, advancing from the 8th level of the virtual Dan realm to the 9th level. Before him stood the final step. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen approached it step by step. When he faced the 99th step, it loomed like a sheer cliff barring his path, making the next move seem almost insurmountable. The surrounding thunder grew increasingly frenzied, resembling ancient ferocious beasts howling at the sky. The dense might of the heavenly tribulation converged from all directions, and blood trickled from the corner of Su Chen's mouth as his body swayed precariously. Taking a deep breath, he stabilized his form after half an hour. His gaze was particularly firm. As long as he could take this final step, he would consider it a success. With the 3 blood wheels swirling within him, the chaotic golden body layered upon him, and the calamity pin in hand, Su Chen finally took that crucial step. As one foot touched the 99th step, he felt his chaotic body tremble violently, the 3 blood wheels becoming tightly bound. The surrounding might of the heavenly tribulation encased him like a prison, leaving Su Chen, so close yet so far, unable to take the final half step. If only he could step forward, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly tribulation steps. In his hand appeared the god-slaying bow, and an arrow materialized upon it. Drawing the bowstring taut without hesitation, he released the arrow with a swift whoosh. Chapter 41. The unusual phenomena of heaven and earth with a swift motion. The god-slaying bone arrow pierced through the air, as Su Chen's intention was straightforward, to use it to take the final step. This step, more arduous than ascending to the heavens, could not be crossed even with the assistance of the burial calamity pin. Only with the god-slaying bone bow could it be achieved. The overwhelmingly powerful god-slaying bone arrow tore through the thunderous barrier before him, and in that fleeting moment, Su Chen finally made his stride forward. As his feet firmly planted themselves on the 99th step, the surrounding thunderous roars ceased, and the atmosphere became eerily silent, as if the king of hell had arrived. The oppressive force that weighed upon him vanished in an instant. Gazing at the 99th step, Su Chen realized he had succeeded. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy manifested in the heavens, enveloping the entire heavenly calamity ladder, causing the entire heavenly calamity valley to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. The apocalypse seemed to descend, spreading from the valley to the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy, prompting all teachers and students to rush out, bewildered by the unfolding events. Waves of terrifying energy descended, from the second to the third, fourth, and up to the 99th, hovering ominously above Su Chen. Above the clouds, thunder roared, transforming into countless rolling lightning strikes that shook the surroundings, even affecting the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the Academy's millennia of history. Lanshang's silhouette appeared abruptly outside the heavenly calamity valley. Witnessing the unfolding scene, he was struck with astonishment and immediately ordered the expulsion of all students from the valley, enforcing a lockdown that forbade anyone from stepping foot inside. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Ji Yoshi, who was in the midst of her training, was forcibly removed by the vice president. With a rumble, Lanshang's eyes reflected shock and disbelief. He had only allowed Su Chen to ascend the heavenly calamity ladder with a glimmer of hope. After all, in 1,000 years, only the first president of the Eastern Wilderness Academy had ever reached the summit of the heavenly calamity ladder, making Su Chen the second. Rumors suggested that those who could ascend the heavenly calamity ladder were undoubtedly gifted individuals, envied even by the heavens, destined to achieve imperial realms. The emergence of such a prodigious talent within the Eastern Wilderness Academy was indeed a blessing for the institution. Su Chen, you must surpass even your father. At that moment, atop the 99th step, Su Chen felt the extraordinary phenomenon enveloping him, astonished by the terrifying spectacle that had arisen upon his ascent. The 100-foot chaotic golden body that coalesced behind him radiated a dazzling light. And it was through this heavenly phenomenon that his cultivation abruptly broke through the 9th-level Void Dan realm, advancing to the pinnacle of the Void Dan realm. With his internal Void Dan beginning to solidify, he broke into the Solid Dan realm, making remarkable progress, leaping 3 levels from the 1st-level Solid Dan realm to the 4th. The celestial phenomenon lasted for a full minute before gradually dissipating, ultimately vanishing from sight. To be able to invoke such a heavenly phenomenon, impressive indeed. Who goes there? Turning around to face an elder who had appeared unbeknownst to him, Su Chen felt a jolt of fear. Had the elder chosen to attack, he would have surely met his demise. The elder, clad in dark gray attire, had hair that stood upright like spikes, and though his visage bore the marks of age, his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary clarity, as if he could see through all worldly matters. I am Yin Kongji, and may I ask how to address you, young friend? Senior, I have heard of your esteemed name. Noticing the expression on Su Chen's face, Yin Kongji smiled and remarked, it seems you have deduced my identity. Indeed, I am the founding president of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Astonished, Su Chen had surmised the elder's identity, yet hearing it spoken aloud elicited a sense of disbelief. According to President Lanshang, only the first president had ever stepped upon the 99th step. Thus, the elder's presence here confirmed his remarkable identity. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Yin Kongji stretched, exclaiming, I must admit my age. I am somewhat weary. Young friend, you should return to the academy. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior. Yin Kongji produced a jade slip. Smiling as he said, I possess no treasures to offer, but I shall impart this secret technique to you. I hope it serves you well in commanding respect across the continent. As Su Chen accepted the jade slip, he found that Yin Kongji's figure had vanished. Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Chen had not anticipated encountering someone from a millennium past. Such mastery must be unfathomable. Not lingering further, he departed from the heavenly calamity ladder and returned to his residence. Upon retrieving the jade slip, the essence of the technique surged into his consciousness, revealing the art of the soul prison technique. Sensing the overwhelming power of this martial art, Su Chen was deeply impressed. The true terror of the soul prison technique lay in its ability to imprison any soul, even crafting soul slaves. It was an extraordinarily powerful soul martial art. And as the information of the soul prison technique imprinted itself in his mind, Su Chen promptly destroyed the jade slip. He was quite taken with this secret technique and immediately began his practice. Regarding the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavenly calamity valley, the academy tightly sealed any information. Even Su Chen's departure went unnoticed, all concealed by President Lanshang, who sought to protect him from any repercussions. The following day, as dawn broke, Dispelling the darkness over the eastern wilderness, the academy was visited by a group of uninvited guests, led by Vice President Qin Zhu, who escorted them to the academy hall, designated for receiving outsiders. Due to the visitors' unique identities, even the reclusive President Lan Shang made an appearance. Within the hall, Qin Zhu wore a grim expression. As the vice president burdened with the most responsibilities, he held Su Chen in high regard. Brother Lan, Tang Hao's bloodline has been crippled, and upon returning to the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian has come personally. How shall we respond? The Tang clan, one of the premier factions in the Eastern Wilderness, sought justice after their son was wronged at the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Lan Shang felt a twinge of helplessness. Su Chen had acted too ruthlessly, knowing full well Tang Hao's status, yet still choosing to cripple his bloodline. We shall observe and wait. No sooner had he spoken than a burly middle-aged man resembling Tang Hao entered the hall, his muscular physique and fierce countenance radiating fury, accompanied by dozens of followers. He was none other than the clan leader of the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian, a formidable figure at the Gathering Pill Realm. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Gathering Pill Realm represented the pinnacle of power. The hierarchy of martial arts includes Innate Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Soul Palace Realm, Spirit Gathering Realm, and Gathering Pill Realm. Chapter 42. He brought it upon himself, Director Lan. It has been 5 years since we last met. I trust you have been well. Lan Shang smiled as he spoke. Leader Tang seldom visits my Eastern Wild Academy, and I have grown somewhat lethargic as well. Tang Xiaotian entered the hall and took a seat to the left, his expression dark and foreboding. With a respectful salute to Director Lan, he stated bluntly, Director Lan, my son has been training at the Eastern Wild Academy, a situation that I was initially reluctant to accept. However, he insisted on pursuing it, and given the Academy's esteemed position in the Eastern Wild, I refrained from intervening. Your Academy has always been hailed as the foremost institution in the Eastern Wild, yet I was taken aback to learn that my son has been rendered incapable within its walls. I wonder how Director Lan intends to explain this matter. The crux of the issue had arrived. Qin Zhu interjected, Leader Tang, you may not be aware that Tang Hao and another have signed a life-and-death contract, engaging in a life-and-death battle. Even the Academy cannot intervene in such matters. This was the very circumstance that incensed Tang Xiaotian the most. Were it not for the life-and-death contract, he could have demanded a reasonable explanation with conviction. Now, however, the situation was undeniably complicated, as Qin Zhu had articulated. A life-and-death contract between warriors was beyond the reach of any authority. I wish to meet this Su Chen. Is that permissible? Before Qin Zhu could respond, Lan Shang nodded and said, Vice President Qin, please fetch Su Chen. As Qin Zhu sighed deeply, he understood the gravity of offending the Tang family. The Eastern Wild Academy itself was inconsequential compared to the potential repercussions posed by Su Chen. Within the dormitory courtyard, Su Chen, who had been diligently practicing the soul-capturing technique, heard a knock at the door and rose to answer it. Who are you? I am Qin Zhu, the vice president of the academy. The director has summoned you. Please come with me. The vice president himself sought him out? This seems somewhat peculiar. Without further inquiry, Su Chen followed Qin Zhu out of his dormitory towards the hall. The matter between you and Tang Hao has drawn the personal attention of leader Tang Xiaotian, who has come to demand an explanation. Rest assured, the Academy will not hand you over. However, be prepared. The Tang family wields considerable influence. And once you leave the Academy, it is highly likely they will take action against you. Yes, Su Chen replied, unfazed by the information. He was well aware that the Tang family would eventually learn of his incapacitation of Tang Hao. Had it not been for the Academy and oppose as deterrent, they would have already acted against him without hesitation. When soldiers arrive, one must resist. When water comes, one must block. He felt no fear. What could the Tang family do? One Su family versus one Tang family. In the hall, as Qin Zhu escorted Su Chen inside, the saying held true. When enemies meet, their eyes grow red with rage. Just as Su Chen entered, a warrior of the condensed spirit realm, positioned behind Tang Xiaotian, charged at him with tremendous force. Qin Zhu was engaged with another warrior of the same realm, and Tang Xiaotian's intent was clear, to eliminate Su Chen before Lan Shang could react, avenging his son. If Su Chen were to be killed, even if the Eastern Wild Academy were to become enraged, would they truly risk a conflict with the Tang family over a single student? Such a notion was hardly practical. Impudence. Lan Shang's figure vanished in an instant. A terrifying aura of murderous intent coalescing as he directed it towards the assailant. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying. Had Lan Shang not shown restraint, the man would have surely perished. Tang Xiaoyan's gaze hardened as he personally charged at Su Chen, consumed by the desire for revenge, disregarding all else, even his own dignity. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Xiaoyan found himself firmly suppressed by Lan Shang. As he unleashed a punch, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Nine-flower convergence. You have reached the nine-flower convergence realm. Above the condensed spirit realm lies the convergence realm, which differs significantly from previous stages. It is not divided into 3 realms, but rather consists of soul flowers, with each flower representing a world. This continuum extends from 1 flower to 9, culminating in the so-called 9-flower convergence. As the head of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoyan had only recently condensed 7 flowers. He had not anticipated that Lan Shang had already achieved the 9-flower convergence. Qin Zhu was equally astonished. He understood the implications of the 9-flower convergence. In the entire Eastern Wild, this was the pinnacle of existence. Leader Tang, please conduct yourself with decorum. This is the Eastern Wild Academy, not your Tang family. Should you dare to act again, I will not hesitate to annihilate you and your entire entourage. Staring intently at Lan Shang, Tang Xiaoyan harbored no doubts. While others may hesitate, Lan Shang certainly would not, given the Academy's formidable foundation. In the Eastern Wild, no faction had ever dared to provoke the Eastern Wild Academy. As they took their respective seats, their cold gazes fixated on the young man before them, Tang Xiaoyan suppressed the overwhelming urge to kill and coldly remarked, "Even with a life-and-death contract, you should not have incapacitated his blood wheel, for it is the very foundation of a warrior. He brought upon himself. He cannot blame me." Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoyan nodded, somewhat satisfied. "You are quite arrogant, but alas, your arrogance is merely a facade supported by the Eastern Wild Academy. However, the Academy cannot protect you indefinitely. I hope you never leave the Academy. We shall take our leave." Tang Xiaoyan had never anticipated that Lan Shang would sever ties with the Tang family over a single student. According to his previous assumptions, given the Tang family's influence and intimidation, the Eastern Wild Academy would provide some concession. The outcome, however, was a resounding slap to his face. "Leader Tang, no need for a send-off," Qin Zhu stated coldly. While others may fear the Tang family, the Eastern Wild Academy was entirely unperturbed, especially now that the director had ascended to the 9-flower convergence, standing tall above the Eastern Wild. Tang Xiaoyan swiftly departed with his entourage. Throughout the encounter, Su Chen remained silent. With the Academy's backing, any words he spoke would be futile. If the Academy intended to protect him, they would act regardless of his input. If they did not wish to shield him, no amount of protest would alter that reality. The Eastern Wild Academy had not let him down. Even in the face of the Tang family, they had not retreated a single step, even engaging the Tang family head in battle. Su Chen, Lan Shang addressed him. "Regarding the Tang family, you need not concern yourself. As long as you remain within the Eastern Wild Academy, the Tang family cannot harm you. Your sole focus should be on cultivating your skills." "Understood," Su Chen replied. "Go now." "Yes." Once Su Chen had departed, Qin Zhu's expression grew serious. "Lan, we have now severed ties with the Tang family. Do you think they will resort to underhanded tactics?" Lan Shang chuckled and shook his head. "Tang Xiaoyan is no fool. He wouldn't undertake a losing venture. And, Su Chen, keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not leave the Academy's grounds." "Understood." Lan Shang shook his head, somewhat exasperated, yet he was resolute in his determination to protect Su Chen. For now, it was merely the Tang family. In the future, there would also be the Su family. Su Chen would be facing 2 top-tier clans, making his ascent all the more challenging. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Chen approached Yin Mei, who awaited him outside. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere special. I was just wandering about. Since arriving at the Academy, I have not ventured anywhere." Yin Mei nodded. "Have you heard about the events at the Heavenly Calamity Valley yesterday? An extraordinary phenomenon occurred, and I was forcibly expelled from the Heavenly Calamity Valley by the director." Su Chen remained tight-lipped about the details, recalling Yun Kongji's instruction to keep the matter secret. Knowing well the adage that a man without guilt can still suffer for possessing something valuable. Without a trace of doubt, The academy had sealed off the heavenly calamity valley and expelled all individuals due to the extraordinary phenomenon. She had uncovered information about Su Chen, a newcomer ranked among the lowest in the junior class, yet holding the top position on the potential dragon ranking. Have you made a breakthrough? With a smile, Su Chen nodded. I was fortunate enough to encounter an opportunity on the 34th step, which allowed me to advance to the reality pill realm. Astonishment enveloped the atmosphere as Yin Meiji recognized the extensive duration required to ascend from the virtual Dan realm to the substantial Dan realm. Who could have anticipated that within a mere day, Su Chen would achieve such a breakthrough? While opportunities are indeed paramount, innate talent holds even greater significance. Su Chen, now that you have transcended into the substantial Dan realm, you are entirely eligible to join the advanced class for further cultivation. Should you desire it, I can petition the academy to allow you to enter the elite class, she proclaimed, not pausing for Su Chen's refusal. Yin Meiji continued. Remaining in the junior class will limit the resources you can acquire, ultimately hindering your martial arts progression. Moreover, only by entering the elite class can you access certain elements that are beyond the reach of the junior and intermediate classes. Do you comprehend this? Su Chen understood the goodwill behind Yin Meiji's words. With his current cultivation level, he could undoubtedly transition to the advanced class. Yet entering the elite class was unattainable without reaching the Golden Dan realm. He was uncertain whether Yin Meiji could indeed facilitate such an exception. In truth, he had no desire to depart from the seemingly inferior junior class. Do you truly not wish to advance? Are you content to remain in the junior class for all eternity? Allow me to clarify. Continuing your stay at the academy would be utterly futile, given your talent. There is no reason for you to linger here, Yin Meiji asserted, a hint of anger seeping into her tone. She had tirelessly dedicated her efforts to ensure Su Chen's admission into the elite class. With her own cultivation having ascended to the form and spirit realm and her instructor level elevated, she held a firm belief that Su Chen could indeed qualify for an exception. Very well, I shall await your response, she concluded, unable to suppress her excitement. Such is the nature of women. Once one earns their affection, acceptance gradually follows. Su Chen's extraordinary talent and striking appearance marked him as a prodigy destined to rise to greatness, a potential evident to all who beheld him. Under the blazing sun, Su Chen summoned all the members of the junior class. Huang Qi, Liu Yuan and Ai Yun, Yi Xian, Qiao Hong, Fang Qing, Fang Zhu, Shi Xiaoman, and Xing Ying Shui. Su, did you call us for something? They inquired. Su Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied. I anticipate that I shall soon ascend to the elite class for my cultivation. That is truly marvelous. I always believed that with your talent and potential, there was no way you could remain in the junior class indefinitely, they exclaimed. Congratulations, Su. However, a fleeting glimmer of anxiety and inferiority crossed Xing Yingshui's eyes. She understood all too well that as Su Chen continued to excel, the chasm between them would only widen. Chapter 43. Whose three dogs have run out to bite people. Heartfelt congratulations are in order for Su Chen, who hails from the lowest-ranking beginner class, an entity often looked down upon throughout the academy. Yet now, Su Chen, emerging from this class of misfits, has transcended both the intermediate and advanced tiers to gain admission into the elite class for training. A momentous occasion for the entire beginner class. Huang Qi remarked, Boss, here, as 10,000 points for you take. You have awakened the mutated blood wheel. Do not succumb to laziness or self-doubt. If I observe no progress from you, you need not follow me any longer. Yes, boss. Yes, you. I will not let you down. Huang Qi, understanding the necessity of points for rapid advancement within the academy, accepted the gesture without hesitation. Su Chen's entry into the elite class does not signify a farewell from the academy. Hence, no tragic separation ensues. After successfully obtaining the Longyan Dan, Su Chen made his way to the dormitory of the intermediate class 18. May I inquire which dormitory belongs to senior sister Bailey? That one, a young man pointed out. As Su Chen gazed upon the neatly arranged buildings, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The dormitories for the intermediate class far surpassed those of the beginner class. Upon arriving at Bailey's dormitory, he encountered Chu Yang as he stepped outside. Junior Su, you've arrived. Senior Chu, this is the Longyan Dan. Upon seeing the Longyan Dan, Chu Yang's expression brightened, and he gratefully bowed to Su Chen. fully aware of the significance of this precious item, which costs hundreds of thousands of points to acquire. Junior Su, I thank you on behalf of Bailey. There is no need for such formality among friends. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't intrude any longer. Understood. Not lingering. As he indeed had numerous tasks ahead, Su Chen ascended the 99 steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder. According to Dean Lan's promise, he was permitted to visit the weapon pavilion, artifact pavilion, and pill pavilion to select one item from each. There was no need to seek out Dean Lan. He trusted that the arrangements had been duly communicated. In the artifact pavilion, upon his second visit, Su Chen was once again struck by the sheer value of the treasures within. Each item casually displayed demanded thousands of points, and anything that caught one's eye was priced in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of points. Previously, he had exchanged for a spatial ring and a flawed divine demon mirror, presenting his identity jade plate. The instructor guarding the artifact pavilion glanced at him in surprise, but nodded, saying, "The dean has given instructions. You may freely choose one spiritual artifact within the pavilion, including the second level, without the need for points." As anticipated, entering the artifact pavilion, Su Chen did not tarry on the first floor, heading straight for the second. The second floor was significantly smaller and devoid of people, for the spiritual artifact here required a minimum of hundreds of thousands of points, with some even reaching millions. Even students from the elite class could scarcely afford such exorbitant prices. Each glowing sphere contained descriptions of the spiritual artifacts along with their point requirements. The dragon-slaying sword, 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points? Su Chen was taken aback. Such a figure would indeed deter countless students, being utterly daunting. He could select only one item and needed to make a wise choice. As he wandered, observing the myriad glowing spheres showcasing various spiritual treasures, he felt a whirlwind of desire to claim them all, for each was indeed remarkable. The Calamity Dragon Nail, a flawed spiritual artifact requiring an astounding 100 million points. Presumably the highest priced item on the second floor of the artifact pavilion. Su Chen was astonished. Why would a flawed artifact demand such a hefty price? According to the description beneath the glowing sphere, there were 9 Calamity Dragon Nails, the bane of the dragon race, each embodying unfathomable power. A single Calamity Dragon Nail was a priceless treasure. Envisioning the might of a complete set sent shivers down his spine. Placing his identity jade plate upon the designated spot, Su Chen had already made up his mind. This was the item he sought. The jade plate shimmered, and the glowing sphere vanished, revealing the Calamity Dragon Nail in his hand. A piece roughly the length of a finger, entirely black and yellow, etched with intricate patterns resembling countless tiny tadpoles, appearing much like a rusted nail. Clutching the Calamity Dragon Nail tightly, Su Chen turned to leave. As he exited the second floor, the figure of Lan Shang gradually materialized, gazing at the vanished Calamity Dragon Nail with evident satisfaction. "Your taste is commendable. My efforts have not been in vain." It turned out that Lan Shang had deliberately placed the Calamity Dragon Nail there. It had not been part of the artifact pavilion until now. Such a celestial treasure, being the nemesis of the dragon race, would certainly attract the attention of the dragons if word got out. Upon leaving the artifact pavilion, Su Chen proceeded directly to the pill pavilion. He selected a soul-focused elixir and arranged for the academy to send it back to the Su family in Panyu City. Firstly, he could not leave the Eastern Wilderness Academy alone. Having incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel, the Tang family sought his demise. Within the academy, the Tang family might hesitate to act due to the institution's authority, but once he departed, they would undoubtedly act with impunity. With his current strength, he would be no match for them. Secondly, he was no longer a member of the Su family. There was no need to return, yet this elixir must be delivered. How to awaken his father, now a living corpse, remained a mystery, but he would not forsake any opportunity. Lastly, he approached the martial pavilion. It too was a white structure, and the number of students here surpassed that of other areas as the academy adopted a more inclusive approach to martial arts, requiring minimal points for exchanges. Adhering to a philosophy of egalitarian education, the academy hoped to assist more students in discovering suitable martial disciplines. The martial pavilion was merely a hall, filled with glowing spheres, neatly arranged, with students entering and exiting, some joyful, others despondent. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang shivered as they spotted Su Chen entering. They had previously been defeated by him in the Eastern Wilderness Forest, and little did they expect him to now rank first on the Hidden Dragon list. You stay here, I'll find my brother. All right. Mo Lin had an older brother, Mo Xian, a student of the elite class 5, currently at the first level of the Golden Core realm. He could not swallow his pride. In Mo Lin's view, as long as his brother intervened, he would surely be able to subdue Su Chen, though the academy forbade senior students from bullying juniors. A mere show of force would likely be overlooked. As Su Chen examined the glowing spheres concealing various martial arts, his interest waned. He currently sought a martial technique focused on movement or stealth, either would suffice. Another flawed martial art. For reasons unknown, Su Chen had an affinity for flawed spiritual artifacts and martial techniques. He believed that anything imperfect must possess hidden treasures. The divine demon mirror he had previously acquired could even activate the operations of the ancient divine demon art, which spoke volumes. Upon scrutinizing the description beneath the glowing sphere, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This flawed martial technique was, in fact, a soul martial art. He had previously received a soul martial art named Soul Prison Technique from Yun Kongji. Without a doubt, among all martial arts, soul martial arts were the rarest and most difficult to obtain. Even a flawed one was highly coveted by Su Chen. He promptly placed his identity jade plate on the glowing sphere, and in the next moment, the sphere vanished, revealing a jade slip in Su Chen's hand. Waste is indeed waste, only capable of selecting flawed martial arts. Mo Lin, I have long advised you to avoid any association with the lowest tier of the beginner class. They will surely render you foolish. A mocking tone laced with sarcasm drifted over as Mo Xian approached with Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, their faces adorned with unrestrained disdain. Evident to all, choosing to ignore them, Mo Lin stepped forward, sneering. Su Chen, this is my elder brother Mo Xian from the elite class 5. I can overlook past grievances, but you must kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, my brother will strike you every time he sees you. Frowning slightly, Su Chen expressed his annoyance. Whose 3 dogs have wandered out to bite indiscriminately. If no one intervenes, I shan't hold back. Many students selecting martial arts overheard this, and some could not suppress their laughter. This person was audacious indeed, daring to provoke even Mo Xian from the elite class. You don't even know who he is? Is he famous? Of course, he is Su Chen, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, having been at the academy for less than 20 days. It was puzzling why he remained in the beginner class without advancing. Su Chen, is that really him? Even if he ranks first on the Hidden Dragon list, he cannot possibly contend with the elite class students. Elite class 5 has around 400 students, the weakest among them being at the first tier of the Golden Core realm. The Hidden Dragon list is a mere joke before the elite class. It is common knowledge that the Academy maintains 2 rankings, the Hidden Dragon list and the 100 Battles list. The Hidden Dragon list is contested by beginner and intermediate classes, while the advanced and elite classes vie for the 100 Battles list. The 2 lists are not comparable. Furious, Mo Lin retorted, Su Chen, do not be so arrogant. Do you dare accept my brother's challenge? Mo Xian interjected. Kid, you truly are audacious, but audacity requires capital. I wonder if you possess such capital. Or are you merely a paper tiger, all talk and no bite? Brother, I don't think he even qualifies as a paper tiger. He is merely a little ant, daring to act tough before my brother without the strength to back it up. How pathetic. Observing the overbearing Mo Lin, many wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Were it not for his brother Mo Xian, he would never dare to be so arrogant. The answer is undoubtedly no. Mo Lin was elated within. He knew he was no match for Su Chen. If not for his powerful brother, he would forever remain suppressed, too timid to provoke anyone. Yet now, emboldened by his brother's presence, he felt invincible. Ignoring the jeers from the surrounding students, he relished the moment. Both Mo Xian and his brother were entirely sure that Su Chen would not dare accept the challenge. A beginner class student, even ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, could not possibly rival an elite class student. The disparity in realms was too vast. Accepting would be akin to humiliation. Such a blunder was one Su Chen would not commit lightly. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, saying, Since you wish to challenge me, if I do not accept, you will likely continue to bark. Wait, is Su Chen really going to accept the challenge? Has he lost his mind? The crowd regarded Su Chen's willingness to accept the challenge as impulsive, for anyone subjected to such humiliation and provocation would surely retaliate. Yet the situation was peculiar. Su Chen hailed from Elite Class 5, a formidable Golden Core realm warrior. How could a beginner-class student be his opponent? Both Su Chen and Su Lin's faces lit up with delight. This was the outcome they desired, a chance to teach this individual a lesson. You got spirit. I admire your boldness. Before Su Chen could finish, Su Chen suddenly declared, "Let us sign a life-and-death pact and engage in a battle to the death, leaving fate to the heavens. Would you dare accept?" A chill swept through the crowd. All eyes were on Su Chen, astonished. For no one expected him not only to accept the challenge, but to propose a life-and-death duel. The East Wilderness Academy has a strict rule. Under no circumstances should death occur, regardless of the grievances involved. Should one breach this foundational principle, anyone would face the Academy's retribution. Thus, throughout the Academy's history, no death had ever been recorded, save for extraordinary circumstances, the so-called life-and-death battles. After all, it is impossible for a person to constantly suppress their fury. When two individuals reach an impasse that can only be resolved through death, they may sign a life-and-death pact. And in such cases, the Academy refrains from intervention. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. A beginner-class student wished to engage him in a life-and-death battle? Even ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, he could not defy the rules of martial arts. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? Su Lin merely sought to teach Su Chen a lesson, not to kill him. Their conflict had not escalated to the point of a life-and-death grudge. If a dog acts foolishly, I can only oblige. Are you afraid? Such blatant provocation. Among the many onlookers, Su Chen understood that if he refused the life-and-death duel, word would quickly spread, and he would become the Academy's laughingstock, a notion he could not tolerate. Kid, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Name a time and place. Su Chen promptly drew a drop of his blood, allowing it to hover between them. At this moment, everyone finally grasped that Su Chen was not jesting. He was serious about engaging in a life-and-death battle with Su Chen from the elite class. Gasps filled the air as spectators mused over Su Chen's audacity, truly a madman, unafraid of anything. Having reached this juncture, Su Chen realized he could not refuse. He too drew a drop of blood, and their blood mingled, forming a unique symbol that vanished from sight. The life-and-death pact was sealed. Even the Academy would not intervene in their affair. 3 days hence, on the arena of life and death, the Academy possessed a designated platform for such battles. Very well. I await you. I hope your bravery extends beyond mere words, Su Chen stated, departing with Su Lin. Silence enveloped the crowd as they regarded Su Chen, none harboring hope for him. The gap between them was too great, one from the beginner class, the other from the elite class. Such a life-and-death duel had never occurred in the Academy's annals. This was an unprecedented event. Having no intention of lingering, Su Chen successfully acquired the martial arts and prepared to return to his dormitory to cultivate this incomplete skill, eager to discover how to mend it. In his dormitory, he inquired, "Tower Spirit, can you assist me in restoring this incomplete martial art?" Su Chen believed he was not yet capable of repairing it. His intuition suggested that this soul martial art was indeed extraordinary, and if he could not restore it, all efforts would be in vain. The voice of the Tower Spirit resonated in his mind. "Master, the chaotic devouring technique you cultivate can indeed restore the martial art. However, the extent and speed of the restoration depend on your realm." "Ah, I see." Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged, activating the chaotic devouring technique. Enveloping the jade slip floating before him, waves of devouring energy completely wrapped around the fragmented information, gradually making its way into his mind, beginning the restoration process. Half an hour later, Su Chen sensed a glimmer of understanding regarding the incomplete martial art in his mind, and 4 ethereal characters emerged, primordial divine patterns. Soon after, a voice, ancient and vast, resonated from within the 4 characters, reverberating throughout his mind. In the beginning, the universe arose, and the soul became the essence. Through the refinement of myriad spirits, the cosmic order was shattered, and the firmament was established, perceived as the primordial divine patterns. Waves of boundless energy relentlessly assailed the soul, and beads of sweat swiftly covered Su Chen's anguished visage as he gritted his teeth in endurance. Little did he anticipate that this soul martial art would prove to be so overwhelmingly formidable. Simultaneously, two startling pieces of news erupted within the junior class, both concerning Su Chen, the top contender on the Hidden Dragon list. The first announcement revealed that Su Chen had accepted a challenge from Su Chen of the Elite Class 5, signing a death pact to engage in a life-or-death duel on the arena 3 days hence. The second piece of news declared that Su Chen had been exceptionally promoted to a member of the Elite Class 1. These revelations sent shockwaves throughout the junior class, reverberating even into the intermediate and advanced classes, leaving the elite class in disbelief. The first news was somewhat expected. Many believed that Su Chen's audacity would lead to his own destruction, for it was deemed an impossible dream for someone of the junior class to vanquish an elite class member. There was no suspense in this outcome, as it was a fundamental tenet of martial arts that no one could defy. As for the second announcement, discontent brewed among many, for according to the Academy's regulations, one must first transcend to the Golden Core realm to be eligible for the elite class. Yet, Su Chen remained merely a practitioner at the virtual core stage, lacking even the qualifications to ascend to the advanced class, much less the elite. Many students harbored resentment and dissatisfaction, but none dared to voice their grievances. As night descended, a knock echoed through the air. Su Chen opened the door to find Xing Yingxue standing outside, smiling as she inquired, "Is there something you need at this late hour? Will you not invite me in?" Upon her entry, noting the worry etched across her face, Su Chen surmised the purpose of her visit. Sitting upon a stone bench in the courtyard, Xing Yingxue gazed at him and lamented, "Mo Xian hails from Elite Class 5. Although he ranks at the bottom of the elite class, his strength should not be underestimated. If you do not wish to engage, he cannot compel you." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, grinning as he replied, "The death pact has been signed. There is no turning back. Do you not trust me?" "Trust? How can I trust?" Xing Yingxue was genuinely fearful for Su Chen's safety, yet she refrained from confessing her affections for him, preferring to avoid such entanglements. Su Chen, well aware of her concerns, stated, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Ninth level foundation establishment," she replied. "Oh, ninth level foundation establishment." Su Chen remarked, slightly astonished by her rapid advancement. To have achieved 2 breakthroughs in such a short span indicated that he had underestimated the potential of her awakened mutated bloodline. "Have you been practicing the secret arts of the Xing clan?" Su Chen understood that powerful clans possess their own secret techniques. He had learned from others that Xing Yingxue held a significant position within the Xing clan, yet had been overlooked due to the perceived inadequacy of her bloodline. Now that she had awakened her mutated bloodline, if she could cultivate the clan's secret arts, her progress would surely accelerate. Nodding, Xing Yingxue replied, "Although I have been disregarded by the Xing clan due to my awakened bloodline, they still impart their secret arts and martial techniques to me. I have begun my training, which is why I have managed to achieve 2 breakthroughs in such a short time." Seemingly struck by a thought, she quickly proposed, "Su, why not allow me to teach you the secret arts and martial techniques?" Shaking his head, Su Chen firmly declined. There is no need. His refusal stemmed not from disinterest, but from a desire to spare Xing Yingxue any potential trouble. As a premier clan in the Eastern Wilderness, should their secret arts and techniques leak, the source would inevitably be traced. Such complications were unnecessary. "Su," she pressed, "let us not dwell on this matter. Instead, share with me your experiences within the Xing clan." Understanding that Su Chen had intentionally shifted the conversation, Xing Yingxue had no choice but to comply, beginning to recount her experiences within the clan, stories she had long avoided sharing with anyone. Su Chen was the first to hear them. Thus, under the cover of night, Su Chen listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Chapter 45. The Wrath of Yin Mei Hui in the Elite Area. There are 5 distinguished classes and over 400 students. Among them, the students of Class 1 are the most outstanding, comprising 39 individuals, with Su Chen bringing the total to 40. Excluding the 7 students who are currently in different training locations, the remaining 32 have all been summoned. Every time a new student arrives, Teacher Yin welcomes them with great enthusiasm. However, this time, it raises questions as to why Teacher Yin would report to the Academy, seeking an exception to admit a student from the junior class into the elite class, seemingly lowering the standards of Class 1. Indeed, This matter is rather peculiar. In previous years, the top student on the potential dragon list could only gain exceptional entry into the advanced class, and even then, it was the last class. Unlike this occasion, where someone has directly advanced to the elite class and been assigned to class 1. If there isn't something amiss, I would be utterly shocked. Sure, Kai, you should just eat stones instead, someone retorted. Do you think this person might be a relative of Teacher Yin? Sure, Kai, silence yourself. No disparaging remarks about Teacher Yin. Ji Yoshi interjected, her expression tinged with anger. Although she and Teacher Yin share the relationship of mentor and student, they are closer to confidants, and she cannot tolerate any slight against her friend. Upon seeing Ji Yoshi, Sure Kai and the others brightened. Ji Yoshi, renowned as one of the top 5 beauties of Dongwang Academy, is the epitome of talent, beauty, and status, making her the object of admiration from many men. Senior Ji, I haven't congratulated you on successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley. At this rate, I believe you will soon advance to the Nascent Soul Realm and join the Royal Class, Sure Kai remarked, trying to flatter her. Ji Yoshi appeared somewhat displeased and did not respond, creating an awkward silence. Just then, Su Chen's figure appeared in Class 1. Each classroom essentially serves as a small training arena. Who are you looking for? I'm here to report, Su Chen replied. You are Su Chen? Hurry inside, so I can see what this person who has prompted both Teacher Yin and the Academy to make an exception looks like. Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? The atmosphere was rife with sarcasm and mockery. If the individual were of the Golden Core Realm and had smoothly entered the elite class, there would be no objections. Yet, this person comes from the junior class, advancing directly to the elite class. This backdoor entry is rather audacious. What astonished the most was that all students of the Academy were aware that their dean despises those who take shortcuts. Why then, would this individual be allowed such an advantage? It's you. Ji Yoshi was taken aback upon seeing the young man who had entered the training arena. Previously, in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, she had kindly warned him, only to be ignored. She never expected that the one who had been granted exceptional entry into the elite class would turn out to be him. Su Chen, my fiancé, is also named Su Chen. However, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware that this Su Chen was not the same as her fiancé. Her fiancé, from the Su family, had been rendered incapable of cultivating due to the destruction of his blood wheel by Su Hao, thus making it impossible for him to stand here now. The 32 students looked at Su Chen as if he were a spectacle, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Sure Kai, at the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm, and the weakest in Class 1, seemed to find a sense of validation in the attention. Approaching Su Chen, Sure Kai smiled and said, I just heard that you accepted a challenge from that guy Mo Xian and even signed a life-and-death contract. Have you lost your mind? A life-and-death contract? Mo Xian from Class 5? Everyone was taken aback, for in their eyes, even though Mo Xian hailed from Class 5, being at the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm, he was not someone a junior class student could challenge. How foolish. If you wish to die, there are easier ways. Including Ji Yoshi, no one held a favorable view of Su Chen, for the disparity between the two was insurmountable, rendering any comparison meaningless. Turns out there are fools even in the elite class. Do you dare to insult me? Sure Kai's expression darkened, taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. Whoever is shameless, I will insult. You're courting death. Just as Sure Kai prepared to retaliate, Yin Meihui's figure suddenly appeared, delivering a sharp slap to Sure Kai's face, sending him crashing backward like a kite with its string cut. As he hit the ground, Sure Kai felt as if all his internal organs were shattering. Struggling to rise, he looked at Yin Meihui, not daring to show any sign of anger. Within the academy, Yin Meihui is the most formidable teacher and is idolized by countless male students. Celebrated as the academy's most beautiful woman, her strength unmatched. With an icy gaze, Yin Meihui's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell. If you have the ability, go bully the students of the royal class. I have no respect for those who prey on the weak. Henceforth, you are no longer a student of Class 1. Leave immediately and return to the advanced class for training. What? The punishment left everyone, including Sure Kai, in utter disbelief. No one anticipated Teacher Yin would react so strongly. After all, a few words of jest, even if bordering on bullying, shouldn't warrant such a severe punishment, being demoted from the elite class to the advanced class. Once Sure Kai is sent to the advanced class, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Sure Kai feared this fate greatly. He had just managed to break through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm in Interclass 1. With diligent practice, he hoped to reach the nascent soul realm within 2 to 4 years and ascend to the royal class for training. Being demoted to the advanced class would leave a poor impression on the academy, making it unlikely for him to ascend to the royal class, even if he reached the nascent soul realm in the future. Most critically, he had incurred teacher Yan's ire, making his life in the academy incredibly difficult. Regret was too late. He could only offer an apology. Teacher Yan, I realize my mistake. I will apologize to Junior Su immediately. Teacher Yan, your punishment seems rather excessive. Shirkai did not mean any harm. Precisely, it was an innocent jest. Silence. Yin Meihui's fury was palpable as she cast a cold glance around, addressing all present. Whoever dares to plead for leniency or show discontent, leave Class 1 immediately. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to confront the Dean and Vice Dean. You must vacate Class 1 at once. From this moment on, I do not wish to see you again. If the Academy does not permit your departure, I will leave myself. Teacher Yin's wrath was evident, and no one dared to utter another word. None wished to be relegated to the advanced class, especially knowing that Teacher Yin's standing would outweigh Shirkai's in the Academy. Shirkai was utterly dumbfounded. He had merely intended to tease Su Chen, not anticipating the backlash from both Su Chen and Teacher Yin. Truly, he made a mountain out of a molehill. Chapter 46. Resolving the Blood Wheel Dilemma. Shirkai glared fiercely at Su Chen, never anticipating that his actions would provoke such intense anger from Teacher Yin. While Teacher Yin was known for her strictness and had previously disciplined students, he had never witnessed such a severe consequence as demotion. After Shirkai departed, Yin Meruei turned to the others with a cold demeanor, stating, regardless of your esteemed backgrounds or exceptional talents, remember this. If you cannot even enter the elite class, you're not the strongest in the academy. You merely bully your classmates, and your potential has already been constrained. Teacher Yin, please do not be upset. We understand. Ji Yoshi, who had a close relationship with Yin Meruei, dared to interject. Nodding indifferently, Yin Meruei approached Su Chen and introduced him. Allow me to present Su Chen, a student from a junior class, currently ranked first on the potential dragon list. He has achieved level 4 of the Solidan realm with his Blood Wheel sword. Welcome, Su Jr. Welcome. The earlier incident served as a stark reminder, and no one dared to mock or bully the newcomer again, fearing demotion to the junior class. Su Chen, please follow me, Yin Meruei instructed as she led him away, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. What do you think happened with Teacher Yin today? She was so furious that she demoted Shirkai. I have never seen her this enraged before. Who knows? All I can say is that Su Chen's background is extraordinary, and Shirkai was simply unfortunate to provoke her. To qualify for the elite class at level 4 of the Solidan realm is indeed a remarkable feat for the Academy. Shu, are you seeking death? Do you wish to follow in Shirkai's footsteps? As Ji Yoshi observed the departing figures, her brow furrowed with concern. It seemed that her dear friend and mentor had transformed entirely today, hinting at underlying complexities. In the room, Su Chen embraced Yin Meruei from behind, a wry smile gracing his lips. There was no need for you to be so angry today. I could have handled it. Even when facing someone at the level 6 Golden Dan realm, Su Chen felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail. Yin Meruei shook her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. I went to request your exceptional promotion to the elite class, expecting resistance, but surprisingly, the vice principal approved it immediately. As for today's incident, if I hadn't asserted my authority, they would only become more brazen in the future. Inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered around Yin Meruei, Su Chen gradually relaxed. For half an hour, neither moved, reluctant to shatter the serene atmosphere. Understanding that Su Chen must be weary, Yin Meruei, after he sat down, perched herself on his lap and inquired, I heard you accepted Mo Shin's life and death challenge? Just a minor matter. Seeing Su Chen's reluctance to discuss it further, she chose not to press on. She had absolute faith in him. After all, anyone capable of ascending from the illusory Dan realm to the solid Dan realm in merely 2 days must possess considerable prowess. What are your plans regarding your situation with Yoshi? Yin Meruei had thoroughly investigated Su Chen's circumstances. He hailed from the Su family in Panyu City and was engaged to Princess Jiyoshi of the Pandang dynasty. Recently, news had spread that Su Chen had been stripped of his blood wheel, prompting the royal family to seek an annulment. Yet, here he stood, unscathed at the academy. I will personally annul the engagement. Unsurprised, Yin Meruo sighed deeply. As Su Chen's beloved, she certainly did not wish to see him wed to another woman. Moreover, she regarded Jiyoshi as a friend and wished to spare her any discomfort. Yin Jia, regarding the recent events at the Heavenly Calamity Valley, I discovered some flaws in your charming fox blood wheel. Its control can falter after the first use, leading to catastrophic consequences if attempted a second or third time. At the mention of the blood wheel, Yin Meruo's expression turned to one of resignation. The charming fox blood wheel possessed an innate allure, yet it bore a fundamental flaw. If subjected to absolute power, the allure would rebound. Despite her attempts, she could not entirely eliminate this hidden danger. Yin Jia, I possess a method to completely resolve the peril associated with your blood wheel. Really? What is it? Yin Meruo eagerly inquired, as the issue with her blood wheel had become a persistent source of distress that needed urgent resolution to avoid significant troubles. A hint of intrigue danced across Su Chen's face. What is it? Yin Jia, this method is somewhat unconventional. What do you mean? Gathering his courage, Su Chen stated. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to cure your blood wheel. To eliminate the risks associated with the charming fox blood wheel, we must unite. His sincerity was genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. During their previous union, Su Chen had discovered a way to utilize his innate chaos body and the operational chaos devouring technique to assist Yin Jia in resolving the blood wheel's issue with absolute efficacy. Yin Meruo's face flushed crimson, clearly taken aback by Su Chen's proposition. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely reacted with hostility. Gazing intently at his close visage, she eventually nodded, saying, I trust you. Since they were already connected, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yin Meruo adopted a progressive stance towards their relationship. She resolved to embrace the bond fully and openly with Su Chen, rather than adopting a coy demeanor that was entirely unnecessary. Cradling Yin Meruo's face gently, Su Chen leaned closer. The news of Su Chen and Appo's exceptional promotion to the elite class sent shockwaves throughout the academy. Even as rumors spread that he had broken through to level 4 of the Solidan realm, disbelief persisted. Undeniably, Su Chen's talent was extraordinary, having ascended from the Foundation realm to the Solidan realm in just a month. Such a pace was astonishing to all. What a terrifying aptitude for cultivation and speed. Yet, even so, achieving admission to the elite class typically required attaining the Golden Dan realm. It was unheard of for someone at the Solidan realm to gain entry through exception. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen remained in Yin Meruo and Appo's office, tirelessly aiding her in resolving the blood wheel dilemma, engaging in battle after battle, truly exerting himself. Aside from their passionate encounters, Su Chen dedicated his time to practicing various techniques and martial arts, particularly the soul-capturing technique and the primordial divine patterns. With the assistance of the chaos body, Su Chen had successfully repaired the earlier portions of the primordial divine patterns, enabling him to practice effectively. After 3 days, the peril associated with Yin Meruo's blood wheel was entirely resolved after an intensive 30 rounds of combat, with Su Chen having expended considerable effort. The following day, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Yin Meruo noted her radiant complexion. She even felt that she appeared more beautiful than ever. She cherished her time with Su Chen, caressing her cheek as she prepared to head to the life and death platform. For today marked the day of Su Chen's life and death duel with Xian. The life and death training grounds featured 3 platforms, designed for students to settle irreconcilable grievances by signing a life and death agreement. Once the agreement was signed and one stepped onto the platform, there was no opportunity for regret. Fate took its course, and even the academy would remain uninvolved. Today, a life and death battle was indeed set to unfold. One hails from the prestigious Class 5, known as Xian, a practitioner at the first level of the Golden Core realm. The other, Su Chen, has just advanced from the junior class to the elite class, standing at the 4th level of the true core realm. The disparity between the two is evident, and no one holds high hopes for Su Chen. The consensus is that this match holds no suspense, with Mo Xian poised to emerge victorious. The life and death martial arena is filled to the brim with students, including those from both the junior and intermediate classes, as well as advanced and elite class members, all eager to witness the unfolding drama of this confrontation. Even the vice president has graced the event with his presence. The academy boasts 8 vice presidents, with Qin Zhu holding the esteemed first position. It is indeed unexpected that such a life-and-death battle would attract the attention of a vice president. Qin, the vice president, oversees all affairs of the academy, yet it is unheard of for any teacher or vice president to attend such a deadly contest. Yet here we are, with 4 vice presidents and numerous teachers, including Teacher Yin, in attendance, signaling the academy's significant investment in this duel. I speculate that Su Chen's background is rather extraordinary. My inquiries, however, have yielded no information. How is it possible to uncover nothing? This leads me to believe that Su Chen's identity is indeed exceptional. To protect him, the academy has sealed off any information regarding Su Chen. Teacher Yin, owing her position at the academy, was able to uncover some details. Mo Xian has arrived. Accompanied by Mo Lin and Mu Shuang, he steps into the life and death martial arena. Upon seeing the gathered teachers and vice presidents, he is taken aback. He had not anticipated that his battle would attract such high-level attention. As he approaches the duel platform and observes the throngs of students surrounding him, Mo Xian feels no trepidation. Even though Su Chen is at the 4th level of the true core realm, he poses no threat to him. The designated time for the duel has passed, and the arena begins to buzz with restlessness. Do you think Su Chen is too frightened to show up? There is a possibility. After all, he is merely in the true core realm. How could he possibly defeat Mo Xian, who is at the golden core level? His earlier decision to engage in this life and death battle was likely spurred by humiliation and provocation, and he will undoubtedly regret it later. It is only natural that he might choose not to appear. Damn, I thought we were in for an exciting show, but it seems we have been left waiting in vain. Chapter 47. I surrender. You have won this battle. As the young man entered the life and death arena, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Su Chen had indeed arrived. His audacity was astonishing, challenging the formidable Mo Xian, a golden core practitioner, while being merely at the reality pill stage, and even boldly proposing a life and death duel was truly brazen. Amidst the chatter, Su Chen ascended the stage, and the onlookers fell into a hush. Mo Xian regarded the young man before him with palpable disdain, dismissing Su Chen entirely. The chasm between the reality pill stage and the golden core stage was akin to an insurmountable divide, nearly impossible to bridge. Once on the stage, he declared, "Your life and death lie in my hands. Kneel and admit your fault, and I may choose to spare you." Below the stage, Yin Mei's brow furrowed tightly. Despite her unwavering belief in Su Chen's strength, concern gnawed at her, for Mo Xian was a genuine golden core practitioner. Conversely, Qin Zhu wore a relaxed expression, his faith in Su Chen unshakable. "Old Qin, why have you dragged us here at such an early hour? This duel between 2 students holds no suspense. What is there to watch?" grumbled the other 3 vice deans, their faces etched with dissatisfaction, as they were pulled away from their pressing matters by Qin Zhu. "Wait, there is a spectacle to behold," he replied. Silence enveloped them, save for the subtle movement of Su Chen's lips, which Mo Xian clearly discerned as the words "fool" being uttered. "You seek death." Fueled by rage, Mo Xian unleashed an overwhelming force toward Su Chen. Bang! Their strikes collided violently upon the stage, defying expectations. To the astonishment of all, Mo Xian staggered back, retreating several dozen steps before managing to regain his balance, while Su Chen stood firm, as unyielding as a mountain. The disparity in strength was evident. Am I seeing things? Su Chen repelled Mo Xian with a single move. I must have not slept well last night. How did he achieve this? It became clear why Su Chen dared to issue a life and death challenge. He had a foundation to rely upon. This was indeed a spectacle. Mo Xian had unwittingly brought calamity upon himself. Mo Lin and Mu Shuang were completely bewildered, having believed they could eliminate Su Chen without interference from the academy due to the life and death contract. However, the reality was that their brother could not withstand even a single attack from Su Chen. The most bewildered of all was Mo Xian. Staring intently at the young man across from him, he struggled to accept this reality. He unleashed his blood wheel. The illusory figure of a two-headed wolf emanating a chilling aura, its cold eyes fixed on its prey. Wolf strike! With a furious roar, Su Chen became a whirlwind, charging at Su Chen once more, the air around them vibrating with intensity. Yet, the arena was shielded by a protective barrier, preventing their ferocious energies from spilling over. After all, both parties in a life-and-death duel would not hold back. Any collateral damage would be disastrous. Above them, the blood wheel coalesced. An illusory sword shadows radiated a piercing intent, their sound enveloping the barrier. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, devoid of mercy. He had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked, but Su Chen's wanton humiliation, backed by his status as a Golden Core student, had crossed the line. Having signed a life-and-death contract, Su Chen felt no obligation to show mercy in this battle. The two-headed wolf and the sword clashed violently in midair. Su Chen executed the 9 calamities sword technique, complemented by the sword blood wheel, unleashing a cacophony of sword energy that left Su Chen no respite. Such a domineering sword blood wheel. Su Chen found himself thoroughly suppressed. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. This individual is indeed formidable. No longer dismissive or mocking, it became clear that strength dictated all, and fist determined everything. His unorthodox promotion to the elite class had drawn ire and discontent from many. Yet Su Chen's prowess now affirmed his rightful place among them. A student capable of defeating a first-level Golden Core practitioner, even if he was merely at the reality pill stage, had rewritten the rules of martial arts. Unable to withstand even a single strike, Su Chen, a first-level Golden Core practitioner, could distinctly feel the mocking laughter surrounding him. His face darkened to an extreme, revealing the depths of his despair. He had believed he could leverage the life-and-death duel to eliminate Su Chen, but he had not anticipated such formidable strength from his opponent. Receive my strongest move, two-headed explosion. The two-headed explosion was not a true self-detonation, but a temporary surge of power that came at a significant cost. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. He was determined to slay this man and restore his dignity, regardless of the consequences. Boom! Boom! The terrifying forces from either side converged upon Su Chen without an ounce of mercy. In a life-and-death battle, it was either his demise or Su Chen's. With hands forming the immortal demon seal and the sword blood wheel at the ready, Su Chen met the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Crash! The arena trembled violently in response to the ferocious clash, accompanied by a gut-wrenching scream. Su Chen's form was violently hurled away, blood staining his entire body. His pale complexion devoid of color. His face was ashen. Even unleashing his strongest attack, he could not match Su Chen. In this battle, he was utterly defeated. As Su Chen approached, each step instilling fear within Su Chen, he struggled to suppress his terror. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have been afraid, as the Academy's rules provided protection from such confrontations. However, the situation was starkly different now. They had signed a life-and-death contract, and in this duel, even with vice deans and teachers present, intervention was unlikely. Regret washed over him, yet he found no opportunity to express it. Fear was etched across his face. For Su Chen was terrified of death, knowing that no one could disregard their own mortality in the face of the life-and-death contract. Retreating again, Su Chen stammered, "Su Chen, I concede. You have won this battle." Concede? The spectators watched in astonishment as the life-and-death arena bore witness to a Golden Core warrior from the elite class being defeated by a reality pill practitioner. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, few would have believed such a reality. Admitting defeat was humiliating, yet preferable to losing one's life. This calculation was clear to Su Chen. Su Chen merely shook his head. Had he lost this battle, would Su Chen have spared him? The answer remained uncertain. When facing an enemy, one must never harbor any compassion. Chapter 48. Slaying Su Chen. The autumn hunt commences enveloped by an aura of murderous intent. Su Chen's countenance was etched with terror. Having already conceded, he believed there was no need for a complete annihilation, as there existed no life-and-death enmity between them. With a finger that served as a sword, a tyrannical blade of energy pierced through Su Chen's brow amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even in the moment his body collapsed, he could not fathom his defeat. Thud! His body fell heavily upon the life and death stage. Silence enveloped the arena. As if a pin had dropped, all present stared in shock at the unfolding events on the stage. None could have anticipated that Su Chen had indeed slain Emo Xian. Emo Xian had fallen. Su Chen emerged victorious. As they gazed at the departing figure from the life and death martial arena, the atmosphere ignited with exhilaration, filled with gasps of admiration and disbelief. "Qin, do you harbor an interest in this lad?" Qin Zhu nodded, smiling as he replied, "What do you think? Gifted beyond measure. With boundless potential, this youth is certainly not a mere fish in a pond. In the future, he shall soar like a dragon, ascending to the heavens." Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Qin Zhu's laughter resonated. He had indeed taken a liking to Su Chen. Over the years, he had never so esteemed any disciple, and this time he was genuinely moved by talent. The tale of the life and death battle seemed to sprout wings, spreading throughout the entire academy. A student of the real Dan realm, who had defied the odds to rise within the elite academy, had slain Emo Xian of the elite 5th class. A first-level Golden Dan realm practitioner. The name Su Chen echoed throughout the academy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Chen wasted no time and immediately entered a state of cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed. Suddenly, he received a summons from Yin Mei to gather at the martial arena. The expansive martial arena was filled with over 400 Golden Dan realm students, all present except for those unable to attend due to special circumstances. Notably, nearly all of the top 100 students from the battle rankings were in attendance. 20 instructors stood solemnly before the students. The autumn hunt had begun, and it was said that Vice Dean Qin would personally lead the expedition. Is it true? Of course it is. Vice Dean Qin has reached a high level of the concentration realm. Who would have thought he would accompany us to the Lost Forest? It appears the Academy places great importance on us. Needless to say, standing at the back of the crowd, Su Chen had already understood the purpose of this gathering. Each autumn, the Academy summoned all students from the elite 5 classes to venture into the Lost Forest to hunt magical beasts, with the obtained beast cores convertible for points. Vice Dean Qin entered the martial arena, surveying the 400 students before him, and said with a smile, "I believe you all know the matter at hand. Yes, the annual autumn hunt has commenced, and our target remains the Lost Forest. The Lost Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wilderness, fraught with various dangers. Even the Academy cannot guarantee your absolute safety. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to leave the martial arena." No one departed. Each student yearned to venture into the Lost Forest to hunt magical beasts. On one side lay the opportunity to hone their skills through the hunt, while on the other, the chance to acquire beast cores for points. Seeing no one opting to withdraw, Qin Zhu nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 1 hour." Yes. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, he was intercepted by Qin Zhu. "Vice Dean, do you need to speak with me?" Qin Zhu nodded, smiling as he replied, "You cannot go to the Lost Forest this time. As for the reason, you should understand better than I. However, the Academy will not force you. The decision is yours to make." Su Chen comprehended the implications of Qin Zhu and the Academy's words. Having crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel, it was inevitable that the Tang clan would seek revenge. Within the Academy, the influence of the Eastern Wilderness Academy deterred the Tang clan from acting. Yet, once he stepped outside the Academy, the situation would be entirely different. If he were to venture into the Lost Forest, the Tang clan would surely catch wind of it, and he could only imagine the consequences. Most would hesitate to leave the safety of the Academy. However, Su Chen nodded resolutely and stated, "I will go to the Lost Forest." If he feared the Tang clan, he would not have crippled Tang Hao's blood wheel. No one could impede his path. Pleased, as if he had anticipated Su Chen's response, Qin Zhu remarked with a smile, "In the Lost Forest, if you manage to obtain beast cores ranking among the top 3, I shall have a surprise for you." "Thank you, Vice Dean. Go on, prepare yourself." Understood. The more he observed, the more Qin Zhu appreciated Su Chen, wishing to take him as a disciple at once. However, as the Academy's Vice Dean, he had to maintain a facade of aloofness and authority. An hour later, within the vast courtyard, numerous Golden K eagles were present. Over 100, the Academy's trained flying magical beasts. All students were accounted for, with 4 students assigned to each Golden K eagle. Su Chen remained still, waiting until everyone had boarded their respective Golden K eagles. "Follow me." He followed Yin Mei onto a Golden K eagle, the two of them the only occupants, as she had informed him beforehand. The golden K-eagles soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds above the academy. In the junior class dormitory, Xing Yingxue wore a look of helplessness. She had received word that Su Chen was accompanying the elite class to the Lost Forest, yet she was unable to join him. A sigh escaped her lips, revealing her resignation. Tang Clan. As one of the premier clans of the Eastern Wilderness, the Tang Clan's strength and heritage were formidable. Tang Xiaotian, returning from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was filled with fury and resentment, yet he dared not confront the academy directly. Firstly, the Eastern Wilderness Academy possessed immense strength. With Dean Lanshang having reached the pinnacle of the nine-flower gathering realm, there was no one in the Tang clan who could match him. Secondly, throughout the millennia, countless powerful figures had emerged from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Should a life-and-death conflict arise, it was uncertain whether any top-tier experts might emerge. His target was solely Su Chen, seeking vengeance for his son, yet he did not wish to provoke the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Report to the clan leader. News has just arrived from the Eastern Wilderness Academy that all students from the Elite 5 classes have departed for the Lost Forest to partake in the autumn hunt. Oh, his eyes brightened with opportunity. Finally, a chance had presented itself. Unable to act, while Su Chen remained within the academy, but once he left, it would be his moment to strike. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge was not something Tang Xiaotian would easily forsake. He immediately summoned the elders for a council. Yes. Clenching his fists tightly, Tang Xiaotian's gaze grew increasingly cold, a chilling, murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. Su Chen, you refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you intrude upon the gates of hell. You may hide within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, and perhaps I cannot touch you there. However, now, I shall ensure you have no return, perishing in the Lost Forest. Chapter 49. From this moment forth, we are no longer connected. In the vast expanse of the sky, on the back of the golden-winged eagle, Su Chen held Yanmeiyu tightly as they sat in serene silence, feeling the fierce winds whip against them. Neither bore any form of protective aura, allowing the gusts to buffet their bodies without restraint. Su Di, we are approaching the Lost Forest. Allow me to explain the rules to you. Yanmeiyu began. Very well, Su Chen replied, his anticipation for the trials of the Lost Forest palpable. To him, the essence of a martial artist lay in the unceasing encounters with life and death, for it was through such trials that one could transcend their limits. Firstly, our instructors are prohibited from intervening in the students' hunts of the beasts, unless faced with an unavoidable danger. Thus, we will observe you from shadows. Secondly, no casualties are permitted among the students, and you may form teams. Nodding, Su Chen smiled. I prefer to hunt alone. As anticipated, Yanmeiyu seemed unsurprised by Su Chen's preference and chose not to elaborate further. Some individuals thrived in solitude, while others favored companionship. Without wasting a moment, both immersed themselves in their training. The Lost Forest, situated in the eastern expanse of the Eastern Wasteland, was dubbed the Land of Ruin, known for its ferocious beasts. In encounters of equal rank, martial artists often found themselves outmatched by these creatures. A clarion call echoed through the void as hundreds of golden-winged eagles landed steadily at the entrance of the forest. All students dismounted, gazing at the dense woodlands before them, their eyes reflecting pure anticipation. Among the 400 students, approximately 80% had previously ventured into the Lost Forest, some even more than once. Teacher Qin Zhu was nowhere to be seen. One of the instructors, observing the assembly with a grave expression, declared, "You have 5 minutes to form your teams. Those who wish to hunt alone may enter the Lost Forest now, for a duration of 1 month." With that, students swiftly made their way toward the forest, half already advancing, while the others sought to team up, knowing that the perils of the Lost Forest warranted greater safety in numbers. Yanmeiyu, filled with concern for Su Chen, incessantly pulled him aside to discuss the myriad dangers of the Lost Forest. "Look, Teacher Yan is holding Su Chen's hand," whispered the onlookers in astonishment. Yanmeiyu, the most beautiful instructor of the Eastern Wasteland Academy, was typically aloof and indifferent toward men. This was the first instance anyone had witnessed her holding a student's hand. Enough gossip. We can discuss these intrigues upon our return to the academy. Quickly, find more people to team up with, lest we encounter danger unprepared in the Lost Forest, urged Ji Yushi, who had not formed a team nor entered the forest, approaching Su Chen and Yin Meiyu. Noticing their hand-holding, she frowned, acutely aware of her friend's complicated feelings, realizing that there was no significant other in Yin Meiyu's life. What could this gesture possibly signify? Yin Jia, she called out. You wanted to speak with me? In private, Ji Yushi had always referred to Yin Meiyu as Yin Jia. Nodding, she gestured towards Su Chen, saying, I wish to team up with him to enter the Lost Forest. Both Su Chen and Yin Meiyu were taken aback by Ji Yushi's words. I shall go ahead, Su Chen replied, indifferent. Be careful, Yin Meiyu cautioned, watching as Su Chen disregarded Ji Yushi and proceeded toward the forest. Ji Yushi's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not expected to be rebuffed. In the Eastern Wasteland Academy, she was undoubtedly one of the top beauties, possessing both extraordinary looks and talent, not to mention an impressive family background. She had never been so forward with suitors abound, yet she had never accepted anyone. Seeing Su Chen as exceptional, she believed he would not turn her down, only to find the opposite to be true. You are not suited for him, Yin Meiyu interjected. Yin Jia, I am not pursuing him, so what does suitability matter? Ji Yushi retorted, sighing internally. Yin Meiyu refrained from revealing Su Chen's true identity, recognizing that the matter between them required resolution from Su Chen and Ji Yushi alone, and that she should not intervene. I shall also enter, Ji Yushi asserted. Be cautious, Yin Meiyu replied. Understood. Ji Yushi felt a surge of indignation. It was disheartening to have her first act of initiative rejected, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. The dense forest loomed above, its towering trees casting shadows that allowed only scattered beams of sunlight to pierce through. Su Chen moved swiftly, akin to a leopard darting through the underbrush. While hunting was a goal, the primary intent of his journey to the Lost Forest was to continuously surpass his own limits through rigorous training. Ideally, he aspired to elevate his cultivation to the Golden Core realm before departing. Su Chen, halt! A voice called from behind. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen turned, his cold eyes brimming with disdain, unmistakable to anyone observing. Seeing the contempt etched on Su Chen's face only fueled Ji Yushi's anger, leaving her feeling wronged. She did not deny her feelings for him, yet his persistent indifference was disheartening. If you have something to say, then say it, he replied impatiently, his tone frosty. I merely wish to team up with you. Why must you distance yourself so? Do you truly dislike me that much? She implored, yearning to understand his attitude. Out of 400 people, why do you specifically choose me? He asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Because I want to team up with you, she insisted. Growing increasingly impatient, aware that the autumn hunt was limited to a mere fortnight, he retrieved a marriage certificate from his spatial ring and coldly declared, This is the marriage certificate between us. If your royal family wishes to annul the engagement, I shall oblige. Awestruck, Ji Yushi stood frozen. The Su Chen before her was none other than the Su Chen from the Su family, her betrothed. Suddenly, everything fell into place regarding his cold demeanor. Before she could respond, Su Chen ignited the marriage certificate, watching it turn to ash in the wind. What are you doing? She gasped, retreating as she beheld the burning document. Her expression one of shock. Had this been before, she would have welcomed such an occurrence. For Su Chen had been rendered incapable of further cultivation due to his bloodline being severed, and the idea of him breaking through to higher realms seemed a mere fantasy. Yet now, everything had changed. Su Chen's displayed talent was extraordinary, excelling in every regard. Most importantly, after being overlooked by him in the heavenly Calamity Valley, she found herself oddly drawn to him. Regret washed over her. She wished she had intervened to prevent the royal family's decision to withdraw the engagement. With a deep sigh, she said, Su Chen, the annulment was not my intention. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Chen retorted disdainfully, Your intentions are irrelevant. The marriage certificate has been destroyed. From this moment forward, we are no longer related. Farewell. Chapter 50. The Azure Fox departed into the tomb cave as she gazed at the vanishing silhouette. Ji Yoshi took 3 steps back, her face etched with regret. She lamented that she should have prevented the royal family from calling off the engagement. Now, it was too late for remorse. Regardless of her unwillingness to admit it, Ji Yoshi was acutely aware that she had fallen for Su Chen at first sight. A fondness she could not conceal. Picking up the ashes of the marriage contract from the ground, she slowly placed it into her spatial ring. After leaving, Su Chen began to focus on the demonic beasts. The Azure Fox, It had vanished from his arms. During the journey, the azure fox had been asleep. Why had it suddenly disappeared? Anxious, Su Chen sighed deeply. The most probable reason was that the azure fox's injuries had stabilized and begun to improve, prompting its departure, a sign of ingratitude. He chose not to dwell on the matter further. Some things were beyond his control. Looking into the distance, he spotted a swift silhouette, Shun Bingxue. Su Chen smirked coldly. Previously, when Shun Bingxue had challenged him, he had declined. Now, brimming with confidence, he believed he could easily defeat her. The autumn hunt forbade students from slaughtering one another, but the disparity between words and actions was significant. Su Chen understood that when dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless and decisive, never allowing a shred of mercy or compassion. As night descended, the dark void above was dotted with stars, enveloping the vast clouds below. Following Shun Bingxue had initially been a ploy to find an opportunity to eliminate her, but he was taken aback by the sight of a vast lake surrounded by dense forests. Hundreds of martial artists had gathered here, all fixated on the lake. Shun Bingxue among them. Third uncle, is the information reliable? Shenhua nodded, saying, "Look at the crowd. There are over 2,000 here, all drawn by the tomb cave. The news hasn't spread widely, which is why the numbers are still manageable. Upon arriving at the Lost Forest, I received word from the family about the tomb cave's appearance, although the treasures within remain unknown. Everyone is eagerly anticipating. Is the tomb cave depicted on the map real? I've already waited 12 days. What bad luck." One complained. 12 days? I've been waiting for 15. The lake remains utterly still. Could it be a prank? If the tomb cave truly exists, how could only 2,000 martial artists show up? Another declared, "I'm leaving. I can't wait any longer." Su Chen regarded the tranquil lake, oblivious to the so-called tomb palace. With powerful allies surrounding Shun Bingxue, it would not be easy to take her down. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as the lake began to ripple, forming a vortex and gradually revealing a spatial stone door, the entrance to the tomb palace. Greed was evident on the faces of the martial artists, for none knew whether the tomb cave was genuine. Otherwise, it could not possibly attract such a small number of warriors. With no hesitation, they rushed towards the spatial stone door, vanishing within, including Shenhua and Shun Bingxue. Once everyone had entered, Su Chen slowly emerged, contemplating whether to follow. I must see what opportunities lie within. With a resolute step, he vanished through the stone door. The moment he entered, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if he might vomit. He quickly realized the stone door was a small-scale spatial teleportation array, and where he would be transported remained uncertain. In mere seconds, the dizziness subsided, and he found himself in a dim, oppressive cave space that felt suffocating. Su Chen, among the 2,000 martial artists teleported to the underground space, Shun Bingxue spotted him first, seemingly surprised to encounter him there. "Do you know him?" Shun Bingxue nodded. "He is a student of the academy. Did he not attack you?" Su Chen found this unexpected, considering their past grievances. With powerful allies at her side, she could easily have eliminated him to avoid any repercussions at the academy. Sensing his thoughts, Shun Bingxue approached, her voice icy. "Su Chen, you need not worry that I would use my family's influence against you. While rivalries between students are normal, it hasn't reached the point of life and death, especially here in the Lost Forest, where I will abide by the academy's rules." Shun Bingxue's demeanor truly astonished Su Chen. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. "Regardless of how you found this place, as we both hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, I must warn you, according to rumors, this is a tomb cave containing legacies and opportunities of formidable beings, but dangers also lurk within. If you wish, you may accompany me." "Thank you, but I prefer to go alone." Rebuffed, Shun Bingxue huffed and returned to Shenhua, while all around, the martial artists surveyed the murky underground space, their expressions grave, yet brimming with greed and anticipation. Yin Mei had not paid attention to anyone else, following closely behind Su Chen. Yet his pace was so swift that she felt she might lose him. According to the Academy's regulations, during the autumn hunt, no teacher could intervene, and she would not jeopardize the rules for her personal feelings. Watching from a distance, she saw Su Chen suddenly disappear. The spatial stone door would only remain open for 3 minutes, and by the time she arrived, it had already vanished. Filled with self-reproach, Yin Mei understood the dangers of the Lost Forest. She could not allow anything to happen to Su Chen. Had she accompanied him, She could have intervened in case of danger. Now, separated from him, she could not influence his fate, and her worry was palpable. With a furrowed brow, she sensed the presence of martial artists from a distance, yet she could not discern why so many, including Su Chen, had suddenly vanished. "Su brother, I will find you," she vowed. Chapter 51. The Altar of Corpse and the Demonic Master in the Subterranean Realm. Once everyone had ascertained their bearings, they proceeded forward without hesitation. Having ventured through the spatial stone door, they were compelled to discover the hidden fortunes within. Retreat was not an option. As they advanced, each individual remained acutely vigilant, their senses heightened to the eerie stillness enveloping them. Silence reigned, so profound that even the faintest breath of a companion could be discerned, creating an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. A sense of discomfort washed over me, akin to being ensnared in a purgatorial abyss. "Are you all feeling this?" I inquired. "Stop overthinking. It's probably just your imagination." "I feel nothing amiss," was the retort. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm. "Is that a skeleton?" Everyone turned to behold a staggering sight. The ground was littered with an overwhelming multitude of bones, a veritable sea of remains stretching as far as the eye could see. In the very center stood an ancient altar of immense proportions, its surface piled high with more bones, arranged haphazardly, evoking a visceral unease. Su Chen furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that this place was far from benign. The sheer volume of bones suggested the resting place of countless warriors. The altar loomed so large that its apex was lost to view. Each step of the altar was intricately etched with grotesque patterns that sent chills through those who gazed upon them. How many warriors must have perished to create such a morbid sea of bones? Su Chen pondered, while others skirted the altar, determined to press on, even if it meant treading upon the remains of the fallen. They believed that amidst such desolation lay potential fortune. After all, the path of a warrior is one of defiance against fate, often requiring the stepping over of countless bones to ascend. Some, unwilling to relent, ventured towards the altar's summit, seeking the treasures it might conceal. However, upon stepping onto the first step, one warrior let out a haunting scream in the astonished gazes of his companions. His flesh began to vanish. Indeed, in mere seconds, he was reduced to a mere skeleton, leaving the onlookers horrified and dissuaded from approaching the altar further. Su Chen was no exception. He understood the peril inherent in the altar. As he prepared to withdraw, the ancient demonic technique within him stirred to life, and the demonic mirror appeared in his grasp, radiating intense energy. His gaze sharpened. The demonic mirror was undoubtedly a treasure of immense significance. Yet, he realized he was in the process of nurturing his soul within the mirror, and he could not afford any missteps. The moment the mirror shattered would herald his demise. Clutching the demonic mirror tightly, the ancient technique surged within him, urging him towards the altar. Was the mirror attempting to absorb the altar's power? If that were the case, he felt compelled to explore this possibility. Relying solely on his soul to restore the mirror's strength could take an eternity. With resolve, he advanced toward the altar without further hesitation. Upon reaching the first step, his entire body shuddered as the ancient technique enveloped him in a shield of demonic energy, preventing him from suffering the same fate as the previous warrior. The area was deserted, and thus, no one witnessed Su Chen's peculiar reaction as he stood upon step, his form trembling. In an instant, his mind echoed with a cacophony of roars, reminiscent of a death knell, as he found himself in a void of consciousness. The sky was shrouded in a tempest of thunderclouds, and the ground was a graveyard of bones, ruthlessly suppressed by the fury of a cataclysmic storm. Before him stood a towering giant, 100 feet tall, adorned with a black crown and wielding a demonic sword. His icy gaze surveying the heavens as he stood atop the corpses. "Why do you not kneel before me?" he thundered. Su Chen, holding the demonic mirror, defiantly responded. "Why should I kneel?" Laughter erupted from the giant, reverberating through the clouds and shaking the very fabric of the world, causing Su Chen to feel as though he might be torn asunder. "You practice my ancient demonic technique and possess my demonic treasure, yet you refuse to bow before me." Su Chen, no fool, quickly grasped the implication. The technique he cultivated and the mirror he held belonged to this formidable giant. It became clear why this entity remained hidden within the demonic mirror. As if reading Su Chen's thoughts, The giant declared coldly, I am the demon god of the demon race. Long ago, I perished, sealing my essence within the demonic mirror to one day be reborn. For eons, none have been able to master the ancient demonic technique. Until you. His suspicions confirmed, Su Chen felt the weight of the giant's formidable presence. Even a mere fragment of his essence exuded an overwhelming power. Should the demon god choose to strike, Su Chen would have no means to escape. This place is saturated with the essence of death, perfect for the demonic mirror to consume and restore my power. Will you assist me? Could Su Chen dare to refuse? The world operated on the principle of strength. Ah, young one, I admire your spirit. Now, I ask you, will you take me as your master? Master? Su Chen was taken aback by the sudden proposal. Since losing his imperial bone, he had never bowed to anyone. He understood that this was not akin to a conventional teacher-student relationship. It was a bond of profound significance. I accept, he declared resolutely. How could he refuse? The essence of the demon god resided in the demonic mirror. If the mirror were destroyed, his demise would be assured. Moreover, aligning himself with such a powerful entity could only bolster his martial prowess. Kneeling, he bowed thrice and proclaimed, Disciple Su Chen pays respects to master. In a flash, the demon god's form shrank to a more human size, towering yet majestic, with striking features that radiated an aura of strength. His gaze fixated on the young man before him, growing increasingly satisfied. Remarkable, you possess the 3 lives blood wheel. No one in this realm has ever wielded all 3 simultaneously. Yet, something seems amiss. Your imperial bone is absent. Imperial bone? You awakened it? Su Chen recounted his awakening and subsequent loss of the imperial bone, conveying his tale succinctly. The demon god nodded and remarked, It is rumored across the continent that awakening the imperial bone guarantees the attainment of the emperor's realm. However, despite your loss of the imperial bone, you have unexpectedly awakened the 3 lives blood wheel, which is incomparable to a mere imperial bone. Moreover, you have cultivated the ancient demon god's art and the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. You truly possess extraordinary gifts. Rest assured, your innate talent is sufficient to surpass all on the continent. In the future, you will not only achieve the emperor's realm, but also become the strongest among all. Delighted by the demon god's praise, Su Chen felt a surge of happiness. Yet, he refrained from disclosing anything about the chaotic devouring tower to his master, as it remained his greatest secret, one he would share with no one but himself. My disciple, I have no valuable gifts to offer you, but I believe you have already derived the demon death seal from the ancient god and demon art. Indeed, I have successfully cultivated the first demon death seal. Nodding in satisfaction, the demon god instructed, Sit down. I shall assist you in your cultivation. Filled with joy, Su Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He promptly settled into a meditative position, initiating the ancient god and demon art within him while executing the demon death seal. Standing on the first step of the sacrificial altar, Su Chen's body remained motionless as the demon mirror slipped from his grasp, soaring toward the ancient altar. The demon mirror floated to the top of the altar and began to devour frantically. Half an hour later, the demon mirror returned to Su Chen's hand. Meanwhile, within the recesses of his mind, with the demon god's assistance, his soul had successfully cultivated 36 demon death seals and unexpectedly grasped the blood demon transformation. Blood demon transformation? You have managed to comprehend the blood demon transformation? Master, what is the blood demon transformation? The demon god sighed deeply, expressing a sense of helplessness. The blood demon transformation is the pinnacle secret technique of the demon race. Even I in my prime could not master it. It is said to be concealed within the ancient god and demon art, accessible only to those with fortune. Chinner, I must inform you that while you may cultivate the blood demon transformation, you cannot manifest it. Under any circumstances, do you understand? Why? Su Chen struggled to comprehend. If he could successfully grasp the blood demon transformation from the ancient god and demon art, why was he only permitted to cultivate it without the ability to unleash it? Nevertheless, he understood that his master's prohibitions were surely grounded in reason. With a deep sigh, the demon god expressed his resignation. The manifestation of the blood demon transformation grants a warrior an instantaneous enhancement of strength, potentially doubling or even multiplying it several times. However, the sole drawback is that during its activation, One transforms into a machine of slaughter, risking backlash from the blood demon transformation itself. Now it became clear to Su Chen why his master forbade him from manifesting the blood demon transformation. Chapter 52. Bone Fragments. Su Chen smiled. Regardless of how formidable the blood demon transformation might be, its immense backlash and side effects rendered its application impossible, unless one were to disregard their own life. Shinner, I must now reveal to you that I am a demon god, hailing from the demon clan. On this continent, the demon clan is met with disdain. Once it is known that you are a disciple of the demon god, you may find it impossible to stand firm in this world. I am unafraid, the disciple replied. Very well. The demon god nodded with satisfaction and said, I shall now commence my cultivation. You may take your leave. Understood. As his soul returned, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. If it weren't for the altar, he would never have inadvertently stumbled into the divine demon mirror and encountered his master, the demon god. He pressed on. Su Chen's speed noticeably quickened, for he had been delayed by the altar, wasting a full half-hour. Should any opportunities arise, he feared he would be unable to catch up. Wasting no more time, he raced across the cloud-laden expanse like a cheetah. The ground was littered with corpses, a shroud of black mist enveloping the underground space, as the aura of death gradually eroded the souls of the warriors. In that moment, many warriors, infected by the deathly aura, had their eyes turn crimson and began to slaughter one another with wild abandon, oblivious to their own pain. Even those whose arms had been severed or whose heads had been partially cleaved remained relentless in their madness. Shen Bingxue and Shen Huo wore grim expressions, dodging repeatedly, forced to engage in brutal combat. Those afflicted by the deathly aura had become mere instruments of slaughter, knowing only the urge to kill. In an instant, Su Chen appeared, surveying the scene of severed limbs and blood that seeped into the earth, astonished by the ghastly spectacle that was truly disconcerting. He immediately activated the primordial demon art within himself, gripping the divine demon mirror tightly, and swung it forward. His intention was not to rescue these individuals. Their lives or deaths held no significance to him. His sole purpose was to utilize the divine demon mirror to continuously absorb the power present, allowing his master, the demon god, to reclaim his essence and one day be reborn. In just 3 minutes, under the influence of the divine demon mirror, the warriors plagued by the deathly aura gradually regained clarity, only to be met with horrific screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs, their suffering unbearable. After all, having just been afflicted by the deathly aura, even those who had their heads and limbs severed felt no pain. However, as consciousness returned, the agony surged through their bodies. Of the 2,000 warriors, over 500 had perished, nearly a quarter of their number. Young man, let me see the mirror in your hand, one man demanded, his voice laden with menace. The divine demon mirror vanished in an instant as Su Chen chose to ignore him, fully aware of the man's intentions. He merely wished to glimpse the mirror that could absorb and suppress the deathly aura, a transaction that would surely be one-sided. He was no fool, unwilling to relinquish the divine demon mirror without cause. The man, now disregarded, grew darkly sullen, the previous scene weighing heavily on his mind. Had it not been for the divine demon mirror in Su Chen's possession, the consequences would have been dire. Young man, you truly are ungrateful. I advise you to hand over the mirror. Otherwise, you may find yourself becoming part of this grim tableau. Shen Bingxue and Shen Hua immediately stepped forward, indignation evident in their voices. How dare you? Were it not for Su Chen producing a treasure to help suppress the encroaching deathly aura, you would have already become a corpse, yet you dare to demand his belongings. Coming from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, do you truly wish to make enemies of us? Su Chen was taken aback by Shen Bingxue's defense. He had not anticipated that she would stand up for him, despite their previous minor conflicts. After all, the man standing beside her was a formidable Yuanying realm expert. Furthermore, upon uttering the name Eastern Wilderness Academy, the would-be robbers displayed clear signs of trepidation. In the Eastern Wilderness, the name of the Eastern Wilderness Academy was synonymous with intimidation. No one could simply overlook its significance. Even those who contemplated murder and robbery knew that they would have to eliminate Shen Bingxue and her companion before proceeding, yet they found themselves unable to do so. Ultimately, they were compelled to retreat. Young man, we can forego the mirror in your possession, but you must ensure that the deathly aura does not affect us. What say you? They proposed, revealing their willingness to compromise, rooted in their fear of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Su Chen remained silent. He could make no promises. The lives of these individuals were of no concern to him. Their demise would be preferable. The remaining 1,000 warriors followed Su Chen, for it was only his mirror that could absorb the deathly aura, preventing them from becoming mindless killing machines. The ground was strewn with bones, cracking underfoot. The bones are moving. What? As they observed the corpses, it appeared as though the dead were rising. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically, but before they could regroup, they were forcibly separated. Young man quickly suppressed them. They urged, believing he could quell the rising corpses with his mirror. Shen Bingxue and Su Chen walked side by side, scanning their surroundings. Follow me. Without hesitation, Shen Bingxue complied. With the divine demon mirror wielded in both hands, they carved a bloody path forward, finally breathing a sigh of relief as calm returned, and not a single corpse remained. My third uncle is still inside. You returning would serve no purpose. You may even become a burden. Regardless of her willingness to believe, Shen Bingxue understood the truth in Su Chen's words, letting out a deep sigh. She could not return and could only hope for her uncle's safety. What shall we do now? Shen Bingxue appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure of their next move. Surveying their surroundings, Su Chen pointed towards the southern direction. Let's investigate that way. Very well. They wasted no time and swiftly made their way southward. At that moment, Su Chen abruptly halted, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the fragmented bones scattered about. Amongst the multitude of bones, he began to sift through them, kicking aside the debris until he unearthed a palm-sized black bone fragment. The surface of the black fragment was etched with intricate patterns, and Su Chen recognized them all too well. They were identical to the primordial divine patterns he had inadvertently discovered at the academy. He could hardly believe that he had found a fragment of the primordial divine patterns here. Chapter 53. Bone Transmutation. Su Chen was acutely aware that the Taichu divine pattern he had acquired at the academy was merely a fragment of a soul martial art. Now, the bone shard in his possession bore intricate divine patterns, likely more comprehensive than what he had previously encountered. With excitement etched on his face, he prepared to comprehend the bone fragment when suddenly, the voice of the demon god resonated in his mind. Chinner, regardless of your extraordinary talent, grasping the Taichu divine pattern from the bone shard will be exceedingly challenging. Su Chen had no reason to doubt his master's words. Inquisitively, he asked, Master, what should I do? The choice lies with you. I shall merely impart the method. Please, Master, enlighten me. The Taichu divine pattern is a pinnacle of soul martial arts. According to legend, the pattern is inscribed across 9 bone shards. To fully comprehend the bone patterns, the sole method is through bone transmutation. Bone transmutation? Su Chen had already begun to piece together the implications. I shall now teach you the art of bone transmutation. Whether or not to proceed is entirely your decision. In the next moment, Su Chen felt a secret technique surge into his consciousness, the so-called art of bone transmutation. It appeared deceptively simple, yet was perilously domineering. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave danger. Most crucially, the process would be excruciating, requiring him to forcibly extract a piece of his own bone before reintegrating the shard. While others may not fathom the agony of such an extraction, Su Chen was all too familiar with it. When he awakened the imperial bone, he had been forcibly separated by Su Hao before it could merge, an experience of pain and death that was etched into his memory. Reflecting on it now, had it not been for the sealed dragon elephant bloodline within him, he might have perished long ago. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen shook his head, resolutely preparing to commence the bone transmutation. Faced with the extraordinary opportunity of the Taichu divine pattern, he could not entertain the notion of retreat. His master had already mentioned that there were 9 bone shards in total and that he had only acquired 1. The Taichu divine pattern he had previously obtained at the academy was likely only a prelude, explaining his inability to grasp the true essence of the pattern. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's palm transformed into a blade, forcefully pressing against his left shoulder. With a tearing sound, he ripped through flesh to expose the stark white bone beneath, blood erupting like a fountain. Su Chen, what are you doing? Witnessing Su Chen's sudden action, Shen Bingxue was utterly bewildered, her body trembling in shock as she rushed to his side. Have you lost your mind? Why would you harm yourself? Do not concern yourself with me. Gritting his teeth, sweat pouring from his brow, Su Chen ignored Shun Bingshua's protests. He plunged his right hand into the gory flesh, snapping a bone shard and forcefully extracting it. The scene before her was unfathomable to Shun Bingshue. She could not comprehend why Su Chen would willingly inflict such harm upon himself. Despite her instinct to intervene, he had already instructed her not to interfere, and she understood that Su Chen was no fool. Thus he must have his reasons. Without hesitation, he discarded the extracted bone shard into his spatial ring and immediately forced the shard into the cavity of his left shoulder, gritting his teeth against the pain. Power surged from his hands, coalescing within the flesh of his shoulder. Yet even so, he could not quell the tremors coursing through his body. Bone transmutation, bone merging. Su Chen successfully completed the transmutation, his complexion paling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had successfully merged the bone shard, completing 1/9 of the process. With 9 shards in total, he had only merged the first, yet for him at this moment, it was more than sufficient. With the merging complete, he began to refine the bone shard, channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him. Waves of devouring energy flowed into his left shoulder, enveloping the shard as he commenced the refinement. Half an hour later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, having completed the bone transmutation and begun the refinement of the shard. The next phase would involve gradually refining the shard and cultivating the Taichu divine pattern. Observing Su Chen rise, Shun Bingshue felt a mixture of frustration and admiration. She had never encountered someone who would willingly extract their own bones. She refrained from questioning him further, knowing it would be futile. Su Chen would likely remain reticent. Sighing deeply, she realized she had underestimated him. His promotion to the elite class was indicative of his exceptional capabilities. In her experience, it was virtually unheard of for a student at the Essence Dan level to be advanced to an elite class. The Eastern Wilderness Academy placed great importance on the quality of education within the elite and royal classes. Without the requisite cultivation level, advancement was unattainable. Clearly, Su Chen was extraordinary. Will you proceed alone or accompany me? Grateful for Shun Bingshue's earlier support, Su Chen had forgotten their prior tensions. Viewing her now as a friend and comrade worthy of companionship, together, without a moment's hesitation, they pressed onward, for retreat was not an option. The eerie surroundings hinted at the possibility of extraordinary opportunities. As they traversed the desolate landscape of bones, the sound of crunching white fragments underfoot sent shivers down their spines. If news of this place were spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Countless martial artists must have perished to create such a scene. Barren trees loomed above, adorned with countless skeletal remains, resembling trees laden with fruit. Shun Bingshue could no longer contain herself and halted, retching uncontrollably. After all, she was a girl unaccustomed to such horrors. This was her first encounter with such a sight. Fortunately, with Su Chen's god-demon mirror absorbing the corpse energy, she managed to endure. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. Even so, her complexion grew increasingly pale. Are you all right? I should have known better than to enter this place, even for the sake of opportunity. Nodding in agreement, Su Chen empathized. The gruesome scene was indeed ill-suited for someone like Shun Bingshue. The further they ventured, the more bones littered the ground and hung from the trees. Henceforth, stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 paces. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Su Chen, as 8 Buddhas within his chaotic body began to suppress the god-slaying bone bow, each imparting their unique Buddhist teachings to him. Originally, Su Chen had no intention of employing Buddhist techniques. He could rely on the god-demon mirror to absorb the corpse energy and assist his master without fear of its corruption. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. It was evident that Shun Bingshue could no longer endure. At this pace, she would succumb to the corpse energy within 2 hours, becoming a mindless killing machine. With no alternatives, he resorted to invoking Buddhist techniques, enveloping them both in a protective aura to prevent Shun Bingshue from succumbing to the encroaching malevolence. A radiant golden began to form behind them, illuminating the surroundings as the corpse energy was thoroughly purified. Buddhist techniques? Su Chen, do you hail from the Buddhist sect? The moment the question escaped her lips, Shun Bingshue regretted it. It was a foolish inquiry, given that Su Chen could not possibly be a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 paces. Understood. Treading closely behind Su Chen, She could even catch a hint of his masculine scent, her heart racing and cheeks flushing with a youthful shyness. The ground was littered with bones, creating a hellish landscape. The air was thick with the stench of corpse energy, devoid of even the gentlest breeze. After an indeterminate period of running, perhaps a day and night had passed, Shun Bingshuo suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Following Shun Bingshuo's, Su Chen inhaled sharply, for not far away stood a series of small altars, forming a grand circle. Upon counting, Su Chen discerned a total of 9 altars, each hosting a diminutive, blood-red phantom resembling an infant, as if infused with the essence of blood. In the very center floated a crystal orb, the size of a football, radiating a verdant hue, encircled by the 9 altars. "Chinner, I require that power." Of course, Su Chen surmised that the souls, gathered amidst the eerie white bones, were likely contained within the crystal orb. Since his master desired it, he felt no hesitation nor reluctance. "Senior Sister Shun, please wait here for me. I shall retrieve something." "Su Chen, heed my advice, do not venture in." Shun Bingshuo's gaze was fixed intently on the 9 altars, though she recognized the crystal orb as an extraordinary opportunity. The altars were fraught with peril. She believed that any misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. In the past, Su Chen's fate would have held little concern for her. But after sharing life and death experiences with him, she wished for his safety above all. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with a smile, "It's all right. I have my wits about me." Without waiting for Shun Bingshuo to respond, he advanced toward the 9 altars. The closer he drew, the more he felt an ancient, desolate pressure emanating from them, as if steeped in the weight of countless ages. The one who forged the blood puppets is long deceased. The power of the 9 altars has been wholly consumed by the blood puppets. Your fortune is remarkable. All the blood puppets have been successfully crafted, awaiting only the final refinement. Blood puppets? Listening to his master's astonished tone, Su Chen could infer that the 9 crimson figures upon the altars were far from ordinary, especially considering his master's formidable identity. Chapter 54. Never give up. Even when the odds are against you before the crystal orb, Su Chen felt a deep sense of awe. Outside, the orb's power was sealed by 9 altars, rendering it undetectable. Now, sensing the overwhelming essence of souls emanating from within, he couldn't help but sigh. He could easily deduce that the souls contained within the orb were undoubtedly gathered from the countless bones strewn outside. One could only imagine the vast power of souls contained within this orb. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his innate devouring ability, enveloping the crystal orb entirely. His master required this orb for cultivation. Thus, Su Chen was more than willing to oblige. After securing the orb, Su Chen turned his gaze to the 9 altars surrounding him. He chose to trust his master, realizing that someone had deliberately crafted blood puppets here. The process had only just been completed when an unexpected event caused them to vanish. Who could be so ruthless as to slaughter so many beings merely for the sake of creating blood puppets? Such cruelty was striking. Approaching each altar, he collected the blood-colored infants into his hands. "Master, what exactly are blood puppets?" Blood puppets were among the most challenging of the puppet's secret arts to forge. Especially in the case of these blood puppets, they require the essence of millions of lives, along with special materials for successful creation. The 9 blood puppets demanded the essence of countless beings, implying that the setup here had been in place for millennia. The demon god could only express his astonishment. This individual truly regarded life as insignificant. Only someone who viewed lives as mere ants could conjure such formidable blood puppets. "Chinner, by dripping your essence onto the blood puppets, you can begin their cultivation. Their strength will increase alongside your own, proving immensely beneficial to you in the future." Nodding, Su Chen refrained from lamenting the disregard for life, for he believed in the cyclical nature of existence. In the realm of martial arts, life was indeed fragile. In this brutal world of martial combat, strength was paramount. Without formidable power, even one's life was at the mercy of others. No one could dictate the rules of martial arts. He dripped 9 drops of essence onto the blood-colored infants. In the next moment, they vanished from his palms, yet he could distinctly sense the blood puppets within him, embedded within his very bloodline. By nurturing the blood puppets through his blood, he ensured they would be wholly his. It seemed that the greatest opportunity in this subterranean space was indeed the 9 blood puppets. Once acquired, their continued presence became of little consequence. Su Chen, are you all right? Observing the young man before her, Shun Bingxue felt an inexplicable strangeness about him, an air of mystery that was difficult to articulate. Su Chen merely shook his head, replying, "There are no other opportunities in this underground space. I plan to leave. What about you? I'll join you, but I wish to check on my third uncle first." Very well. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, the moment he took the crystal orb and the 9 blood puppets, the previously relentless tide of bones fell silent, enveloping the underground space in an eerie stillness reminiscent of hell itself. Upon their return, they were met with a scene of carnage. Over 1,500 martial artists had perished, with half of them lost. Shenhe was covered in wounds, but fortunately, he had survived. Breathing heavily, he felt a wave of relief upon seeing Shun Bingxue safely before him. "Third uncle, are you all right? I am unharmed, but this place is exceedingly strange. These bones are truly undying. No amount of assault seems effective against them. Thankfully, they ceased their attacks. Otherwise, none would have survived. Third uncle, I wish to leave this place." Agreed. This time, Shanhui did not object, recognizing the eerie nature of their surroundings. Remaining any longer would only lead to their demise, becoming yet another part of the skeletal remains. Not only Shinhua and Shun Bingxue, but 90% of others chose to depart, unwilling to remain any longer. However, there were those undeterred by death, intent on staying behind to seek further opportunities. Without lingering, the trio hastened towards the exit. Half an hour later, they successfully returned to the surface of a lake, exhaling long sighs of relief. The uncanny ambience of the underground space had left them shaken, especially to Shanhua, who felt utterly frustrated. He had gained no opportunities and had nearly lost his life. "Sister Shun, I must take my leave now. Be careful. You too, take care." As he watched her vanish in an instant, Shanhua furrowed his brow, questioning Bingxue. "Do you have feelings for him?" A sudden pang surged through her heart. Did she indeed like Su Chen? With a deep sigh, she replied helplessly, "Third uncle, I'm not sure. Back at the academy, my sister and I had some minor conflicts with him, but now..." Regarding her feelings, Shun Bingxue found herself at a loss. Uncertain of her emotions towards Su Chen, the lad is rather commendable. If you like him, pursue him directly, lest you regret it later. Understood, third uncle. As night descended, Su Chen sat beneath a great tree in a meditative posture, channeling the chaotic devouring technique within him, absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding him. After their experiences in the subterranean space, he could distinctly sense that his cultivation could continue to advance, yet he had refrained from doing so in that eerie environment. Unwilling to wait any longer, he sought a secluded spot to begin his training. Now, stabilized at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the true Dan realm, the power within him surged violently, coursing through every part of his body. With a roar directed towards the heavens, he shattered his limits, transitioning directly from the peak of the 4th level into the 5th level of the true Dan realm, establishing himself firmly at the pinnacle of this new stage. Although it was merely a single level increase, Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. In the realm of martial arts, such advancements were akin to scaling the heavens. Since his blood wheel had been rendered ineffective, and with the acquisition of the Chaos Devouring Tower, coupled with the awakening of the 3-life blood wheel, his cultivation speed had been nothing short of meteoric. How could he not be satisfied? Yet, his situation was peculiar. In the face of Su Hao, who possessed the imperial bone, he could not afford to waste a single moment and had to seize every opportunity to catch up with him. Though Dean Lan had mentioned that Su Hao had merely reached the golden core realm, Su Chen understood that Su Hao, having fused with his imperial bone, possessed top-tier talent. It was improbable that he had only reached the golden core realm after all these years. There must be some hidden aspects to this. Regardless, his focus was on relentless cultivation, with the aim of one day confronting the Su clan to avenge himself against Su Hao. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flew open, sensing the chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him. His expression shifted slightly. He could feel the formidable strength of this chilling intent. "Since you are here, why hide like a coward?" From the shadows of the night, 4 figures emerged, cloaked in black, their cold eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The powerful presence emanating from them locked onto Su Chen, sealing off all avenues of escape. The Tang clan. In an instant, Su Chen deduced the identities of the 4. Apart from the Su clan, he had no other enemies. However, he was confident that the Su clan could not possibly know of his presence at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, and Su Hao would not consider him a threat, so it was unlikely they would send such powerful individuals to kill him. The only possible culprits were the Tang clan. After all, previously at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, their leader, Tang Xiaotian, had been compelled to retreat under Dean Lan's influence. Given that he had incapacitated Tang Hao's blood wheel, Tang Xiaotian would surely seek retribution. Just because the Tang clan did not dare to act within the academy did not mean they would refrain from doing so elsewhere. Before departing, Vice Dean Xinju had warned him that once he left the academy to participate in the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, there was a considerable chance he would encounter an ambush from the Tang clan, and he should prepare himself accordingly. He approached the Forsaken Forest without a trace of hesitation. For in Su Chen's view, if he were to live in fear of death and constantly second-guess himself, how could he ever enhance his prowess? A warrior must possess a fearless heart, resolutely advancing forward. It is precisely for this reason that he came. Haha, indeed, you are quite astute to have discerned our identities. We hail from the Tang clan, and daring to cripple Tang Hao's blood wheel. You shall pay in blood for your transgressions. Fear not, we shall not take your life. However, we will shatter your blood wheel, sever your limbs, remove your tongue, and pluck out your eyes, rendering you utterly helpless. The four were indeed from the Tang clan, 2 elders of the form spirit realm and 2 elders of the spirit refinement realm. In Tang Xiaoyan's estimation, with 4 elders of the condensing spirit realm launching a covert assault, there would be little cause for concern. The Eastern Wilderness Academy would only have a single Vice Dean accompanying them. It was impossible for them to provide constant protection for Su Chen. The realms of condensing spirit are form spirit, spirit refinement, and condensing spirit. Tang Xiaotian had not dispatched any elders of the condensing spirit realm, believing that 2 from the form spirit realm and 2 from the spirit refinement realm would suffice. Their purpose in entering the Forsaken Forest was solely to assassinate Su Chen, not to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Vice Dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. The Tang clan had no desire to provoke the academy unless absolutely necessary. Displaying neither surprise nor fear, even in the presence of 4 formidable opponents from the condensing spirit realm, he remained as steady as a mountain. You are commendable, remaining so composed in the face of my 4 companions. Alas, you have crossed the wrong individual. You once had boundless prospects at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, yet you have squandered your future through your own actions. Do not blame others for this. Su Chen summoned the god-slaying bone bow, fully aware that he had but one chance to see if he could, with the aid of the god-slaying bone bow and the god-slaying bone arrows, strike down 3 of them. This battle featured the strongest quartet he had ever encountered. Even if victory seemed impossible, he would not concede. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, the god-slaying bone bow was tautly strung. The 4 adversaries wore expressions of derision, bemused that he had yet to surrender. In their eyes, he was indeed impressive. However, regardless of their admiration, anyone who dared to trespass on the Tang clan's bottom line was doomed to die, especially given the unforgivable nature of his offenses. Failing to accomplish their mission would leave them unable to explain themselves to the clan leader. Kill. The 4 were unwilling to waste any more time. The variables were too great. If the Vice Dean of the Eastern Wilderness Academy were to discover them, not only would they fail to eliminate this individual, but they might also lose their own lives in the process. Swift resolution was imperative. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Academy deduced that Su Chen was slain by the Tang clan, what could be done? Would the Academy wage war against the Tang clan over a mere corpse? Such a notion was undeniably unrealistic. Chapter 55. The Descent of Imperial Might with the God-slaying bone bow firmly in hand. Su Chen's aura of slaughter surged uncontrollably, while a blood wheel materialized above him, emitting piercing sword cries. Whoosh! An arrow from the God-slaying bone bow shot forth, swiftly followed by a second and a third. Su Chen realized that only by wielding the God-slaying bone arrows could he grasp a slender chance of survival. Faced with the combined might of 3 formidable condensation realm warriors, he was, without doubt, akin to an egg striking against a rock. The intent to kill roared. The 4 individuals locked onto by the God-slaying bone arrows were taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the bow and arrows in Su Chen's possession. Accompanied by a thunderous sound of piercing air, They attempted to evade, only to discover, to their horror, that there was nowhere to hide, for the arrows had already marked them as targets. Thud! The arrows struck their marks. However, due to the vast difference in realms, and bolstered by their combined strength, 3 of them suffered injuries to their left shoulder, and right leg, accompanied by a mist of blood and their agonized cries. The god-slaying bone bow and arrows vanished in an instant. With a pallid face and a sense of helplessness, Su Chen felt his body swaying dangerously, even though his cultivation had improved, forcibly unleashing 3 god-slaying bone arrows still inflicted backlash upon him. At that moment, he could not withstand the onslaught of 3 condensation realm warriors. Even nascent soul realm warrior could easily slay him. Kill. Enraged, the 4 did not hesitate and charged at Su Chen. Despite the dire circumstances, he refused to concede, unleashing his own blood wheel and executing the 9 calamities sword technique. The sword chi was overwhelmingly powerful, striking one after another. Yet, it was a futile endeavor against the united onslaught of 4. The disparity in realms was insurmountable, and even the god-slaying bone bow could not bridge this chasm. The sword chi shattered, and the terrifying aura of slaughter erupted in the air, crashing violently against Su Chen. Blood spewed forth as wounds multiplied upon him. The 4 appeared to revel in their torment of Su Chen, as moments ago he had nearly ensnared them in his trap. To be slain by a mere real pill realm warrior would be a disgrace they could not bear. Thus, they sought to torment him to death. Just as Su Chen succumbed to unconsciousness, a terrifying force impeded the 4 from advancing another step, compelling them to unleash their wrath in a frenzy of attacks. Yet the invisible barrier remained unbroken. A purple figure materialized, her cold gaze shimmering with a glint that resembled a sharp blade, standing tall amidst the chaos. The 4 were momentarily entranced by the sudden appearance of the purple-clad woman, whose ethereal beauty was breathtaking, sending tremors through their hearts. Clad in a form-fitting purple garment that accentuated her statuesque form, her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with amber hues, while her delicate lips resembled ripe peaches. Her willow-like brows and enchanting eyes radiated an indescribable allure, and her skin, as smooth as cream, captivated all beneath the night sky. What an astonishing visage! The 4 gazed at the purple-clad woman, their hearts quaking, eyes filled with unabashed desire. They would willingly sacrifice years of their lives for a single night with such a woman. "You cannot kill him," the elder of the Tang family said, clasping his fists in resignation. "I beseech you, do not interfere in the matters of the Tang family. If we do not slay this man, we cannot return to report to our clan leader. Please, honor us by withdrawing." After a brief moment of shock, the 4 regained their composure. Su Chen had already fallen unconscious, and their sole objective was to eliminate him. If they allowed him to escape under such circumstances, they would face the wrath of their clan leader. Who could have anticipated that a woman would intervene, evidently intent on saving Su Chen? Without further ado, an overwhelming force erupted from the purple-clad woman, descending upon the 4 with merciless intent. "Imperial might, you are a realm of emperors. Senior, we recognize our errors. Please show mercy." Before they could utter another word, their bodies exploded, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. The unfortunate elders of the Tang family, utterly bewildered by the swift turn of events, were annihilated without the woman lifting a finger. Her mere presence was enough to crush them, attesting to her formidable strength. As she gazed down at the unconscious Su Chen, the purple-clad woman stepped closer, her eyes briefly softening before hardening again. Retrieving a pill from her robe, she gently placed it into Su Chen and Appo's mouth, where it dissolved instantly, coursing through his body. "Shameless," she murmured, her cheeks flushing lightly as she turned and vanished without a trace. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky as dark clouds gathered ominously from all directions, heralding a torrential downpour that engulfed the lost forest. The terrifying lightning, accompanied by the heavy rain, struck Su Chen, who slowly opened his heavy eyelids, surprised to find himself alive. How could this be? He should have perished at the hands of the 4. Rising from the ground, he surveyed the empty surroundings, brow furrowing in confusion. Had the Tang family truly chosen to spare him? That notion seemed absurd, for he had maimed Tang Hao's blood wheel. Such enmity could not simply be overlooked. Was it the pill? Feeling a surge of power within, Su Chen promptly seated himself cross-legged. As an alchemist, Though he had yet to concoct a pill, he could discern that he had ingested a high-grade one. Harnessing the pill's potency, Su Chen and Appo's cultivation unexpectedly advanced from the 5th level of the real pill realm to the 6th, an unforeseen progression. His injuries were not as grave as he had feared. He believed he would recover within 3 days. The Tang family had evidently invested heavily in their attempt to slay him, dispatching 4 condensation realm warriors. Who could have been his savior? Could it have been Luo Tianfei? Su Chen surmised that had Vice Dean Qin Zhu or any of the academy's instructors intervened, they would not have departed without a word. Among those he knew, only Luo Tianfei possessed such formidable strength, though her cultivation realm remained a mystery. Her ability to vanquish 4 condensation realm warriors indicated her prowess. It seems Luo Tianfei did not leave, but has been watching over me all along. The Su clan. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes, having successfully ascended to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. The 3 realms of the nascent soul include the virtual nascent soul, real nascent soul, and nascent soul itself. He had barely transitioned to the virtual nascent soul realm before achieving the 7th level. A remarkable speed of cultivation that left even him astonished. Master, a spiritual presence emerged, revealing Su Hao's master. Tukin observing his disciple. Tukin nodded with satisfaction. The imperial bone has begun to show effects. At your current pace, I believe you will reach the Soul Palace realm within 3 months, the condensation realm within a year, and the gathering realm within 2 years. Very impressive. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your talent is unparalleled in the East Wilderness. However, you must understand that the East Wilderness is but a drop in the ocean of the entire Tianwan continent. Your aspirations should not be confined to the East Wilderness, but should encompass the entirety of the continent. Yes, Master. From this day forth, I shall impart to you my unique techniques and extraordinary powers. It is imperative that you diligently cultivate your skills and not squander your innate talents. In the future, when you ascend to greatness in the realm, it shall be a testament to my teachings. As your disciple, I vow to live up to your high expectations. The more Tukin observes his disciple, the more satisfaction he derives, for Su Hao possesses innate talent of the highest caliber, further enhanced by the fusion of the imperial bone. Whether the imperial bone awakens within him or not, it is already sufficient for Su Hao. His esteemed position within the Su clan is notable, as he has been designated as the young clan leader. Merely possessing the imperial bone renders him unmatched among his peers, and the Su clan holds exceedingly high hopes for Su Hao. Chapter 56. How disgusting the Su clan's trash is in the forsaken forest, chaos reigned, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Various monstrous beasts hunted martial artists, and if luck was not on one's side, one might even encounter a formidable beast at the spirit concentration realm. As Su Chen steadily advanced to the 6th level of the true Dan realm, he relentlessly hunted these beasts, hoping to enhance his abilities by devouring their souls before returning to the academy. Having just consumed a beast soul, Su Chen suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Su clan? The mere mention of the Su clan sent a chill down his spine. He had not anticipated encountering disciples of the Su clan here in the Forsaken Forest. With a dismissive snort, he swiftly moved toward the source of the voice. A terrifying aura permeated the air as a woman clad in yellow was besieged by 3 young men. Logically, with one of them at the Void Infant realm, they should have swiftly subdued her, yet the battle dragged on, seemingly for the mere pleasure of playing a cat-and-mouse game. Bang! The yellow-clad woman, Huang Ying, staggered backward and crashed against a tree, blood seeping from her mouth, her complexion as pale as a ghost. The blood wheel above her head now vanished. I hail from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Do you dare to lay a hand on me, unafraid of its wrath? Huang Ying, a student of Class 1 from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, was an 8th-level Golden Dan cultivator, known as the Blood Wheel Lark. While hunting beasts alone, she had stumbled upon 2 pandan herbs, which could instantly elevate any Golden Dan cultivator by 1 level without any backlash or side effects. The only drawback of the pandan herb was its singular use. Consuming even 100 would yield the same effect, while other items could be discarded. The pandan herb was exceedingly valuable in the academy, requiring an exorbitant number of points for exchange, a cost that even elite students could hardly bear. She had resolved to offer one of the herbs to the 3 men, but to her dismay, they greedily demanded both. The Eastern Wilderness Academy? We are terrified. You frighten us to death. What can the Eastern Wilderness Academy do? We, the Su clan, are not afraid of you. We just offered you a chance, which you failed to seize. Now, not only do we want both pandan herbs, but we also require your company. If you serve us well, perhaps you'll leave here alive. That's a splendid suggestion, brother, one of the trio remarked. All three hail from the Su clan, one at the first level of the Void Infant Realm, and two at the 9th level of the Golden Dan Realm. They had ventured into the Forsaken Forest for training. Su Chen found their expressions amusing as they cast scornful glances at the woman before them. He could not help but acknowledge that Huang Ying's beauty ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Wilderness Academy. In the academy, they would have to tread carefully, for no faction dared provoke it. However, this was not the academy, but the Forsaken Forest. Killing her and looting would go unnoticed by the Eastern Wilderness Academy, making it impossible for them to retaliate. Huang Ying and Appo's face was ashen, her eyes filled with rage. Even the Eastern Wilderness Academy could not intimidate the three. While she feared death, she feared even more the thought of being defiled. I will give you both pandan herbs, she declared. It's too late. We want both the herbs and you, they replied, advancing menacingly toward her. As her body trembled, Huang Ying realized she had nowhere left to retreat. Her complexion darkened further as she braced herself for suicide, vowing she would not be sullied by them. How utterly disgusting the Su clan's trash is. At that moment, a mocking laugh echoed from behind, and Su Chen's figure emerged before the four, his icy gaze infused with a chilling, murderous intent. The three slowly turned to face the young man, momentarily stunned by his aura. Just a true Dan cultivator? Su Chen chuckled derisively. So, a mere true Dan trash seeks to be a hero? I see you're the true trash here. They were baffled as to why a lowly true Dan cultivator would dare meddle in their affairs. With their combined strength, they could easily annihilate him. Hunyorsu, Huang Ying exclaimed, her face lighting up with hope. Although she knew Su Chen was no match for the three, she could not quell her excitement. She did not wish to die or be defiled, praying for a miracle. I will deal with these three trash for you. But I require one of the pandan herbs, he stated. Of course, she replied without a moment's hesitation. She would gladly part with both herbs if he could defeat them and help her escape. The trio, incensed by the audacity of this arrogant young man, felt their anger boiling as they glared at him. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have perished countless times over. How audacious, Su Chen sneered. But I like it. Soon, I'll sever your limbs and seal your body into the ground. Then, I'll carve an opening in your skull and pour in some honey. Imagine the consequences. Buzz. Without further ado, Su Chen would show no mercy against the Su clan members. Though they were his kin, he regarded the clan as expendable. Years ago, when Su Hao had stripped him of his imperial bone, the Su clan had not only failed to intervene, but had celebrated Su Hao's awakening, attempting to cover their tracks. Seeking death, the three roared in fury as the young man took the initiative to strike. A mere true Dan cultivator dared to act so recklessly before them, a clear invitation to his demise. What incredible speed! As Su Chen beheld the figure that had suddenly appeared, like a ghost leaving behind only after images, his expression shifted in shock. This was no speed a true Dan cultivator could possess. The three quickly regained their senses. He was undoubtedly aware of his status, yet still dared to provoke them. To claim he had no support would be sheer folly. Shedding their underestimation, the trio unleashed their respective blood wheels. All were sword-type blood wheels. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, roaring like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings. Su Chen was unequivocally confident in his strength. As a first-level void infant cultivator, he could slaughter any Golden Dan cultivator at will. The ferocious sword energy erupted from the trio, radiating unmatched might, causing the space around them to tremble. Su Chen, however, merely snorted as he coalesced a phantom sword in his hand, imbued with a dominating murderous aura. Drawing on the sword blood wheel that had been reformed by the Chaos Devouring Tower, which was itself a wheel of slaughter. The astonishing sword energy surged forth like a sandstorm, and the four forces collided violently in the void. The moment their sword energies clashed, a tempest of sword energy erupted, unfurling like an immense spider-esque web that devoured the heavens and earth, tearing the ground apart and creating countless fissures. What terrifying, murderous sword energy! Huang Ying felt the overwhelming force of Su Chen's sword energy, its sheer ferocity causing her countenance to change. She finally comprehended why Su Chen had been promoted to the elite class by the academy. with his true Dan cultivation. He could not only contend with Golden Dan cultivators, but also stand toe-to-toe with those at the Void Infant Realm. This feat was unparalleled throughout the Eastern Wilderness Academy, indeed throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. Fixated on the fierce battle unfolding before her, Huang Ying made no move to retreat. Should Su Chen fall to the trio, she would choose to perish alongside him. She could not abandon him in his moment of peril. The ground trembled with the force of their clash. It was evident from the initial collision that the three adversaries quickly discerned the source of the young man's audacity. Although merely at the Shurdan stage, his innate prowess was formidable, particularly with the formidable sword blood wheel he had manifested. However, it must be noted that within the Eastern Wasteland, the Su clan is the progenitor of the sword blood wheel, rendering all others mere shadows in its presence. Employing the 9 calamities sword technique and integrating the ancient divine demon technique, he faced 3 opponents, 1 at the virtual infant stage and 2 at the golden core stage, without an ounce of complacency. The surging demonic aura merged with the sword energy, layering upon itself in a relentless assault against the trio, the sheer ferocity of the sword energy threatening to rend the very fabric of reality. Demonic aura. You hail from the demon clan. Upon hearing the mention of the demon clan, Huang Ying's body quivered. She understood all too well what that entailed. Su Chen could not possibly be from the demon clan. Otherwise, how could he have entered the Eastern Wasteland Academy and become one of its members? You 3 are truly shameless. Junior Su hails from the Eastern Wasteland Academy. How can you speak of the demon clan? The Eastern Wasteland Academy? When has a student from the academy ever practiced the martial arts of the demon clan? Nevertheless, the trio recognized that since he was indeed from the Eastern Wasteland Academy, the likelihood of him being affiliated with the demon clan was minuscule, as the academy would not dare to court such infamy. Yet, even if he were not of the demon clan, the 3 were thoroughly incensed. The thought of being defeated by a mere Shurdan stage warrior was intolerable. This battle could only end in victory. Simultaneously, they unleashed the Su clan's secret martial art, the demon suppression sword technique, directing waves of oppressive sword energy towards Su Chen, intending to suppress his demonic aura. Su Chen, undeterred, showed no signs of faltering as the battle intensified. The trio grew increasingly astonished and bewildered. They could hardly fathom how a Shurdan stage martial artist could wield such overwhelming force. The demon suppression sword technique. Impossible. How could you possibly execute the demon suppression sword technique? Stunned into silence upon witnessing the young man perform this technique, the trio was taken aback. It was common knowledge that the demon suppression sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Su clan, inaccessible to outsiders. Not only had he awakened the sword blood wheel, but he was also capable of executing the demon suppression sword technique. Could it be that he too was of the Su clan? Who are you truly? Speculation was one thing. Determining whether he was genuinely from the Su clan was another matter entirely. Su Chen remained silent. Indeed, he was from the Su clan, yet not from the main branch, but rather a mere offshoot, the Su family of Panyu City. In the grand scheme of the Su clan, the Su family of Panyu City was but a trifling branch, and whether they were even remembered by the clan was debatable, as the demon suppression sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Su clan. Each family branch could practice it, albeit only in its most rudimentary form. The essence of the technique would never be imparted to any branch family. Of that there was no doubt. Young man, who are you? Where do you come from? We would prefer not to make a grievous error in our judgment. If you do not answer soon, do not blame us for being impolite. Chapter 57. Seizing the opportunity in his illness, uncertain of the reasons. Upon witnessing the youthful figure execute the demon-slaying sword technique, which unleashed the blood wheel, the trio instinctively sensed that he hailed from the Su clan. Their silence betrayed their inability to ascertain the truth. Infuriated, the 3 were thoroughly provoked. The young man disregarded their presence entirely. However, before eliminating him, they needed to clarify whether he truly belonged to the Su clan. With unwavering confidence, they had anticipated a swift resolution, intending to subdue him with overwhelming force, leaving no room for doubt. Yet what transpired? Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves unable to achieve absolute suppression. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed such a reality to be genuine. The remaining 2 Su clan Golden Core warriors, flushed with embarrassment, sweat beading on their brows, clearly demonstrating their dire predicament. As they felt the dense and tumultuous sword energy swirling around them, Su Chen realized that continuing in such a manner was futile. The dogs of the Su clan were nothing more than this, with the blood wheel, sword shadow, continually surging forth. Su Chen and Appo's eyes glimmered with mockery as he observed the three being subdued. He intentionally provoked them with his words. The two golden core warriors remained indifferent. It was only the solitary nascent soul among them that commanded his caution. Su Chen was nearly certain that this nascent soul had only recently broken through. Otherwise, he would not be so easily suppressed. Buzz. At the moment Su Chen unleashed the primordial divine pattern, a silent wave suddenly infiltrated the minds of the two golden core warriors. Caught off guard, they were oblivious to what had transpired and immediately ceased their attacks, clutching their heads and howling in agony, akin to slaughtered pigs. Soul martial arts. Observing the two collapse, Su Chen gasped in astonishment, fully aware of what soul martial arts entailed. Just as Su Chen had surmised, Su Chen had also only recently ascended to the nascent soul realm upon entering the Lost Forest, and his mastery of it was not yet solidified. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a wretched state. Taking advantage of his illness, Su Chen sought his demise. He harbored no mercy, believing that due to the enmity between him and Su Hao, he and the Su clan would inevitably become sworn enemies. It was easy to envision the outcome, for the imperial bone, regardless of whose it was, remained integrated with Su Hao. The Su clan would undoubtedly protect the one possessing the imperial bone, forsaking their own. No resentment, no blame. Different perspectives yield different interpretations. The Su clan had its own stance, and he possessed his own. Yet, Su Hao must perish. Su Chen had no desire to continue the battle. Although this individual was merely at the true Dan level, his innate power was exceedingly tyrannical. He dared not gamble further, for losing meant sacrificing his very life. He simply could not afford such a loss. Even his two companions had chosen to abandon the fight. Trash. Seizing the moment as Su Chen turned to flee, Su Chen directly employed the primordial divine pattern, layering it with the demon death seal. Buzz. The overwhelmingly tyrannical primordial divine pattern tore through the void, directly penetrating Su Chen's mind. Had Su Chen been fully committed to the fight, even if ultimately defeated by Su Chen, he might have had a chance to escape. Now, however, he had lost all confidence and dared not linger in battle. In combat, a warrior's state of mind is paramount. Accompanied by a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the demon death seals cascaded forth. A total of 36 seals relentlessly converging upon Su Chen, poor Su Chen, who had initially aspired to secure a pandan herb to elevate his rank. Never anticipated that an unexpected foe would emerge, leading to his potential demise here. Endless fury, filled with resentment, Su Chen's body fell heavily, his form battered by the relentless assault of the demon death seals. Please spare us. We shall not disclose today's events to the Su clan. We hail from the Su clan. If you dare to kill us, they will surely not let you go. Witnessing Su Chen's slaughter, the remaining two Su clan warriors were thoroughly terrified. Having just suffered a soul attack that left their very essence fractured, even if they survived, advancing in martial arts would become exceedingly challenging. They had encountered a formidable opponent, and regret came too late. All they could do was pray to escape the lost forest alive. Are you threatening me? They did not wish to utter threats, yet when faced with life and death, what else could they do? At the very least, invoking the Su clan offered a glimmer of hope. Before they could speak further, Su Chen shook his head, smiling as he declared, "I will slay every dog of the Su clan I encounter, without exception." Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze turned icy, devoid of patience. The tumultuous sword energy surged toward the two, indifferent to their screams, as the oppressive sword energy pierced through their bodies. He immediately employed the Chaos Devouring technique, voraciously consuming the souls of the three, one nascent soul and two golden core souls. Such treasures must not go to waste. Observing the scene before her, Huang Ying stood utterly dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that Su Chen could truly defeat three opponents single-handedly, especially considering one among them was a nascent soul warrior. Even if this nascent soul was merely at the first level of the nascent soul stage, it was certainly not something a true Dan could contend with. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, Her face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. As Su Chen approached, Huang Ying remarked, "Su, you are truly formidable. With your current strength, you're already qualified to enter the elite class for training." Shaking his head, Su Chen held no interest in the so-called elite class. His only desire was to continuously surpass himself. His ultimate goal was Su Hao. Su, this is a pandan herb. Even without refining it into a pill, consuming it directly can elevate any golden core warrior of the third realm instantly by 1 level, without any adverse effects. Nodding, Su Chen accepted the pandan herb from Huang Ying's hand, fully aware of its value. For golden core warrior, it was indeed a precious item, with the sole drawback being that each warrior could only consume 1 pandan herb. Additional consumption would bear no benefit. Huang Ying, to avoid any unforeseen complications, I suggest you consume the pandan herb immediately. Understanding the implications, Huang Ying swiftly complied, with the value of the pandan herb being evident. The best course of action was to consume it without delay. Both Huang Ying and Su Chen proceeded to ingest their respective pandan herbs without further hesitation. Originally at the 8th level of Golden Core Realm, Huang Ying, upon consuming the pandan herb, encountered no obstacles and effortlessly broke through her limits, ascending to the 9th level of Golden Core Realm. As for Su Chen, the moment he ingested the pandan herb, he felt a warm current enveloping his entire being. Undoubtedly a remarkable substance. Without the need for refinement, its direct consumption proved extraordinarily effective, assisting a Golden Core warrior in achieving a swift breakthrough. Chapter 58. The liquidation of spiritual energy upon consuming the pandan grass. Su Chen effortlessly ascended from the 6th level of the True Dan realm to the 7th level. Indeed, the pandan grass is a remarkable treasure, yet it evokes a sense of dissatisfaction. A martial artist is limited to consuming but a single plant. If one could partake of it without restriction, it would be utterly perfect. Su Chen smiled wryly to himself, fully aware that every matter is governed by rules. He must abide by these regulations, and to alter them, he must grow even more formidable. With several dozen days remaining until the autumn hunt concludes, Su Chen's cultivation has stabilized at the 7th level of the True Dan realm. It seems he might now endeavor to challenge the 8th level, or perhaps even the 9th. For martial artists, the paramount importance lies in undertaking practical experiences rather than remaining confined within the academy, where progress is decidedly slower. Junior Su, I will not disclose today's events to anyone, Huang Ying assured him. A nod from Su Chen indicated his understanding. His slaying of a disciple from a Su clan would certainly provoke their ire if discovered, and although the East Wilderness Academy's influence might temper their response, it could nonetheless expose his identity unnecessarily. At present, he requires time to cultivate undisturbed, refraining from any unnecessary complications. When he has amassed sufficient strength, he will strike down Su Hao in one decisive blow, ensuring that no opportunity for reprieve is afforded to him. Having dealt with the 3 from the Su clan, and having consumed the pandan grass to surpass his limits, Su Chen prepared to depart. He preferred solitary hunting over forming a team. Junior Su, I'm grateful for your rescue today. I know of a spiritual spring, though I am uncertain if you would be interested. A spiritual spring? Su Chen's heart stirred with astonishment. He understood precisely what such a spring represented, a premier location for martial cultivation. A spiritual spring, as its name implies, is formed through the accumulation of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth over the years, resulting in a reservoir of potent energy. Regardless of location, a spiritual spring is an object of desire for all martial artists. Huang Ying nodded and explained, this particular spring is located to the southeast of the Lost Forest. We stumbled upon it by chance during our last visit. Is there trouble? Su Chen was no fool. He could detect an undercurrent of unease in Huang Ying's words. Such a valuable resource, once discovered, would inevitably attract those eager to harness its power, making her decision to abandon it perplexing. Indeed, the area surrounding the spring is guarded by the Moonlit Wolf clan, and their Wolf King has reached the condensed spirit realm. When we reported this to the Vice Dean, he forbade us from approaching, not allowing us even a single step closer. The condensed spirit realm stands as one of the most formidable existences below the pinnacle of the gathering pill realm. Even the Vice Dean dares not provoke the Wolf King. At last, Su Chen comprehended why Huang Ying and her companions had chosen to forsake the spring during their previous encounter. It was not that they lacked the ambition to claim it. Rather, the presence of the Moonlit Wolf clan presented a peril too great to confront. Huang Ying felt a deep gratitude towards Su Chen, yet she possessed nothing tangible to offer in return, only the revelation of the secret. When she divulged it, a hint of regret washed over her, for the allure of the spiritual spring was a temptation difficult to resist for any martial artist. Kunyorsu. The Vice Dean has strictly prohibited us from approaching, thus we had no choice but to abandon it. In contrast, others would surely falter before the intimidation of the Moonlit Wolf clan. Yet Su Chen merely shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Let us go and take a look. Perhaps fortune favors us, and the Moonlit Wolf clan has since vacated the area. We might find ourselves in a fortunate position. With no objections raised, Huang Ying nodded. They would merely observe, provided they maintained a safe distance. Wasting no time, they traversed the lost forest with the swiftness of leopards, eager to avoid any delays. After approximately 2 hours, Huang Ying announced, Junior Su, we have arrived. You must remember to control your desires and not be overwhelmed by the allure of the spiritual spring. Should we attract the attention of the Moonlit Wolves, we shall find ourselves in significant trouble. Su Chen nodded, fully grasping Huang Ying's cautions, disregarding the power of the Moonlit Wolf clan. The Wolf King alone could effortlessly annihilate them. Even the Vice Dean and the faculty would be no match for him. Proceeding with utmost caution, they advanced slowly. Gradually, between two peaks, he discovered a modest valley. From the hillside, they could survey the entire valley below. Junior Su, that is the spiritual spring. The Moonlit Wolf clan surrounds it, though I am unsure of the Wolf King's precise location. Following Huang Ying's gesture, Su Chen gazed at the valley center, where a vast stone pool brimmed with emerald green liquid. Liquidation of spiritual energy, he exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Ying, her face alight with covetousness, concurred indeed. It is the liquidation of spiritual energy. Such a spring is beneficial even to martial artists and beasts of the condensed spirit realm, which is precisely why the Moonlit Wolf clan guards it fiercely. The Wolf King, having reached the condensed spirit realm, could utilize the spring's power to ascend to the gathering pill realm. Su Chen understood Fang Ingis implication. The Moonlit Wolf clan's vigilant watch over the spring was the only logical explanation. The Wolf King's failure to consume it outright suggested that the spiritual energy within was vast, necessitating a gradual absorption for stable advancement. The valley teemed with Moonlit Wolves. He could easily count over 100 at a glance. Su Chen recognized that neither a frontal assault nor a stealthy approach would allow them to approach the spring. His eyes sparkled with determination. He was not willing to abandon the opportunity before him. The spiritual spring was an extraordinary treasure, one that might not present itself again. Su Chen could assert with certainty that even Vice Dean Qin would not relinquish the chance to claim such a spring. Yet the formidable presence of the Wolf King rendered any attempt to do so perilous. Junior Su, perhaps we should withdraw, Huang Ying suggested, regretful for having divulged the secret to him. For any martial artist, the temptation of such a treasure was nearly insurmountable. Even she felt the urge to plunge into the spring for cultivation. Having attained the 9th level of the Golden Dan realm, she believed that should she successfully enter the spring, she could harness its power to break through to the pinnacle Golden Dan realm, or even reach the Yuaning realm. However, desire is one thing, and the courage to act is another. Faced with the Wolf King of the condensed spirit realm and the entire Moonlit Wolf clan, it was likely that no one would dare to proceed. Chapter 59. The crippled wild wolf. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, casting a beautiful glow over the mountain peaks. The small valley nestled between them appeared particularly enchanting. All the moonlit sky wolves had succumbed to slumber, save for a handful of clansmen guarding the entrance. At that moment, a creature measuring over 4 meters in length, adorned with luminous moonlit patterns, made its way slowly towards the spirit spring, where it commenced its cultivation. Until now, neither of the two had departed. Huang Ying understood Su Chen's intentions, aware that he was fixated on the spirit spring, yearning to persuade him, but ultimately falling silent. Even if entry was unattainable, merely gazing at it sufficed. As for time wasted, it was inconsequential to her. Securing a position in the autumn hunt mattered little. She was already content with her advancement in cultivation. Suddenly, a disturbance arose. What was happening? Su Chen turned his gaze toward a nearby location in the valley, where a 4-meter-long black tiger was swiftly approaching, moving with astonishing speed under the moonlight as it entered the valley in an instant. The dark demon phantom tiger, a beast of the condensing spirit realm. Huang Ying gasped, utterly unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable foe, especially one of the condensing spirit realm. Yet Su Chen smiled, secretly relieved that the opportunity he had awaited for an entire day had finally arrived. The moment the dark demon phantom tiger appeared in the valley, it began its slaughter of the moonlit sky wolves, wielding its condensing spirit might without any opposition. Approaching the spirit spring, it fixed its cold gaze upon the Wolf King, who was cultivating within, and icily remarked, "You seem to be enjoying your leisure." The Wolf King slowly rose from the spirit spring, devoid of any surprise or anger, as if he had anticipated the arrival of the dark demon phantom tiger. "Demon, we have battled for a century. You have never been my match. This spirit spring belongs to me, so you should leave." Oof. The dark demon phantom tiger snorted in anger, retorting, "Crippled wolf. If it weren't for your reliance on the spirit spring for cultivation, would you be stronger than me? You pathetic, disabled wolf. Who are you calling a crippled wolf?" The Wolf King growled, "I call you a crippled wolf. Look at your wretched appearance. It's enough to make one nauseous. I truly question how your parents were so careless as to raise a cripple like you." Su Chen and Huang Ying were momentarily stunned by the dark demon phantom tiger's insults. It was their first encounter with a beast hurling verbal abuse. It was quite exhilarating. Beasts that reached the Soul Palace realm could articulate human speech, but not all could. Some beasts, despite being in the Soul Palace realm, remained mute, while others could speak even in the nascent soul realm. The enraged Wolf King howled towards the heavens. He loathed being called a crippled wolf, as his mother belonged to a lower rank within the wolf clan, and he was born with a disability. Though his affliction had faded with time, whispers of crippled wolf still haunted him, especially from the dark demon phantom tiger, who had continuously provoked him. The moonlit sky wolves were at the 9th level of the condensing spirit realm, while the dark demon phantom tiger was at the 8th. It was only due to the Wolf King's connection to the spirit spring that he maintained his edge. Otherwise, the dark demon phantom tiger would have long surpassed him, indicating his superior innate talent. "Demon, today I shall rend your mouth apart," the Wolf King vowed. "Based on what?" The dark demon phantom tiger swiftly darted towards the nearby wolf pack. "Dare you?" the Wolf King shouted. "Why should I hesitate? Today, I will annihilate your wolf clan." The tiger's laughter echoed, filled with malice. At that moment, the Wolf King was utterly alarmed, for he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the dark demon phantom tiger. It had indeed broken through to the 9th level of the condensing spirit realm. In this realm, he could no longer exert absolute dominance, and the tiger's current strength promised no wolf would withstand its onslaught. The dark demon phantom tiger moved with blinding speed, leaving only black afterimages in its wake, accompanied by the harrowing cries of the slain. No moonlit sky wolf could withstand the massacre. The chase between the tiger and the wolf left a trail of blood and carnage, the stench of blood permeating the air, even reaching the concealed Su Chen and Huang Ying. "Demon, you foolish tiger, if you dare to harm another of my kin, I will ensure your body is torn asunder and your bones ground to dust. You are truly pathetic." The dark demon phantom tiger dismissed the Wolf King's threat, relishing its newfound strength after a century of oppression, determined to annihilate the entire moonlit sky wolf clan. In a matter of mere minutes, hundreds of moonlit sky wolves were slaughtered, and those who survived were paralyzed with fear, fleeing the valley in terror. The sight of the corpses left the Wolf King's face twisted in rage, his cold aura raging violently as he declared, "Demon, today I will feast on your flesh and drink your blood. Not a single bone shall be spared. Cross my line, and I shall show no mercy. Whoever dared to touch his kin would face death. Enough with the prattle. Let's engage." The dark demon phantom tiger wasted no breath. After being suppressed for a century, it was determined to overpower the Wolf King and seize the spirit spring. With unwavering confidence in its innate gifts, the tiger believed that by conquering the spirit spring, it could swiftly ascend to the gathering pillar realm, which was the true reason for its reckless pursuit. In the next moment, the tiger and wolf vanished from sight, colliding fiercely in midair. "Su, our chance has come," Huang Ying exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Thank goodness we remained here. Otherwise, we would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the dark demon phantom tiger and the wolf king engaged in their life-and-death struggle, Huang Ying knew their task was to observe from a distance, waiting for the two condensing spirit beasts to battle to the brink, at which point they could claim the spirit spring for themselves. Su Chen nodded. He had been contemplating how to acquire the spirit spring. With the moonlit sky wolves guarding it, seizing it seemed nearly impossible unless he could subdue the entire wolf clan. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the dark demon phantom tiger seeking vengeance, presenting them with a golden opportunity. Now, he could only hope that the two beasts would inflict mutual destruction, allowing him and Huang Ying to emerge and claim the aftermath. The clash between the two formidable beasts was relentless, with neither showing any mercy. They understood that this battle was a matter of life or death. The Wolf King's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized their strengths were nearly equal. Continuing the fight would likely lead to a stalemate, with the worst outcome being mutual destruction. However, surrender was not an option for him, as the Wolf King knew that even if he wished to withdraw, the dark demon Phantom Tiger would seek his demise. The ferocity of their combat escalated, their bodies drenched in blood. Even so, neither beast was willing to relent, both intent on extinguishing the other. Boom! The sounds of bone-crushing collisions echoed, their cold eyes harboring a terrifying murderous intent. The two beasts resorted to soul attacks, an extreme measure rarely attempted, especially when powers were evenly matched. Only through this soul collision could a victor be determined. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. In the distance, as he beheld the two formidable beasts whose souls had begun to collide, Su Chen's gaze intensified with a growing brilliance. He was reluctant to wait any longer, for the uncertainties loomed far too large. Though the two beasts had chosen to engage in a clash of souls, the eventual outcome remained shrouded in mystery. The most prudent course of action was to take matters into his own hands and seize control. Su Chen was acutely aware of the consequences of his direct involvement. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own downfall. Huang Ying, wait for me here, he instructed. What are you planning to do? Their life-and-death struggle may not yield a decisive victor, and if neither emerges grievously wounded, acquiring the spiritual spring will be exceedingly difficult. This is a rare opportunity, and I wish to seize it, he declared. Huang Ying stood frozen, utterly astonished, for she had never anticipated such a choice from Su Chen. Even though the two beasts were in a peculiar state, they were beyond their capacity to contend with. Should an unforeseen event arise, they might not even have the chance to escape the valley unscathed. Yet, gazing at Su Chen's resolute face, Huang Ying understood that no amount of persuasion would sway him. Hence, there was no point in wasting her breath. Su Shuedi, I will accompany you, she insisted. No, he replied firmly. Do you think of me as one who fears death? If we must leave, we shall leave together. If we face death, let it be together. I refuse to sit idly by while you take all the risks. If you disagree, then you cannot go either, she proclaimed with unwavering determination, leaving even Su Chen unable to refuse her. He could only acquiesce, but he added, Huang Ying, wait. Do not intervene. I will handle it. If any unexpected situations arise, remember, do not concern yourself with me. Just leave at once. Agreed. However, agreeing was one thing, and following through was another. Huang Ying had resolved that should a life-threatening situation arise, she would not abandon Su Chen. They would face it together. This was not a matter of romantic affection, but rather a steadfast bond forged through camaraderie. Su Chen had saved her and had always considered her well-being. She could never act like a coward and leave him to fend for himself. Su Chen was audacious, for in his eyes, a warrior must strive for opportunities. To fear danger was to forego the very essence of adventure. Since he had ventured forth, he was determined to claim the spiritual spring. For this opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chapter 60. The Universe Bag and the Universe Pill within a narrow crevice between two towering peaks. The valley was strewn with the corpses of wolves. Two formidable beasts of the 9th level, locked in a fierce battle, relentlessly clashed their souls with the intent to annihilate one another. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it nearly impossible for either to defeat the other through sheer might alone. The continuous collision of their souls had rendered them unable to retreat from this deadly conflict. Before long, the bodies of the two beasts began to tremble precariously, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of terror. Under the current circumstances, it was evident that the outcome would be mutual destruction. Just then, a resonating hum pierced the air as two primordial divine patterns tore through layers of void, forcefully invading the minds of the two beasts and ruthlessly shredding their souls. In ordinary circumstances, even a sneak attack from Su Chen utilizing the primordial divine patterns would not have been sufficient to severely injure a ninth-level beast. However, the situation was drastically different now. The collision of the dark demonic ethereal tiger and the wolf emperor's souls had reached a critical juncture. Su Chen seized the moment to strike unexpectedly. The two beasts collapsed rigidly, their souls shattered and their breaths faint to the brink of extinction, clearly beyond the point of survival. As they gazed at the two figures approaching, both the dark demonic ethereal tiger and the wolf emperor were filled with rage. Recognizing that two human warriors of the Golden Core realm dared to appear in this place. Humans, if you dare to disturb the spirit spring, I will assuredly take your lives. The roar erupted from deep within their throats, as they surmised that the two human warriors had come for the spirit spring. How could they not feel anger? Under normal circumstances, two humans would never dare to venture here. Even a mere member of their race could easily obliterate them. Confronting the two beasts, Su Chen chose to forego idle chatter, swiftly eliminating the dark demonic ethereal tiger and the wolf emperor, and began to channel the chaos devouring technique within him. Master, do you have a moment to converse? Certainly. Su Chen settled into a meditative posture, his soul drawn into the chaos devouring tower. Tower spirit, what matters require my attention? Su Chen was well aware that the tower spirit would not summon him unless it was of significant importance. The ethereal figure nodded and smiled, saying, although the chaos devouring technique allows you to absorb the power of souls without any backlash, any influx of power that does not match your realm can only bring detriment to your martial path. Instantly grasping the tower spirit's meaning, Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he could not engage in limitless absorption. He must refine and integrate before continuing to consume. To let souls slip away right before his eyes felt like a grave loss. For instance, the souls of the two ninth-level beasts could have been entirely absorbed if his realm had kept pace. Tower spirit, do you possess a solution for this predicament? Su Chen, not one to be naive, recognized that the tower spirit had called upon him for a reason and awaited its response eagerly, unwilling to squander the opportunity to harness the souls. The tower spirit nodded and replied, Master, I shall now impart to you a unique alchemical technique, distinct from the myriad of alchemical arts. This method is specifically designed for crafting pills from absorbed souls and can only be executed in conjunction with the chaos devouring technique. Are you suggesting that I can refine the absorbed souls into soul pills? Indeed, Master. Utilizing this technique alongside the chaos devouring technique and the Qinquan furnace, you can create the Qinquan pill, capable of storing over 95% of the absorbed souls, with the remaining 5% being an uncontrollable loss. Furthermore, once the Qinquan pill is forged, you need not consume it all at once. Gradual absorption and refinement will ensure your martial journey remains smooth. As you have already mastered the chaos devouring technique, and with the assistance of the Qinquan furnace, you may commence the refinement immediately. Understood. Return the primordial spirit. With the chaos devouring technique in full swing, Su Chen voraciously absorbed the souls of the two beasts and initiated the refinement process, summoning the Qinquan furnace. His initial attempt at pill refining had failed, but this time was different. Although the tower spirit had not explicitly stated so, Su Chen deduced that the technique imparted was entirely complementary to the chaos devouring technique. Without the latter as a foundation, mastering this alchemical art would be futile. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, channeling the absorbed power into the Qinquan furnace as the refinement commenced. Refining pills? Observing Su Chen at work, Huang Ying was utterly astounded, having not anticipated that he was also an alchemist. In this realm, martial artists held a prestigious position, surpassing all others. Among them, alchemists, blacksmiths, talismans, and array masters held even greater status, as the talents required to become one of these specialists were exceedingly demanding. What secrets lay within Su Chen? Such talent, not only unmatched within the Eastern Wilderness Academy, but even throughout the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness, was truly exceptional. Reflecting on this, Huang Ying realized that there had never been a case where a golden core student had been granted entry into the elite class, with Su Chen being the sole exception. It was his extraordinary talent and potential that had broken the precedent. After 2 full hours, Su Chen successfully refined the Qingquan pill, albeit with a 50% loss. Even so, he felt immense satisfaction, understanding that alchemy required patience and could not be rushed. Had it not been for his mastery of the Chaos Devouring technique and the Qingquan furnace, he would have never been able to produce any pill, especially considering the challenges posed by the flames. Gently opening his eyes, Su Chen stored the Qingquan furnace and produced 2 pills, placing them within his spatial ring. Huang Ying, let's enter the spirit spring for cultivation. Remember, do not overconsume, lest you face backlash. I understand. Su Chen held a favorable impression of Huang Ying. For during the 2 hours he had spent refining pills, she had steadfastly remained at his side, refraining from entering the spirit spring alone. Moreover, her willingness to accompany him into danger was truly commendable, a feat not easily achieved by most. Approaching the spirit spring, they were met with the intoxicating aura of spiritual energy, their faces lighting up with delight. Without further ado, they settled into a cross-legged position, one to the left and one to the right. Huang Ying, when my aura envelopes you, do not resist. Simply focus your mind, guard your essence, and absorb the power within the spirit spring for cultivation. Understood. With a wave of his hand, they gradually closed their eyes. Su Chen activated the Chaos Devouring technique within, enveloping both with an overwhelming aura of absorption. Huang Ying's expression shifted as she sensed the enveloping energy. The speed at which she absorbed spiritual power had increased exponentially, and her rate of refinement and integration surged as well. Time was of the essence. This was an unparalleled opportunity for her. Having recently broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, she was poised to leverage the spirit spring to ascend to the nascent soul realm. The potent liquid spiritual energy filled Su Chen with exhilaration, as he had not absorbed the souls of the 2 beasts, and thus could fully consume the power of the spirit spring. As he absorbed the spiritual energy for cultivation, he communicated with the Chaos Devouring Tower, inquiring, Tower Spirit, is there a method to store the power of the spirit spring? This was Su Chen's foremost concern. The spirit spring was vast, containing enough energy for hundreds to absorb and cultivate. Even with the Chaos Devouring technique and his chaotic physique, it was impossible for him to absorb the entirety of the spirit spring's power. In light of the master's recent conduct, a reward of the Qingquan bag is hereby bestowed upon him. Within this bag lies a world of boundless potential, requiring the master's continuous evolution. A small yellow pouch materialized in Su Chen's hand, into which a drop of essence blood was infused, allowing the soul to instantaneously enter the vast realm contained within the Qingquan bag. Indeed, it is 100 times larger than a spatial ring, and this world can be developed at will. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. According to the Tower Spirit, the Qingquan bag encompasses an endless universe that necessitates his relentless evolution. He pondered the magnitude of the Qingquan world he would ultimately create upon reaching its zenith. However, immediate action was not his priority. Currently, he sought to utilize the spiritual spring to transcend his limits. Within him, the Chaos Devouring technique, the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, and the primordial god and demon technique operated in concert, voraciously devouring energy and forming a vortex that incessantly surged into the true Dan. In an instant, he shattered his previous limitations, effortlessly progressing from the 7th level true Dan realm through the 8th and 9th levels, reaching the pinnacle true Dan realm, and ultimately breaking into the 1st level golden Dan realm. Under normal circumstances, such a leap from the 7th level true Dan realm to the 1st level golden Dan realm would demand over 3 months of arduous cultivation. Yet, in just one day, he achieved this breakthrough, thereby affirming the formidable nature of the spiritual spring. At that moment, Huang Ying's golden Dan fractured instantly, enveloped by the devouring force, and began to coalesce into the ethereal form of an infant, akin to the Yuan ink possessed by warriors of the Yuaning realm. With a sudden awakening, Huang Ying's eyes flew open, brimming with exhilaration. She was acutely aware of her own talents, even within the confines of the Lin organization. To break through to the Yuan-Ing realm in a single day would have been impossible without the assistance of Su, her junior. Thank you. Without your help, I could never have condensed my Yuan-Ing. Upon returning to the academy, she would be eligible to apply for advancement to the elite class, the highest echelon within the institution. In the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there existed but one elite class comprised entirely of the cream of the crop. It could be said that for every student at the academy, the elite class represented the pinnacle of aspiration. She had never imagined she could ascend to this level so swiftly. Chapter 61. The Phoenix Stone Platform. Huang Ying felt an immense gratitude towards Su Chen, for without his assistance, she would not have been able to condense her Yuan infant so swiftly. It would have taken her at least a year. Su Chen, however, shook his head and smiled, saying, "This is what you deserve," as a Chinquan bag appeared in his hand. Both he and Huang Ying had already reached their limits of absorption and could not consume any further without risking a backlash of power. Out of curiosity, Huang Ying wondered what Su Chen intended to do with the yellow bag. In the next moment, to Huang Ying's astonishment, the bag in Su Chen's hand erupted with a terrifying force, drawing towards the spiritual spring with a ferocious appetite. The energies within the spring were devoured voraciously, and within mere minutes, the entire power of the spring had been consumed and stored within the Chinquan bag. Dumbfounded, Huang Ying gazed at the scene before her. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. She had never even heard of anything like it before, and had she not witnessed it herself, she would have never believed it to be true. Feeling satisfied, she recognized the Chinquan bag as a remarkable item. In the future, whenever they encountered such a force, it could be drawn into the bag for gradual absorption and cultivation. The combination of the Chinquan bag and Chinquan pill would undoubtedly provide her with extraordinary benefits. Having transferred the energies from the spiritual spring into the Chinquan bag, Su Chen prepared to leave with Huang Ying. Yet, at the moment of departure, he suddenly turned around to gaze at the spiritual spring. While operating the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, he had sensed a faint wave of summoning emanating from the spring. Su Shuedi, is something the matter? Yes, there should be something valuable within the spiritual spring. I need to take a closer look. Would you like to accompany me? Huang Ying understood Su Chen's intention. It was likely that the spring contained opportunities, but such opportunities were often accompanied by dangers. I would also like to see, she replied. All right. The two re-entered the spiritual spring, observing the now hollowed ground, which was remarkably smooth and bore an engraving of a flame pattern, subtly resembling a phoenix. A phoenix flame pattern? Huang Ying speculated. Su Shuedi, have you ever heard of exotic fire? Indeed, Su Chen was well acquainted with exotic fire. It was essential for alchemists. The reason for his previous failures in alchemy was related to the flames he had used. Most alchemists possessed only ordinary flames, but mastering exotic fire could greatly enhance their alchemical skills. However, it was notoriously difficult to subdue. With the flame pattern present, it was possible that exotic fire lay beneath the spiritual spring. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, Su Chen's eyes gleamed. If that were true, it would be splendid. The world was home to numerous types of exotic fire, and even acquiring one would be monumental. Huang Ying, please step away from the spiritual spring. Huang Ying nodded and withdrew, understanding Su Chen's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he wielded his finger like a sword, unleashing a domineering and fierce sword chi that struck the ground of the spiritual spring. The sound of the collision echoed through the air. Su Chen could sense a seal beneath the surface. He was uncertain if his sword chi could break it. If the seal concealed exotic fire, it would be a stroke of fortune. Yet, the seal remained unyielding, as solid as a mountain. The ferocious sword chi struck with no discernible effect. Frowning, he refused to concede defeat. He began to channel his chaotic body, intending to use it to shatter the seal. Suddenly, Su Chen froze, realizing he had almost forgotten a crucial detail. His perception of the spiritual spring's anomaly was entirely due to the operation of the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. With this in mind, he decided to utilize the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique to unlock the seal. There was no harm in trying. He could not simply stand idly by and abandon the opportunity. As he activated the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, a resounding phoenix cry erupted from him, and a colossal, ethereal phoenix emerged behind him. Its imposing figure towering amidst the mountains, its swirling aura eclipsing the sky and suffocating in its intensity. A phoenix? Is that truly a phoenix? Huang Ying staggered back, her face painted with disbelief, for she understood the significance of a phoenix. In the realm of beasts, the phoenix was undeniably a pinnacle existence. Were it not for their scarcity, they would have long ascended as the sovereigns of the beast world. She could not fathom how Su Chen could manifest such a phoenix apparition. The secrets surrounding him were indeed numerous. The phoenix apparition enveloped the entire spiritual spring as Su Chen relentlessly channeled the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique. Boom! The ground reverberated with the sounds of phoenix cries. And before Su Chen could react, he was engulfed by the phoenix flame pattern on the ground, vanishing without a trace. Suk Swidi. Huang Ying gasped at Su Chen's sudden disappearance, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. She surmised that he must have entered the seal within the spiritual spring. Without hesitation, she began to assault the ground seal, but despite her relentless attacks, the surface remained as solid as a mountain. Worry etched across her face. Huang Ying was acutely aware that Su Chen had been drawn into the seal, and she could only imagine the dangers that awaited him. She needed to break the seal as swiftly as possible. As dizziness overwhelmed her, Su Chen fought to maintain his composure. In moments like this, it was imperative to remain calm and collected. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen found himself in a cavern, surrounded by fiery red stone walls, with the ground resembling a seething inferno akin to the blazing flames of a vast mountain. At that moment, Su Chen was nearly certain that exotic fire resided here, his heart swelling with excitement. If he could successfully harness the exotic fire, it would greatly enhance his alchemical prowess. This was beyond doubt. Continuing to channel the ancestral phoenix rebirth technique, he swiftly focused on the center of the cave, where a phoenix stone platform spiraled upward, lifelike and reminiscent of a true phoenix. Atop the platform lay a concave recess, within which a fiery red flame floated. Exotic fire. It must be exotic fire. As for the specific type, that remained unknown. The world boasted thousands of varieties of exotic fire, and while he had heard of an exotic fire ranking, he was unfamiliar with the particulars. Nevertheless, no matter which type it was, he was determined to claim it. Tower Spirit. Do you know what type of exotic fire this is? What rank does it hold on the exotic fire ranking? He decided to consult the Tower Spirit, hoping it might possess the knowledge he sought. Chapter 62. The 32nd position of the exotic fire list, the Phoenix True Flame Master. This is the Phoenix True Flame, ranked 32nd on the exotic fire list. Upon hearing the Tower Spirit's response, Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The 32nd rank on the exotic fire list signifies that this flame is indeed remarkable. The immediate task at hand is to explore how to successfully subdue this extraordinary fire. Su Chen surmised that to tame the Phoenix True Flame, he would likely need to employ the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique he had been cultivating. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded, understanding that the longer he delayed, the more complicated the endeavor would become. Faced with this exotic fire, even the awareness of potential peril could not dissuade him from his pursuit. With the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique still circulating within him, Su Chen approached the Phoenix stone platform, gazing at the flame nestled within the recess. He took a deep breath to ensure he was fully prepared. To bolster his efforts, he summoned 3 great blood wheels above his head, simultaneously channeling the ancient divine demon technique and the Chaos Devouring technique. Extending his right hand towards the flame, he was immediately met with an overwhelming wave of searing heat. Yet, he did not flinch, his gaze resolute. It was a matter of success or failure. With the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique operating at its zenith, Su Chen grasped the flame, feeling it vanish within him. The Phoenix True Flame surged into his body with an unyielding ferocity, igniting a wild blaze that threatened to consume his very insides. A surge of joy coursed through him. He had not anticipated the speed of the Phoenix True Flame. Cautious not to underestimate the situation, he unleashed the power of the 3 great techniques to encircle the Phoenix True Flame. Within his body, it felt as though a battlefield had erupted, with violent clashes resonating throughout. Fortuitously, his training in the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique was proving invaluable. Otherwise, under his current circumstances, he would have been unable to successfully suppress the Phoenix True Flame. Even so, he felt overwhelmed, for the Phoenix True Flame was excessively domineering, and any lapse in concentration could lead to his utter incineration. Sitting cross-legged, he manifested the chaos body within him. An idea struck him. He would leverage the strength of the three great techniques to corner the phoenix true flame and force it into the chaos body, where he could then impose his will upon it. His chaos body was renowned as the supreme divine body of the world, capable of sealing even the god-slaying bow. He believed it could similarly contain the phoenix true flame. The enraged phoenix true flame was driven back by the might of the three techniques until it finally reached the front of the chaos body. As it perceived the situation within, Su Chen's expression brightened with elation. The opportunity had finally arrived, and he could not allow the phoenix true flame to escape. The power of the three blood wheels surged into him as he continued to activate the three techniques, launching a comprehensive assault on the phoenix true flame. Like an army trampling across a vast battlefield, a deep roar reverberated throughout his being. What the phoenix true flame truly feared was the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique. It was forced into retreat by the combined forces of the three techniques until it ultimately sought refuge within the chaos body. At that moment, the chants of 8 Buddhas echoed within the chaos body, emanating from the powers of the 8 revered Buddhas. Su Chen understood that the Buddhas had intervened. Overjoyed, he noted that under the suppression of the chaos body, the power of the Buddhas enveloped the phoenix true flame, gradually extinguishing its rebellious spirit. However, the matter was not yet resolved, for the phoenix true flame remained merely subdued, not truly tamed. To wield its power, he would need to refine it, allowing him to summon it at will in the future. As the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique coursed into the chaos body, seizing the moment when the phoenix true flame was unaware, Su Chen engulfed the flame in one swift motion. His face contorted with agony, as the act of consuming the phoenix true flame felt akin to being trapped in an inferno. Yet, he refused to surrender, gritting his teeth in determination. Only by persevering could he hope to refine the phoenix true flame and obtain one of the world's exotic fires. To an alchemist, exotic fire is of paramount importance. Once he successfully subdued the phoenix true flame, his success rate in concocting elixirs could potentially soar by 40 to 80%. Gritting his teeth, he continued to refine it, with the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique unleashing a continuous stream of phoenix energy that enveloped the phoenix true flame, layering it with an impenetrable shroud. A resounding call of the phoenix echoed within him, and a colossal phoenix apparition manifested, its cold gaze fixated on the phoenix true flame, as if to convey the necessity of submission. Simultaneously, the chaos body erupted with a blinding orb of chaos, instantly subduing the phoenix true flame. Under the combined pressure of both forces, the phoenix true flame appeared to lose its will to resist, allowing Su Chen to commence the refinement. With the phoenix true flame no longer resisting, the searing sensation within him vanished without a trace. His face lit up with joy, without a moment's hesitation. He began the refinement process. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had presented itself, one that was rare and invaluable. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter an exotic fire beneath the spirit spring, and one that ranked 32nd on the exotic fire list at that? Fortune had favored him, and it was unstoppable. He owed a debt of gratitude to Luo Tianfei. Had she not imparted the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique to him, he would not have been able to navigate through crises repeatedly, let alone sense the disturbances beneath the spirit spring, much less unlock the seal to arrive here. Even with the phoenix true flame relinquishing its resistance, Su Chen spent a full 3 hours to completely refine it. When his eyes opened, a glimmer of exhilaration and astonishment danced within them. He had finally acquired exotic fire. Extending his right hand, he observed the exotic fire slowly coalescing within his palm, resembling a phoenix in flames. Even he could feel the terrifying power of the phoenix true flame. To think that the phoenix true flame, ranked 32nd on the exotic fire list, possessed such formidable might, it was unimaginable what kind of terrifying potency the flame at the top of the list must hold. He promptly retrieved the Qian Kuan furnace, eager to attempt concocting elixirs anew, curious to see if he could successfully produce them with the aid of the exotic fire. He took out the blood spirit mushroom and purple blood ginseng, casting them into the Qian Kuan furnace. Su Chen began to form seals with both hands, crafting Dan imprints and continuously infusing them into the furnace, while utilizing the exotic fire to assist. Immersed in the alchemical process, he knew he could not afford to fail again after his initial attempt had ended in disaster. After several minutes, Su Chen let out a triumphant shout. Congeal! The furnace lid opened, revealing 6 pills within, each a pale yellow hue, emanating a peculiar fragrance, successfully refined. They were all high-grade elixirs, a commendable achievement. Being able to produce high-grade elixirs marked a significant milestone. Su Chen recognized that he had genuinely stepped into the realm of alchemists, proudly becoming one himself. Chapter 63. The Emergence of the Imperial Throne, an unprecedented ascendance to the elite class of alchemists, a status beyond compare. According to Su Chen's understanding of the ranks of alchemists, they range from level 1 to level 9, followed by the kings, emperors, lords, and finally, the sovereign level. Presently, he is considered a level 1 alchemist. Rising from his seat, he adeptly utilized the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique to successfully break through the seal and escape. Meanwhile, Huang Ying, who had been relentlessly assaulting the seal, bore an expression filled with anxiety and concern. She was acutely aware that the current situation was highly unfavorable for Su Chen. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it became. Suddenly, upon seeing Su Chen appear before her, Huang Ying's face lit up with surprise as she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, Su, you frightened me to death. I am unharmed, allowing Huang Ying to hold him. Su Chen understood her emotional nature. After spending several days together, he regarded her as a true friend. With a slight blush, Huang Ying hastily released him, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Realizing she had momentarily lost control of her emotions and acknowledged her growing feelings for Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's excellence was evident, and she believed many women, herself included, would find it hard to resist his allure. Shall we go? He suggested. Indeed, she replied. Su Chen alleviated the awkwardness, and they chose not to linger in the valley. This time was not in vain. Not only had they significantly enhanced their cultivation through the spiritual spring, but they had also acquired a rare flame. Where have you been, Su Chen? Just then, Yanmei Rui's figure materialized, and upon seeing Su Chen safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring Huang Ying, she grasped Su Chen's hand, examining him from every angle. Huang Ying was momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed Yan Laoshe display such concern for a student, especially since Yan Laoshe was renowned in the academy as the icy beauty who never regarded any man. Su Chen's charm was indeed remarkable, even irresistible to Yan Laoshe. Huang Ying found herself inexplicably feeling a twinge of jealousy. She understood that feeling jealous was futile. After all, she had no claim to Su Chen, lacking even the qualification to feel that way. Yanjia, I am fine, he reassured her. That's good to hear. You must remember, this is the Lost Forest, fraught with peril. You must not stray from my sight, she admonished. Understood. She was indeed a protective sister. Yan Laoshe at that moment. Yanmei Rui finally noticed Huang Ying, but did not release Su Chen's hand. She had already resolved that since she had given herself to Su Chen, there was no sense in dragging her feet. It was only a matter of time before it became public. She was unafraid of what others might say. The vice principal has summoned us all. The imperial thrones have been discovered. We must hurry, she said as they walked. Indeed. On the way, Yanmei Rui explained. The imperial throne is a legacy left by fallen imperial realm warriors, containing imperial realm martial arts. Remarkably, 2 imperial thrones have appeared in this lost forest. Once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly attract the entire eastern wilderness. Imperial realm warriors are the pinnacle of existence on the continent. In the eastern wilderness, those at the gathering pill realm stand at the apex. If one could obtain the legacy of the imperial realm, even if they could not ascend to that level, their martial prowess would not suffer, especially with the accompanying imperial martial arts. Nevertheless, this location was teeming with formidable individuals, including rogue cultivators and those from other factions. The Lost Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wilderness. In a secluded area, surrounded by towering trees that blocked out the sun, as dawn enveloped the earth, 2 orbs of light erupted from the ground, floating above it. Each orb contained the ethereal image of a stone chair, the fabled imperial thrones. 2 orbs meant 2 imperial thrones. Hundreds of martial artists rushed from all directions, as the moment the orbs ascended, they triggered a tremor throughout the Lost Forest. A faint phenomenon occurred, prompting many factions to hasten towards the anomaly. The Eastern Wilderness Academy had gathered its members, though some students and teachers were still en route. Qinzhu could no longer concern himself with the details. The allure of the imperial thrones was too great to resist. Not even the principal could likely withstand its temptation. These were the imperial thrones, imbued with the essence of imperial martial arts and containing the legacy of the imperial realm. Acquiring them would significantly benefit one's martial cultivation. The vice principal, dozens of top-tier martial artists have gathered. If this continues, even more eminent factions will arrive, Qinzhu noted. He acknowledged this fact with a nod. However, they had already attempted to breach the orbs, and regardless of who it was, including himself, they found it impossible to penetrate the defenses of the two orbs, which astonished everyone. No one anticipated such formidable protection. Boom! Yet, some remained undeterred, relentlessly attacking the orbs, their determination unwavering. Observers felt a sense of vexation as it was evident the orbs contained the legacy and martial arts of the imperial realm, yet they remained unattainable. Yin Laoshi has arrived. Yin Mei Rue, along with Su Chen, approached Qinzhu and clasped her hands in greeting. Yin Laoshi, I trust you are aware of the situation. We must act quickly, Qinzhu urged, anxious that with time slipping away, more martial artists would soon arrive, and it remained uncertain who would claim the imperial thrones. They were keen on bringing the thrones into the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Yin Mei Rue understood Qinzhu's intent and approached the orbs, attempting to break the seal. Regardless of her efforts, she could not succeed and had no choice but to concede. With a deep sigh, she returned to Qinzhu's side, shaking her head in resignation. The two orbs are self-sealing. Only those with fate may claim them. Otherwise, only an Imperial Realm powerhouse could forcibly breach the orbs. I understand. What Yin Mei Rue said resonated not just with Qinzhu, but with many others who had guessed the truth but were unwilling to concede defeat. For the opportunity of the Imperial thrones lay before them. Have you reached the nascent soul stage? Did you break through to the nascent soul stage? Upon hearing the vice principal's words, all the students, including Ji Yoshi, turned their gazes toward Huang Ying. Their expressions altered. Before arriving at the Lost Forest, Huang Ying had merely been at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. In just a few days, she had ascended directly to the nascent soul stage. A remarkable feat that left many envious. Huang Ying smiled and replied, it was all thanks to Su Chen. All eyes turned to him, curious about what he had done to aid Huang Ying's swift advancement. Qinzhu nodded in satisfaction, saying, upon returning to the academy, you should report to the elite class. Yes. Huang Ying was overjoyed, fully aware of what the elite class entailed. In the Eastern Wilderness Academy, there was only one elite class composed of the academy's finest. Only students at the nascent soul stage could enter. Her successful admission into the elite class guaranteed her focused cultivation and access to more resources. How could she not feel elated? Qinzhu then turned to Su Chen, equally pleased as he remarked, once you reach the Golden Core stage, return to the academy and report to the elite class alongside Huang Ying. Su Chen nodded. He held no particular interest in the elite class, but he certainly would not decline the opportunity, for it was a far superior position compared to the standard class. Envy and jealousy filled the air as the gazes of the students towards Su Chen transformed entirely. They could not deny his excellence. Both his talent and potential were exceptional. However, to be admitted to the elite class while still at the first level of the Golden Core stage was unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Many students were seething in silence, despite their higher cultivation levels. They were bewildered as to why Su Chen could break the rules to enter the elite class while they could not. As the vice dean of the academy, Qinzhu is known for her stern demeanor, leaving no room for doubt regarding her authority. Ji Yoshi cast a glance at Su Chen, her eyes betraying an indescribable emotion. Had this been the past, she would have felt no remorse, for Su Chen had been rendered incapable, his bloodline abilities extinguished, rendering him a mere cultivational failure. Yet now, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Su Chen's remarkable prowess was undeniable. In a mere span of time since his arrival at the academy, he had ascended from the junior class directly to the elite class, surpassing her decade of cultivation in an astonishingly brief period. Regardless of belief, Ji Yoshi recognized the stark reality, As Su Chen successfully entered the elite class, the chasm between them would only widen. Regret washed over her now. A longing to have thwarted the royal family's decision to call off the engagement, to have recognized Su Chen for who he truly was, and to have not fallen so easily for the current version of him. Huang Ying stepped out, attempting to penetrate the seal, only to meet with failure. A brute force approach would yield no success. The only remaining option was to ascertain if she was indeed fated to succeed. Su Chen took a deep breath. Standing before the imperial throne, it would be disingenuous to claim a lack of interest. However, he understood that breaking the seal to obtain the imperial martial arts was an endeavor fraught with folly. Countless individuals had attempted this, including Vice Dean Qin Zhu. Yet none had triumphed. Nevertheless, it was worth a try, for fate had brought him here. Around him, many were engulfed in frustration. The imperial throne tantalizingly close, yet forever beyond their reach due to the impenetrable seal. Despite the hopelessness, many continued to strive, while Su Chen approached the radiant orb. Adopting a mindset of experimentation, he began to channel the chaotic essence within him, activating the three great techniques: the chaotic devouring art, the ancient divine demon technique, and the ancestral phoenix rebirth art, in hopes of merging with the light orb. Su Chen was acutely aware that a forceful approach would lead to naught. Had that been effective, others would have succeeded before his arrival, as three formidable individuals, including Vice Dean Qin Zhu, had already attempted this. Just as Su Chen commenced the operation of the three great techniques and invoked the chaotic essence, an overwhelming force of attraction ensnared him in an instant. Before he could react, the force forcibly drew him into the orb, rendering him invisible to all observers. Chapter 64. The Three Paths of the Imperial Tao and the Nine Realms. Rejecting the legacy, as the figure vanished unexpectedly, everyone was left dumbfounded. They were acutely aware of the unfolding events. The individual had been automatically drawn into the orb of light, indicating that he was indeed a fated person, destined to inherit the imperial realm and its martial arts, and be coursed through them. This young man hailed from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Trouble was brewing, for the academy would undoubtedly protect him, leaving them to wonder whether anyone would attempt to seize him. Could one truly snatch away a legacy? It seemed utterly ludicrous. While one could not seize a legacy, the imperial-level martial arts were indeed up for grabs, and should someone from the Eastern Wilderness Academy acquire the imperial inheritance, many would surely resent it. As the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness, the academy and Oppos, S influence was formidable, and none dared to provoke it. However, circumstances could change, especially when faced with an imperial seat. Everyone was acutely aware of what the imperial seat represented, understanding the implications of an imperial-level expert arising from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Whether it was to obliterate the imperial inheritance or to acquire the imperial martial arts, many were eager to test their luck. Each cast envious glances at the disappearing youth. Qin Zhu's body trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Wait, once Su Chen leaves the imperial seat, I will immediately take him away. You all stick with the teachers, and remember, do not engage with others recklessly. Understood. Ji Yoshi and Huang Ying sighed in unison. Su Chen and Amp, Oppo's, S talent and potential were laid bare before the imperial seat. Without exceptional talent, one could never be chosen by it. Should Su Chen truly acquire the imperial inheritance, he would soar to great heights, returning to the Eastern Wilderness Academy as a prime candidate for cultivation, with a bright future ahead. Regret festered within Ji Yoshi as she chastised herself. The prospect of Su Chen obtaining the imperial inheritance loomed large. He might very well ascend to the imperial realm, a status that could grant dominance over the Eastern Wilderness and allow for conquest across the continent. Within the orb of light, Su Chen found himself uncontrollably seated upon the imperial seat, waves of terrifying imperial aura enveloping him entirely. The voice of ancient authority echoed throughout the orb, as if resonating through the cycles of endless time, filling Su Chen and Oppo's heart with tremors. Without uttering a word, Su Chen remained vigilant, gazing at the orb before him, never anticipating such an involuntary absorption. Warriors defy the heavens with their lives, entering the imperial realm through martial arts, thus escaping the constraints of the heavenly path. Over countless eons, who could truly transcend the heavenly decree? Beneath the imperial Tao, all are mere ants. I, Duan Wukong, as a sane emperor, am still leagues away. The imperial chant resonated like a mighty bell tolling through the clouds, surging towards the celestial heavens, echoing around Su Chen for an eternity. The imperial realm. Su Chen had already discerned that the imperial seat within the orb belonged to a powerful being of the imperial realm. Yet he remained ignorant of the true nature of the Saint Emperor. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Chen finally inquired, "Senior, what is the imperial realm? What is the Saint Emperor? What is the imperial Tao? What does it mean to transcend the heavenly path?" He posed 4 questions in quick succession. The essence of the imperial seat enveloped him, and unbeknownst to him, he had entered a state of cultivation, circulating 3 major techniques within himself. Lost in the profound resonance of the imperial chant, the 3 paths of the imperial Tao and the 9 realms, each step encompassing life and death, each step representing rebirth. With your current realm, the imperial realm is far beyond your reach. Once you step into the quasi-imperial realm, you will be eligible to comprehend the 3 paths of the imperial Tao. As for the Saint Emperor, it is the 4th realm among the 2 paths of the imperial realm. To transcend the heavenly path is exceedingly difficult. A sigh permeated the orb. Su Chen struggled to comprehend, yet he grasped the immense power of Duan Kong. The very fact that one could attain the 4th realm of the Saint Emperor within the 3 paths of the imperial Tao spoke volumes. Now I ask you, are you willing to accept my legacy? With your talent, you will surely tread the path of the imperial realm and aspire to the Saint Emperor. Whether you can eventually transcend remains in your hands. Su Chen fell into deep silence. Were it anyone else, the prospect of inheriting the legacy from a being of the imperial realm would be overwhelmingly thrilling, for the imperial realm represents the pinnacle of the entire continent, especially with Duan Kong being a peerless powerhouse. Yet Su Chen did not immediately acquiesce. Moments stretched on. "Senior, have you made your decision? My time is limited. Should you miss this opportunity, even if you wish to accept the legacy later, I would be powerless to assist you. Alas, my imperial inheritance may fade into the annals of time." From Duan Kong's tone, Su Chen sensed a hint of urgency and resignation. It seemed the imperial inheritance here would soon vanish, perhaps forever, compelling Duan Kong to find a successor without delay. Rising, Su Chen clasped his fists towards the orb and spoke. "Senior, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must respectfully decline your imperial Tao inheritance." A refusal. After much contemplation, Su Chen ultimately chose to decline, for he understood that accepting the legacy would bind him to Duan Kong's martial path. An expression of disbelief, laced with unbridled fury, formed a phantom visage before Su Chen, its stern face etched with pale lines, and its cold eyes fixated on the young man. Duan Kong appeared taken aback by the refusal of his martial inheritance. How dare someone reject his imperial Tao legacy? It was utterly preposterous. Though the Saint Emperor ranked as the 4th realm of the imperial Tao, it remained one of the most exalted presences across the continent. Countless individuals would yearn to be his disciples and embrace his imperial inheritance. Unyielding, Su Chen met the phantom visage with unwavering resolve, stepping forward while still clasping his fists. "I refuse to forsake my martial path. Should I accept your imperial Tao legacy, I would be bound to your path. And what of it? Following my imperial Tao will save you much trouble and time. Relying solely on yourself, whether you can ever tread the imperial Tao remains uncertain. Are you willing to gamble on the unknown?" Su Chen nodded, his voice resolute. "I indeed do not know if I can achieve the imperial Tao in the future, but I am willing to strive for it. Even if faced with countless perils ahead, I will conquer them step by step. Even if I ultimately lose the gamble, it will be my own martial path, and I shall have no regrets. Should I accept your imperial Tao legacy, my martial journey would likely cease at the pinnacle, with no hope of advancing further." This was the true reason for Su Chen's refusal. Accepting the imperial Tao inheritance would undoubtedly expedite his cultivation and eliminate many hurdles along his path. However, it would also obstruct his martial heart, preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Chen was convinced that to ascend to the pinnacle, one must adhere to their own martial path, and thus he resolutely declined the imperial inheritance. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance, Su Chen understood that such a decision was necessary. Duan Kong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen, who neither flinched nor retreated. The orb was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Time passed, an eternity it seemed. Suddenly, a resounding laughter erupted from the visage, reverberating throughout the orb, imbued with the essence of the imperial Tao that lingered long after, causing Su Chen and Appo's eardrums to tremble. His blood surging within him as he staggered backward, yet he stood steadfast, the determination in his eyes unwavering. Do you not fear that I might kill you? Fear? Yes, I do fear, but even so I cannot accept your imperial Tao inheritance. Nodding with deep satisfaction, Duan Kong praised. Bearing the bloodline of 3 lives and possessing a unique divine body, along with a resolute heart for martial arts, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial path, surpassing even the heavenly way. Alas, it is regrettable that I am destined to have no connection with you. Sighing once more, Duan Kong's gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly fond and appreciative. Should this individual truly accept his imperial legacy, he would find solace in departing from this world. However, such a person is unlikely to embrace the imperial inheritance. Once they flourish, they shall undoubtedly become a top-tier existence on the continent. In just a few more hours, my legacy will vanish entirely from this realm, and I am unwilling to accept that fate. Predecessor, I wish to request something of you. Speak freely. If you are amenable, I can introduce someone to inherit your legacy. And who might she be to you? Duan Kong was no fool. Such a proposal would not arise without a special connection. Su Chen revealed without reservation. She is my wife, Yin Mei Zue, a bloodline fox with talents surpassing my own. Stop! Duan Kong interrupted sharply, saying, There is no need for boasting to obtain my legacy. Your talents are already unparalleled on this continent. Yet, as my imperial inheritance is on the verge of extinction, rather than allowing it to be buried in the cycles of time, I shall grant it to you. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. You may go now and bring her in. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen exited the radiant orb. As the saying goes, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Even if he declined the imperial legacy, if Yin Mei Zue could accept it, it would still be worth it in the end. With a sigh, Duan Kong felt increasingly helpless. Such a prodigious talent had rejected his imperial legacy, stirring both anger and anticipation within him. After all, individuals of such caliber are not to be underestimated. Their resolve in martial arts is remarkably steadfast. Were it not for the impending disappearance of his imperial inheritance, he would not be in such a rush, willing to concede to such requests. Chapter 65. The Mutated Blood Wheel. The ancient celestial fox has emerged. Has this individual truly accepted the martial arts inheritance? With the formidable reputation of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, none dared to approach and suppress him directly. However, the envy and resentment in their eyes were unrestrained, akin to hungry wolves fixating on their prey. As all the students beheld Su Chen's return, their envy was palpable. It was truly unfortunate that such a fortunate event had befallen him. If only they could attain the imperial inheritance. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement through them. What happened? Qingjue inquired impatiently, his anticipation evident. He understood full well that once Su Chen obtained the imperial inheritance, he would have the opportunity to tread the path of the emperor. A momentous significance for the Eastern Wilderness Academy. An imperial expert is not merely a pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness, but stands as one of the most exalted beings across the entire continent. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied, he declined. What? Declined? This revelation stunned not only Qingjue and the others, but left the onlookers utterly bewildered. No one had anticipated that he would refuse the imperial inheritance. Surely, he must be lying. Only Qingjue comprehended that Su Chen had indeed turned down the inheritance, and he felt a profound sense of urgency and frustration. After all, it was the imperial inheritance. Approaching Yanmei Ruan, Su Chen grasped her hand amidst the astonished gazes of all the students. Without a hint of resistance, Yanmei Ruan allowed him to take her hand, her face flushing slightly due to the public display. I have already discussed with Senior Duan Kong about allowing you to accept the imperial inheritance. Remember, once you enter, do not say anything else. Simply express your willingness. Duan Kong is a powerful sage-level expert. Why did you refuse? Do not question further. Just go, Su Chen urged. Yanmei Ruan fixed her gaze intently on him. Since she was not permitted to ask, she refrained, though her heart swelled with emotion. for Su Chen was offering her the imperial inheritance, not merely anything else. In the face of such an inheritance, even Qin could scarcely act as selflessly. Rising on her toes, she planted a soft kiss on Su Chen's cheek, uttering no more words before she advanced toward the radiant orb. To the astonishment of all, the orb offered no resistance and swiftly engulfed Yanmei Ruan. At that moment, the onlookers comprehended that he had indeed refused the imperial inheritance, choosing instead to bestow it upon another. What a foolish decision! Qin Zhua and the others were left utterly bewildered. None could have foreseen that Su Chen would relinquish the imperial inheritance to Yanmei Ruan. She had previously attempted to enter the orb without success, yet now she could, which spoke volumes. Su Chen, have you truly thought this through? Vice Dean, one must adhere to their martial path to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Chen's words were succinct and clear. Qin Zhua's eyes brightened. His earlier regret transformed into satisfaction upon hearing this. Such discernment indicated that even without accepting the imperial inheritance, Yanmei Ruan's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be extraordinary. At that moment, Su Chen's mind resonated with the laughter of the demon god. Good disciple, you have truly surprised me by rejecting the sage inheritance. Excellent, excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you. A mere sage is unworthy of your acceptance of the inheritance. One day, I shall witness you ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial path. Su Chen remained silent, for he could surmise that his master, the demon god, was also an imperial-level expert, though the specifics of his rank remained unknown. His master would speak when ready, and he understood that inquiring further was futile, a mere waste of time. Everyone regarded Su Chen as though he were a fool. Within the radiant orb, a voice inquired, "Are you the one he loves? Indeed. Do you love him? I would trade my life for his." Though initially seeking to cultivate their feelings together, Yanmei Ruan realized, amidst the unfolding events, that she truly loved Su Chen. The ethereal visage expressed satisfaction, stating, "The one you love possesses a steadfast heart for martial arts. He will surely ascend to the imperial realm through his own efforts. If you wish not to be a hindrance, you must inherit my legacy. Are you willing?" "I am willing. However, I have a condition. To inherit my imperial legacy, you must take me as your master and assist me in my rebirth." Kneeling, performing the rite of apprenticeship, Yanmei Ruan declared, "Disciple Yanmei Ruan is willing." With a resonant hum, the imperial essence enveloped Yanmei Ruan. At that moment, Duan Mukong could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Your blood wheel is indeed a mutated blood wheel, the charmed fox blood wheel. I am eager to see what it becomes after mutation." Having a mutated blood wheel? Even Yanmei Ruan was astonished, for she understood the implications of such a transformation. As the imperial essence enveloped her, a blood wheel materialized above her head, featuring the ethereal image of the charmed fox, whose every expression exuded an enchanting allure capable of captivating all. With Duan Mukong's full support, Yanmei Ruan's countenance shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as though her blood wheel were being forcibly torn apart. The charmed fox began its metamorphosis, radiating an ancient, desolate aura, while the color of its fur gradually transitioned from pure white to a unique hue. The ethereal visage was left dumbfounded, staring intently at the blood wheel above his disciple's head, seemingly in disbelief, exclaiming, "A mutated blood wheel, the ancient celestial fox. Ha ha! I have encountered the ancient celestial fox blood wheel." The ancient celestial fox? In the instant of her successful transformation, Yanmei Ruan's body quaked violently as she began to accept the imperial inheritance. The dual acceptance of the imperial inheritance and the mutated blood wheel propelled Yanmei Ruan beyond her limits, rapidly elevating her cultivation. Duan Mukong and Appo's expression brimmed with elation, thoroughly satisfied with the transformation of Yanmei Ruan's blood wheel. He held absolute confidence that his disciple would one day become an unparalleled powerhouse. In a mere half hour, under the dual influence of accepting the inheritance and the mutated blood wheel, Yanmei Ruan continuously broke through to the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm, now just a step away from the concentration realm. At the same time, Tang Xiaotian arrived. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Tang Xiaotian, Qin Zhua's expression darkened to an extreme, for he had never anticipated that Tang Xiaotian would personally come, compounding the trouble. "Su Chen, flee quickly." Su Chen remained rooted in place, acutely aware that since the Tang clan had arrived, escaping was likely no longer an option. Su Chen, you are indeed bold to abandon the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Today, I shall see who can save you. Tang Xiaoyan's laughter echoed, imbued with an overwhelming presence that surged like a tsunami, causing many to recoil in terror, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Chapter 66. He belongs to me. No one shall touch him. To everyone's astonishment, the patriarch of the Tang clan had arrived. It seemed he bore a grudge against the young man who had just refused the imperial inheritance, daring to provoke the Tang clan, a clear sign of recklessness. The Tang clan stood as the paramount power in the eastern wilderness. Patriarch Tang Xiaotian, a formidable figure who had consolidated 7 blossoms within the pill-gathering realm, was a superlative presence even among the elite of the entire eastern wilderness. As the crowd of over 100 closed in, the expressions of all members of the Eastern Wilderness Academy, including Qin Zhu, shifted drastically. Patriarch Tang, as the leader of the Tang clan and a pill-gathering realm expert, how can you so shamelessly target a junior? How will you face the people of the Eastern Wilderness? Dang xiao dan duka daka. His face a mask of fury as he coldly retorted, your academy turned a blind eye when my son's bloodline was destroyed. Thus, it is your Eastern Wilderness Academy that is truly shameless, not my Tang clan. His anger intensified, for with Tang Hao's bloodline extinguished, he was rendered a complete waste in cultivation, unable to even establish a foundation in the future. The audacity of the one who had crippled Tang Hao's bloodline was staggering. No wonder Tang Xiaotian had come. The young clan leader had chosen to cultivate at the Eastern Wilderness Academy, seeking distant training rather than nearby resources. How ironic. The spectators could clearly see that Tang Xiaotian feared the Eastern Wilderness Academy, daring not to act against it directly, but waiting for the Academy's autumn hunt to ambush the young man. After all, as the foremost force in the Eastern Wilderness, the Academy held the power to intimidate the Tang clan. In any other scenario, the Tang clan would likely not provoke the Academy, especially not in the Lost Forest, where the vice president was present, an affront to the Academy's dignity. Yet, the situation was now utterly transformed. With his own son's bloodline destroyed, the animus felt by Tang Xiaotian was deeper than mere death. Such hatred demanded retribution. Qin Zhu, however, smiled and said, it seems the patriarch of the Tang clan has a poor memory. Su Chen and Tang Hao entered into a life-and-death pact for their duel, and even the Academy cannot interfere. If Tang Hao manages to keep his life, do you truly believe we did not intervene? A life-and-death pact? I see. If the two had indeed signed such an agreement, then the Eastern Wilderness Academy stood on firm ground. According to the rules of martial artists, any individual who entered into a life-and-death pact was left to fate, with no outside interference permitted, not even from the Academy itself. Murmurs of intrigue filled the air. Even if the life-and-death pact existed, one must consider the backing of the individual in question, whether they could indeed obliterate a bloodline or slay their opponent. The might of the Tang clan was evident. Provoking them was akin to courting death. Upon hearing the term life-and-death pact, Tang Xiaoyan's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with icy, murderous intent. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have perished countless times under his gaze. Qin Zhu, the enmity between my Tang clan and Su Chen must be settled today. I hope you will not interfere. Take the others and leave the Lost Forest at once. I, Tang Xiaotian, promise that the Tang clan will support the Eastern Wilderness Academy in the future. With these words, it became evident to all present that Tang Xiaotian still feared the Eastern Wilderness Academy, unwilling to sever ties completely. Qin Zhu, however, remained undeterred. Standing before Su Chen and facing the Tang clan, he coldly declared, Patriarch Tang, do you truly believe that the Eastern Wilderness Academy would so easily abandon its students? At any time, in any place, we shall never forsake our own. His words were resolute, and it was clear that Qin Zhu was not merely performing for show. If he had wished to avoid conflict with the Tang clan, he could have easily led the other students away. Qin Zhu, you're no match for me. There is no need to throw away your life for a single student, risking the lives of hundreds more. Is it worth it? Qin Zhu glanced at the elite students and esteemed teachers behind him and boldly asked, are you afraid? No, came the resounding reply. Will you abandon your fellow student? Never. Qin Zhu smiled and said, Patriarch Tang, I must regretfully inform you that our Eastern Wilderness Academy will never abandon any student. Your Tang clan simply cannot compete with us. You should understand the repercussions of your actions today and refrain from making a regrettable decision. Such was the unvarnished threat. Qinzhu had the backing of the entire Eastern Wilderness Academy. No force within the Eastern Wilderness dared to challenge the Academy so openly. Facing the Academy, to claim one was unafraid would be a falsehood. Yet the thought of his son's bloodline being destroyed within the Academy stoked an uncontrollable desire for vengeance within Tang Xiaotian. He had brought 100 formidable warriors of the Tang clan to the Lost Forest, intent on eliminating Su Chen and avenging his son. Tang Xiaotian calculated that as long as he could slay Su Chen without harming the other students or teachers, including Qinzhu, the Eastern Wilderness Academy would likely not risk everything for one fallen individual. Qinzhu, I offer you one last chance. Take your people and leave. My Tang clan will not trouble you. Should you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for showing no mercy. All shall perish here. As he regarded the vice president and the teachers and students surrounding him, Su Chen sighed deeply. He could not selfishly allow Qinzhu and the others to perish alongside him. He bypassed Qinzhu and approached Tang Xiaotian, his demeanor resolute. Tang Xiaotian, let them leave. My grievances with you do not concern anyone else. Su Chen, he continued, though the Tang clan may be shameless. You speak a truth. The Academy cannot place all its students in jeopardy for my sake. I implore the vice president to lead everyone away. Su Chen, he urged again. Qinzhu fixed his gaze on Su Chen, sighing deeply. He understood that he could not withstand Tang Xiaotian's might, yet he could not simply abandon his students. I, Qinzhu, will never forsake my students. I will not leave, nor will I. I shall not depart. Not a single one of the hundreds from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, including all the teachers and students, chose to retreat, their faces resolute with determination. Su Chen felt a profound sense of gratitude. How many could face death without fear? Choosing to stand by him in the face of peril? This was the spirit of the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Tang Xiaotian was utterly enraged. Aside from Su Chen, imprison everyone. His fury was tempered by reason. Unless the Tang clan could overpower the Eastern Wilderness Academy, he was unwilling to completely sever ties in a fight to the death. Understood. The remaining members advanced toward Qinzhu and the others, intent on restraining everyone, leaving Su Chen solely for the patriarch. No one intervened. This was a matter solely between the Eastern Wilderness Academy and the Tang clan, and neither party could afford to provoke the other, adhering to the adage of not interfering in matters that did not concern them. He belongs to me. No one shall touch him. Just as the Tang clan prepared to strike, an icy voice, filled with a chilling murderous aura, enveloped the surroundings. To the astonishment of all, a woman clad in purple appeared out of thin air. Her breathtaking beauty was matched only by her cold demeanor, sending shivers down the spines of those present. How beautiful! I have never seen such an exquisite woman. She is truly stunning. Even Su Chen was deeply struck by the sudden appearance of the woman in purple, her beauty eclipsing even that of Yan Mei, with only Luo Tianfei able to rival her. With a tremor of the spirit, Tang Xiaotian, unwilling to concede defeat, immediately clasped his fists towards the woman in purple and said, "This enmity lies between my Tang clan and Su Chen. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening in this matter. My Tang clan is willing to." Before Tang Xiaotian could finish his words, the woman in purple, with an air of impatience, interjected, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Leave my side at once." Such words were both audacious and domineering. After all, Tang Xiaotian was the patriarch of the Tang clan and ranked within the gathering tripod realm. Who would dare to disregard him? Yet, the woman in purple completely overlooked Tang Xiaotian, speaking as if admonishing a wayward child, her tone leaving no room for dispute. The onlookers surrounding them were filled with astonishment, speculating about the origins and identity of the woman in purple. Tang Xiaotian's expression darkened, reflecting a profound displeasure. This was a rare opportunity. Su Chen had left the Eastern Wasteland Academy and ventured to the Forgotten Forest, presenting him with a once-in-a-lifetime chance to eliminate this adversary. Should Su Chen manage to return to the Academy and hide within its walls, he would be deprived of any opportunity for revenge. He was unwilling to relent, nor could he resign himself to such a fate. You speak with such bravado. Today, I shall witness the extent of your capabilities, he declared. Above him, a blood-red wheel coalesced, and a Qilin hammer emerged slowly, imbued with an utterly terrifying might. Chapter 67. You must pay the price for your recklessness. With the Qilin hammer in hand, a terrifying blood-red aura enveloped Tang Xiaotian. Reluctant to concede defeat, he resolved that since he had locked on his Su Chen, he could not allow him to leave the lost forest alive. He understood well that if Su Chen were to escape, encountering such a rare opportunity again would be exceedingly difficult, unless he could subdue the head of the Jiuhua gathering. Killing Su Chen within the Dongwang Academy would be nothing but a pipe dream. This was his sole chance to eliminate Su Chen, and he would never relinquish it. His cold, unyielding gaze fixed on the ethereal figure of the woman in purple, a mounting aura of murderous intent coalescing around him, materializing as a ferocious beast that roared skyward. Who dares to obstruct me? Tang Xiaotian made his intentions clear. Within Dongwang, the Tang clan's dominance was undeniable, and he could not fathom that this woman would disregard them. A disdainful snort echoed across the heavens. The woman in purple refrained from further dialogue, and an icy power descended instantaneously. A shiver coursed through him as he felt his strength abruptly shackled, rendering his body immobile, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of power is this? It possesses such overwhelming might that it can bind my power in an instant. No wonder she dared to intercept my attempt to kill Su Chen. She is a top-tier powerhouse. Today, for the sake of the elder, my Tang clan will withdraw. Boom! Just as Tang Xiaotian turned to leave, the bodies of him and over 100 others began to explode one by one, transforming into a mist of blood that enveloped the surroundings, the acrid scent of blood revealing the grim reality of what had just transpired. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian, along with the clan's elite, would be unable to retaliate or escape in the presence of the woman in purple. One could only imagine how formidable her strength must be. Everyone leave at once. Under the overwhelming threat of power, no one dared to linger. Aside from the students of Dongwang Academy, everyone else hastily departed, eager to distance themselves from the scene, especially after witnessing the ruthless methods of the woman in purple. Even the warriors of the Tang clan had been slaughtered in an instant, should they remain. They would undoubtedly share the same fate, leaving no room for reasoning or regret. The woman in purple approached Su Chen, her stunning visage marred by an icy demeanor. The grievances between us will be settled in due time. You must not die. I will personally seek your life in the future. Stunned, Su Chen was at a loss. What is happening? The faint fragrance emanating from the woman in purple left him bewildered, for he did not recognize her, yet her strength was undeniably formidable. Who are you? Do I know you? You truly have a poor memory, but it matters not. You will pay the price for your recklessness. Without further ado, the woman in purple turned and vanished without a trace. Recklessness? When have I ever acted recklessly? Su Chen, do you know her? Qin Zhu sighed, recognizing the immense power displayed by the woman, who had effortlessly slain members of the Tang clan, including their patriarch, Tang Xiaotian. Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with frustration. I do not know her. Indeed, he had racked his brain for any memory of the woman, but found none. The woman had even accused him of recklessness. Qin Zhu believed him, yet she was certain that the woman would not have acted without reason. 2 thrones. Teacher Yan has successfully acquired one of the throne's legacies. Su Chen, you should attempt to claim the other. Su Chen understood Qin Zhu and Appo's implication. The 2 thrones actually belong to a single throne. There's only one legacy. Just as he stated, the 2 orbs of light were but manifestations of a singular entity, and both thrones were essentially one and the same. Qin Zhu nodded, her face lighting up with excitement. Regardless, the imperial legacy remains within our Dongwang Academy. Once Teacher Yan achieves the imperial realm, it will be a boon for the academy. No sooner had she spoken than the 2 orbs of light suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes, and the figure of Yan Mei appeared gradually. 7th level spirit consolidation? Such a domineering legacy. It truly lives up to its reputation. Qin Zhu instantly sensed Yan Mei's current cultivation level. Previously, she had only been at the spirit form stage, yet in the span of half an hour, she had ascended 2 major realms to the 7th level of spirit consolidation. At this pace, it was believed that she could soon challenge the gathering stage. As Yan Mei returned amidst the envious gazes of all, she stood before Su Chen. exchanging no unnecessary words. Everything was communicated in silence. Vice Dean, perhaps we should return to the academy. Qinju nodded. Given the events that had transpired, continuing the autumn hunt seemed pointless, and Yin Mei needed to enter seclusion to stabilize her newly acquired legacy. This year's autumn hunt concludes here. Upon returning to the academy, each individual will receive 1 million points. Thank you, Vice Dean. 1 million points could be spent freely in the Pill Pavilion, Equipment Pavilion, and Martial Pavilion, indulging in top-tier items. How could one not feel elated? Standing behind them, Ji Yoshi observed the affectionate exchange between the two and felt a pang of envy. Even though Yin Mei was her close friend, she could not help but feel jealous. Su Chen should have been hers. It was the royal family's broken engagement and her failure to intervene that had caused him to drift away. Regretting it now was futile. As for Huang Ying, she sighed deeply, understanding that Su Chen held no feelings for her. Her affections were unrequited. Su Chen was exceptionally talented, even rejecting the imperial legacy to bestow it upon teacher Yin. Few could achieve such a feat. The Jin Kuei sculpture awaited outside the Lost Forest. Due to the recent events, the Academy's autumn hunt was cut short. However, owing to every student's willingness to remain and face death alongside the Academy, Qinju generously rewarded each student with 1 million points. She was rather pleased with their performance. They did not flee in the face of the Tang clan and Oppo's intimidation. They chose to stand firm, willing to share life and death with Su Chen. Yinjia, you all go ahead. I will follow shortly. Is there something you need? Yes. Having spoken, Su Chen swiftly dashed toward a nearby tree, where he spotted a purple fox, its chest stained with blood, the same purple fox that had vanished earlier. Frowning, Su Chen had not anticipated that the departed purple fox would appear here, and injured at that. He gently scooped it up from the ground. At that moment, the purple fox slowly opened its eyes, glancing at the human before it, seemingly irked, emitting a faint, displeased snort. Chuckling helplessly, Su Chen said, "Little one, don't blame me. You left without a word, and I thought you had been captured for soup. If you dare to disappear again, I want and Oppo's rescue you next time. Understand?" Before the purple fox could respond, Su Chen playfully swatted its rear 3 times, stating, "Consider this a lesson. You're lucky this time." Holding the purple fox in his arms, his hand wandered inappropriately, repeatedly caressing its rear. For some reason, Su Chen found its rear pleasing to touch, its fur incredibly soft and beautiful. The purple fox squirmed, glaring at Su Chen, but its injuries rendered it unable to escape his grasp. "Ha, not convinced? Come on, bite me." Anger aside, Su Chen retrieved a Qiankuan pill and a blood plate pill from his Qiankuan bag. Ordinary items were stored within his space ring, while precious ones, such as the Qiankuan pill, were kept in the Qiankuan bag. Observing the purple fox's reluctance to consume the pills, Su Chen coldly remarked, "Should you dare to disobey, I shall cast you into a wolf and Oppo's den. I assure you, the wolf cubs would find you quite appealing." The furious purple fox shot Su Chen a fierce glare. In a moment of utter resignation, it reluctantly opened its small mouth and swallowed both pills, its eyes instantly widening in astonishment. Indeed, the blood plate pill was commendable, but the Qiankuan pill was my unique concoction, a secret recipe known only to me across the entire continent, infused with the essence of the soul. This is not mere bravado. Su Chen held unwavering confidence. For the mere act of refining the Qiankuan bag required mastering the Chaos Devouring technique, a feat beyond the capability of others. The purple fox displayed no emotion, slowly closing its eyes to begin the process of refining and merging the 2 pills. Gently caressing the purple fox's rear, Su Chen cradled it in his arms and hastened to catch up with the main troop. The massacre of the Tang clan leader and over 100 formidable members spread like wildfire throughout the eastern wasteland. Tang Xiaotian, the leader of the Tang clan, sought to eliminate the Academy's students in the Lost Forest, only to be swiftly dispatched by the suddenly appearing woman in purple, along with the remaining members of the Tang clan. In an attempt to ensure the successful assassination of Su Chen, Tang Xiaotian had mobilized his entire force, leading to the complete annihilation of the Tang clan's top-tier power, a catastrophic blow to their lineage. Inevitably, the Tang clan would plummet from a top-tier force in the eastern wasteland to a second or even third-rate power, marking the decline of a once great family. The crowd was filled with astonishment. No one could have anticipated such misfortune befalling the illustrious Tang clan. With their core strength obliterated during a single expedition into the Lost Forest, everyone speculated about the origins of the woman in purple who had slaughtered the Tang clan. As for Su Chen's identity, it was shrouded in secrecy by the Eastern Wasteland Academy. The elite students and teachers present were forbidden from disclosing any information about him, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to glean details regarding Su Chen from the academy. Meanwhile, the news of Yin Mei and Appo's acquisition of the imperial path inheritance sent shockwaves throughout the Eastern Wasteland as the imperial realm occupied the pinnacle of martial prowess. Chapter 68. The Totem Ancient Clan, Vowing to Follow Dongwang Academy. The news of Yin Meiran receiving the imperial path inheritance was not concealed by the academy, as numerous witnesses had observed her acceptance of the legacy, rendering any attempt at secrecy futile. Fortunately, the acceptance of the imperial path inheritance cannot be forcibly stripped away, and the academy places significant emphasis on this matter. In the Dean and Appo's office, Lan Shang was somewhat bewildered as he listened to Qin Zhu. The imperial realm inheritance was a legendary endowment, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it was highly probable that Yin Meiran would ascend to the imperial realm in the future. Dean, do you think the revelation of Yin Meiran's acceptance of the imperial path inheritance will bring considerable trouble to the academy? In all other matters, I believe no one would dare provoke Dongwang Academy, but the imperial path inheritance is a different story. There are no guarantees. Once the news spreads, we shall claim that Yin Meiran hails from the Totem Ancient Clan. The Totem Ancient Clan? Qin Zhu was taken aback, fully aware of the formidable existence of the Totem Ancient Clan. Originating from the continent, they stood as one of its pinnacle legacies, and he never imagined that Yin Meiran could be from such a lineage. Dean, is it true that Yin Meiran comes from the Totem Ancient Clan? No, Dean, Lan Sang Ziplit. When Yin Meiran first arrived at our academy, she candidly revealed her identity as a member of the Totem Ancient Clan, but due to certain reasons, I did not inquire further. Qin Zhu comprehended the Dean's implication. With Yin Meiran successfully obtaining the imperial path inheritance, significant troubles were undoubtedly on the horizon. While Dongwang Academy itself might be unconcerned, there was fear that some would harbor ill intentions toward Yin Meiran. It is a rare occasion for someone to acquire the imperial path inheritance at Dongwang Academy, and should Yin Meiran become an imperial realm powerhouse in the future, regardless of her origins, she would undeniably be a teacher at Dongwang Academy. This is an indisputable fact, and for the academy, the benefits would far outweigh the drawbacks. Matters that Dongwang Academy cannot deter, the Totem Ancient Clan would undoubtedly have the means to do so. Dean, I have already made arrangements for Su Chen to enter the elite class despite his lack of conventional qualifications. This time, he declined the imperial path inheritance, choosing instead to pass it to Teacher Yin. His resolve in the martial arts is exceptionally strong. This young man will surely soar to great heights in the future. Nodding, Lan Shang did not object, stating, I understand. You shall oversee Su Chen's affairs from now on, but remember, do not take him on as a disciple. Why? Qin Zhu was somewhat anxious, unable to fathom the dean's reasoning. Throughout the years, he had never taken on a disciple, and this was the first instance. Yet the dean opposed it outright. Su Chen's excellence was evident to all. To accept such a person as a disciple would undoubtedly be a highlight of his life. Puzzled, Lan Shang gazed at his longtime friend, letting out a deep sigh and lamenting, Qin, my younger brother, he comes from the Su family of Panyu City. I know. Qin Zhu had already uncovered Su Chen's identity. He hailed from the Su family of Panyu City, a branch of the Su clan. But what of it? His acceptance of Su Chen as a disciple had no correlation to that. Lan Shang continued, do you know who his father is? Who? Observing the peculiar expression on Lan Shang's face, Qin Zhu seemed to piece things together, shock gradually overtaking him. Su Zhan? Indeed, it is Su Zhan. Since you are aware of Su Zhan, you should understand the significance of his identity. Nodding, Qin Zhu sighed deeply. The name Su Zhan was no stranger to him. He was an idol, yet he did not expect Su Chen's father to be Su Zhan. It became clear why his talent was so exceptional. In his heyday, Su Zhan single-handedly faced the 10 most powerful factions of Dongwang and annihilated them all, thus earning the title of the strongest in Dongwang. Afterward, He ventured into the continent and returned years later, rumored to have become a living corpse, or perhaps even fallen. It was truly unexpected that his son had come to Dongwang Academy. Being ranked as the strongest in Dongwang spoke volumes, and with a wry smile, Qinju remarked, "I understand your point. I will keep a close watch on him. Thank you for your trouble. After all these years of brotherhood, there is no need for such formalities. I shall take my leave now." Very well. As Qinju departed, Lan Shang and Appo's gaze grew increasingly bright, and he remarked with a smile, "The imperial path inheritance and the totem ancient clan. This is becoming ever more intriguing." Dongwang Academy had only one elite class, comprising 36 students, all ranked within the top 36 of the 100 battles list, firmly establishing their status, which had never been shaken. The academy had rules, regardless of the class level, including the beginner class. Any student capable of defeating an elite class member and ascending to the top 36 of the 100 battles list could directly enter the elite class. However, rules are one thing. Whether anyone could achieve such a feat is another. The autumn hunt in the Lost Forest concluded early. Huang Ying, having broken through to the nascent soul realm, was directly promoted to the elite class by the vice dean, thus becoming a member of the elite class. Achieving the nascent soul realm, even at the initial stage, granted one the qualification to enter the elite class, and no one dared voice any dissent. As for Su Chen, who had just recently broken through to the golden core realm, he too was promoted to the elite class by the vice dean, astonishing all the academy and Appo's students. How outrageous! A first-level golden core warrior entering the elite class? Such a thing has never occurred in the academy's history. In the beginner class dormitory, although Su Chen had advanced to the elite class, he did not relocate from the beginner dormitory. "Boss, you must tell us, is it true that you really passed the imperial path inheritance to Teacher Yin? I heard that you and Teacher Yin are now a couple. Is that true?" Huang Qi asked with a grin, for Yin Meiran was hailed as the most beautiful woman at Dongwang Academy, unmatched throughout all of Dongwang. Throughout the years, countless suitors had pursued Teacher Yin, yet none had succeeded, making Su Chen's achievement all the more astonishing. Su Chen remained silent, merely observing the 9 individuals before him. Aside from Huang Qi and Xing Yingxue, the others were still progressing slowly in their cultivation. Huang Qi had reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Xing Yingxue had even attained the Void Core realm. Given the extraordinary speed of their mutated bloodlines, it was evident that their cultivation talents far surpassed those of other students. Seeing that the boss did not respond, Huang Qi suddenly said, "Boss, Xing classmate is about to leave the academy." "Why?" Surprised, as Su Chen regarded Dongwang Academy as a rather favorable place for cultivation. Xing Yingxue nodded, explaining, "I don't know how my family found out about my mutated bloodline, but they have sent someone to find me. If I do not return it." She trailed off, but her meaning was clear. She had to leave the academy to return to the Xing clan. The Xing clan was one of the top families in Dongwang, with strength that even slightly surpassed that of the Tang clan. Xing Yingxue had initially left her family to come to Dongwang Academy due to her previously wasted bloodline. Great families are often pragmatic. Without a good bloodline and talent, one holds no standing. Once a bloodline mutation occurs and talent surges, better cultivation resources become available. Reality is what it is. And Su Chen understood that Xing Yingxue returning to the Xing clan for cultivation would indeed be more suitable than remaining at Dongwang Academy. Firstly, Xing Yingxue had rid herself of her wasted bloodline and awakened the mutated bloodline, the Celestial Skylark, which is among the most elite bloodlines in all of Dongwang. Upon her return to the Xing clan, her status would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Secondly, even with a top-tier bloodline and decent talent, if Xing Yingxue stayed at the academy, she would still need to ascend through the ranks according to the academy's rules, gradually moving up to higher classes to access increasingly abundant cultivation resources. However, should Xing Yingxue return to her clan, given her mutated bloodline, it was certain that she would receive substantial support from the Xing family, which could only be beneficial for her future. Congratulations to Sister Xing. Congratulations? Xing Yingxue felt a pang in her heart. Her expression briefly clouded with disappointment before she forced a smile and replied, "Thank you. When are you planning to leave?" "Tomorrow." "So soon?" "Yes. I'm a bit tired and will return to rest. You all take your time to chat." As Xing Yingxue rose to leave, Su Chen paid her little mind. However, Yi Xian, Fang Qing, and Sure Xiaoman sighed deeply. They understood Xing Yingxue and Amp, Oppos, as feelings all too well. The current situation was abundantly clear. It was a case of unrequited affection, as Su Chen displayed no interest in Xing Yingxue whatsoever. The three women refrained from saying much more, for matters of the heart are often beyond the reach of outsiders, leaving only the unfolding of events between the two. Huang Qi, your current training speed is far from sufficient. The Academy has just rewarded me with 1 million points. Here are 500,000 points for you. You're to train daily in the Beast Tower or elsewhere, understood? Observing the seriousness on his leader's face, Huang Qi nodded, recognizing that his training pace was indeed lacking. After all, the Eastern Wilderness Academy was a place of hidden talents, gathering the finest individuals from the region. Even with the awakening of his mutated blood wheel, any lapse in diligence could see him left far behind. 500,000 points were swiftly transferred to the identity token, eliciting envious glances from others. With such a leader, strength was assured. Xiao Hong, Fang Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Yun exchanged looks, seemingly resolute, before rising in unison to kneel before Su Chen. What are you doing? Su Chen hastily stood, furrowing his brow at the sight of the four kneeling before him, caught off guard by their sudden act. Besides Fang Qing, the other two women were equally astonished. Wan Yun clasped his fists and said, "Our talents are lacking, and our blood wheels have not mutated. However, we possess a heart that yearns for martial arts. We hope you will not disdain us. We are willing to follow you, loyal for all eternity." Before Su Chen could protest, the four began to make their solemn vows. "If any of us harbors thoughts of betrayal in the future, we shall incur divine wrath." As their words fell, each of the four pricked a finger, letting a drop of blood coalesce into a unique symbol before them, an unyielding blood oath. For violating it would invite dire consequences. It is precisely for this reason that, under normal circumstances, few would dare to swear such an oath. It vividly illustrated the determination of the four. With a deep sigh, Su Chen comprehended their intent. Given their talents, it was likely they would soon be expelled from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, destined for a life of mediocrity with little hope for advancement. Among the lowest-tier classes, aside from him, there were 5 male students, all now by his side. Refusal? How could he reject them? He found it impossible to turn them away. The blood oath had already been sworn. Although his refusal would bear no consequences, he knew he could not bring himself to do so. Chapter 69. From now on, I will officially pursue you without rejection. The 4 individuals had already pledged their blood oath. To continue declining would be rather ungracious. With a deep sigh, Su Chen gazed at the 4 before him and chose not to conceal any longer, declaring, "I hail from the Su family of Panyu City. My lineage belongs to the Su clan." Xiao Hong, Fang Zhu, Lu Yu, Wan Yun, along with the 3 women, appeared taken aback upon hearing Su Chen's revelation, seemingly not anticipating that he originated from the Su family of Panyu City. While the Su family of Panyu City might not be particularly remarkable, the Su clan itself was anything but ordinary. It was regarded as one of the foremost families across the entire Eastern Wilderness, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tang clan. They refrained from questioning further, for the seriousness etched upon Su Chen's face suggested that matters were far from straightforward, undoubtedly harboring hidden complexities. "Su-Hao, the Su clan has a blood feud with me," he continued. "Should you choose to accompany me, you may find yourselves in perilous circumstances. Thus, you must contemplate this carefully." Xiao Hong, Fang Zhu, Lu Yu, and Wan Yun exchanged knowing glances, comprehending Su Chen's intent. They remained kneeling, undeterred. Their faces bore unwavering determination as they proclaimed, "We shall follow you to the death, without a trace of doubt." "Rise," he commanded. "Yes, boss," they replied in unison. Su Chen trusted them, yet felt it imperative to clarify the situation to prevent any future grievances should they face life-threatening challenges. He laid the facts bare before them, allowing them to decide whether they would steadfastly accompany him, in which case he would nurture their talents to the fullest, producing a jade token of identity. Su Chen was far from stingy. While he might be ruthless and decisive against foes, he was exceedingly generous towards his brethren. "Here are 500,000 points for you 4 to share. Like Huang Qi, you need only focus on your cultivation. As for your blood wheels, I shall devise a solution." "Thank you, boss." From within his Qian Kuan bag, he retrieved a Qian Kuan pill, having originally possessed 2. He had given one to the purple fox and intended to consume the remaining one himself. However, he felt it appropriate to present a token of appreciation to the four for their allegiance. This Qian Kuan pill, crafted from the soul of a level 9 spirit realm beast, contained 90% of its soul power. None of them could consume it entirely. It had to be divided, and there would be no backlash from the pill. Upon receiving the so-called Qian Kuan pill, Xiao Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The absence of any backlash made it clear that this was a treasure of immense value. Boss, are you an alchemist? Indeed. I have matters to attend to. You may continue your cultivation, he stated as he prepared to depart. Yi Xian and the other two gazed at him with envy. They knew Su Chen spoke the truth, thus acknowledging that the Qian Kuan pill was indeed a soul elixir. See, I told you that following the boss would surely bring benefits. Huang Qi, being a variant blood wheel, must consume the Qian Kuan pill in moderation. Understood. At that moment, Fang Qing interjected, Big brother, I wish to accompany Su Chen. What do you think? Fang Zhu shook his head, responding, that is not possible. He had made it abundantly clear that Su Chen had a blood feud with Su Hao of the Su clan, and a conflict with them was inevitable. He was committed to following Su Chen, but did not wish to endanger his sister. Huang Qi and the others comprehended Fang Zhu and Appo's concerns. Following the boss was undoubtedly 100 times more advantageous than solitary cultivation, yet it inherently carried greater risks. Protecting one's sister was a perfectly natural inclination. Upon leaving the dormitory, Su Chen had initially intended to use his 1,000,000 points to select spiritual artifacts from the equipment pavilion. However, he had now gifted the entire sum to Huang Qi and the others. The rationale was simple. They dared to wager on him, unafraid of life and death, undeterred by the Su clan, and he would ensure they did not lose. You dare to gamble, and I shall ensure your victory. He had no intention of joining the elite class, as the vice principal had granted him entry into the royal class. Nevertheless, he held a favorable impression of the students from the elite class during their time in the Lost Forest, regardless of their true intentions. None of the hundreds of students from the elite class chose to leave alone. Su Chen, may I have a moment of your time? I have something to discuss with you. As Ji Yoshi intercepted him, Su Chen frowned slightly and shook his head, declining, I have no time. Our relationship has concluded. Any further discussion is pointless. Ji Yoshi remained steadfast, and the more he resisted, the more she felt compelled to persist. Her exquisite features revealed a hint of vulnerability, with tears brimming in her eyes, which she stifled with great effort. In a tone tinged with grievance, she said, The royal decree is beyond my control. You must understand that being part of the royal family often constrains my actions. Since your blood wheel was rendered ineffective, the royal family believes you cannot cultivate, and thus, the annulment of our engagement is deemed reasonable. I can now assure you that I have not renounced our engagement, nor do I intend to. You destroying the marriage contract is inconsequential. You remain my betrothed, now and forever. This is an unalterable truth. Speaking with resolute conviction, Ji Yoshi noticed that more and more women began to take an interest in Su Chen, including her close friend Yin Mei. To this day, Ji Yoshi found herself in a state of bewilderment. She was all too aware of her dear friend's disposition. Yin Mei, recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wilderness Academy, had recently been rumored to hail from the ancient totem clan of the continent. She typically regarded all men with indifference, yet she harbored feelings for Su Chen, their relationship having progressed to an indescribable level. A woman's intuition is often astute. If Ji Yoshi did not act soon, she would undoubtedly lose Su Chen altogether. As a princess of the dynasty, she had never conducted herself in such a manner, yet she felt no regret. Irritated, Su Chen expressed his distaste, stating, Some matters are not solely for you to dictate. The marriage contract is destroyed. Before he could elaborate further, Ji Yoshi produced a pristine marriage contract from her spatial ring. Su Chen was taken aback. He was at a loss as to how Ji Yoshi managed to do this, as he had personally burned the contract. Yet, the document in her possession was unmistakably genuine, the very one he had incinerated. What is going on? I have repaired the marriage contract, signifying that our fates are not yet entwined. As long as the contract exists, you shall remain my betrothed, an immutable fact that no one can alter. Ji Yoshi approached Su Chen, their proximity mere inches apart. He could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. His brow furrowed deeper. He simply could not understand Ji Yoshi's motives. If she had already chosen to break off the engagement, why was she so insistent? Su Chen, consider this. The royal family has wronged you. From this moment forth, I will formally pursue you, and I will undoubtedly win your heart. With that, Ji Yoshi turned and departed. Chapter 70. Better to stand and die than kneel and live observing the departing figure. Su Chen was enveloped in a sense of discontent. It felt as if he were ensnared by an unyielding adhesive. He harbored no interest in Ji Yoshi, even feeling a tinge of aversion towards her. Once, he had held her in a certain regard, but the royal family's act of withdrawing their engagement had utterly shattered his confidence. He had not taken Ji Yoshi's words to heart. They were inconsequential to him. What he had chosen to abandon, he would never revisit. As the saying goes, a good horse does not turn back to graze. The elite class comprised 36 students, yet only one remained in the training ground, by E, the last-ranked student in the elite class, possessing a cultivation level of Tier 3 virtual infant realm. It was rather shameless that she was left alone to welcome the new students. Huang Ying and Su Chen arrived together, encountering one another along the way. Huang Ying felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen, understanding that had it not been for his assistance during the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, she would not have successfully advanced to the elite class. In the training ground, Bai Yi inquired, "Are you Huang Ying and Su Chen?" "Yes, senior sister. I am Huang Ying, and this is Su Jr." Huang Ying spoke with utmost respect, for any student who casually emerged from the elite class was a paragon of excellence. Even the weakest among them possessed strength that surpassed others. Bai Yi nodded slightly and smiled. "I am Bai Yi, as the others are absent. The training schedule in the elite class is quite flexible, and the instructors do not impose strict limitations. However, remember that in the elite class, progress and strength are paramount. If you do not improve, even if you break through to the Yuan Infant Tier 3, you will still be expelled from the elite class." "Understood, Senior Bai." Bai Yi turned her gaze to Su Chen. Her curiosity piqued. "Su Jr., your story has spread. I truly admire you for being able to relinquish the imperial Dao inheritance. But is it worth trading the imperial Dao inheritance for beauty and Appo's affection?" There was a version circulating within the academy. Su Chen, hailing from the elite class, had refused the imperial Dao inheritance in the Lost Forest, choosing instead to offer it up for the sake of winning a lady's smile. Su Chen refrained from responding. He did not deny recommending Yan Jia, yet the way it was presented seemed somewhat imprecise. "Teacher Wang has arrived. You must remember that Teacher Wang and Appo's full name is Wang Kun, a formidable figure in the concentration realm, known as the Bloodwheel Titan Ape, specializing in brute strength. His temperament is notoriously foul. Moreover, Wang Kun is one of Yin Teacher's suitors, and a fervent one at that. You must tread carefully." A glimmer of schadenfreude danced in their eyes. At that moment, a burly man, resembling a black bear, strode into the room. His muscles so pronounced that they strained against his clothing. "Why are you not training?" Wang Kun and Appo's voice boomed. Bai Yi forced a smile. "Teacher Wang, they asked me to stay here to welcome the new students." "New students?" Wang Kun's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the two. Huang Ying quickly introduced herself. "Teacher Wang, I am Huang Ying, and this is Su Chen. We are here from the elite class to report to the elite class." "You are Su Chen?" "Indeed." With a disdainful snort, Wang Kun's eyes darkened. "Boy, there are some you should not provoke. Now immediately run 10,000 laps outside, and do not use any of your powers." It was evident he was targeting Su Chen, a fact both Bai Yi and Huang Ying perceived, though they dared not intervene. Su Chen, too, sensed Wang Kun's hostility. "Senior Huang, I shall take my leave to train. Should you need anything, please find me." Impudent. Wang Kun si tooth. Unable to tolerate such disrespect from a mere newcomer to the elite class. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, crashing down like a tsunami. As a teacher, he knew he could not harm any student. Regardless of his fury, he must maintain control. "I will see what you are capable of. If you manage to leave the training ground under my pressure, today's incident shall be forgotten." In an instant, an astonishing aura emanated from Wang Kun, bearing down on Su Chen. As a practitioner of the refinement realm, Wang Kun's strength was formidable. Su Chen activated the ancient divine demon technique and the chaos devouring technique within him, their combined forces coursing through his entire being, while a blood-red sword wheel materialized above him. echoing with the cries of swords piercing the heavens. The ground of the training ground began to shatter, resembling a vast spider web spreading outwards, prompting Huang Ying and Bai Yi to retreat hastily. "Teacher Wang, please show mercy," Bai Yi pleaded, pulling Huang Ying back, urgently shaking her head. "Do not intervene. What if something happens to Su Chen?" Rest assured, Teacher Wang knows where to draw the line. Wang Kuan was genuinely furious. His infatuation with Yin Mei was known throughout the academy, and though many pursued her, none had succeeded. Su Chen was the first to gain her favor. Wang Kuan believed Su Chen and Appo's success was due to relinquishing the imperial Dao inheritance. Who could ignore such a treasure? A golden core practitioner, yet he did not immediately collapse. Wang Kuan's cold gaze was filled with astonishment, but his aura continued to swell ominously, its terrifying pressure accumulating. Faced with such overwhelming might, any other person, even those of the Yuan infant realm, would find it impossible to withstand. Even those of the Soul Palace realm might struggle. Unable to accept this reality, Wang Kuan commanded, "Kneel." His voice thundered in Su Chen and Appo's ears, yet Su Chen gritted his teeth, maintaining his icy demeanor. Wang Kuan had overstepped, leveraging his status as a teacher to demand his submission. Wang Kuan's aura surged ever higher. For the sake of his pride, he was determined to force Su Chen to kneel, no matter the cost. The ground crumbled beneath Su Chen's feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained resolute. "With my master present, you shall not suffer indignity." The voice of his master, the demon god, echoed in his mind, filling Su Chen with elation. He owed Wang Kuan a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, he would not have achieved a swift breakthrough to Tier 2 Golden Core realm. With his master's assistance, Wang Kuan's oppressive aura was no longer a concern. Chapter 71. It is what it is. The two profound techniques within him had reached their utmost limits. Centered around Su Chen, the ground fractured inch by inch, crazily spreading outward. Huang Ying was both anxious and worried, yet she understood that no matter how furious Teacher Wang Kuan was, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking lethal action against any student within the academy, for it would be impossible to justify such an act. Su Chen was acutely aware of the vast chasm that existed between him and the realm of divine refinement, and he wished to keep his master's identity concealed. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth from the divine demon mirror, enveloping Su Chen entirely without dispersing into the surroundings. The previously overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant. Su Chen felt an immense sense of relief and turned towards the entrance of the training ground. Witnessing this scene, not only Huang Ying and Bai Yi, but even Wang Kuan himself was utterly bewildered. Su Chen was not merely pretending. He genuinely disregarded the oppressive force emanating from Wang Kuan. How could this be possible? He was a formidable practitioner of divine refinement, occupying the second tier of the 3 realms of concentration, while a mere golden core practitioner could dismiss the pressure of his realm. Even having experienced it firsthand, it was hard to believe this was reality. Seething with anger, Wang Kuan found it unacceptable that such a fact had come to pass. The terrifying aura continued to surge from him, layer upon layer, determined to suppress Su Chen at all costs. Though he dared not strike down Su Chen, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. He never anticipated that Su Chen would be so domineering, capable of resisting his overwhelming presence. As a teacher of divine refinement at the academy, he could not afford to lose face. The chilling and oppressive aura swept toward Su Chen, but upon contact, it was devoured by the demonic energy surrounding him. With each step Su Chen took towards the training ground, Wang Kuan's heart felt as if it were being violently tugged. The humiliation of being so openly disrespected by a student was an experience he had never encountered before. Anger boiled within him, yet he found himself powerless. Could he truly take action? Such a course of action would be utterly disgraceful. If he did, he would have no place left in the academy. As Su Chen vanished from Wang Kuan's sight, the latter's face flushed crimson with suppressed fury, his body trembling with rage. If he could have found a crack in the ground, he would have gladly hidden himself within it. Just then, Su Chen and Appo's voice floated in from outside. "Teacher Wang Kuan, your aura is not as formidable as you claim." This blatant derision caused Wang Kuan to stagger back, nearly choking on his own breath. Watching Wang Kuan depart, Bai Yi raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Su Shiuedi is truly remarkable. I have never seen Teacher Wang so flustered. I must spread the word." Wang Kuan was typically strict, yet he was a decent person, albeit losing his composure in matters of the heart. After all, how could a teacher engage so seriously with a student? Huang Ying, however, was not the least bit surprised. She was well aware of Su Chen's extraordinary nature. Soon, Su Chen walked away from the training ground under Wang Kuan's oppressive aura. Bai Yi relayed the events without embellishment, yet the news still caused a sensation throughout the academy. Wang Kuan, a teacher of divine refinement, was a force to be reckoned with. Even Golden Core practitioners, let alone Soul Palace students, could hardly withstand his aura. Various discussions erupted as Su Chen made his way to find Yin Mei. He had taken note of this incident, vowing to seek a fair battle with Wang Kuan in the future. Presently, he was certainly no match for Wang Kuan, as the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Su Chen was astonished by Yin Mei and Appo's identity. He had previously inquired with Huang Ying about the totem ancient clan, for his knowledge of the continent was limited. He only had a vague understanding of its top powers. According to Huang Ying, the totem ancient clan stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent. Yin Mei and Appo's dormitory was elegantly appointed. Today, she wore a form-fitting pale yellow dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, and a hint of melancholy graced her exquisite features. "Yin Jia, what troubles you?" Su Chen asked, sensing that her injuries were not severe. He understood that Wang Kuan had not intended to kill, but rather acted out of jealousy regarding their relationship. With a touch of despondency, Yin Mei took Su Chen into Appo's hand and sat down, saying, "Su Di, there is something I have yet to tell you." "What is it?" Su Chen felt a sense of foreboding as Yin Mei hesitated. "Was it related to the totem ancient clan?" "I hail from the totem ancient clan on the continent. Our clan has many branches, and I belong to the Fox totem branch. My father is the clan leader, and he arranged a marriage for me without my consent. Unwilling to accept, I departed from the Fox totem clan and came to the East Wilderness, where by chance I became a teacher at the academy." "A marriage?" Su Chen pondered. If Yin Mei was indeed from the totem ancient clan, why had she come to the East Wilderness? He had heard that the East Wilderness was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the continent's vastness. The very fact that the totem ancient clan could be considered a top power illustrated its strength. Even a branch of the clan could easily dominate the entirety of the East Wilderness. "Does the Fox totem clan know you are in the East?" he inquired. Shaking her head, Yin Mei sighed deeply, her expression one of helplessness. "For now, the clan is unaware of my presence here. However, the dean and vice dean have spread the word about my origins, and soon the entire academy will know. I fear that my clan will soon learn of it as well." Su Chen understood Yin Mei's concerns, yet he felt powerless to intervene. He was certainly no match for the Fox totem clan, let alone the entirety of the totem ancient clan. "Su Di, I plan to leave the academy tomorrow." "Why?" "If my clan comes looking for me, they will undoubtedly discover our relationship. I cannot allow you to be put in danger. This is the territory of the Fox totem clan. I also have something for you. And this separation is for the sake of a better reunion in the future." As she handed over a spatial ring, before Su Chen could respond, Yin Mei continued, "Su Di, you cannot refuse this. You must accept it." Su Chen smiled, nodding in agreement. He suppressed his impulsiveness, embracing Yin Mei, and said with a grin, "Rest assured, I will not hinder your decision. Wait for me at the Fox totem clan. I will come for you soon, and when that time comes, I will declare to the entire totem ancient clan that you are my woman." Their gazes locked, words became unnecessary, and soon they shared a passionate kiss. Chapter 72. The Desolate City. The Dan Tower. On the same day, Yin Mei and Xing Yingxue departed. Su Chen did not impede their departure, for he lacked the strength to do so. He understood Yin Jia's heartfelt intentions. Once the Fox totem clan discovered her whereabouts, they would inevitably learn of his existence, which could spell trouble for him. Thus, Yin Jie chose to leave. With the ancestral Phoenix Palace on one side and the Fox totem clan on the other, Su Chen knew that his immediate goal was to swiftly enhance his strength and journey to the mainland in search of his beloved confidant. Without power, all aspirations were but empty dreams. In the square, he gazed at the Monument of the 100 Battles, which displayed a list of 100 names. The top 36 were all from the elite class, and he believed that with Huang Ying's current prowess, she could easily secure the 37th position. Excluding Huang Ying, all the students in the top 36 of the 100 battles were at the nascent soul stage. Noting the names of the top 4 on the monument, Su Chen committed them to memory. The first was Guan Tianfei, at the 6th level of the human soul stage, wielding a blood wheel shaped like a spear. The second was Qin Fei Xue, at the 2nd level of the human soul stage, with a blood wheel resembling a begonia flower. The third and fourth were brothers, Jiang Yulong and Jiang Yuhua, both possessing the blood wheel of the Black Yin Tiger, one at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the other at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The martial arts hierarchy consists of several stages: Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Palace, Concentration, and Gathering Cauldron. This is all that Su Chen is aware of. He believes there are even greater realms beyond, but he is currently unable to reach them. Each stage is further divided into 3 realms. The Golden Core stage comprises the virtual, real, and Golden Core realms. The Nascent Soul stage includes the virtual, real, and Nascent Soul realms. The Soul Palace stage is divided into the human, earth, and heavenly soul realms. The Concentration stage consists of the form and spirit, refining spirit, and concentration realms. The Gathering Cauldron stage, represented as 1 flower, 1 world, requires the condensation of 9 flowers to commence the 9-flower Gathering Cauldron. The current headmaster of Dongwang Academy, Lan Shang, is a formidable practitioner at the 9-flower Gathering Cauldron stage. At present, he had just broken through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage, still far from Guan Tianfei, the top contender on the 100 battles list. Junior Su, he heard as Shun Bingxue and Shun Bingyue approached. Su Chen nodded and inquired, "Senior Shun, do you need something from me?" After the autumn hunt in the Lost Forest, the grievances between Su Chen and Shun Bingxue had dissipated, and they had become good friends. Shun Bingxue was particularly grateful, as she understood that without Su Chen's assistance in the subterranean space, she would not have returned to the academy alive. "Senior," Shun Bingyue said softly, her head lowered and hands clutching her clothing, "I apologize for my previous actions." "Apologize?" Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shun Bingxue would bring her sister to apologize. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, and indeed, Shun Bingyue's demeanor was not particularly endearing. However, out of respect for Shun Bingxue, he chose not to dwell on it and nodded, saying, "Let bygones be bygones. Let's not speak of it again." "Thank you, Senior Su." Shun Bingyue felt a sense of gratitude towards him, as she had heard her sister recount the events of the Lost Forest. Shun Bingxue smiled and added, "I almost forgot to congratulate you on your exceptional promotion to the elite class. As the only core class in our academy, entering the elite class means you will receive significant support from the institution." Pointing to the monument of the 100 battles, Su Chen replied with a smile, "The elite class is inconsequential. What matters is this." With a sigh, Shun Bingyue lamented, "According to the rules, Guan Tianfei and Qin Fei Xue should have left the academy. Yet for 2 whole years, they remain continuing their cultivation here. Along with Jiang Yulong, who ranks 3rd, they are like towering peaks, truly formidable to surpass. Whether in the human soul stage or at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it was indeed a daunting challenge for the academy's students to surpass them, as martial arts cultivation is a journey against the heavens, with each advancement being extraordinarily arduous. "Senior, may I inquire if our academy has any alchemists?" Su Chen asked. Shaking her head, Shun Bingxue replied, "No, our academy does not place much emphasis on alchemy. It is said that decades ago, there was an alchemy class. But as the number of alchemy students dwindled and those with innate talent for alchemy became scarce, the academy ceased to offer it. However, there is a wealth of information regarding alchemy in the Dam Pavilion. You may wish to explore it." "Very well, I shall do so." "Good." As he turned to leave, Shun Bingyue suddenly remarked with a smile, "Sister, I have observed that Su Chen harbors no feelings for you. Are you jesting?" "Not all. I'm merely curious and surprised. What transpired between you two in the Lost Forest that led you to develop feelings for that rascal?" Yet, Su Chen is indeed exceptional. Simply the act of passing on the Emperor's Tao inheritance to teacher Yin showcases a courage unmatched. Sighing deeply, Shun Bingxue fell silent, for she understood that she and Su Chen were not meant to be. As the saying goes, falling petals have their affections, while the flowing water remains indifferent. In the Dam Pavilion, Su Chen had become somewhat of a celebrity within the academy, Wherever he went, he was recognized. His remarkable promotion from the Golden Core stage to the elite class, coupled with his astonishing act of bequeathing the Emperor's Dao inheritance to teacher Yin during the autumn hunt, had sent ripples throughout the entire academy. As for the feud between Su Chen and the Tang clan, along with Tang Hao's fall from grace, the academy had sealed that information, prohibiting any elite class student from leaking it. He was indeed Su Chen, who, despite hailing from the lowest tier class, had ascended in just 2 months to the elite class and progressed from the foundational level to the Golden Core stage. Such talent was unparalleled in the entire Dongwang realm. I truly admire Senior Su. He was able to relinquish the Emperor's Dao inheritance. If I were to obtain it, I would not part with it, not even for my dearest kin. If Senior Su deems it worthwhile, then it certainly is. Teacher Yin is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Dongwang Academy. To earn her favor is indeed a remarkable achievement. You're talking nonsense. If you had to choose between Teacher Yin and the Emperor's Dao inheritance, what would you choose? Of course, the Emperor's Dao inheritance. Well, there you have it. Listening to the various discussions around him, Su Chen could only smile helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Academy had established regulations whereby medicinal pills in the Dan Pavilion could be exchanged for points. Yet the alchemical techniques and various alchemical information could be perused freely without the need for points. Although the Academy did not offer an alchemy class, it encouraged warriors to become alchemists. However, the path to becoming an alchemist was riddled with challenges, as the innate talent required was exceedingly rare. For 2 whole days, Su Chen immersed himself in the Dan Pavilion, not stepping outside even once. Although he was well-versed in the vastness of alchemical knowledge, grasping it fully in such a short span was challenging. However, through these 2 days of study, Su Chen felt he had made significant progress in his understanding of alchemy. What level of alchemist are you now? Lan Shang's figure suddenly appeared. Su Chen first clasped his fists in greeting and replied, I would estimate I am roughly a 2nd-level alchemist, though I am not entirely certain. Having never engaged in alchemy before, Su Chen was unsure of his precise level as an alchemist. Lan Shang nodded, saying, Since you possess talent in alchemy, why not visit the Dan Tower in the Desolate City? Though the Dan Tower in Dongwang is merely a branch, it is more than sufficient for your needs. The Tang clan has suffered a significant blow and poses no threat to you. Your identity remains confidential, and I believe the Su clan will remain unaware of your presence. Thus, you should take this opportunity to visit the Desolate City, as it will greatly benefit your alchemical pursuits. Although I share a certain rapport with the master of the Alchemy Tower, both he and I harbor a disdain for those who resort to underhanded means. There is no need for the dean's involvement. I merely wish to take a look around. Very well. You may utilize the Academy's teleportation array. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Remember, when encountering members of the Su clan, exercise caution and refrain from rash actions, for in due time, when you possess sufficient strength, you shall be able to address any matters at hand. Understood. Observing the young man before him, Lan Shang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He could hardly have anticipated that Su Chen was not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed a remarkable talent in alchemy. Without hesitation, Su Chen was eager to visit the Alchemy Tower, for he realized that a solitary pursuit of knowledge within closed doors would be insufficient. He needed to broaden his horizons. According to the Academy's regulations, accessing the teleportation array necessitated a substantial exchange of credits. However, thanks to the Dean's special permission, Su Chen required only a single credit to utilize the array. To be precise, Lan Shang and Appo's decision was somewhat influenced by personal sentiments, as Su Chen and Appo's father Su Zhan had once saved his life. Within a secluded courtyard of the Academy, tranquility reigned. At the heart of the courtyard stood a stone platform, adorned with intricate array inscriptions. The spatial teleportation array, a manifestation of spatial formations, had been meticulously arranged by an array master, a role Su Chen greatly admired. Upon arriving at the stone platform, Su Chen positioned himself accordingly. The instructor overseeing the teleportation array, without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, promptly activated the array. A radiant sphere of light emanated from the inscriptions, enveloping Su Chen entirely. As he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his figure abruptly vanished from the stone platform. A day later, Su Chen found himself in the Desolate City, renowned as the foremost city of the Eastern Wasteland. The grandeur of the city was unparalleled. embodying the pinnacle of prosperity in the eastern wasteland, housing the alchemy tower, auction houses, and smithing establishments, all regarded as the finest in the region. His purpose for visiting was clear: the alchemy tower, a sanctuary long sought after by all alchemists. Chapter 73. Never have I encountered such unmitigated audacity. The desolate city loomed like a slumbering lion, majestic in its grandeur. As the foremost city of the eastern wilderness, it beckoned countless martial artists from every corner. Upon entering the city, Su Chen was awestruck by its vibrant atmosphere. In stark contrast to the humble Panyu city where he hailed from, this bustling metropolis was in an entirely different league. The Dan Tower, renowned throughout the city, was easily located with just a few inquiries. On the most prosperous street, to the left, stood a colossal structure, occupying a vast expanse and rising in a tower-like formation. Its gray-black facade exuded an ancient aura, hinting at a history steeped in the passage of time, evoking an unprecedented sense of tranquility. As Su Chen approached, he noticed a plaque inscribed with the words Dan Tower. Unlike the Dan Pavilion or Dan shops, this establishment did not sell pills. Rather, it served as the cradle for alchemists, gathering the finest practitioners of the craft. "I wish to enter the Dan Tower for an assessment," he expressed. A tall woman beckoned him to follow her inside. The grand hall was circular, adorned with 9 enormous alchemical furnaces positioned at various intervals, bustling with individuals, most likely alchemists. Su Chen understood that the ranks of first-level alchemists were plentiful. Anyone with a modicum of talent could achieve this status with determination. However, the transition to second-level alchemist was exponentially more challenging, with the third level marking a significant threshold where countless aspirants faltered. "Manager Qin, he wishes to undergo an assessment," the woman announced. "Please register and submit the required spirit stones before proceeding to the evaluation." Surprised, Su Chen inquired, "Is there a fee for the assessment?" In the eastern wilderness, gold coins served as the common currency, but trades among martial artists, including transactions at the Dan Pavilion and Weapon Pavilion, utilized spirit stones. These stones, imbued with spiritual energy, were scarce, and he had only amassed a few hundred during his years with the Su family, reluctant to part with them. "I'm afraid our Dan Tower has its own regulations. Assessments for both first and second level alchemists require spirit stones, while evaluation for the third level are complimentary." "What is the fee for the first level assessment?" 10 spirit stones. Though he grumbled inwardly, Su Chen recognized that only the Dan Tower in the eastern wilderness offered legitimate evaluations and issued alchemist badges, rendering assessments from other locations invalid. "I would like to inquire how alchemist rankings are determined." The woman in Appo's demeanor was affable, her smile unwavering as she explained, "Alchemist ranks range from 1st to 9th level, after which there are royal, imperial, and exalted levels. The 1st to 4th levels lack specific subdivisions, but upon reaching the 5th level, distinctions of low, middle, and high grades are made." "May I ask what level the Tower Master holds?" The Tower Master is an 8th level high-grade alchemist, esteemed as the finest in the eastern wilderness. An 8th level high-grade alchemist, such prowess was truly remarkable. The assessment process was swift, as the daily influx of candidates was limited, given the stringent requirements to become an alchemist. After submitting the spirit stones, the woman briefed Su Chen on the evaluation's protocols and guidelines. For the first 4 levels, the assessment entailed entering a shared alchemical hall where a 5th-level alchemist would serve as the evaluator. Within the span of 1 incense stick's burn time, candidates were to successfully concoct a medicinal pill. Failure would result in an unsuccessful evaluation. At that moment, a whisper of news reached his ears. Qi Xiaofan was preparing to assess for the 6th-level alchemist rank. Is it true? Just half a year ago, she had successfully advanced to 5th-level high-grade alchemist. Indeed, Qi Xiaofan possesses the Qing Yin and, with the Tower Master and Appo's assistance, has subdued the Qing Longfoyan, ranked 235th on the. With such extraordinary talent, it is likely she will achieve 7th-level alchemist status within 3 years, potentially surpassing the Tower Master in the future. Amidst the murmurs, a striking figure clad in pale green entered. The Tower Master's granddaughter, Qi Xiaofan. Her statuesque form was perfection incarnate, with flawless skin and exquisite features that captivated all. An aura of cold detachment enveloped her, and her gaze was piercing, seemingly dismissing all around her. Indeed, Qi Qiaofan possessed the right to be proud. Not only was she the Tower Master's granddaughter, but her innate abilities had propelled her to the 8th level human soul realm, awakened her bloodline and Oppos, Qin Yin, and subdued the aforementioned fire. Now, she sought to assess for the 6th level alchemist rank. Should she succeed, her achievement would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Eastern Wilderness. I have just learned that Qi Qiaofan intends to leave the Eastern Wilderness for the mainland's Dan Tower following her assessment. Someone remarked, "No wonder she is in such a hurry. But if she dares to pursue this assessment, she must be confident. Do you think the Dan Tower will go easy on her? After all, the Tower Master is her grandfather. Shoo, do you want to bring calamity upon yourself?" Best to refrain from such remarks. You may find yourself in dire straits. As Su Chen prepared for his assessment, he observed the discussions around him and the haughty stride of Qi Qiaofan, a wry smile gracing his lips. The prospect of testing for the 6th level alchemist was indeed formidable. "Please follow me," the woman instructed, leading him from the hall through a lengthy corridor to a vast alchemical chamber, roughly the size of half a football field, where 5 others awaited. This was the 2nd level alchemist assessment hall, where each participant had 1 hour to produce 3 pills to pass. The Dan Tower provided the materials, but candidates were required to leave half of their concoctions behind. Should they produce 3, they could take 2 while 1 remained with the tower. Any objections? None. The assessment hall boasted over 100 alchemical furnaces, yet only 6 candidates were present, highlighting the arduous journey to becoming an alchemist. Before them sat an elderly man, his eyelids heavy with sleep, displaying signs of impatience as he waved his hand, stating, "Let the assessment commence. If you can produce 3 pills from 1 furnace within an incense stick's time, you shall pass." Instantly, the other 5 began their frantic endeavors. Su Chen, however, remained still, riveted by their process. It was his first glimpse of others crafting pills. He found himself entranced, akin to a monk in deep meditation. In that moment, Su Chen seemed to enter a peculiar state, experiencing the kind of epiphany that martial artists yearn for, whether it was an awakening in alchemy or martial arts. Such moments were rare and elusive. 95% of martial artists never encountered even a single instance in their lifetimes. Thus, when fortune smiled upon them, the benefits were profound. An hour slipped by in an instant. Among the 5, 3 failed while 2 succeeded. As for Su Chen, he had not engaged in alchemy at all. Upon emerging from his epiphany, he exhibited not a trace of despondency or sorrow, but rather a countenance brimming with astonishment. This moment of enlightenment was nothing short of exhilarating for him. He had ascended a rank, progressing from the 2nd tier of Golden Core realm to the 3rd. Yet he did not dwell on this matter. His recent epiphany primarily pertained to the profound understanding of alchemical arts. He had already begun to grasp the essence of the 3,000 paths of alchemy, which could be described as the very foundation of alchemical knowledge. What he had previously comprehended was merely the surface. Following this latest realization, the fragments of understanding he had lacked began to coalesce seamlessly. Su Chen even harbored an instinctive conviction that he was now capable of concocting 4th-tier elixirs. As for whether he had attained the status of 4th-tier alchemist, he had yet to undergo assessment to ascertain that. Time passed, and the elder, lifting his heavy eyelids, cast a hazy glance ahead, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "Indeed, 2 individuals have successfully passed the evaluation. You may proceed to complete the formalities and receive your 2nd-tier alchemist badges." The 3 responded affirmatively, encouraged to continue their efforts. However, the elder then turned his gaze upon a young man, letting out a deep snort of disapproval, exclaiming with ire, "I have long contended that the rules of the Alchemy Tower require revision. The layered assessments are excessive. Otherwise, anyone could casually pay spirit stones to take the evaluation, which is an utter waste of time. Young man, for an entire hour, you did not so much as move. You lack even the most fundamental skills in alchemy. Yet you dare to come here for a 2nd-tier alchemist assessment? Are you mocking the Alchemy Tower and squandering my time?" His anger intensified as he slammed his palm against the table, rising furiously, his gaze fierce enough to suggest that if looks could kill, Su Chen would have perished on the spot. "You claim to be incapable of alchemy. Why then enter the Alchemy Tower for evaluation? You waste 10 spirit stones merely for amusement? Scoundrel, waste of space. Individuals like you deserve punishment." The elder and Oppos' fury surged uncontrollably. The other 5 individuals were taken aback, their faces betraying mockery. After all, alchemists who came for evaluation, regardless of their results, typically approach the assessment with seriousness. Encountering someone who remained motionless for an entire hour was indeed a rarity. How brazen can one be, to lack alchemical skills, yet still seek assessment at the alchemy tower? One whispered. Perhaps he merely wishes to impress a girl, strolling into feigned superiority. Even if he fails, he can boast that he participated in the evaluation, albeit without success. Another added, alas, the alchemy tower is far too lenient. Such individuals should be paraded through the streets for all to see their shamelessness. He could not very well disclose that his delay in alchemy was due to a moment of enlightenment. Few would believe such a claim. I was merely resting. I feared that the elixirs I concocted would be too astonishing, and you would doubt their existence if you did not witness them. What? Upon hearing this, both the 5 individuals and the elder were left utterly speechless. They had never encountered such unabashed audacity. It was simply outrageous. Chapter 74. The Dantang and Amp. Oppos. S. Intimidation, breathless yet amused. The elder was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by the sheer shamelessness of the young man before him. His audacity was revolting. He boasted grandly despite his evident inability to concoct elixirs. Such blatant impudence was indeed remarkable. Hush, the instructor is furious. The other 5 discerned that the assessment teacher had reached the boiling point of anger as the young man and Oppos' insolence had crossed the sacred boundaries of the Dantang. With a trembling finger directed at the youth, the elder, suppressing his rage, coldly declared, "Very well, today I shall witness how you manage to forge an extraordinary elixir. You shall begin now, and should you fail, I will ensure that you regret ever stepping into the Dantang." In that moment, the instructor was genuinely enraged. Having served as an evaluator for decades, he had never encountered such an insufferable individual, an affront to his intellect. Calmly, Su Chen regarded the furious instructor and replied, "The materials here are insufficient for the task. I require a beast of the golden core 3rd realm. Any beast of that tier will suffice." "Very well. I shall procure one for you," the irate elder retorted, turning on his heel and departing. The 5 who had completed their assessments were left in a state of bewilderment, initially believing the young man was merely posturing, unaware that he genuinely made a request. They were intrigued yet puzzled as to why he needed a beast for alchemy. Alchemists understood that certain specialized elixirs require the addition of beast cores, which could be stored without the need for the beast itself. The situation was perplexing. Hesitant to speak further, they felt a twinge of trepidation, unsure of the young man's true identity. What if he had powerful connections, and they inadvertently provoked someone beyond their reckoning? Within 5 minutes, the elder returned, grasping a crimson tortoise, fuming, "You insolent wretch, this is a fire cloud tortoise. A beast of the nascent soul realm. You shall concoct an extraordinary elixir from it, or I shall flay you alive." He unceremoniously tossed the restrained fire cloud tortoise before Su Chen, its formidable form rendered completely immobile. "I shall slay it." "Very well. I require some auxiliary materials." "Not a problem. Whatever you seek, I shall provide." The elder was determined. Su Chen was capable of crafting the Qian pill, yet with supplementary materials. The efficacy would be greatly enhanced. This marked the first occasion he would attempt to concoct the Qian pill with auxiliary ingredients. But he was confident in his ability to succeed. He firmly believed that he alone could create the Qian pill across the entire continent. The reason was simple. To forge the Qian pill, one must rely on the chaotic devouring technique as the foundation, complemented by the Qian furnace. Both were indispensable. The elder was cooperative, gathering every material Su Chen required. "What are you waiting for? Let us begin," he scoffed, utterly skeptical of the young man's claims. Few would believe him, let alone the elder. As Su Chen summoned the Qian furnace, it expanded instantaneously, towering over him. Its rank is not low. The elder was astonished, realizing that the furnace possessed significant quality. However, the rank of the furnace alone could not determine whether an alchemist could successfully forge an elixir. He cast all the auxiliary materials into the furnace. Su Chen's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, regardless of his usual nonchalance. He would give his utmost in the alchemical process, even for the simplest of elixirs. He initiated the chaotic devouring technique. A wave of devouring power enveloped the fire cloud tortoise. Its strength was forcibly restrained, akin to meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Utilizing the chaotic devouring technique, Su Chen began to forcibly consume the soul within the fire cloud tortoise, channeling it smoothly into the Qian Kuan furnace. Incessant alchemical incantations flowed into the furnace. Soul alchemy? How is this possible? Even the most esteemed alchemists on the continent could not achieve such a feat. Observing the young man at work, the elder's anger dissipated, replaced by astonishment. An expert's initial move reveals the truth. He could perceive the tremendous difficulty of the elixir being crafted. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he was incapable of such a task. Most critically, the concept of soul alchemy had never crossed his ears. It was a venture no one had ever successfully undertaken. His countenance filled with shock. The elder understood that if the young man succeeded, it would signify something monumental. Minutes later, Su Chen began to solidify the Qian Kuan pill, accomplishing the task without even invoking the Phoenix True Flame, relying solely on the chaotic devouring technique and the Qian Kuan furnace. With the final seal inscribed into the furnace, its lid opened and 6 white pills emerged, gracefully landing in the jade box held by Su Chen, emanating a potent spiritual resonance. Could it be? He succeeded? The elder was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the youth had genuinely managed to concoct the elixir, a feat that was indeed extraordinary, a miracle within the realm of alchemy. The world of alchemy is filled with myriad elixirs, including those for healing and restoring souls. Yet soul elixirs were exceedingly rare, not crafted by just any alchemist. Su Chen presented 3 of the Qian Kuan pills, stating, according to the Dantong's regulations, I have produced 6 Qian Kuan pills. 3 belong to the Dandang. Dividing the spoils. Su Chen could have crafted just 1 Qian Kuan pill, but he prioritized efficacy, thus yielding 6 rather than 1. With trembling hands, the elder felt the purity of the 3 pills, their soul-infused essence leaving him in disbelief. This is real. He had witnessed it firsthand. Please hold on. The elder vanished in an instant, leaving the 5 spectators in a state of shock. They understood the magnitude of the pills produced by this young man. So extraordinary that even the assessment teacher was left astounded. Murmuring among themselves, they pondered how someone with such remarkable alchemical prowess had remained inert for an entire hour prior. At that moment, the elder returned with a rotund figure, a man of merely 5 feet 7 inches yet weighing over 300 pounds. From a distance, he resembled a rolling ball, his movements akin to a quivering mass of flesh. The Tower Master, it is he. Approaching the young man, the elder eagerly introduced. This is our Dantong's Tower Master, Qi Zhong, an 8th-tier alchemist of the highest caliber. Qi Zhong, affectionately dubbed Qi the Fat, was a distinguished 8th-tier alchemist and held a revered position throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 75. Reasonable and not excessive. Chong, the corpulent man, held 3 Qian Kuan pills, his face brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. As a top-tier 8th-grade alchemist, he was undoubtedly one of the elite figures in the alchemical realm of the Eastern Wilderness. Even so, he had never witnessed a soul directly entering a pill before. It was indeed astonishing. Once his heart had calmed slightly, Chong clasped his fist towards Su Chen and said, I am Qi Chong, the master of the Alchemy Tower. May I inquire your name? Su Chen, from the Eastern Wilderness Academy, Su Chen replied. Upon hearing the words Eastern Wilderness Academy, both men were taken aback. It was well known that the Academy had ceased offering alchemy classes hundreds of years ago. So when had such a student emerged? Not wishing to pry further, Chong remarked, the pills you have concocted, Brother Su, are indeed a unique presence in the alchemical world. May I ask what grade of alchemist you are? Master, I am currently undergoing the assessment for a 2nd-grade alchemist, Su Chen responded. A 2nd-grade alchemist? Chong was incredulous. He could hardly believe that Su Chen was merely a so-called 2nd-grade alchemist. What nonsense! Could a 2nd-grade alchemist truly produce such extraordinary pills? Have you passed the assessment? I have not yet taken the assessment, Su Chen replied. Chong nodded, and with a clasp of his fist, said, Brother Su, I would like to extend an invitation for you to become an esteemed guest elder of our alchemy tower. Would you be willing? The elder was utterly flabbergasted by the master's words. He had never anticipated that the master would directly invite Su Chen to become a guest elder. He dared not interject, for the master held supreme authority within the tower. Su Chen was equally astonished and did not immediately agree, but inquired, "What does it mean to be a guest elder? What are the obligations and privileges involved?" There is no such thing as a free lunch. As the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness, the Alchemy Tower could not simply grant him the title of guest elder without reason. It was wise to clarify matters first to avoid future complications. Brother Su, as a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower, your freedom will not be restricted. You will have access to all the tower's alchemical resources and can summon its alchemists. However, should the tower encounter difficulties, you must stand by and assist. Moreover, if it is necessary for a guest elder to concoct pills during a crisis, refusal will not be permitted. Reasonable and not excessive at all, Su Chen acknowledged. Master, I will not impart the techniques for crafting Chinquan pills to anyone within the tower. As for other pills, that is permissible. However, for Chinquan pills, I will not be coerced into producing them should I choose not to. Understood. Chi Chong showed no sign of refusal. He was eager for talent. I am willing to join the Alchemy Tower. Upon hearing this, Chi Chong's expression brightened immediately. Please, follow me. As they departed the evaluation hall, the 5 onlookers were utterly bewildered. The young man they had just mocked had, in the blink of an eye, become a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower. One of them gulped hard and sighed. It is said that the tower has a total of 4 guest elders, each of whom is a 7th grade alchemist. Becoming a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower grants one supreme authority. Even in the entire Eastern Wilderness, such a status is formidable. Envying serves no purpose. The pills he concocts astonish even the master. This man in Appo's alchemical prowess must surely have reached the level of 7th grade alchemist. At the same time, Chi Qianfan's assessment concluded. Within an hour, she successfully crafted 6 pills, all of which were successful, thus passing the evaluation and advancing from a 5th grade upper-tier alchemist to a 6th grade lower-tier alchemist. Congratulations, Qianfan. Your alchemical rank has increased, and you have received an invitation from the Continental Alchemy Tower. Qianfan, when do you plan to depart for the continent? Han Feng, Fang Matian, Zhou Yao, and Taishan, the 4 esteemed guest elders of the Alchemy Tower, were all present to evaluate Chi Qianfan, a deliberate arrangement by Master Chi Chong. The intent was clear. He would not show leniency, having all 4 guest elders evaluate her simultaneously. This way, even if his granddaughter passed, it would silence any dissenters. A hint of joy flickered across Chi Qianfan's exquisite visage. Passing the 6th grade alchemist assessment not only placed her above her peers in the Eastern Wilderness, but also allowed her to rival the older generation of alchemists. With her alchemical talent, she believed that within 2 years, she would surpass the 4 guest elders and potentially even her grandfather. I had originally planned to head to the Continental Alchemy Tower a few days ago, but I decided to wait until after the assessment. Chi Qianfan's reasoning was straightforward. The difference between a 5th grade upper-tier alchemist and a 6th grade lower-tier alchemist, though merely 1 rank apart, represented a vast disparity in status. By waiting until her assessment was complete before heading to the Continental Alchemy Tower, she could secure more advantageous terms for herself. Han Feng nodded, but cautioned Qianfan, do not be too complacent. Although you have passed your assessment here, they will likely reassess you when you arrive at the Continental Alchemy Tower. I have confidence, she replied. At that moment, a voice called out, the 4 guest elders, the master requests your presence. All right, I'm coming too. I can inform grandfather that I passed my assessment. Chi Qianfan stated as she exited the private assessment chamber alongside the 4 guest elders. They arrived at the tower's summit, where a single hall was adorned with 4 uniquely designed alchemical furnaces. Grandfather, I successfully passed the assessment. As Chi Qianfan rushed in, she discovered a young man standing beside her grandfather, remarkably handsome in appearance. Greetings, master, she said. Chi Chong was overjoyed at his granddaughter and Appo's success in the assessment. Her talent in alchemy was indeed unparalleled in the Eastern Wilderness. However, this was a notion from the past. Now, there was someone whose alchemical prowess surpassed that of his granddaughter. I would like to introduce you. This is Su Chen from the Eastern Wilderness Academy. From this moment forth, he is the 5th guest elder of our Alchemy Tower. What? The 4 guest elders, who had only just seated themselves, rose in unison, their faces etched with shock and disbelief as they stared intently at the young man. A guest elder? They were well aware of the requirements to become a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower, the foremost being that one must be a 7th grade alchemist. The young man before them appeared to be no older than 20. Could he truly have attained 7th grade alchemist status? Even Su Chen, whose talent in alchemy was renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, had only recently passed her assessment as a 6th grade lower-tier alchemist at the age of 26. Master, if I may be so bold, what grade of alchemist is he? What grade of alchemist? Chi-Chong genuinely did not know. He turned to Su Chen and asked, Brother Su, what grade of alchemist are you currently? I am undergoing the assessment for a 2nd grade alchemist. Chapter 76, Defeated. All you need to do is become my maid currently undergoing an evaluation for a 2nd level alchemist. This implies that whether this individual can pass the assessment remains uncertain. Even if we were to take 1,000 steps back and assume that he does successfully pass, he would merely attain the status of a 2nd level alchemist. How could he possibly become a guest elder of the Alchemist Tower? Furious, Taishan exclaimed, when did the guest elders of our Alchemist Tower become so devalued that anyone, regardless of their background, could ascend to such a position? His anger was palpable. They simply could not comprehend how, even if this individual were to pass the evaluation, he would possess any qualifications to be a guest elder of the Alchemist Tower. Are the qualifications truly sufficient? If this person could become a guest elder, then it would seem that anyone could claim that title. Grandfather, Chi-Chong raised his hand to silence his granddaughter. He was acutely aware that Su Chen was certainly not a 7th level alchemist. However, he had the ability to concoct soul elixirs. The restoration and healing of souls are feats not achievable by just any alchemist, especially not through direct alchemical processes involving the soul. This was unprecedented. The reason he made an exception for Su Chen to become a guest elder was to prepare for future contingencies. Should Su Chen grow in prowess, he would undoubtedly be a boon to the Alchemist Tower. From this moment forth, Su Chen shall be regarded as the 5th guest elder of the Alchemist Tower, and no one shall challenge this decision. Observing the Tower Master's firm stance, the 4 guest elders sighed deeply, their faces etched with anger. Yet they dare not voice their discontent. After all, within the Alchemist Tower, the Tower Master held the highest authority, possessing the sole right to make decisions. Even a united front of the 4 guest elders could not alter the Tower Master's decree. But grandfather, Chi-Chofan protested, according to the rules of our Alchemist Tower, do I not have the right to challenge Su Chen? Her brow furrowed, and Chi-Chong's expression darkened. He knew well the extent of his granddaughter's achievements in alchemy. She had recently broken through to become a 6th level lower-tier alchemist. Should she challenge him? Su Chen would certainly not withstand her prowess if he did not concoct the Chinkun elixir. Su Chen had just become a guest elder. If she succeeded in her challenge, his standing within the tower would surely suffer, which was something he desperately wished to avoid. How could he refuse? Would he tell his granddaughter that Su Chen was merely a 2nd level alchemist and incapable of accepting her challenge? Very well, you truly accept my challenge? I shall accompany you to the end. Following his recent epiphany in alchemical understanding, Su Chen suspected that his current level in alchemy was likely that of a 4th level alchemist, still slightly shy of 5th level. Despite the considerable odds against him in competing with a 6th level alchemist, he resolved not to decline. The rationale was simple. Having just become a guest elder, he was aware that both the 4 guest elders and Chi-Chofan would reject his authority. They sought to challenge and defeat him, potentially reducing him to a figure of ridicule within the Alchemist Tower, stripping away his dignity. The alchemical duel was inevitable. Retreat was not an option. With a heavy sigh, Chi-Chong accepted the unfolding events, nodding as he instructed, "You two follow me. The 4 guest elders will serve as judges." However, Chi-Chofan shook her head. "Grandfather, since this is an alchemical contest, there should be stakes. If he loses, he must immediately renounce his position as guest elder and never set foot in the Eastern Wasteland Alchemist Tower again." How ruthless! Chi-Chofan did not wish to disrespect her grandfather. Rather, she aimed to preserve the dignity of the Alchemist Tower. In her eyes, this individual must have bewitched her grandfather, for he would not have acted so otherwise. A person undertaking an evaluation as a 2nd level alchemist had no right to become a guest elder of the Alchemist Tower. If this became public knowledge, the tower's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Chofan, very well. If you lose, you simply need to become my maid. Agreed. Chi-Chofan was filled with confidence, fully believing she could defeat him in this contest. Casting a glance at Su Chen and then back at her grandfather, Su Chen trudged toward the alchemical chamber. Inside the secluded alchemical chamber, no outsiders were permitted entry. Only the Tower Master and the 4 guest elders remained, alongside the 2 participants in the alchemical contest. Do not accuse me of bullying you. We shall both attempt to concoct a 6th-rank elixir, the Pangu elixir. All materials have been prepared. The ingredients, panlong grass, blood, beast elixirs, and 10-year cold ice, among others, were meticulously arranged before them. I need the recipe, Su Chen stated. As soon as he finished speaking, a recipe for the Pangu elixir appeared before him. The 6th-rank Pangu elixir can aid warriors in solidifying their bones, significantly assisting their cultivation. Chi Chiofan had previously concocted this very elixir during her assessment as a 6th-level lower-tier alchemist, and she was confident in her ability to succeed once again. Begin. As Chi Chang's words echoed, Chi Chiofan wasted no time, placing the panlong grass in her alchemical furnace for refinement, followed by the addition of blood and 10-year cold ice. Each of the numerous materials must be processed in a precise order. Any misstep would surely result in failure. However, Su Chen and Appo's alchemical techniques were far more audacious. Rather than refining each material individually, he unceremoniously cast all the ingredients into the Qinquan furnace. Possessing the Qinquan furnace, he had no need for any other alchemical vessel. What folly! I have been refining elixirs for decades and have never witnessed anyone employing such a method. Tower Master, why on earth did you allow him to become a guest elder of the Alchemist Tower? Chi Cheng's brow furrowed as he beheld Su Chen's unconventional technique. This was the first time he encountered such an approach, dumping all materials into the furnace. Any alchemist, even those of imperial caliber, would likely hesitate to attempt such a feat. Behold, a Qinquan elixir placed before you, he announced, crafted by Elder Su, utilizing the soul directly in the elixir. What? Upon hearing the Tower Master's words, the expressions of the 4 guest elders shifted dramatically. They understood the significance of his statement. Utilizing the soul in elixirs was an unfathomable concept in the alchemical realm. No alchemist had ever succeeded in such a feat. Legend spoke of ancient times when even the most esteemed imperial alchemists could not achieve soul integration. At most, they could develop elixirs for soul recovery or healing, which in itself was an arduous task. Gazing at the elixir contained within the jade box on the table, the 4 guest elders exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment growing. In that moment, they finally grasped why the Tower Master had made an exception for Su Chen to become a guest elder. What does it matter if he is a 2nd-level alchemist? Should he be capable of concocting such a soul elixir, Su Chen would not only be recognized as a guest elder of the Alchemist Tower, he would undoubtedly receive accolades from the Grand Alchemist Tower across the continent. Tower Master, we concur with Su Chen and Appo's designation as the 5th guest elder of the Alchemist Tower. Tower Master, should we not halt the alchemical contest? Chi Chen, however, shook his head. He was eager to witness if Su Chen could indeed triumph over his granddaughter. He remained skeptical that someone capable of crafting soul elixirs could merely be a 2nd-level alchemist, as he continuously formed intricate hand seals that surged into the furnace. Su Chen was acutely aware of his own alchemical abilities. Normally, he would be classified as a 4th-level alchemist and would likely fail even the assessment for 5th-level alchemist. Yet now, he was tasked with concocting a 6th-rank elixir and defeating Chi Chiofan, a feat that seemed increasingly unrealistic. Su Chen and Appo's willingness to participate in the alchemical competition undoubtedly stems from his confidence, primarily derived from his unique soul-refining technique. By employing the chaotic devouring art to forcibly absorb the souls of beastly creatures and infuse them into his elixirs, he believes he can enhance the probability of success by 50%. Though this marks his inaugural attempt at such an advanced formulation, Su Chen possesses an instinctive belief in his imminent success. Inserting all the requisite materials into the Qinquan furnace, he gazes at the bound fire cloud turtle before him, which is of a superior grade compared to its predecessor. With a decisive motion, he places his palm atop the creature in damp, Appo's head, and initiates the frantic operation of the chaotic devouring art within himself, commencing the forceful extraction of the fire cloud turtle in damp. Appo's soul. What is the master doing? One of the elders queries. Soul-infused elixirs. The Qinquan pills in your hands are the purest of soul elixirs, devoid of any impurities. What he is attempting now is to create a soul-infused spine pill. while I cannot ascertain the likelihood of his success. This young man is destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of alchemy." Upon hearing this, the four guest elders shudder slightly, fixated on Su Chen. The concept of soul-infusing elixirs is novel to them. Should Su Chen succeed, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the continent. Not only the five from Qi Chong, but even Qi Xiaofan, who is diligently crafting the spine pill, casts a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Initially, she looks upon his technique with utter disdain, her expression rife with mockery. Even those unversed in alchemy would not employ such a method, carelessly pouring all materials into the furnace, a waste of a fine cauldron. However, now she witnesses Su Chen slaying the fire cloud turtle, seemingly absorbing its soul into the elixir, rather than extracting its beast core, as the alchemy tower has already prepared a beast core for him. Soul-infused elixirs? I have heard of them, yet no alchemist has ever succeeded in this endeavor, she scoffs, a smirk creeping upon her lips as she regards Su Chen with derision. What audacity! Attempting what even imperial-grade alchemists cannot achieve. Can he truly aspire to such heights? In truth, Su Chen's approach does harbor a hint of impropriety. However, this deviation remains within the bounds of acceptable practice, for he is the sole practitioner of the chaotic devouring art and the soul elixir technique across the continent. Su Chen is utterly confident that his soul-infused elixir will undoubtedly surpass the quality of the pills produced by Qi Xiaofan. Chapter 77. Unmatched in the Ancient Universe. Dominating the contemporary continent with a resolute focus, Su Chen executed the final seal of the elixir with his hands. As the lid of the alchemical furnace opened, 6 milky white pills gracefully floated out. Had he truly succeeded in alchemy, using his soul to infuse the elixir? Qi Xiaofan stood in stunned silence, witnessing Su Chen's unprecedented success, especially with the infusion of a beast and Appo's as soul. Yet, the furnace soon emitted a foul odor, signaling a failure in the process. As he gazed at the black pills emerging from the furnace, Qi Xiaofan realized he had genuinely failed this time, a heavy blow to his pride. He was like a monk in deep meditation, staring blankly at the young man before him. The arrogance and disdain he had just exhibited vanished without a trace. The 4 elder guests rose, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, fully aware of the implications of Su Chen's use of his soul in elixir crafting. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the eastern wasteland and beyond. "Senior Su, may we take a look at the elixirs you have created?" Su Chen tossed 5 of the bone marrow pills to the elders. With this successful concoction, he had discovered a completely new path in alchemy. By utilizing souls, he could craft 6-tier elixirs even without having ascended to the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist, as evidenced by his current success. Han Feng, Fang Matian, Zhou Yao, and Taishan, the 4 elder guests, examined the bone marrow pills in their hands, their eyes gleaming with excitement as if they were gazing upon a rare treasure. The infusion of a soul had evidently elevated the grade of the bone marrow pills by half a tier, and the effects were imbued with the essence of the soul, a remarkable achievement indeed. They believed that any elixir infused with a beast soul could potentially enhance its grade by half to even 2 tiers, or perhaps more. The 4 of them fell into a solemn silence, their expressions filled with anticipation. Qi Chong, understanding the intentions of the 4 elders, sighed deeply before addressing Su Chen. "Senior Su, may I inquire about the origins of your soul-infused alchemy technique? To cultivate such a groundbreaking method is a testament to your extraordinary talent in the realm of elixirs." Su Chen smiled modestly, replying, "To be candid, this alchemical technique was a serendipitous discovery of mine and is still in its infancy. I believe that within 3 years, it will reach its full potential." What? Not only the 5 elders, but even Qi Xiaofan was taken aback. None had anticipated that such an extraordinary soul-infused alchemy technique was conceived by Su Chen himself. He appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Even if he began alchemy in the womb, such an accomplishment seemed implausible. The 4 elders sighed in unison. Han Feng remarked, "In the field of alchemy, innate talent reigns supreme. I used to believe that talent was inseparable from hard work. It seems that talent can indeed eclipse effort. Senior Su's talent in alchemy is unparalleled in the ancient universe and reigns supreme in the contemporary continent. In 10 years, he will undoubtedly become an imperial-grade alchemist." Upon hearing the elders' praises, Qi Qiaofan harbored no objections. Setting aside others, Su Chen's age alone, having already achieved the rank of a sixth-grade alchemist, surpassed her own talent. Most notably, Su Chen could infuse souls into elixirs, something no one across the continent, even ancient alchemists, had accomplished. Qi Chong chuckled heartily. Senior Su, your status as an elder guest is now established. As for the elixirs you have crafted, if you are willing, the Alchemy Tower can purchase them. What do you say? That sounds agreeable. Crafting elixirs for personal use held little value. Selling the surplus to the Alchemy Tower was beneficial, as spirit stones were crucial for martial artists. One could hardly advance without them. Qi Chong approached Su Chen, presenting him with a card made of a special material. This is an unlimited spirit stone card. No matter where you go, including anywhere on the continent, you can use it to draw spirit stones. Whatever amount you draw, the Alchemy Tower will cover, and you can later exchange it for elixirs. Su Chen did not refuse, fully aware of the significance of this spirit stone card. It was immensely vital to him. Should he encounter any predicament, he could rely on the card for unlimited access to spirit stones. Thank you, Tower Master. Su Chen then produced one of the elixirs, smiling as he said, having just joined the Alchemy Tower, I offer these 6 elixirs as a token of our first meeting. However, I would like to request your permission for one matter. Senior Su, please speak. Qi Chong's temperament, usually rather stern, softened in the presence of Su Chen. Regardless of his status as the Eastern Wasteland's foremost alchemist and the Tower Master, he recognized that action spoke louder than words. I wish to access various alchemical resources within the Alchemy Tower. Of course, you may freely enter any part of the tower and peruse any books regarding alchemy. Thank you. Qi Chong rose with the 4 elder guests, seemingly understanding the wager between his granddaughter and Su Chen. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely refused outright. However, in Su Chen's case, he was eager for his granddaughter to learn from him. If she could master the art of soul-infused alchemy, it would be nothing short of a monumental boon. Tower Master, why not allow Senior Su to share his soul-infused alchemy technique with us? This way, our branch of the Alchemy Tower in the Eastern Wasteland could potentially surpass the main tower on the continent, suggested one of the elders. Brother Han is quite right. Although Senior Su's self-created soul-infused alchemy is still immature, under the current circumstances, I believe it will attain maturity within 3 years. If we could gain access to this technique. Before the 4 could finish their thoughts, Qi Chong shook his head, stating firmly, do not speak of such matters, especially in front of Senior Su. Our aim should be to cultivate a strong rapport with him, not to covet his soul-infused alchemy technique. Otherwise, we might find ourselves regretting it too late. The 4 sighed deeply, fully grasping the Tower Master and Appo's intentions. He sought to ensure they did not lose Senior Su, whose self-created, soul-infused alchemy and innate talent would undoubtedly shine brightly in the realm of elixirs in the future. Tower Master, let Qi Qiaofan handle her own affairs, he said. In the alchemical chamber, Su Chen retracted the Qinquan furnace and turned to Qi Qiaofan. He had not anticipated that crafting the bone marrow pills would proceed so smoothly, a feat made possible thanks to the soul infusion technique, the chaos devouring art, and the Qinquan furnace. It was truly amusing. He had unwittingly acquired a maidservant, and Qi Qiaofan was not merely at the 8th level of the human soul realm, but also a 6th-tier lower-grade alchemist. Chapter 78. In the future, should you need me, I shall be at your service. A deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere. Staring intently at the young man before her, Qi Qiaofan found herself in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Not only had Su Chen successfully refined a 6th-grade pill, the Pangudan, but he had also infused his soul into the elixir. In this alchemical contest, she had undeniably lost, thoroughly and completely. With a deep sigh, she reflected on her earlier confidence, which had led her to accept the wager. Now, as a consequence of her defeat, she was to become his maidservant. A sense of helplessness washed over her, accompanied by a profound regret. Can I exchange conditions for the wager? She pondered. Shaking her head, Su Chen smiled and replied, a bet is a bet. Should you find yourself unable to accept defeat, simply inform me, and I shall not compel you. Su Chen understood that even if Qi Qiaofan were to renege on their agreement, there is little she could do. Could she truly force him to comply or resort to drastic measures against him? Qi Qiaofan's countenance darkened significantly, her expression a portrait of despair. If she were unwilling to accept her loss, what would become of her reputation if word of this spread? She could not fathom why her grandfather had chosen not to assist her. Xiaofan pays her respects to the young master. She bowed, contemplating her predicament. Ultimately, Xiaofan resolved to follow through, recognizing that she had indeed lost in this alchemical trial. "Are you preparing to head to the alchemy tower on the mainland?" she inquired. Nodding, Xiaofan replied, 10 days ago, the alchemy tower extended an invitation to me. I intend to go, but I will first pass the assessment for a 6th grade alchemist." Su Chen contemplated this and remarked, "As for our wager, I shall not restrict your freedom. Should you need me in the future, simply call, and I shall be at your beck and call." "Very well." With that, Su Chen did not linger, turning to depart. He felt an urgent desire to explore the alchemical resources and materials available at the tower. After all, the tower master had already stated that within the alchemy tower, he could freely access alchemical resources, exchanging them for the soul elixirs he would concoct. Inside the alchemical chamber, the ancient decor exuded a fragrant aroma. Xiaofan, her eyes brimming with tears, struggled to contain her feelings of grievance, still unable to accept the reasons behind her failure. "Grandfather, why did you not help me?" From childhood, her grandfather had always favored her, yet now he had chosen not to intervene, unwilling to breach the terms of the wager, leaving her no choice but to accept her loss. Qichong chuckled helplessly, saying, "This alchemical contest was proposed by you, and you agreed to the wager. How could I possibly assist you?" The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved and regretful she felt. "Xiaofan, your grandfather understands your sense of injustice. But consider the situation from a different perspective. Su Chen and Appo's talent in alchemy is unparalleled, not only in the eastern wilderness but throughout the mainland. Especially with his unique soul infusion technique, he is destined for greatness. By aligning yourself with such an individual, your future achievements will not be insignificant. Your grandfather would never lead you astray. Trust in his judgment, for if there is a possibility, you may find yourself together with Su Chen." With this, Qichong chose not to elaborate further, confident that Xiaofan would grasp the underlying message. At the alchemy tower, Su Chen remained for 3 consecutive days, poring over various alchemical texts. Despite his knowledge of the 3,000 paths of alchemy, he recognized that he currently lacked a solid foundation. The resources offered by the tower proved to be immensely beneficial. 3 days of diligent study equated to what would normally take 3 years of solitary reflection. "Senor Su, the tower master requests your presence," came a voice. Upon hearing that the tower master wished to see him, Su Chen nodded and inquired, "Where shall I meet him?" "In the main hall. I shall be there shortly." Setting aside the texts, Su Chen stood and stretched, relieved after 3 days and nights of relentless study. In the main hall, the tower master and 4 guest elders, including Xiaofan, were gathered. An elderly man with a beard, seated at the front left, possessed a commanding presence, his fierce gaze emanating authority. Behind him stood 2 young men. "Su Ling from the Su clan has come. Is there a matter to discuss?" Su Ling, an elder from the Su clan and a formidable figure in the condensation realm, smiled as he responded, "Tower Master, the clan leader sent me to request a condensation soul pill from the alchemy tower." "The condensation soul pill?" Qichong expressed surprise. Such pills were relatively rare. However, given the Su clan's standing in the eastern wilderness, they could undoubtedly procure one with sufficient spirit stones. Curious, Qichong asked Brother Su Ling, "Is it possible your clan cannot acquire a single condensation soul pill?" Su Ling nodded, then shook his head, replying with a smile, "Tower Master, the condensation soul pill we seek is not the ordinary kind available on the market. It is said that the Tower Master can refine a special version of this pill, and we require that specific elixir." At this moment, Su Chen entered. "Elder Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Su Ling from the Su clan." Su Ling paid little mind to Su Chen's identity, as not only individuals from the Su clan bore the surname Su throughout the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing the name of the Su clan, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his stormy gaze. Qichong shook his head, saying, "Brother Su Ling, forgive my candor, but the process for refining that special condensation soul pill is exceedingly intricate and demands a considerable cost. It has been many years since I last refined such a pill." This was a veiled refusal, given the Su clan's status and power in the eastern wilderness. He was reluctant to turn them down outright. Su Ling seemed to have anticipated this response, smiling as he said, "Tower Master, my family leader has stated that should you agree to refine the condensation soul pill, the Su clan is willing to offer a 9-rank blood lotus in exchange. What say you?" Upon hearing 9-rank blood lotus, not only Su Chen, but even the 4 guest elders and Appos, eyes lit up with avarice. The prospect of exchanging a 9-rank blood lotus for a special condensation soul pill represented a lucrative deal for the alchemy tower. Su Chen nodded, inquiring, "May I ask for whom the Su clan requires this condensation soul pill?" His curiosity piqued, as the value of the 9-rank blood lotus was considerable. It was surprising that the Su clan would part with it for merely a special condensation soul pill. Su Ling smiled and replied, "Our Su clan has recently discovered an individual with an imperial bone. He has already broken through to the true infant realm and is on the brink of entering the Yuan infant realm. We believe he will soon challenge the Soul Palace realm and will require the condensation soul pill refined by the Tower Master." The mention of imperial bone left Su Chen, the 5 present, including Qi Qiaofan, astonished. The existence of an imperial bone within the Su clan was no longer a secret in the eastern wilderness. No wonder the Su clan was willing to pay such a hefty price, even offering a 9-rank blood lotus, all for the sake of the imperial bone possessor. Chapter 79. You may leave the imperial bone, a source of pride for the Su clan. According to legend, those who awaken the imperial bone are destined to tread the path of emperors and attain the realm of the imperial. Faced with the imperial bone, one cannot deny feelings of envy and resentment. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. If the alchemy tower could possess an individual with awakened imperial bone, the implications are profound. However, contemplating such possibilities is one thing, while the reality of acquiring it is another, leaving mere fantasies unfulfilled. Throughout the eastern wilderness, only the Su clan has produced an individual with an imperial bone. No other faction possesses such a treasure. While envy is natural, Su Chen is reluctant to refuse. The Su clan has invested heavily to obtain a soul-congealing pill, the value of a 9th-grade blood lotus far surpassing that of the pill. Refusal is not an option. Just as Su Chen prepared to acquiesce, Su Chen, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, "Might I inquire whether Su Hao of your Su clan awakened the imperial bone himself?" Before Su Ling could respond, Su Chen coldly retorted, "From what I have heard, it seems that the imperial bone Su Hao possesses was not originally his, but rather taken from another. Is this rumor true?" The Su clan was aware of Su Hao's usurpation of Su Chen's imperial bone, yet they were oblivious to Su Chen's identity. Having never regarded the branch of the Su clan from Panyu City with any seriousness, much less an individual named Su Chen. Consequently, when Su Chen introduced Su Chen, Su Ling had no inkling that he was the very person from whom Su Hao had taken the imperial bone. The matter had been tightly sealed by the Su clan, known only to the Su family, and had never leaked beyond their ranks. How could this individual possess such knowledge? A member of the Su family? Could he hail from the Su family of Panyu City? Su Ling's expression darkened significantly, for he understood the turmoil that would ensue should news of the imperial bone usurpation spread. Esteemed families value their reputation above all. "Who are you?" Su Chen and the others were equally astonished. After all, the Su family's influence was formidable, and most would hesitate to provoke them. Su Chen's words were a blatant provocation. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is the disgrace of your Su family, who claim another and Appos' imperial bone as your own and trumpet it to the world. Among the Su family, no one dares to claim the title of most shameless if you hold the second place. Impudent." Su Ling and Appos' rage intensified, his gaze turning icy. He surmised that this young man must be from the Su family of Panyu City, and likely the one from whom Su Hao had stripped the imperial bone. This truth, however, could never be acknowledged. In any other circumstance, Su Ling would have silenced this insolent individual with lethal force. Disparaging the Su family was a capital offense. Yet here, within the alchemy tower, he dared not act, for it stood as the pinnacle of existence in the eastern wilderness. Even the Su family must tread carefully around its might. Bowing to Su Chen, Su Ling spoke coldly, "Master of the tower, my Su family has always valued harmony with the alchemy tower. Over the years, we have been steadfast supporters. Do you permit this individual to slander my family without consequence?" "Slander?" Whether it is slander or not, you're most aware in your heart. If you seek the soul-congealing pill, I must inform you that we possess none. Do not speak of offering the 9th-grade blood lotus. Even surrendering the entire Su clan would yield nothing. You may leave. Seeking death. Suppressing his fury, Su Ling, provoked repeatedly, lunged at Su Chen with deadly intent, unleashing a chilling sword intent that slithered forth like venomous serpents, targeting its prey. Su Chen remained seated, fully aware that as a guest elder of the Alchemy Tower, neither the master nor the 4 guest elders would allow him to be harmed, especially within the tower's sanctum. A conflagration erupted before Su Chen, colliding violently with the oncoming sword energy. Su Ling's body, propelled forward, retreated even faster. 9 flowers gathering cauldron. The intense energy surging within him drained the color from Su Ling's face. He had long heard tales of the master of the tower's prowess, now confirmed before him. The 9 flowers gathering cauldron stood atop the martial pinnacle of the eastern wilderness. Even the Su clan lacked a master of such caliber. Otherwise, they would not fear the Alchemy Tower so. Chi Chong, with his heavy girth, positioned himself before Su Chen, unwilling to stand idly by as Su Chen faced annihilation. Firstly, this was the Alchemy Tower. Should a guest elder be slain by the Su clan within its walls, how could the tower maintain its standing in the eastern wilderness? It would become a laughingstock. Secondly, given Su Chen's remarkable alchemical talent, Chi Chong could not allow the Su clan to extinguish his life. The 4 guest elders, Han Feng, Fang Matian, Zhou Yao, and Tai Shan, stepped forward in unison. Their formidable presence bore down upon Su Ling like a mountain. To dare cause a ruckus in the Alchemy Tower. Su Ling, do you truly believe your Su clan can dominate the eastern wilderness? A tremor of fear coursed through Su Ling as he realized his earlier rage had blinded him to the consequences. This was the Alchemy Tower. Striking here was a blatant affront to its dignity. Observing Su Chen sheltered by the master, Su Ling and Amp, Oppose, as heart sank. Could it be that Su Chen had orchestrated this, intending to incite conflict? What a vile scheme. Realizing this, Su Ling quickly bowed to Chi Chong, saying, Master, I was reckless just now. Su Chen and Amp, Oppose, as words were directed at my clan, and I lost my composure. Surely, you understand the situation. Caught between the Su clan and Su Chen, Chi Chong knew he must choose. His gaze hardened, filled with disdain as he declared, I don't understand? Your Su clan claims another's imperial bone as your own and boasts shamelessly. Is this not the height of disgrace? To dare act against me within the Alchemy Tower. You have shown utter contempt. From this moment forth, the Alchemy Tower shall sever all dealings with the Su clan. As for the soul-congealing pill you mentioned, I am unable to concoct it. Please leave. With that, Chi Chong and Oppo's intentions were unmistakably clear. He had chosen Su Chen over the Su clan. Su Ling was left astounded, for he had never anticipated such an outcome. The relationship between the Su clan and the Alchemy Tower was vital to their interests. If the Alchemy Tower severed ties, no apothecary in the eastern wilderness would dare supply any medicinal concoctions to the Su clan. In light of the Su clan's interests, even Su Ling could not afford to be careless. He quickly bowed, stating, Master, I apologize for my earlier actions. Hearing insults against my clan, I lost my temper. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive. Shaking his head, Chi Chong's gaze remained frigid as he replied, What I have stated will not be retracted. If you do not depart now, you will regret it. Though he wished to protest, Su Ling ultimately restrained himself, letting out a deep sigh. Regardless of his anger, he led his companions away. All is settled. The 4 guest elders bowed and departed. Su Elder, do you hail from the Su clan? Chi Chong had pieced together the clues. Su Chen did not attempt to conceal his lineage any longer, for with his rise, his identity was bound to be revealed. Why prolong the inevitable? Master, I am indeed from the Su family of Panyu City. Years ago, I awakened the imperial bone, only to have it forcibly stripped from me by Su Hao of the Su clan. The Su clan's efforts to suppress this information have kept it hidden. Chi Chong nodded, a deep sigh escaping him. He finally understood why Su Chen harbored such animosity towards the Su clan. The theft of the imperial bone was a grievance that could never be forgotten. In all of the eastern wilderness, there may not be another imperial bone to be found. Elder Su can rest assured, you are now a distinguished guest elder of the Dan Tower. Even if the Su clan becomes aware of your identity and contemplates taking action against you, they must weigh their options carefully. Thank you, Tower Master. It is of no consequence. Please take your time to rest and do not let this matter trouble you. As he watched the Tower Master depart, Su Chen felt a surge of gratitude. He understood that Chi Chang's consideration stemmed from his appreciation of Su Chen's soul alchemy skills. It was no small feat to act in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, they might have resorted to confinement, forcing him to relinquish his mastery over soul alchemy. The Su clan, after leaving the Dan Tower, seethed with anger, their fury intensifying with each passing moment. Immediately investigate the background of this Su Chen and particularly focus on the Su family of Panyu City. Understood. Su Ling's gaze was icy. He had arrived in the desolate city with complete confidence, accompanied by the 9th grade blood lotus, believing he could successfully exchange it for the spirit condensing pill. After all, Su Hao was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm. Obtaining a special soul condensing pill would greatly benefit Su Hao's cultivation. The Su clan placed immense value on Su Hao. Regardless of the origins of his imperial bone, Su Hao had fully integrated it. As long as he did not perish, he was destined to attain the status of an emperor in the future. Who could have anticipated encountering a madman who, relying on his status as a guest elder of the Dan Tower, blatantly disregarded the Su clan? What infuriated him further was that the Dan Tower not only refused the exchange, but also severed all business ties with the Su clan for this individual. This situation was rather troublesome. Upon returning to the family, how would he explain this to the clan leader? Immediately report this matter to the clan leader. I will remain here. Understood. Su Ling dared not covertly eliminate Su Chen, for the Dan Tower's power in the desolate city was formidable. If discovered, he would find himself in grave trouble, and the Su clan would share in the repercussions. To be prudent, he decided to inform the clan leader first and await guidance on how to proceed. Chapter 80. A thorn in the heart. The sudden arrival of the Su clan left Su Chen's fury simmering beneath the surface. The hatred for the usurpation of the imperial bones and the grievance over the blood wheel could never be forgotten. Although the Su clan had not directly intervened, they were indeed the most significant accomplices. He harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the Su clan, including Su Hao. Without a hint of worry, he was no longer the same as before. Now, with the dual backing of the Eastern Wilderness Academy and the Pill Tower, even the Su clan dared not confront him head-on. Not lingering any longer in the Pill Tower, Su Chen decided to step outside for some fresh air. The imperial bones had always been a thorn in his heart. Upon finding Chi Xiaofan, Su Chen stated directly, "Accompany me for a while." Watching Su Chen turn away, Chi Xiaofan felt a surge of frustration, yet found herself powerless. After all, she had lost a bet and had to accept the outcome. As they walked through the streets, Chi Xiaofan stole a glance at Su Chen, who remained silent. Noticing a subtle change in his demeanor, her brow furrowed slightly, she sensed that something was amiss today. Could it be related to the Su clan? She recalled being present when Su Chen had openly declared that the imperial bones were stripped from others, not originating from the Su clan itself. However, she was unaware of what her grandfather had spoken to Su Chen afterward, as she had departed with the 4 guest elders. Su Chen, were you the one from whom the Su clan extracted the imperial bones? She vaguely speculated, uncertain yet curious. Su Chen remained silent. Are you from the Su clan? Again, he offered no reply. Although a flicker of anger crossed Chi Xiaofan's face, she refrained from lashing out. Unsure of Su Chen and Appo's intentions as they meandered aimlessly through the streets. Chi Xiaofan was quite renowned in the wild city, her status, beauty, and talent eclipsing her peers, earning her the title of one of the city's dual beauties. Sister Chi, exclaimed a girl in purple who suddenly appeared before them. Chi Xiaofan's face lit up with surprise as she responded with a smile. Li Mei, why haven't you been training today? The girl in purple, with features that rivaled Chi Xiaofan's, possessed exquisite and refreshing looks. Her long black hair was elegantly styled, and her expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her voice melodious like the song of a lark. Sister Chi, I have a secret to share. Just yesterday, I advanced to a level 6 talismancer, and my cultivation has also successfully reached the level 7 human soul realm. Chi Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood the significance of becoming a level 6 talismancer. recognizing the vast chasm between a level 5 and a level 6. Congratulations, Li Mei. However, I too successfully passed the level 6 alchemist assessment 3 days ago. Really? That's wonderful. The previously silent Su Chen suddenly interjected. Are you a talismancer? Furrowing her brow, Li Ji turned to the young man and asked, Who are you? With a deep sigh of resignation, she realized that the very thing she feared had come to pass. There was little she could do. This was the wild city, and leaving the Pill Tower would inevitably lead to familiar faces. Li Mei, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Chen, a guest elder of our Pill Tower. Su Chen, this is Li Ji from the Talismancer Hall. Her grandfather, Li Wan, is the Hall Master and an 8th level Talismancer, while Li Mei has just successfully advanced to a level 6 Talismancer. In the continent, the status of warriors was exalted, placing them above ordinary folk. Among warriors, for identities stood out as particularly special: the Array Master, Alchemist, Talismancer, and Artifact Master. The Hall Master of the Talismancer Hall, an 8th level Talismancer, indicated that Li Ji and Appo's grandfather was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Su Chen held a keen interest in talismancers, aspiring to become one himself. However, the path to such a pursuit was fraught with challenges without proper connections. I wish to become a talismancer. I wonder if the Talismancer Hall would be willing to. Absolutely not. Before Su Chen could finish, Li Ji firmly rejected. The techniques for drawing and crafting talismans in our hall are not shared with outsiders unless you join us. However, given your status as a guest elder of the Pill Tower, it seems impossible for you to join us. Li Ji was taken aback. This so-called Su Chen appeared remarkably young. In her understanding, all 4 guest elders of the Pill Tower were well over 50, while this individual looked to be no older than 20. How could a guest elder of the Pill Tower possibly join the Talismancer Hall? It was simply out of the question. Well then, you two carry on. I shall take my leave. Watching Su Chen walk away without a backward glance, Qi Qiaofan felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but ultimately restrained herself. Sister Qi, what has happened in your Pill Tower that you have such a young guest elder? Regarding Su Chen's ability to refine pills with his soul, the Tower Master had repeatedly instructed her never to disclose this information. She understood well what a soul potion entailed. Smiling as she explained, Su Chen's alchemical skills have surpassed mine, which is why my grandfather made an exception to appoint him as a guest elder of the Pill Tower. Not probing further, she recognized that this was a matter concerning the Pill Tower and did not involve her. Sister, it has been so long since we last met. We must have a proper gathering today. Of course. Qi Qiaofan and Li Ji were hailed as the dual beauties of the wild city, drawing attention wherever they went. Upon returning to the Pill Tower, Su Chen sought out Qi Chong directly, stating plainly, Tower Master, I would like to request your assistance. With a smile, Qi Chong replied, If you want me to help you annihilate the Su clan, I cannot oblige. Su Chen, aware that Qi Chong was jesting, did not mind the banter and continued, Tower Master, I wish to enter the Talismancer Hall and become a talismancer. Surprised, Qi Chong found it difficult to comprehend why Su Chen would want to join the Talismancer Hall. Elder Su, you must understand that to refine talismans, one must enter the Talismancer Hall, and your current status is somewhat unique, making it impossible for you to join. I do not require anyone to teach me. I merely need access to the resources for talisman refinement from the Talismancer Hall. In return, I am willing to craft 100 of the purest Qinquan pills for the hall. 100 Qinquan pills? Qi Chong's eyes brightened as he nodded. I understand your intentions now, but I cannot guarantee success, as that old fellow Li Wan can be rather rigid. I will need to test the waters and will provide you with an update by tonight at the latest. Thank you, Tower Master. It must be said that Qi Chong held Su Chen in high regard. He would assist with any reasonable request Su Chen made. Were it anyone else, Qi Chong likely would not have been so accommodating. Rising, Qi Chong stretched widely before departing from the Pill Tower, heading toward the Talismancer Hall. The Talismancer Hall, one of the premier powers in the Wild City, held a status equivalent to that of the Alchemist Hall. Talismancers, through their craft, produced talismans with various extraordinary effects. For instance, a fire talisman could incinerate foes in an instant. Yet, becoming a talismancer was no simple feat, as talent was of utmost importance. Chapter 81. I shall keep watch over him. As Qi Chong stepped into the symbol hall, a frail old man greeted him with a smile. He appeared to weigh no more than 70 pounds, resembling a fallen leaf in autumn, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Chief Fatty, what brings you here today? Old Li, I am not one to visit the symbol hall without purpose. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. You must help me. Oh, even the esteemed master of the Pill Tower has a request for me? Quite intriguing indeed. I am eager to learn what could possibly require the personal involvement of an 8th-level alchemist such as yourself. The two, being longtime friends, were unencumbered by formalities. In the pavilion, a gentle breeze wafted through as they each lifted their cups from the stone table, savoring the delicate aroma of the wine that wafted around them. They drained their cups in one go. Truly exceptional wine. Of course, this wine was procured with great difficulty. Were it not for the honor of hosting you, Chief Fatty, I would never have brought it out. Chi Chong nodded in satisfaction, pouring himself another glass, which he finished eagerly, becoming increasingly enamored with the exquisite drink. You have yet to reveal the reason for your visit. With a resigned smile, Chi Chong replied, Old Li, our Pill Tower has welcomed its 5th honorary elder. Oh, congratulations. This new honorary elder is quite interested in the art of talisman crafting and wishes to examine the materials within the symbol hall without any instruction. What do you think? Shaking his head, Li Wan outright refused. Impossible, Chief Fatty. You are well aware of the rules of the symbol hall. The crafting materials are secrets not to be divulged unless one is a member of the hall. Since he is an honorary elder of the Pill Tower, he cannot possibly join the symbol hall. Don't you agree? As expected, the refusal came. Chi Chong seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and said, to be frank, the reason Su Chen has been granted honorary elder status is that he has pioneered a new branch of alchemy, infusing soul into his pills. This particular pill is crafted solely from spirit essence. You may sample it, free of charge. Li Wan was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of what it meant to infuse soul into a pill. Accepting the pill with a hint of skepticism, he placed it in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, spreading through his body. Elder Su has promised that if you grant him access to the crafting materials, he will create 100 such pills for you. Although the resources for crafting must be provided by the symbol hall. 100 soul pills. Such an enticing offer was indeed difficult for Li Wan to refuse. 2 conditions. State them. First, he may enter the symbol hall without any guidance, including from myself. Of course. Second, no crafting materials may be removed from the symbol hall. Agreed. I shall convey my thanks to Elder Su on your behalf. Li Wan sighed. Each side benefits, I suppose. Haven't come by tomorrow. Very well, let us drink. Drink? You've already consumed an entire jug. This wine is hard to come by. You remain as stingy as ever. The news reached Su Chen, who was filled with delight. He understood the significance of talisman crafting for himself. It would surely bring him nothing but benefits. As an alchemist, his next endeavor was to delve into the realms of talisman crafting, artifact forging, and formation mastery. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, the dawn and Apos' light enveloped the entire desolate city. Su Chen wasted no time and promptly departed the Pill Tower for the symbol hall. To become a talisman master, he first needed to ascertain whether he possessed the innate talent for crafting talismans. Otherwise, all else would be futile. The symbol hall and the Pill Tower were situated on different streets. The former a square edifice that appeared quite peculiar, adorned in contrasting shades of black and white. May I inquire who you seek? I come from the Pill Tower. Your hall master has sent me. You are Elder Su from the Pill Tower? Indeed. Please follow me. As he entered the symbol hall, Su Chen was filled with anticipation. If he were unable to grasp the art of talisman crafting, it would indicate that he was unfit for the role of a talisman master. Upon entering the hall, he encountered Li Ji, who emerged from within, astonished. What brings you to my symbol hall? To become a talisman master. Her surprise deepened, for just yesterday, Su Chen had expressed his desire to enter the hall to pursue this path, and she had interrupted him, believing that as an honorary elder of the Pill Tower, he could not possibly join the symbol hall. The hall had its rules. Without membership, one could not craft talismans. Have you severed ties with the Pill Tower? Not at all. However, Hall Master Li has granted me permission to peruse the various materials freely. Nonsense. Disregarding Li Ji and Apos. As protest, Su Chen stated, did not your Hall Master issue any orders? Indeed, the Hall Master instructed me to take you to the top floor. Cool me. As she watched his retreating figure, Li Ji stamped her foot in frustration, unable to comprehend why her grandfather would choose to undermine the hall's regulations. Determined, she turned to find her grandfather, needing to clarify the situation. Within the symbol room, she confronted him. Grandfather, why is it that Su Chen from the Pill Tower is permitted to access the hall and peruse the crafting materials at will? If others in the symbol hall were to learn of this, there would surely be dissent. Feeling a headache coming on, he was deeply fond of his granddaughter and was not disappointed by her talent. As a 6th-level talisman master with an awakened bloodline, he believed she would one day surpass him and become a king-level or even emperor-level talisman master, a rarity for the hall. His agreement to Chi Chong and Appo's request to allow Su Chen to review the crafting materials was made with careful consideration. First, Su Chen had promised to create 100 soul pills for the hall. Having already experienced the potency of these pills, he recognized their extraordinary potential. Possessing 100 would be beneficial for all, especially for his granddaughter. Secondly, according to Chi Chong, Su Chen had established a new school of thought in the alchemical realm and would undoubtedly become a prominent figure on the continent. Cultivating a good relationship with such an individual would only bring benefits to the symbol hall. Li Ji, your grandfather does not act without reason. This matter ends here. You should focus on your cultivation. I have just received news that Chi Xiaofan has been invited by the continent's Pill Tower. While you have not made any progress in 3 years, indicating that you still have room for improvement. Grandfather, enough. I must keep an eye on him to ensure he does not abscond with our hall's secrets. Li Ji halt, watching his granddaughter depart. Li Wan felt an increasing headache, but chose not to pursue her further. He needed to devise a way to connect with the continental symbol hall, facilitating Li Ji's journey for further training. Chapter 82. Void Symbol Drawing at the Summit of the Symbol Palace. This is the most significant area of the Symbol Palace. Apart from the Palace Master and the esteemed elders, entry is granted solely by the Palace Master's command. Elder Su, the Palace Master has issued the decree. You may freely explore within, provided you do not remove anything. Please. He felt quite satisfied. It seemed his promise of 100 medicinal pills had yielded excellent results. Entering the symbol chamber, he found it vast, with bookshelves meticulously arranged, each laden with volumes undoubtedly pertaining to the art of symbol crafting. Be cautious. Do not damage any of the tomes here. All the texts on symbol crafting are of utmost importance. Casting a glance at Li Ji, who stood at the entrance, Su Chen chose to ignore her. He had no time to engage in idle chatter. Wasting no time, he swiftly picked up a book and began to peruse its contents. The chamber housed thousands of volumes. Under normal circumstances, it would take years, perhaps even decades, to read through them all. However, Su Chen had no time to squander. He flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, absorbing the information at an astonishing rate, as if each book was devoured within mere minutes. His mind a sponge for the intricate details of symbol crafting. Impressive. Yet, how could he aspire to become a symbol master? Observing the young man before her, flipping through the texts at a pace faster than one could drink water, Li Ji wore a scornful expression, her disdain growing more palpable. Time passed. For 4 consecutive days and nights, Su Chen remained within the symbol palace, even foregoing meals to delve into the books. Initially, Li Ji watched intently, curious to see if this guest elder from the Pill Tower could indeed become a symbol master. However, as time sped by, she became increasingly convinced that Su Chen would never achieve that status. Irritated, she resolved not to be a fair-weather observer. If she was to watch him, she would do so diligently. She understood that, given Su Chen's status, he would never steal anything from the symbol palace. Yet, she could not fathom why she found him so irksome. Perhaps it was because he could enter the palace and browse the texts at will. What is he doing? As Su Chen reached the final book, a pen appeared in his hand, the fabled death pen. He realized that to craft symbols, one must draw on special symbol paper before refining and solidifying them. 3 steps: drawing, refining, and solidifying. However, Su Chen did not use symbol paper. Instead, he wielded the death pen and began to draw in the air. Li Ji could hardly contain herself, bursting into laughter. She had encountered fools before, but never one as foolish as this. She had never seen anyone draw symbols without the aid of symbol paper, not even in the East Wasteland, nor anywhere else on the continent, could one succeed in drawing symbols in midair. Yet, as she watched, her expression grew serious, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Her gaze fixated on Su Chen's drawing. Regardless of her willingness to believe, he had already succeeded. Even if the symbol he replicated was merely a first-tier one, it was astonishing to her, as drawing symbols in the void was deemed impossible, a complete violation of the rules of symbol crafting. No one had ever accomplished such a feat. How had Su Chen done it? She could nearly assert that he had no prior knowledge of symbol drawing. Otherwise, he would not have spent days within the palace to learn the most basic information about symbol masters. Such a talent for symbol crafting was terrifying. She had always believed her own abilities were unparalleled among her peers in the East Wasteland, yet she never anticipated Su Chen's talent could be so formidable. At that moment, Su Chen, pen in hand, drew symbols in the void, intricate lines converging. As it was his first attempt, he was somewhat clumsy, yet in just a few minutes, he completed the drawing. Once the drawing was finished, he began the refining process, executing hand seals to infuse energy into the symbol. The final step was to solidify it. Symbol, solidify. A translucent fire symbol, about the size of half a palm, materialized successfully in Su Chen's grasp. He held it tightly, elated. Though it was only a first-tier fire symbol, it indicated his potential in symbol crafting was significant. Su Chen understood from the text that the first step of crafting symbols required special paper, but he had impulsively decided to test whether he could draw symbols in midair with a death pen. To his astonishment, he had succeeded. How did you accomplish this? A bewildered and astonished Li Ji approached Su Chen, staring at the symbol in his hand. May I see it? Su Chen nodded. He was not one to be stingy and handed the fire symbol to her. As she received it, Li Ji felt the energy emanating from the symbol, her astonishment intensifying. A first-tier fire symbol. In terms of quality, your fire symbol surely surpasses any other first-tier symbol. How did you manage this? Returning the fire symbol to his spatial pouch, Su Chen chose to disregard Li Ji. There was no way he would divulge the secret of his crafting methods. Even if he did, she would never be able to replicate the act of drawing symbols in the void. He knew that both his soul infusion and void drawing were unique to him, one stemming from the chaotic devouring technique and the Chinko furnace, the other from the death pen and his exceptional physique. Unless someone possessed the same tools as he did, they would never replicate his feats. Wait a moment. What is it? Su Chen harbored no fondness for Li Ji. Such a spoiled lady always looked down on others, failing to acknowledge anyone. If she scorned him, he would reciprocate. With a deep sigh, Li Ji spoke. Su Chen, I admit that yesterday I underestimated you. Though you're a guest elder of the Pill Tower, you must understand that alchemy and symbol crafting are entirely different matters. However, just now, I found myself truly admiring you. I am not well-versed in the state of the symbol world on the continent, but I can guarantee that no one in the East Wasteland has ever drawn symbols in the void. Any symbol master must first draw on special symbol paper. I wish to ask you how you achieve drawing symbols in the void. Lowering her head, Li Ji could no longer resist the urge to learn how to draw symbols in the void. She understood that if she could master this technique, it would bring her immense benefits. Thus, she was willing to humble herself and seek Su Chen's guidance on this remarkable skill. Chapter 83. Stripping away the silence enveloped the room. Initially aloof, the moment he realized he could inscribe symbols in the void, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He even sought to possess the ability to inscribe symbols himself. Su Chen held such individuals in contempt, feeling a deep aversion that compelled him to leave without a moment's delay. However, before his departure, he instructed someone to inform the hall master that he had taken his leave. Su Chen was acutely aware that had it not been for his contribution of refining 100 Qian Kuan Dan for the symbol hall, entry would have been utterly denied. What could the guest elder of the Dan Tower do? In the eyes of the symbol hall, he was of no consequence. Upon returning to the Dan Tower, Su Chen felt a surge of eagerness to test the potency of the first-level fire symbol he had just crafted. Unlike others who inscribe symbols on special paper, he had inscribed directly in the void using the Zhongju pen. He summoned a foundational realm beast, a three-tailed cat. Sensing the impending danger, the three-tailed cat suddenly accelerated, attempting to flee, but Su Chen was swifter. As he locked onto the creature, he promptly unleashed the first-level fire symbol. The symbol vanished in an instant, only to reappear precisely upon the three-tailed cat. A piercing scream echoed as flames engulfed it, and within mere seconds, the once vibrant creature was reduced to ashes. What sheer dominance! Observing the fire symbol's might, Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. It appeared he possessed a remarkable talent for becoming a symbol master. carving a path distinctly different from others. From Li Ji, he had learned that within the vast realm of Dongwang, it was highly unlikely anyone could inscribe symbols in the void, for the symbol hall of Huang Cheng towered above all others, representing the pinnacle of symbol mastery in Dongwang. A sudden knock at the door jolted Su Chen from his thoughts. He composed himself and opened the door to find Qi Qiaofan standing outside. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. Nodding gently, Qi Qiaofan replied, "The mainland Dan Tower has begun to urge me to leave. I wish to depart Dongwang for the mainland Dan Tower." In the past, she would leave on a whim, with even her grandfather failing to impede her. After all, the status of the mainland Dan Tower far exceeded that of the Dongwang Dan Tower, and the opportunity to train, there was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. For any alchemist in Dongwang, successfully reaching the mainland Dan Tower was a coveted dream. However, wishing for it was one thing. The ability to gain an invitation was quite another, as both talent and alchemical proficiency needed to meet certain standards. Su Chen nodded, refraining from urging her to stay, even though Qi Qiaofan was now his servant. He understood the immense benefit her journey to the mainland Dan Tower would offer her cultivation and alchemical skills, and he was preoccupied with his own return to the academy. Having deeply contemplated the 3,000 paths of alchemy, especially following his recent epiphany, Su Chen had gained a fresh understanding of the art. He retrieved a jade slip from his Qiankuan bag and said, "This contains a refined alchemical technique. Keep it confidential." "Thank you," Qi Qiaofan expressed, astonished that Su Chen would impart such knowledge. "You possess the Qinglong Foyan, ranked 235th on the list?" Indeed, he revealed nothing, for it was common knowledge throughout Huang Cheng that the granddaughter of the Dan Tower's master wielded from the list. "I wish to extract a fragment of your Qinglong Foyan. How do you feel about that?" "What?" Qi Qiaofan's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Su Chen would voice such a desire to strip away her. It was crucial to note that she had fully integrated the Qinglong Foyan. Any extraction, even the slightest, would be an irreparable loss. Su Chen, of all people, must understand this. Fury ignited within her. Her gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes on the young man before her, coldly stating, "Though I lost to you in the alchemical competition, that does not grant you the right to impose your will upon me." Qiaofan agreed to his request. The sudden appearance of Qi Paozi startled Su Chen, who bowed in respect, saying, "Master, grandfather, you must know what it means to me. I have completely fused with the Qinglong Foyan. Should it be forcibly extracted, even a fragment, it would fundamentally damage me, adversely affecting my future in alchemy." Qi Paozi turned to Su Chen and asked, "Are you confident in this?" Su Chen understood the underlying meaning of the Tower Master's words and felt a surge of gratitude for his trust. Without question, Qi Cheng chose to believe in him, and this faith deeply resonated with Su Chen. "I am absolutely confident," Su Chen affirmed with a smile. "I will only extract a fragment of the Qinglong Foyan, which will not affect you, and I can assist you in integrating it with your blood wheels." "What did you say?" Qi Qiaofan was astonished, while Qi Cheng wore a look of disbelief. The notion of merging with the blood wheel was perilous, yet both understood that if Su Chen claimed he could do it, he certainly had the means. "Can you truly achieve this? You questioned my capability before." Qi Qiaofan's expression morphed multiple times before she finally nodded firmly, saying, "I believe in you. Then let us begin. Master, I require a secluded chamber, free from any disturbances." Of course, Qi Paozi understood the gravity of the situation, yet being in the Dan Tower afforded him absolute authority. In a private chamber, Su Chen instructed, "Remove all your clothing." "What?" Qi Qiaofan was taken aback. The processes of extracting and integrating it with the blood wheel were exceedingly perilous. "If you wish to succeed, you must heed my instructions." Without allowing her to respond, Su Chen continued, "If I were interested in your body, I would not resort to such underhanded methods. We are in the Dan Tower, and your grandfather is the Tower Master. I would not risk my life otherwise." Understanding her inner turmoil, Su Chen spoke plainly. Taking a deep breath, Qi Qiaofan recognized the sincerity in his eyes. She understood he was truthful, yet asking a young woman to disrobe in front of a man was a considerable challenge. Ultimately, the thought of merging with her blood wheel compelled Qi Qiaofan to brace herself and acquiesce. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, while Su Chen, focusing on his preparations, averted his gaze. In the hushed chamber, the only sound was the rustle of Qi Qiaofan shedding her garments, accompanied by the rapid beat of her heart. Chapter 84. The Dragon and Elephant Nurturing the Within the Confines of a Secret Chamber. Qi Qiaofan's face flushed crimson as she sat cross-legged, completely unclothed and unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Release your blood wheel, along with the azure dragon Buddha's flame. In the next instant, a blood wheel materialized above Qi Qiaofan's head, with an ethereal azure flame flickering within. Before her, a dragon-shaped flame hovered, emanating a faint aura of Buddhism. This was the azure dragon Buddha's flame, ranked 235th on the list. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen began to channel the Chaos Devouring technique within him. His confidence in extracting the azure dragon Buddha's flame and assisting Qi Qiaofan in merging with the blood stemmed entirely from this technique. He focused his mind, grounding himself in his essence. Qi Qiaofan understood the gravity of the situation. It was imperative that nothing went awry. Taking a deep breath, she followed Su Chen's instructions, centering her thoughts and stabilizing her essence. An overwhelming aura of devouring energy enveloped her. Swiftly, accurately, and decisively, the extraction of the must proceed without delay. Utilizing the Chaos Devouring technique, Su Chen commenced the extraction of the azure dragon Buddha's flame the moment it enveloped Qi Qiaofan. He only required a minuscule fragment of the azure dragon Buddha's flame, for he possessed methods to replenish it. Under normal circumstances, anyone attempting to extract already fused would face significant repercussions. The lighter consequences might hinder martial cultivation, while the severest could lead to the shattering, devastating one's martial foundation, an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. That Qi Qiaofan and Qi Zhong chose to trust themselves was already commendable. Others would undoubtedly hesitate to attempt such a feat as Su Chen forcibly drew a sliver of from the azure dragon Buddha's flame. He infused it into the dragon elephant blood wheel. He had already contemplated this approach. Merely extracting a fragment of the azure dragon Buddha's flame would yield no benefit for him. Only through nurturing could it transform into a true, which was his ultimate aim. Among the three blood wheels, the killing sword blood wheel, the devouring blood wheel, and the dragon elephant blood wheel, only the latter could nurture the azure dragon Buddha's flame. Yet, Su Chen was acutely aware that if he were to nurture with the blood wheel, any misstep might lead to a backlash with catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, he wielded the Chaos Devouring technique and the devouring blood wheel, enabling him to suppress any backlash at will. Once the dragon elephant blood wheel was successfully nurtured, he would acquire a second. At that point, the azure dragon Buddha's flame would metamorphose into the dragon elephant Buddha's flame, its rank far exceeding that of the azure dragon Buddha's flame. Its exact position on the list remained uncertain. Having forcibly drawn a trace of the azure dragon Buddhist flame and instantaneously infused it into the dragon elephant blood wheel, the task now was to nurture it gradually. Pain etched across her features. Qi Qiaofan trembled as it was forcibly extracted. Having fully merged with the enveloping, devouring aura, she would have undoubtedly suffered severe repercussions. Without a moment and oppose's hesitation, Su Chen fervently activated the Chaos Devouring technique, channeling torrents of formidable devouring energy into the blood wheel. At that moment, the azure dragon Buddha's flame, hovering before Qi Qiaofan, began to integrate into the blood wheel, consuming the azure flames. Her expression contorted in agony, yet Qi Qiaofan gritted her teeth and persevered. Hold on. Time slipped away, and after half an hour, Qi Qiaofan released a long cry toward the heavens, her internal power surging. The azure flame and Appo's ethereal image within the blood wheel had vanished entirely, replaced by the azure dragon Buddha's flame. As she slowly opened her eyes, drenched in sweat, the faint fragrance of perspiration mingled with the air. To her astonishment, she felt her internal power elevate by 4 tiers, soaring from the 8th level of the human soul realm to the 2nd level of the earth soul realm. Qi Qiaofan was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed anew as she realized that Su Chen had seen her naked body for the first time in her life. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, akin to a timid rabbit, her heart racing uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Hastily donning her clothes, she exited the secret chamber. Awaiting her outside was Qi Zhong, who breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his granddaughter emerge unscathed. Although he had chosen to trust Su Chen, he recognized that unforeseen circumstances could arise. Once they did, there would be no opportunity for regret. Xiaofan, are you all right? Shaking her head, Qi Xiaofan replied, Grandfather, I am fine. Su Chen has helped me merge the Azure Dragon Buddhist Flame with the Blood Wheel. My new Blood Wheel is the Azure Dragon Buddhist Flame, and I have advanced 4 tiers in my cultivation. Huh? Qi Zhong was utterly flabbergasted. He understood the implications of what his granddaughter had just said. Merging with a Blood Wheel and achieving a 4-tier breakthrough in half an hour was impossible. Yet it had occurred before his very eyes. Grandfather, where is Su Chen? He has returned to the Eastern Wilderness Academy. I must find him. In that moment, Qi Xiaofan's heart was in disarray, and her attitude had transformed dramatically, with Su Chen's image occupying her thoughts entirely. Attempting to dissuade her, Qi Zhong shook his head, stating, Elder Su instructed me to tell you not to seek him. You need only focus on cultivating at the Continental Alchemist Tower. In due time, he will come and find you. With a deep sigh, Qi Xiaofan felt an urge to abandon her journey to the continent and follow Su Chen instead. It seemed that her feelings had been perceived by him. Otherwise, he would not have spoken in such a manner. Grandfather, I plan to depart for the continent tomorrow. I will arrange it for you. Tower Master, the Master of the Symbols Hall has arrived. Please allow him in. Within the Alchemist Hall, the elderly Li inquired anxiously, Qi Zhong, what brings you to the Alchemist Tower today? Qi Zhong, spare me the pleasantries. Quickly hand over Su Chen. I need to speak with him. Looking for Elder Su? Qi Zhong shook his head, smiling. Do not worry. Elder Su has left the Alchemist Tower for the time being and should not be back soon. If you have something to discuss, I can relay your message to him. My matter must be conveyed personally. Just tell me where he is currently located. Surprised, Qi Zhong hadn't anticipated Li would be so frantic. Did Su Chen encounter trouble in the Symbols Hall? No wonder Su Chen had warned him before leaving to keep his whereabouts a secret from those seeking him, including Hall Master Li. Shaking his head once more, Qi Zhong replied, I do not know where he has gone. You should understand that although I am the Tower Master of the Alchemist Tower, I possess no authority to restrict the freedom of a guest elder. He will not disclose his whereabouts to me. What do you think? Chapter 85. Unbridled fury. Li Wan was acutely aware that in matters such as these, his old friend would not deceive him. However, he was in urgent need of locating Su Chen. Fatty Chi, we have been friends for many years, and I shall not hide the truth from you. Over the past 4 days, Su Chen has been poring over talisman crafting materials at the apex of the Talisman Hall. Logically speaking, even if he possesses extraordinary talent in talisman crafting, it is inconceivable that he could produce a first-tier talisman within such a short span of time. Upon hearing this, both Qi Chong and Qi Xiaofan felt a jolt in their hearts, their expressions gradually revealing astonishment as they began to piece together the implications. Are you suggesting that Elder Su could craft a first-tier talisman in merely 4 days? If that is indeed the case, then his aptitude in talisman crafting may rival his prowess in alchemy. Both disciplines require immense talent, and such prodigies are indeed a rarity in the world. Yet, Li Wan shook his head, sighing. He is not only capable of crafting a first-tier talisman, but has also accomplished something unprecedented in the realm of talismans. What is it? Please do not speak in riddles. Hurry up. Qi Chong, feeling the urgency, pressed on. It was evident that Su Chen had achieved something monumental to evoke such concern and astonishment from his old friend. Fatty, although you are not a talisman master, you should understand that crafting a talisman involves 3 essential steps: drawing the talisman, refining it, and solidifying it. Each step is crucial and sequential. No talisman master can craft a talisman without first drawing it, especially on specialized talisman paper. This holds true even for the Talisman Emperor. Li Ji personally witnessed Su Chen draw a first-tier fire talisman in just 4 days, and astonishingly, he did so in the void rather than on talisman paper. What did you just say? Drawing talismans in the void? Overwhelmed by shock, Qi Chong rose abruptly from his seat, and Qi Xiaofan's face reflected disbelief. For they both understood the significance of such a feat, the fusion of soul and pill. The ability to draw talismans in the void. Su Chen had pioneered a path in both the alchemy and talisman realms, achieving what others deemed impossible. Fatty, surely you comprehend the implications of drawing talismans in the void. The greatest limitation for talisman masters has always been the necessity of specialized talisman paper. Eliminating this step would significantly elevate their status. Suppressing his astonishment, Qi Chong nodded and stated, "When Elder Su returns, I will inform you immediately." Very well. I shall take my leave. As he watched the two depart, Chi Chong sighed. Jiao Fan, you have witnessed just how extraordinary Su Chen's talent is. Whether he is unparalleled in the future, I cannot say, but he has certainly achieved what no one has before. I believe that in the near future, he will undoubtedly make a name for himself across the continent, becoming a dual star in both the alchemy and talisman realms. If you can align yourself with him, your future is boundless. Grandfather, I understand. Opportunities are fleeting, and I hope to seize this one. At the Eastern Wilderness Academy, Su Chen returned smoothly, having unexpectedly advanced from the 3rd-level Golden Core stage to the 4th-level Golden Core stage after separating Qi Xiaofans. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Chen sensed something was amiss. Boss, you're finally back. What happened? Lu Yu exclaimed hurriedly. Just yesterday, while we were training in the Beast Tower, Huang Yulong from the elite class deliberately provoked Huang Qi, relentlessly angering him until Huang Qi retaliated and was severely injured by Huang Yulong. What was the Academy's stance on this? The Academy determined that Huang Qi struck first, so Huang Yulong faced no consequences. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen understood the Academy's logic. Huang Yulong had intentionally provoked Huang Qi to justify the Academy's decision. Furthermore, it was evident that the Academy would favor Huang Yulong. An elite class student versus a junior class student, especially one from the lowest junior class. The Academy's bias was clear. Su Chen found it perplexing that Huang Yulong, a member of the elite class, would provoke Huang Qi without cause, given that students from the elite class possess their own pride. Why would Huang Yulong seek to anger Huang Qi? I cannot believe there is no ulterior motive behind this. Boss, you may not know, but Huang Qi hails from the Dayan Empire, and Huang Yulong is the prince of that empire. Huang Qi is actually his half-brother. Huang Qi was once the crown prince, but due to awakening a defective bloodline, coupled with interference from Huang Yulong's mother and relatives, the Dayan Emperor stripped Huang Qi of his title and declared Huang Yulong as the crown prince. To protect Huang Qi, his mother facilitated his entrance into the Eastern Wilderness Academy. Now it makes sense. In the dormitory room, Huang Qi lay on the bed, his complexion ashen and devoid of color. Despite the mutation of his bloodline, he had only just reached the 9th level of foundational cultivation, highlighting the stark disparity between him and elite class students. Boss, upon seeing Su Chen enter, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. Approaching the bedside, Su Chen's expression darkened as he observed Huang Qi's weakened state, clearly indicating severe injuries that could threaten his life. Lu Yu, go to the academy in exchange for a beast pill. The higher the grade, the better. Understood. Su Chen took out the Qinquan furnace, preparing to refine pills. No one dared to utter a word, as it was evident to all that Su Chen's expression was grim, likely suppressing a raging fury within. Half an hour later, Su Chen had successfully refined a medicinal pill and administered it to Huang Qi. Take good care of him. I'll find a way to heal him. Understood. As they watched Su Chen turn to leave, the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. Do you think the boss will seek revenge for Huang Qi? Of course. Did you not see his expression? It was terrifyingly grim. Huang Yulong is in for a rough time. Rough time? Huang Yulong ranks 28th on the 100 battle list and is at the 9th level of the Void Infant stage. No matter how powerful our boss is, he cannot possibly defeat a 9th level Void Infant student. Sigh. The junior class, intermediate class, advanced class, elite class, and royal class each have their designated areas. While the Eastern Wilderness Academy boasts only one royal class, its area is not smaller than those of the other classes. After all, students admitted to the royal class possess talents that far surpass those in lower-tier classes, and the Academy prioritizes the cultivation of royal class students. Huang Yulong, hailing from the Dayan Empire and being its prince, is a formidable figure. Ranking 28th on the 100 battle list and standing at the 9th level of the Void Infant stage, making him a well-known individual within the Academy. Chapter 86. Do not doubt my words. If you do not believe, you may test me in the training ground. Wang Kun gazed coldly at the dozens of students before him, particularly at Huang Yulong, and declared, Our elite class has gained quite the notoriety for severely injuring a junior class student in the 10,000 Beast Tower. Indeed, this brings great honor to our elite class. The students exchanged glances, well aware of the relationship between Huang Yulong and Huang Qi. While a reprimand was to be expected, the extent of Huang Yulong's actions seemed excessive. given that Huang Qi not only hailed from the junior class, but was also from the weakest segment of it. A prominent student from the elite class bullying a junior would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for the entire academy. Huang Yulong, regardless of your grievances with Huang Qi, remember that this is Dongwang Academy, not the Dian Empire. If there's a next time, you shall return to your empire at once. Huang Yulong dared not provoke Wang Kun, for he was the most formidable instructor in the academy, albeit also the most responsible. Just then, Su Chen entered, his expression dark and foreboding. Wang Kun's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. He had acted too impulsively before. Yet Su Chen's ability to withstand his aura and exit the training ground demonstrated a potential worthy of respect. What is he doing? It seems Su Chen and Appo's target is Huang Yulong. As they observed the youth striding purposefully toward Huang Yulong, speculation arose among the onlookers, including Huang Ying, as to whether Su Chen sought revenge for Huang Qi. It was rumored that Su Chen had initially entered the academy through the weakest junior class. Before Huang Yulong, Su Chen and Appo's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He disregarded any prior animosity, focused solely on one fact. Huang Yulong had injured his brother. Su Chen, what are you doing? Ignoring Wang Kun, an enraged Su Chen coldly stated, Huang Yulong, I formally challenge you. Do you dare accept? The crowd, including Huang Ying, was taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. None had anticipated such a bold move. Huang Yulong, ranked 28th on the 100 battle ranking and a 9th level void infant, faced off against Su Chen, who was merely at the Golden Core realm. The disparity in their realms was glaring. You wish to challenge me? Huang Yulong's expression darkened. He had not previously recognized Su Chen, but had heard rumors of two new students in the elite class, one of whom had been promoted exceptionally, Huang Qi. Realizing the situation, Huang Yulong quickly understood that Su Chen's challenge was rooted in his connection to Huang Qi. What do you intend, Su Chen? Wang Kun was genuinely angered. Su Chen's disregard for him in front of the students was a blow to his pride. Su Chen turned, his voice icy. Teacher Wang, am challenging a fellow student. I trust the academy will not hinder me. If Huang Yulong lacks the courage to fight, he need only kneel before Huang Qi and apologize. And I shall withdraw my challenge. Su Chen, do not be so arrogant. I will show you what I am capable of. I formally accept your challenge. With Huang Yulong's acceptance, Wang Kun hesitated but ultimately restrained himself, nodding and stating, fight, but do not let it lead to death. Otherwise, I will take decisive action. All students stepped back, creating space for the duel. Huang Yulong's face was etched with disdain as he mocked, Su Chen, if you wish to defend Huang Qi, you must first ascertain whether you possess the strength to do so. Enough with the idle chatter. Dismissing Huang Yulong's words, Su Chen erupted with an overwhelming aura, his battle spirit surging like an ancient beast, roaring defiantly toward the heavens as if to consume the clouds. In an instant, he activated his blood wheel, conjuring a spectral sword imbued with lethal intent, striking fiercely toward Huang Yulong. The sword howled, its energy slicing through the air. Pathetic. Huang Yulong, dismissive and yet unprepared, did not activate his blood wheel. He considered Su Chen inconsequential, merely a golden core practitioner, and was eager to witness the source of his audacity. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The forces collided violently. The sword energy shattered, and the shockwaves surged outward. The training ground was protected by a power shield, preventing them from breaking through. To the astonishment of all present, the formidable 9th level void infant, Huang Yulong, was forced to retreat 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. How careless! Huang Yulong's expression darkened to an extreme. He could scarcely believe that Su Chen had withstood his attack and injured him. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have doubted its reality. No longer underestimating his opponent, Huang Yulong summoned his blood wheel, conjuring a spectral wolf enveloped in stone, its sharp fangs bared as it roared at Su Chen. Receive my palm. Furiously enraged, Huang Yulong disregarded his injuries, the murderous intent emanating from him palpable. He stepped forward, the imposing palm strike, bolstered by the blood wheel stone wolf, swept through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Without a death pact, this was not a battle to the death. Wang Kun vigilantly observed the fight, ready to intervene should any accidents arise, ensuring no lives were lost. The two combatants clashed, the explosive sounds reverberating throughout the training ground. Because of Huang Qi, Su Chen was genuinely intent on inflicting harm. Even though academy rules prevented him from killing Huang Yulong, he was determined to make him pay a price. He unleashed the soul prison technique. This secret soul technique, which Su Chen had never used, was notoriously dangerous. If it backfired, the consequences could be dire. Huang Yulong found himself thoroughly suppressed. Indeed, Su Chen's strength is formidable. The blood wheel sword follows a domineering path. Once he truly breaks through to the void infant realm, even those at the true infant level may not stand a chance against him. No wonder he dared to challenge Huang Yulong. He was undeniably impressive. As they watched Huang Yulong firmly subdued, all, including Wang Kuan, were left in astonishment. Given the gap between the Golden Core and Void Infant realms, it was nearly impossible for a Golden Core practitioner to suppress a Void Infant. Challenging beyond one's realm was truly arduous. A torrent of razor-sharp sword energy engulfed Huang Yulong. Su Chen, intent on a swift resolution, did not waste time. As the sword energy restrained Huang Yulong, the soul prison technique penetrated his mind. Among all martial techniques, soul techniques were the rarest, even in Dongwang Academy. Acquiring a soul technique was no simple feat. Huang Yulong never anticipated that Su Chen could wield a soul technique, let alone the immensely powerful soul prison technique. A scream echoed as Huang Yulong was hurled from the sword energy, crashing to the ground. Huang Yulong was defeated. As he struggled to rise, his body swaying precariously, the crowd was left utterly stunned. None could have foreseen Huang Yulong's complete and rapid defeat. It was over before it had truly begun. Clutching his head, Huang Yulong glared coldly at Su Chen, fury emanating from his eyes. Su Chen, what have you done to me? Why does my soul feel as if it is imprisoned? Ah, imprisoned? What kind of technique is this? Su Chen scoffed, the murderous intent flaring in his gaze. The Academy's rules may prevent me from killing you, but that does not mean I cannot imprison your soul. By dusk, you must kneel and apologize to Huang Qi, or I shall ensure your soul explodes within your mind. Do not doubt my words. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. How dare you defy the Academy and Oppo's rules? In that moment, Huang Yulong was thoroughly alarmed, for he had no desire to meet his demise, particularly in such a grotesque manner as soul explosion. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. The Academy and Oppo's rules? Who could substantiate that your death was connected to me? In our duel, I did not slay you. Once I depart from the training ground, your life and death are no longer my concern. Even the headmaster would be powerless to intervene. Without further ado, Su Chen turned and walked away. Su Chen, as they watched his figure vanish from the training ground, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Such arrogance was palpable. It was a blatant threat to Huang Yulong. Either kneel and apologize or face the consequence of soul explosion. Chapter 87, reporting, yet facing punishment, the prince of the Dian dynasty was filled with indignation. How could he, a dignified heir, kneel and apologize to a discarded offspring? Such an act was utterly beyond his capacity. Huang Yulong was terrified of death, as he did not doubt Su Chen's words. He could distinctly sense that his soul was restrained by a peculiar force, an experience most unusual. Teacher Wang, will the Academy allow Su Chen to continue this arrogance? Follow me. Wang Kuan understood Su Chen's temperament. He was a person who could not be swayed by kindness or threats. Even he could not deter Su Chen. Was he to resort to direct confrontation? In the vice president's office, Qinzhu leisurely sat on the sofa, sipping tea, the fragrant aroma wafting throughout the room. Vice President, Su Chen has gone too far. Relying on his mastery of soul techniques, he has unleashed them among his peers. The Academy must intervene in this matter. Qinzhu remained silent. Wang Kuan glanced at Huang Yulong, his eyes conveying a clear message. I have said all that I can, and I have offered my assistance. Huang Yulong understood that to evade humiliation, he needed the vice president's intervention. No matter how formidable Su Chen appeared, he could not stand against the entire Academy. Vice President, Su Chen has demanded that I kneel and apologize. He even threatened that if I did not comply, he would shatter my soul, leaving me with no place to rest in death. This is a blatant disregard for the Academy's rules. I implore you to take action on my behalf. Su Chen and Oppo's arrogance was indeed alarming. If left unchecked, he might soon disregard even the vice president and the president themselves. Setting down his teacup, Qinzhu stretched and remarked, if he demands your apology, you should comply. That way, your soul will remain intact. What? Both Wang Kun and Huang Yulong were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had never anticipated such a response from the vice president. To kneel and apologize? To overlook Su Chen's insolence? To condone his defiance of academy rules? Before Wang Kun could speak, Qin Zhu waved his hand, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it upon Huang Yulong. As for your conflict with Huang Qi, the academy will not intervene. However, you have disregarded the academy's regulations by gravely injuring Huang Qi in the Beast Tower. Had it not been for Su Chen's timely intervention, Huang Qi would be dead by now. Vice President, it was Huang Qi who provoked me first. Cease your petty tricks. If you dare to play games in front of me again, you will deeply regret it. Huang Yulong trembled at the threat. Qin Zhu was notorious for his ruthlessness, treating everyone equally. He understood that Qin Zhu was genuinely enraged over the incident at the Beast Tower. He had truly walked into a hornet's nest. You have been designated the crown prince of the dynasty. If all goes well, once you break through to the true infant realm, you will return to the Dian dynasty to inherit the throne. Yet, you show no forbearance. Huang Qi has sought refuge in the academy, and you still refuse to let go of him. Do you perceive him as a threat to your claim to the throne? Huang Yulong dared not speak, for in this situation, he knew that more words would lead to more trouble. He silently cursed Qin Zhu in his heart, but did not dare voice his thoughts. Are you cursing me in your heart? I dare not. The sudden inquiry startled Huang Yulong, and he endeavored to maintain his composure. He could not provoke Qin Zhu. Even the dynasty behind him dared not challenge the academy. If the academy were angered, the dynasty could very well retaliate against him, possibly costing him his royal position. He had to endure. Your thoughts are inconsequential. The academy has been observant of your actions. You now face two penalties. First, you must immediately apologize to Huang Qi in the dormitory. If you refuse, you may await Su Chen's wrath upon your soul. Second, pack your belongings and leave the academy by tomorrow, never to return. What? Huang Yulong was once again at a loss, unable to fathom the severity of the vice president's punishment. Each consequence was harsher than the last. How ruthless! How resolute! Vice President, are you showing favoritism towards your student? Believing the academy is unaware? Wang Kun's heart sank. He had shown partiality towards Huang Yulong, but in the past, the academy would often overlook such matters, especially concerning junior class students. This time, however, the situation was decidedly different. His instincts told him that the vice president seemed to favor Su Chen. Acknowledging